Game of the World Tree Chapter 73 to Chapter 149. Was 80 years old this year. For as long as he could remember, he often heard his grandfather talk about the glorious history of his race. Once, they had the largest empire in the world. Once, they had built the most glorious civilization in the world. However, after that disaster, the clansmen fell in rank, were cursed, and gradually declined. He could not imagine how prosperous the clan was 1,000 years ago. In his opinion, that kind of prosperity was like a myth. In his memory, his days in the real world were always filled with hiding and drifting aimlessly. However, his grandfather believed that everything would get better. You have to remember that we are the Great Silver Clan. Our decline now is only temporary. Once Mother Goddess returns, our era will definitely return. His grandfather often said that. Once asked his grandfather who Mother Goddess was. His grandfather told him that Mother Goddess was the greatest existence in the world, the true ruler of the world, and also the benevolent mother who protected them. So, we also have our own god? He asked in surprise. Silly child. His grandfather touched his head with a fanatical and devout expression. Mother Goddess is not a mere god, but a true ancient god. From that day onwards, was full of expectations for Mother Goddess. He longed for a happy and stable life, and also longed for a small garden of his own. However, until the day his grandfather passed away, he still did not see the return of Mother Goddess. But even so, he still firmly believed in his grandfather's words. Until that day, a group of ferocious-looking half-orcs finally found their settlement. After a cruel battle, the Xianxia people died in battle, and the women and children became captives. Among them, he and his 2 sisters were included. At this time, understood that a life of wandering and hiding was not the most difficult. The most difficult thing was the destruction of the family and becoming prisoners. The imprisoned women of the clan gradually disappeared one by one. And they were locked in a narrow stone prison by the half-orcs, never to see the light of day. Every day, they only had green fruits to satisfy their hunger. According to the half-orcs, they wanted to wait for a human caravan to pass by and sell and the others for a good price. Humans, shuddered. If beastmen were devils, then humans were undoubtedly devils. When he was in the tribe, he had heard countless tragic stories of his clansmen who had been enslaved by humans. Those cunning, greedy, and perverted bastards were capable of anything. At this moment, he even wanted to go on a hunger strike and die. But when he thought of his other 2 sisters, his heart softened. You're a boy. You must protect your sisters well. These were his grandfather's last words to him before he passed away. Thinking of this, clenched his fists. Grandpa. I'm so useless. I'm so useless. As time passed, grew more and more desperate. However, in the face of 2 young sisters, he could only be strong and pull himself together. He had been thinking of ways to escape all the time, but the orcs were watching them too closely. These days lasted for several months. Until today, with a creak, the prison door that had not been opened for a long time was finally opened. Shuddered and looked outside vigilantly. His 2 sisters were like frightened deer hiding behind him. Has this day finally arrived? Are you trying to sell us off? Clenched his fists. At the same time, he began to think of ways to escape. However, the half-orcs did not enter. Instead, they threw a figure that was tied up and left. Was slightly stunned and looked at the figure. Elf? This was the first time he saw his clansmen after a few months. It was a very strange elf. He was covered in blood and was seriously injured. His face was abnormally pale and his breath was weak. But his eyes were exceptionally bright. With just one look, felt that he could not take his eyes off him. This clansman was very different. He seemed to have an aura that did not fear anything. This was something that had never seen in anyone else. His gaze was not as dim and turbid as his clansman's. There was a faint smile at the corner of his mouth, with a different kind of unruliness. It was as if he saw everything in this world very lightly. He even stuck out his tongue at the half-orc's back when the half-orc turned around. This was an interesting fellow. Moreover, he was full of vitality and hope. Had never seen such an existence among the elves. For a moment, his heart was filled with curiosity. After hesitating for a moment, he spoke softly. Are you okay? The other party seemed to be shocked. When he turned around and saw Air, he could not help but shout. Damn. Elf? Air was shocked by his voice and hid slightly. He saw the strange elf's expression change several times. One moment, he was happy, the next moment, he was excited, and then he became very complicated. Air hesitated for a moment and asked again. You've lost a lot of blood, are you really okay? Then, Air saw the strange elf's expression become very gentle. The other party nodded and smiled as he coughed blood. Cough cough, I'm fine. Air, you're vomiting blood. He did not care about anything else and hurriedly went forward to untie the elf. Were you also captured? He used a piece of cloth to wrap the elf's wound and asked curiously. After being freed, the strange elf nodded first and then shook his head. No, I'm just an obedient tracker. Air once again found that the strange elf spoke very strangely. After further contact, Air found that although the elf was a little strange, he was a very gentle and optimistic person. They began to chat. The strange elf told many interesting stories, which made Air and his sisters very fond of him. He knew a lot and always had some ideas that Air had never thought of. All kinds of strange and interesting stories made Air addicted. Gradually, he began to like this interesting fellow. Through chatting, Air also learned of the elf's origin. He came from a very, very distant place and was a warrior summoned by the goddess. Hearing this, Air was a little curious. Brother Xianxia, do elves believe in other true gods? At this moment, he saw the other party smile and his expression became somewhat profound. No, his expression became very pious. He drew a tree symbol on his chest and said in a deep voice. In my heart, there is only one goddess. Seeing that symbol, Air was momentarily stunned. Because his grandfather had drawn this symbol countless times, the mother goddess of the elves, does she really exist? Was he summoned by the mother goddess? For a moment, Air actually felt a little dazed. Air. In a daze, Air heard the other party calling him. He turned his head and saw Brother Xianxia's line of sight. Xianxia looked outside the cell, and the corners of his mouth were slightly raised with a hint of a mischievous smile. Air followed his line of sight and found that there were 4 more half-beastmen in the cave. They were carrying a magical beast that seemed to have been ravaged by magic. Our allies are here. Air heard the other party say so. Allies? Air looked at the 4 strong and ugly beastmen and felt a little confused for a moment. Soon, he saw a beastman in sheepskin come forward and inspect the magical beast's corpse while nodding. Good job. Next, you will help me release the blood. The magical beast's blood had magic and was very active. Thus, even if it had been dead for a few hours, as long as it was handled properly, the single-horned wind deer's blood would not coagulate. Air soon saw a few beastmen cut open the wind deer's neck and slowly release the viscous blood. The beastman in sheepskin took out a strange bone pen and dipped it in blood and started to draw on the ground. Air followed his movements and looked over, then his expression gradually became surprised. A sacrificial ritual? He wants to communicate with the gods? You recognize it? Xianxia looked at him in surprise. He was very surprised that such a young child could recognize the sacrificial ritual. Air nodded, a trace of nostalgia flashing past his face. Yes, I learned from my grandfather 20 years ago. 20 years ago, Xianxia almost choked. Cough cough cough, he could not help but cough and start coughing blood again. Air hurriedly looked at him worriedly. Brother Xianxia. Are you okay? Brother, cough cough cough, Xianxia coughed even harder. He laughed dryly and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He looked at Air strangely and shook his head. I'm fine. After saying that, he hesitated and carefully asked. That little one. Cough cough, Air, how old are you this year? Air scratched his head and said shyly, if I remember correctly, I just turned 80 this spring. Xianxia was speechless. He started to calculate his grandfather's age. Oh, no, it's his great-grandfather's age. Seeing the other party's silence, Air hurriedly explained. Brother Xianxia. Don't think that I'm only 80 years old. I know a lot. I'm not a child anymore. Demacia, after a moment, he sighed and said, yes. You're not a child anymore. After saying that, he muttered softly, I'm the one. He had just celebrated his 18th birthday last month. Luckily, it was just a game. Eric continued to observe the movements of the sheepskin orc. Following the carving, a huge formation soon appeared on the ground. After that, the sheepskin beastman knelt in front of the formation and began to chant an incantation. As he chanted, the red array gradually blossomed with a deep light, and waves of mana converged. He's going to succeed, Eric couldn't help but ask. Although he didn't know what the beastmen wanted to do, as an evil enemy, what they wanted to do was definitely not a good thing. Don't worry. They won't succeed. Demacia's laughter came from the side. Something was added to the blood. His voice was filled with schadenfreude. Eric looked at Demacia strangely, not understanding why he said that. But soon, he understood why. When the undulations of the formation reached its peak, the originally black and red blood seemed to be affected by something and suddenly started to sizzle. Then, the light of the formation suddenly started to flicker. The beastman's expression changed. Magic. Magic boiling? Not good. There's something wrong with the blood. Before he could say anything else, the array suddenly burst into a red light and exploded with a bang. High Priest. Black Rock's expression tightened as he hurried forward. The 4 beastmen who were helping to release the blood also followed. However, when the smoke dissipated, the beastman priest who was closest to the formation was already on the verge of death from the magic backlash and the explosion. Black Rock's expression turned ugly in an instant. At this moment, 3 out of the 4 half-beast men suddenly pulled out their weapons and rushed towards him. Their bodies glowed faintly, and in the blink of an eye, they turned into 3 elves. Elves? All of this happened in an instant, and Air was stunned. That's right, they're my companions, they're here to save us. Demacia smiled. Save? Save us, Air stared blankly at the elves, his heart shocked. Looking at this unexpected scene, all the half-beastmen were stunned. Elves? Black Rock was stunned at first, then he became furious. A ferocious glint flashed in his eyes, and he kicked the 3 elves away. The 3 hit the wall and spat out a mouthful of blood before softly falling to the ground. Humph. Black Rock let out a disdainful snort. But very quickly, his expression changed. Not good. He hurriedly turned back and found that the last beastman had stabbed a dagger into the chest of the beastman priest who was lying on the ground. The beastman priest opened his mouth slightly, his eyes filled with fear and confusion, as if he didn't know what had happened. He twitched a few times before his neck tilted and he stopped breathing. The beastman who stabbed him turned into an elf at the same time. Gray-black hair, cold expression, and bento. Bastard. Black Rock's eyes were completely red. The beastmen didn't have a mage, every priest was a precious spell caster to the half-beastmen. Not only were they responsible for communicating with God, but they were also responsible for support and healing in the tribe. Even if Black Rock completed the mission, he would be punished for the death of the priest. Black Rock was completely furious. He roared as he pulled out his machete and slashed at Bento. Bento's expression was dignified as he quickly dodged. He turned around like a nimble mountain cat, while Blackstone's scimitar struck the ground, creating a 3-meter deep trench. Catch this damn bastard. Black Rock gritted his teeth. The rest of the orcs roared and rushed to the box of food. Boxed Lunch took a deep breath and used air step and haste leap to dodge left and right. Run away. Run away, Air grabbed the bars of the stone prison with a worried expression. However, just as the lunchbox was about to escape, a sturdy hand grabbed his shoulder. Caught you. Black Rock sneered as he exerted force. Bento's shoulder was crushed in an instant as blood splattered everywhere. However, his expression was still cold as if this pain was nothing in his eyes. Black Rock's eyes flashed with a hint of ferocity as he roared. Die. Then he opened his hands and covered Bento's head. Under Ael's horrified gaze, the lunchbox's head was forcefully crushed, his body twitched a few times before slowly falling to the ground. AI air covered her mouth, and her eyes were covered with a layer of mist in an instant. At this moment, a large hand was placed on his shoulder. He sobbed as he looked up and saw Damasia's pale face. However, this elf brother he just met was not angry or sad. Instead, he smiled. "Don't worry, they're not dead." Not dead." Air was stunned as he turned his head again. At this moment, he was shocked to find that the elf corpses on the ground were gradually fading and then slowly disappearing. He, we chosen ones are the goddess's chosen ones, we're immortal." At the side, Damasia's voice sounded again, with unprecedented pride and confidence. At the same time, faint sounds of killing came from outside the cave. "Listen, our main force is here," Damasia said proudly. When Black Rock saw the disappearing bodies of the elves on the ground, he knew that something was wrong. When he heard the shouts coming from outside, his expression finally changed. "Not good. I'm afraid we've been exposed." At the same time, he was puzzled. What was the problem? Along the way, the orc priests had already erased their tracks. How could the elves know of their whereabouts? Also, when did this bunch of long-eared elves know how to scheme? Until now, Black Rock still could not believe that these arrogant elves would disguise themselves as the orcs that they hated the most. They would even deceive them and kill the priests. This did not seem like an idea that the elves could come up with, but more like those cunning humans. But, at this moment, he could not care so much. These strange elves that he suspected to have the power of immortality were weak, but Black Rock did not dare to bet on whether there was someone stronger behind them. Black Rock had always been a cautious person. He had never dealt with an enemy whose strength he could not figure out, and he had never revealed all of his trump cards. His cautiousness had even brought him ridicule. But even so, Black Rock did not give up on this quality that he learned from the humans. Reality proved that his cautiousness was right. Those reckless fellows that once mocked him had already ascended to the god's kingdom through battle after battle. And he was still alive and well. But, this time, he felt that he had fallen into an inexplicable trap. With the death of the priest, his mission was considered a failure. But luckily, he still caught an elf. Thinking of this, he turned his head to look at Damasia in the cell. His expression changed a little, and he finally gritted his teeth and said, "Bring them along, we'll leave through the secret tunnel." He did not intend to go head-to-head with those strange elves. If he could bring back the captured elf, in addition to the secrets that he tortured out of his mouth, he might even be able to obtain the forgiveness of the chief priest. Thinking of this, Black Rock already had the intention to retreat. Under his command, the orcs brought Damasia and the 3 young elves out of the cell, and walked into another secret tunnel in the cave. This secret tunnel was connected to another hidden underground cave, leading straight to a kilometer away. This debt, I'll settle it later." Black Rock glared at the entrance of the cave and ordered his men to retreat into the secret passage. After the last person entered, he took a deep breath and smashed the wall of the cave with all his might. The cavern immediately collapsed, blocking the way in. Black Rock, on the other hand, entered the secret passage at the last moment before the cave collapsed. Dozens of half-orcs slowly moved forward in the secret passage. Black Rock, on the other hand, was still trying to figure out what went wrong. What was the problem? He had clearly been very careful, so how could he have exposed himself? Were the people who went hunting caught and revealed the secret? But those beastmen were warriors that he had personally selected. Even if they were to die, they would never betray the tribe. The elf's movements were too fast, so fast that he couldn't believe it. It was as if someone was showing them the way. Along the way, no matter how hard Haysher thought, he couldn't figure it out. The Beastman team gradually walked out of the secret passage. They crawled out of the secret passage, and their vision suddenly brightened. They were back in the forest. Black Rock let out a sigh of relief. No matter what, they were safe now. Thinking of this, he let out a sigh of relief and revealed a satisfied expression. At this moment, the surrounding forest suddenly moved, and hundreds of tall elves suddenly appeared. Black Rock's expression stiffened. Looking at the figures with gorgeous equipment and excited expressions, the corner of his mouth twitched, and he was stunned for a moment. Elf? Elf? Where? Where did they come from? How did they know he was here? When the elves saw the Beastman team, their originally excited expressions became even more excited. Found them. Look. That's Damasia. The 3 little cuties are there too. Destroy this group of evil half-orcs and save our compatriots. Hurrah! they shouted and then bravely rushed over. Looking at this group of elves who didn't care about their lives, Black Rock's eyes flashed with anger. If they were silver or black iron, it would be fine. These elves, at most, were in the middle of black iron. With such strength, they actually wanted to stop them? Scram! He yelled and took out his mace to smash a figure that was charging at him into a sieve. Damn! So fierce! His action startled the other elves. At this moment, Black Rock heard a hateful voice among the elves. That's a boss. Don't fight with him. Everyone just delay the Beastmen team. What was a boss? Black Rock was stunned. But soon, he realized that they were talking about him. Because next, all the elves avoided him and began to entangle the other Beastmen. And more of them began to besiege the 3 Beastmen who were escorting the elves. Suddenly, as if he realized something, Black Rock's expression changed. Not good. They must be stalling for time. He gritted his teeth and killed a few elves who tried to rescue Xianxia and the others. At the same time, he shouted to the rest of the Beastmen. Don't delay with them, let's break out. But as soon as his voice fell, the entire forest began to tremble. Boom, boom, the sound was deafening, like the footsteps of a giant. Hearing this sound, Xianxia, who was being escorted by the Beastmen, smirked. All of a sudden, he yelled, "Berserk!" Then, a powerful aura erupted from his body. In an instant, Xianxia's expression was ferocious. His entire body swelled a few times, and his veins and blood vessels could be faintly seen like swimming snakes. Berserk, this was a desperate skill that he exchanged for. It could stimulate all his potential and burst out a powerful force in an instant. It lasted for 10 minutes. The price was death. Xianxia picked up a scimitar from the ground with a flip of his hand and cut down the half-orc beside him who had yet to react. Then, he picked up the other 2 young elves and roared at Ire, "Ire! Let's go!" If he did not lick it now, when would he? Seeing Xianxia break free in an instant, Black Rock was furious. He wanted to stop him, but suddenly, a few thick vines emerged from the ground and stopped his movements. These vines were so tough that Black Rock was shocked to find that even with his peak dark iron, level 40, strength, he could not break free. Then, a huge figure shrouded him. What? What is this? Tree. Tree man? The frightened voices of the other Beastmen came from the surroundings. Black Rock's heart tightened. He quickly looked up and saw a huge figure. The figure was more than 30 meters tall and was comparable to a dragon. The thick branches almost covered the sky, and a pair of cold eyes looked at him as if he was looking at a dead person. Black Rock's pupils suddenly shrank. Oak. Oak tree guard? He almost lost his voice. Uncle B is here. Uncle B. Kill them. With the arrival of Basaka the Oak Guard, the players cheered. Basaka stretched out his arms and struck the ground with all his might. At the same time, he roared angrily. He roared, "War! Sacrifice!" In an instant, his arms turned into countless vines and entangled the orcs. Under the horrified gazes of the orcs, they were entangled one by one and robbed of their life force. In the blink of an eye, they turned into dried corpses and finally turned into ashes. F***ck. Uncle B, don't fight the small monsters. Leave the small monsters to us. Uncle B. Hit the big guy with the spiked club. That guy killed many of us. Seeing Basaka kill 4 or 5 orcs in an instant, the other elves seemed to be in pain. Hearing the elf's words, Basaka looked at Black Rock again. A sense of life and death crisis struck Black Rock's heart. He felt his scalp go numb. The Oak Guard, Black Rock had once been the guardian of the Holy Land, so he was very familiar with this legendary creature depicted on the murals. In the Silver Age, legends of the Oak Guard had been circulating in the Seeker's continent. Their strength was terrifying, and the strongest was close to that of a demigod. They could fight alongside the legendary Megalosaurus. Their abilities were incomparably strange, and the Druid's unique war sacrifice ability gave them unparalleled prowess in group battles. Even the weakest Oak Tree Guard had the strength of a silver, and the average strength of the Oak Tree Guards was at least gold. If not for the fact that the Oak Guard did not have the ability to reproduce, they could even be called a golden race on par with the Megalosaurus. However, what made Black Rock even more terrified was not the legends about the oak tree guardian, but the meaning behind its appearance. The oak guard could only be enlightened by the world tree, who controlled nature and life. The oak guard's life was intertwined with the world tree for good or ill. In an instant, Black Rock understood everything. Behind the elves is not the Grim Reaper, but the world tree. Only the world tree could enlighten the oak guard, only the world tree could gain the loyalty of the elves. The strange resurrection ability of the elves could also be explained. The ability to resurrect the dead went against the laws, and actions that went against the laws would result in a backlash from the laws. Because it involved the secrets of the soul, it was said that the price to pay was very high. It was so great that not even a true god was willing to bear it. Only by mastering the divine domain of life and death could one bring the dead back to life at an acceptable price, and among the true gods, since ancient times, only two had been able to do so. One was the Grim Reaper Hela. The other was the world tree, Yggdrasil. Before this, Black Rock had also thought that these strange elves were Hela's handiwork, but after seeing the oak tree guardian, everything was overturned. Then, another figure appeared, which confirmed his guess. The saintess of nature, Alice, appeared among the elves, wearing a noble ceremonial dress. She closed her eyes and prayed, and a bright holy light spread out with her as the center, forming a constantly rotating ball of light with a strong aura of nature and life. Under Alice's command, the ball of light quickly wandered among the elves, and the injuries of every elf touched by it began to rapidly recover. Healing Soul, a fourth circle healing divine spell, the most powerful group healing spell of a silver lower priest. Seeing their injuries recover, the elves were even more excited. Sister Alice's support is here. Go. Kill the orcs. They waved their weapons and attacked even more frantically and desperately. Silver priests. Silver priests who believe in nature. Black Rock's pupils shrank again. Silver priests and priests could only be supported by the belief of a true god. At this moment, the answer was no longer in doubt. What death's chosen? It was all bullshit. They were obviously nature's chosen. The world tree has really resurrected. For a moment, Black Rock felt his whole body trembling, and his heart was filled with fear. Defeating the ancient god. Yggdrasil had always been an epic legend passed down from generation to generation among the orcs, and it was also the proudest achievement of the god of winter and hunting. But at this moment, this legendary true god, this plain ruler from the previous era had actually awakened. Thinking of the recent disappearance of the orcs, Black Rock suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. He's taking revenge. He's back. He wants to take revenge on us. He wants to take revenge on Father. The majesty of a true god was not to be blasphemed. As the orcs who had been persecuting the elves for thousands of years and tried to completely erase the belief of the world tree, they had probably become a thorn in the side of this true god. We must pass this news back to the tribe. The orcs are in danger. In a flash, Black Rock made a decision. He gritted his teeth and said with hatred, sending two intermediate professionals at once, "Do you really think I can't fight back?" His cautiousness had never been a joke. Suddenly, Black Rock's aura began to rise. Traces of pressure were constantly released. In a flash, his strength directly rose from the peak of the upper level of iron, level 40, to the lower level of silver, level 45. This was Black Rock's true strength. Previously, he was also hiding his level. It's also silver. For a moment, Basaka and Alice were surprised. Then, Black Rock took out a bone piece with mysterious patterns from his arms. His expression became holy and devout in an instant. He raised the bone piece high and murmured something in his mouth, and a faint wave of divine power spread out. Not good. Eve, who was watching the battle from the player's perspective, felt her heart sink. Before she could do anything, the bone piece in Black Rock's hand bloomed with dazzling light and formed a huge energy arrow in the air. Arrow of Hunting. The 8-circle attack divine spell mastered by the priest of Allure was a true high-level divine spell. A powerful aura was released from the arrow, and Basaka and Alice's expressions changed dramatically at the same time. Everyone, hide. However, it was too late. The energy arrow suddenly bloomed with silver light, and then it began to self-replicate. In a flash, it formed an energy circle with arrows pointing outward. After that, arrows flew in all directions. The biggest one was aimed at the oak guard Basaka, who was at the middle level of silver, level 51. Basaka's expression was grave as he roared again. Oak barrier. After that, a barrier made of oak branches appeared in front of him. Alice clenched her teeth and shouted, "Don't worry. Nature armor." A green energy shield appeared on everyone's body. The arrow arrived in a flash and collided with the barrier and the shield, causing a violent explosion. Boom, the earth shook and the mountains shook. For a moment, everyone's eyes were blank. When Black Rock raised the bone, Eve knew why she was feeling uneasy earlier. A high-level divine spell. Black Rock actually had a high-level divine spell in his hands, Hunting Arrow. This was an 8th circle divine spell unique to the high-ranking priests of Allure. The effect of the divine spell was to produce a powerful energy arrow with the characteristic of sure hit. It would also give birth to many other energy arrows that would accurately hit the target and attack the nearby area. This was a real attack from a mid-gold rank. Even Eve's current incarnation would not be able to deal with this level of attack if she was caught off guard. If she was unlucky enough to be hit, the soul storage orb that had not been fully repaired would be destroyed and her incarnation would collapse. Not to mention Basaka the Oak Guard, who was only a mid-silver level warrior. The energy arrow exploded, and the dazzling light and loud sound drowned out everything. The strong energy storm raged, and the surrounding trees were directly blown down. It was a mess. All the players were instantly blinded and deafened. When the light gradually disappeared and everything returned to normal, the battlefield in front of them had completely changed. The place where Basaka was standing had turned into a huge pit with a radius of more than 10 meters. The soil was turned over, and white smoke was still sizzling. Basaka, on the other hand, had half of his body destroyed and was lying on the ground, dying. The Oak Guard's vitality was indeed tenacious. Even an 8th circle divine spell did not kill him, but he had completely lost his ability to fight. Of course, this was also because Black Rock was only a low silver level warrior. At the same time, he was not a spellcaster and could not master the divine spell very well. If it was a low silver level priest who cast this spell, the player's side would have been completely wiped out by this attack. But even so, the situation on the battlefield was extremely miserable. Alice was also lying on the ground. There was a big hole in her chest that was pierced by the energy arrow, and dark red blood kept flowing out. As for the players, under the attack of the energy arrow, more than half of them were directly vaporized. Not even a trace of their bodies could be seen. Although the remaining half of them were lucky enough to survive, they were also lying on the ground with serious injuries and had lost their ability to fight. Only Ire and his 2 elven sisters were protected behind the berserk Xianxia, and thus managed to escape the calamity by a fluke. One strike, just one strike, although they didn't get wiped out, it was close to it. There were less than 30 players left alive, and all of them had lost the ability to fight. The only 2 silver-level combatants were on the brink of death. On the entire battlefield, only Black Rock and a dozen beast men who still had the strength to fight were left. It was 50 kilometers away from the safety zone. Even if the players revived, they wouldn't be able to rush over in time. Not to mention, facing Black Rock, who had displayed his silver tier strength, the players who had lost their high-end combat power had no more trump cards. All the surviving elves struggled as they looked at the orcs on the field with pale faces. They looked dazed, as if they hadn't recovered from the explosion just now. How did the tables turn in an instant? They were about to win. How did it end up like this? Shitty producer, your mother, exploded. Looking at the miserable scene in front of him, Xianxia spat out blood and cursed. Big brother Xianxia. Worried, Air helped Xianxia, whose face had turned green, up. Looking at the horrifying wounds on his body, he was at a loss. The most painful thing in this world was when hope reached its peak and turned into despair in an instant. When he first saw the Oak Tree Guardian, Air also recognized this legendary existence. And the stubborn and fanatical people around him, as well as the noble silver tier priest, made him very excited. Could it be that the mother goddess that grandfather spoke of had really returned? Air was very excited. He felt as if something was brewing in his chest. However, before he could continue to be excited, the sudden turn of events on the field made his mood drop to the bottom. The beastmen were so evil and powerful. Under the attack of the divine spell, his own people and the nature's chosen were so vulnerable. For a moment, Air was at a loss. Grandfather, do we still have hope? Hugging Xianxia, who was constantly coughing out blood, Air's eyes were blank. He bit his lips and clenched his fists. Black Rock was also stunned by the effects of the divine spell on the bone piece in his hand. 8 rings, it's actually 8 rings, he muttered a few words, his expression was very interesting. Originally, he only wanted to take advantage of the effects of the divine spell to sneak away. He did not expect such a result, looking at the miserable state of the elves around him, looking at the dying oak tree guardian and the unconscious nature's chosen, the corners of Black Rock's mouth rose slightly. Hee, ha ha ha. He could not help but laugh. Looks like, the nature's chosen is not as strong as the legends say. His heart gradually calmed down. That was true, even if the world tree had recovered, it was probably just recently. And the world tree that had just recovered must be very weak. Otherwise, why would it let the elves play tricks in the dark? The strength of the world tree's chosen would naturally be limited. Looks like I'm going to get a great merit this time. The recovery of the world tree, the protective divine spell that it cast on the main body when it fell 1,000 years ago must have been broken. For Godfather, this is also a chance to improve. Thinking of this, Black Rock's eyes flashed and his expression gradually became fanatical. This time, I'm destined to receive Godfather's chosen. He took a deep breath and ordered his subordinates, who were also in shock, take the 3 elves. Bring those 3 little fellows along, let's go. Since he had figured out the secret of the elven forest, there was naturally no need to bring captives back. Furthermore, Black Rock suspected that the elves had some way to locate their companions, otherwise, how could he have been exposed time and time again? However, he would definitely not let go of the 3 young elves. This was a top-notch product. Hearing Black Rock's order, the half-orcs looked at each other and nodded excitedly. They came in front of Air and roughly pulled him up, carrying him and his 2 sisters on their shoulders. Let me go. You evil bastards. Let me go. Air shouted as he struggled. However, he could not break free. He raised his head and looked in the direction of the world tree, his expression sorrowful. Mother Goddess, do you really exist? If you really exist, why did you watch your adorer die in battle? If you really exist, why can't you protect your believers? This is your territory. He shouted, cried, and laughed. Looking at the miserable state of the elves around him, looking at the unconscious nature priest and the dying oak tree guard, gradually, his expression became sorrowful. Mother Goddess, if you can hear me, please save your servant. After saying this, Air raised his head, his expression solemn and resolute. I, Air Moonlight, am willing to swear on my soul, dedicating my entire life and soul to you, becoming your most loyal servant. I only hope that you can protect us, only hope that you can save us. Saying this, he struggled to reach out his hand and imitated the actions of his grandfather in his memory. He slowly drew a tree-shaped symbol on his chest. Mother Goddess, please, perform a miracle. His young and tender voice was so loud in the silent forest that it traveled very, very far away. Looking at the struggling Air, Black Rock sneered. However, before he could say anything, an ethereal and quiet sigh sounded in everyone's hearts. Sigh, following the sigh, Air's body suddenly emitted a brilliant holy light. A dazzling light bloomed from Air's body, and the orc carrying him suddenly let out a scream. His entire body began to age rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, he turned into flying ash. At the same time, accompanied by ethereal hymns, countless bright green photons flew up from the ground. They slowly rose into the air like dancing elemental fairies. There were so many of them that it was impossible to count them all. For a moment, the forest seemed to be immersed in a green ocean. Green photons surrounded the players on the field, constantly circling, and then scrambling to drill into their bodies. Under the surprised eyes of the players, their injuries began to heal rapidly, and even their broken limbs gradually grew back. The seriously injured oak guard Basaka also gradually regained vitality under the support of the photons. The vigorous branches regenerated, and soon the other half of his body that was completely annihilated grew out. The plants on the ground began to grow rapidly with the emergence of the photons, sprouting and unfolding leaves, and then blooming flowers. In the blink of an eye, a path paved with colorful flowers appeared on the ground. Everywhere was covered in greenery and a sea of flowers. Countless butterflies formed by photons began to revolve around Air, and in his somewhat confused eyes, they poured into his body. Air's aura began to grow rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, he broke through the level of black iron and broke through to silver. Everything was like a miracle. Demacia widened his eyes and looked at the elven little boy in disbelief. He rubbed his eyes fiercely. F***ck. So this boy is the NPC that triggered the plot? Then, he glanced at his character Pain that had completely recovered to a healthy state and subconsciously pinched his thigh. It didn't hurt, however, he quickly came to his senses. As he adjusted the pain setting and pinched again, he sucked in a breath of cold air and exclaimed excitedly, "It's not a dream. It's a plot animation." Looking at this sudden change, the orcs were stunned. An unprecedented sense of crisis hit Blackstone's heart. He subconsciously wanted to shout and order everyone to escape, but then he was shocked to find that he had lost control of his body. At this moment, the half-beastmen realized that countless photons were attached to their bodies, controlling their movements. Immediately afterward, a sacred and mighty aura suddenly descended upon the scene. Under everyone's astonished gazes, the flying photons continuously revolved on the ground and finally formed a human figure. It was an existence whose entire body was enveloped in holy light. She wore a sacred and noble long dress and a supreme divine crown on her head. Her long silver hair reached her waist, and her magnificent and mysterious purple eyes flickered with a bright light. An inviolable sense of majesty struck everyone's hearts. The players could not help but lower their heads at a glance, and an urge to worship rose in their hearts. Although it was just a glance, that peerless figure seemed to have been engraved in their minds and could not be erased. Basaka looked at the noble figure in the holy light, and his expression became extremely fanatical in an instant. He supported himself on the ground and stood up. Then, he knelt down respectfully. His deep voice was solemn and solemn. "Praise, my lord." Alice also fell into a frenzy. She also knelt down and said in a pious and solemn voice, "Praise, my lord." The dozen half-beastmen looked horrified. In their eyes, there was only a dazzling holy light. They could not see anything clearly. In an instant, they felt a stabbing pain in their eyes and souls at the same time. Along with their miserable screams, tears of blood flowed from their eyes. Do not look directly at God. In other words, without the permission of the true God, no one could look directly at the true God. For a moment, everyone understood. Mother Nature, the goddess of life, the ruler of the elves, Eve Yggdrasil, had descended in person. The goddess first glanced at her two adorers, and a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Then, she slowly walked toward air. With every step she took, a cluster of flowers bloomed on the ground as if praising the miracle of life. The wildly growing plants bowed slightly with her movements, as if they were paying respect to a supreme being. Air stared blankly at the sacred figure gradually walking toward him. His mind was blank. The goddess came to him, stretched out her arm, and gently stroked his forehead. "Remember your oath." Her voice was sacred and majestic with a touch of pleasant intimacy. With her gentle stroking, a holy light bloomed on Air's forehead. A tree-shaped symbol that symbolized Mother Nature appeared and then gradually faded. The aura on Air's body changed again. Although it did not continue to increase his strength, it seemed to be faintly different. His body seemed to be stained with a layer of sacred aura. It seemed to be a sublimation of the level of life. With the movement of the goddess, countless photons began to revolve around the two of them. Waves of ethereal and sacred hymns faintly sounded, "God's blessing. It's God's blessing." Looking at everything on the field, Basaka's expression was fanatical. Hearing Basaka's words, the players also recovered from the shock. They looked up and were stunned when they saw the figure that seemed to be bestowed with a knight's salute and the bright light effect of the Holy Spirit. This was the third time the players saw the goddess figure after the character was created and the first plot mission was issued. But unlike the previous two times, the goddess incarnation this time seemed to be more real and more majestic and sacred. The gorgeous special effects of the descent were also more shocking than before. There were no words that could describe the players' current feelings. If there were, there was only one word, F***ck. Air. At this time, the goddess spoke again. Her gaze turned to the remaining orcs on the field. Her voice was incomparably majestic. "They are all yours." Hearing the goddess' words, Air turned his head blankly and looked at the struggling orcs who kept covering their eyes and wailing. For a moment, his expression was a little complicated. Grandpa once told him to respect life and treat people with generosity. Grandpa once told him that every creature made mistakes, but as long as they knew their mistakes and corrected them, they deserved to be forgiven. But at this moment, hesitated. In an instant, the scene of his tribe being slaughtered appeared in his mind again, the hideous laughter of the orcs, the wailing of his tribe, and the despair of his tribe's destruction. Why was it that the elves, who had great strength, could not defeat the enemy? Why was it that the glorious silver race became the target of the iron race? Air's expression changed several times before finally becoming firm. Being merciful to the enemy is being cruel to yourself. He took a deep breath and picked up a curved sword on the ground. The half-beastmen struggled to open their eyes. They looked at the pale-faced heir, who was biting his lips as he approached with a machete in his hand. They were terrified. At this moment, they realized that they had regained their ability to speak. The orc closest to Air hurriedly shouted, "Air! Don't come over, don't come over. We know we were wrong. We'll leave the elven forest now." A hint of hesitation flashed across Air's face. But when he thought of the various hardships his race had gone through, his expression turned completely cold. It's been too many times. After saying that, he stood on his tiptoes and waved his machete, stabbing it into the half-beastman's chest. It's too late. The moment the machete stabbed into the half-beastman's chest, the half-beastman let out a painful howl. Then, his entire body began to convulse and rapidly aged, quickly turning into ashes. War sacrifice. When the goddess gave Air the nature's mark, this unique druid skill also became his passive ability. Seeing the fate of their companions, the remaining half-beastmen's faces changed. Black Rock looked at the young elf in front of him in disbelief, a huge wave of emotion surging in his heart. They've changed. They've changed. After killing the first half-beastman, Air looked at his blood-stained hands and his expression became even more determined. If only war and blood can save the race, then start with me. After saying that, he turned around and walked towards the next half-beastman. Dark red blood splattered on his pale face, reflecting his silver hair and dark blue pupils, making the young elf look exceptionally cold and resolute. Damn, so handsome. He's like a completely different person. Looking at Air's back, Demacia opened his mouth wide in shock. This cool and handsome little Shota was going to attract a wave of female fans. If he remembered correctly, there were quite a lot of Shota fetishes on the forum. He glanced at the few surviving female players and found that many of their eyes were shining, almost putting stars in their eyes. Demacia was speechless. In this era where looks matter, he looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle and shook his head sadly. But very quickly, Demacia came to his senses. His action of looking at Air carried a trace of pain and resentment. F***CK. These are all EXP and contribution points. Air. Leave some for me. He quickly got up and was about to pick up his scimitar to join the other party, but he was surprised to find that he could not move his body. Demacia, to hell with the plot animation. He cursed and sat on the ground again. The other players also noticed this. They were also unable to move and could only watch as Air killed the half-beastmen who had lost their ability to resist. Eve stood behind Air, quietly observing his actions. The elves were too naive. For the future of their race, the elves had to make some changes. In the world of seekers, the confrontation between races of different faiths was cruel, and there was no room for mercy. If the elves wanted to rise again, Eve's support was not enough. They had to go through the test of blood and tears to forge a new race soul. The appearance of the players was an opportunity, and Air's appearance was also an opportunity. Eve hoped that with Air, the elves would have a new race concept. Peace did not mean weakness, kindness did not mean retreat. Even when facing a cruel enemy, one had to show one's sword and fangs. Seeing Air gradually walking toward him, Blackstone's pupils suddenly shrank. His expression changed slightly, and then he threatened sternly. You have to think clearly. I have the token of a true god on me. Not only that, I was once the guardian of the Holy Land. If you kill me, you'll attract the attention of the Father God. Hearing this, Air was silent. Seeing the other side's silence, Blackstone let out a sigh of relief and continued. I can swear on my soul that if you let me go, I won't tell the secret of this place. I'll never be the enemy of the elves, and I won't be the enemy of the true God. He faced Eve's direction and slightly lowered his head in a respectful and obedient manner. Although he did not dare to stand up straight and look at this supreme existence, there was a hint of pleading in his words. Eve did not speak. Er did not speak either. He looked back at the goddess, and the goddess smiled at him. That smile was like spring, instantly warming Ael's heart, as if saying, "Don't worry about the threat, it's all up to you." Then Eve looked coldly at black stone. A token that could attract the attention of a true god, a mere silver orc warrior could not bring it out. If a true god's avatar descended and she did not catch the enemy in one fell swoop, then she, as a true god, would have no dignity. Eve's perception was still very sharp. In her premonition, although killing black stone seemed to cause some twists and turns, it would not bring any danger. As her strength gradually recovered, her premonition became more and more accurate, especially when it came to worldly creatures, and with the comforting gaze of the mother goddess, Er's expression gradually became firm. He pulled out his curved sword and pierced Black Stone's chest under the frightened gaze of Black Stone. "Sorry, you don't have this chance anymore." Accompanied by a tragic howl, Black Stone's body began to age rapidly, and he struggled to look in the direction of Eve. He used all his strength to widen his eyes, and while bleeding tears, he shouted, "Father God, we'll never let you go." "Absolutely. Absolutely." Humph! Eve let out a soft snort. And Blackstone's body stiffened at the moment of the soft snort. Then, like broken glass, his body collapsed, and turned into ashes. All the beastmen were wiped out. Eve waved her hand slightly, and a bone flew from the ground and fell into her hand. In the forest, it was quiet. All the players focused their eyes on the most dazzling and sacred figure. They held their breaths, and their hearts were shocked. Eve looked around the scene again and smiled at all the players. Every player who looked at her could not help but feel a trace of intimacy and respect under this dreamy smile, and then they could not help but lower their heads again. As for Eve, she turned around and transformed into a dazzling light before slowly disappearing. Ding. Mission, Orc Hunting Team, completed. All players who participated in the mission will receive corresponding EXP, contribution, and perfect resurrection according to the mission contribution. Ding. All players who participated in the mission will receive the blessing of the goddess, the chosen one, the chosen one. In the next 7 game days, your EXP gain will be increased by 50%. The players were quiet for a moment, and then they let out an earth-shattering cheer. Eve controlled her avatar and quickly left the players' battlefield under the cover of the holy light. After leaving the battlefield, she breathed a sigh of relief. Her decision to reveal her face this time was a decision she had made after careful consideration. When she gave the order to hunt down the orcs, she had a premonition that there would be twists and turns. At that time, she had planned to use her avatar as a trump card. She didn't expect it to really come in handy. But at the very beginning, she planned to wait for the players to fail the mission. After she knew the trump card of the orcs, she would disguise herself as Hela's adorer and go to the orc space. Well, this was definitely not to take advantage of the players' insignificant experience and contribution. She was really considering her own sense of mystery and security, but when she heard Air's vow, her plan changed. She felt that this might be an opportunity to change the views of the native elves in the Seeker's world. Air's full name was Air Moonlight. The surname Moonlight was very ancient among the elves. It was a branch tribe of the former Elven Kingdom's royal family. After the Elven Kingdom declined and the Elven royal family was completely extinct, the Moonlight tribe was the most appealing tribe among the elves. If she could win over Air, then it would be easier for Eve to set a flag among the native elves and let them walk out of the foolish benevolence. In addition, if done well, she could also gain popularity among the players. This popularity shouldn't be underestimated. As a veteran of online games, Eve understood the creatures called players very well. They would have a special feeling for the existence of a faction leader, especially when the faction leader was cool, handsome, and had a touching background story. In addition, it could also bring benefits to the players. Well, this group of players would definitely be dead set on playing the game. Although she was the only faction leader in Elven Kingdom, if she could increase the number of fans of the players, it would also make the players work harder. Eve didn't lack a background story. Most of the missions were issued by her. As for the appearance, Eve wasn't bragging. So far, she really hadn't found an existence that could surpass her avatar. At this time, she just needed to make her presence known. Why did she have the illusion that she was walking on the path of an idol? Eve shook her head. Therefore, after much consideration, she decided to take the field herself. As for the dignity of a true god, she was just a weak divine power on the brink of death. What was the use of dignity? Moreover, she was not a native true god. She had been smuggled into Blue Star and had become a true god halfway through. As long as it was beneficial to her, she was willing to do anything other than crossing her bottom line. Moreover, there were many shameless gods in the Seeker's continent. It was said that there were some who secretly pretended to be mortals to experience the human world. Even the children of half-human half-gods had a few soccer teams. Of course, even if he were to descend to the scene, he would not lose his cool as a true god. With Eve's current strength as a lower gold, she would have to pay a certain price if she wanted to act cool in front of the players. Especially since this place was too far away from her main body and was not under her control. And this special effect of flowers, green leaves, resplendent light, and ethereal hymns were all created by her using her divine power points. In order to achieve the best effect, her clone had used up almost all of her strength. Although at the level of her clone, there were only some special effects that could be easily broken, it was enough to fool the players. Besides, the reason why Eve gave the last hit to Air was that her clone was already at its limit to maintain the special effects and target control. If he were to give the last hit, he would be exposed. Fortunately, as she became more compatible with the Yggdrasil, Eve's control over her divine power became stronger and stronger. Her usage of divine power was not as inefficient as it was at the beginning. Healing everyone only cost her 1 point of divine power. This was much more efficient than when she had to spend 1 point of divine power to heal the 2 believers in the beginning. The reason why the healing cost was so high was firstly because of the distance. Secondly, healing was different from the body that was born from the Yggdrasil. The body that was born from the Yggdrasil relied on the instincts of the Yggdrasil and consumed much less divine power. Healing, on the other hand, relied entirely on divine power. As for the other special effects, as well as the various control effects, she did not even use 1 point of divine power points. And it seemed that the results were very good. The orcs were stunned, and the players were also shocked. If the players' favorability could be visualized, Eve believed that it would definitely increase. Not only that, but she also received a new fanatic, a God's chosen one who was willing to dedicate his body and mind to her. Air's vow meant that he had given his everything to God and became an existence similar to the oak tree guardians. Such an opportunity was very rare. Not to mention that very few people were willing to dedicate their body and mind completely to God. Even if they were willing, there were very few who had the qualifications to become a God's chosen one. It just so happened that Air, who had a trace of royal blood, could do it. Not only that, it had only been a short time, and Air had not fully accepted nature's faith. Eve believed that as he grew, his faith would continue to grow. Sooner or later, he would become a saint like Alice. With Air, Alice and Basaka can share some of the NPC work. Eve was very satisfied. Withdrawing her clone, Eve's consciousness returned to her original body. At this time, she began to check her gains. Unsurprisingly, she gained another wave of divine power from this operation. Among them, the annihilation of the orcs brought her a total of 8 points of divine power, most of which came from the resentment of the elven souls. And Air, who became a God's chosen one and a fanatic, provided her with 5 points. The orcs only gave her 8 points. It was a little out of her expectations. This was because the number of orcs this time was much more than the first time Basaka attacked. There was even a lower silver-ranked orc among them. However, the orc's divine power was only 3 points higher than the last time. But soon, Eve understood. The resentment of the elven souls is limited. At the very beginning, the feedback was definitely the most obvious, but as I became stronger, the resentment accumulated over thousands of years became less and less effective. However, Eve did not expect to rely on the resentment of the elven souls to strengthen herself. As long as she could get out of the state of near death, it was enough. She looked at her divine power value. After deducting the consumption and adding the bits and pieces she gained during this period, she now had a total of 94 points. She was 6 points away from getting out of the state of near death. At this time, Eve took out the bone piece she got from black stone. Different from the world leaf that she gave to Samir, this bone piece could be used repeatedly. This also meant that there were more divine power values stored in it. Eve roughly felt it. There are actually 10 points? She was very surprised. After the joy, Eve decisively chose to devour. 10 points of divine power were immediately extracted by her. After rough conversion, it shrank into less than 7 points of divine power of nature. And Eve's divine power value finally broke through the 100 mark. Divine power points, 101,500, 100 divine power points was the bottom line to get out of the state of near death. When the divine power points broke through 100, Eve had an instinctive feeling that she could reactivate the vitality of the world tree at any time. The world tree in the state of near death could not take the initiative to obtain energy from the outside world, but once it regained its vitality, it would regain this instinct. Eve had waited for this moment for too long. She did not hesitate, focused her attention, and began to revive. Under her thoughts, the 100 divine power points began to be consumed rapidly, and the divine persona space emitted a bright green light. The light kept spreading, and finally broke through the space limit, radiating to the entire world tree. All the divine power poured out and poured into the branches of the world tree. The divine power was divided into two. One went upstream, from the trunk into the spiraling branches, then to the top of the branches, and kept brewing. The other went downstream, into the roots, and then kept going deeper and deeper, gradually extending to the tip of the withered thin roots. In an instant, an unprecedented feeling of pleasure came from all over her body. Eve felt a strange itch all over her body, as if something was about to break through. Finally, this feeling reached its limit under the effect of the divine power, as if it had broken through some kind of barrier, and a breath of life began to rise on the world tree. At this moment, all the players in the safe zone felt a trace of fear. Then, the ground seemed to start shaking slightly, as if something was rolling under the ground. The roots of the world tree had regained their vitality, and those broken and withered roots began to take root and grow. This phenomenon appeared on the ground. The effect was like an earthquake. What's going on? An earthquake? Feeling the shaking of the ground, the players all became alert. At this time, a player subconsciously turned back and looked in the direction of the world tree. His eyes suddenly widened, and his face was full of disbelief, which then quickly turned into excitement and shock. Look! The world tree! The world tree! Hearing his words, the other players also turned back. In an instant, their mouths were wide open in shock. The world tree had changed. The goddess had just revived, and the world tree was in a very bad state. This was a well-known fact. Although the players had seen the majestic scenery of the Yggdrasil in the game's promotional video, the Yggdrasil was no longer what it was in the legends when they arrived. After 1,000 years of divine war, the once luxuriant world tree was only left with bare branches and some withered leaves. Not only that, even his entire body had withered and shrunk a lot compared to when he was at his peak. The world tree that the players saw looked like it was about to wither and die. Even if there was some greenery, it was very little. But now, the world tree had changed. He began to glow with vitality again. As far as the eye could see, the entire towering trunk began to emit a magnificent light. It was the radiance of nature and life. At the top of the branches, countless leaves sprouted and sprouted at a speed visible to the naked eye. Very quickly, the originally empty canopy was covered by countless tender green leaves. Although the leaves that grew out were still sparse, the entire world tree had a trace of life. It was no longer withered, but as if it was welcoming spring, and as the world tree sprouted and spread its leaves, traces of ancient vicissitudes spread. Every player who sensed this aura could not help but shudder, as if they were doused with cold water from head to toe. At the same time, an instinctive reverence grew from the bottom of their hearts. That was the natural suppression of higher life forms over lower life forms, and as the leaves spread once more, the pale green radiance turned into divine photons that flew everywhere and began to spread with the world tree as the center. All players who came into contact with these photons vaguely felt some mysterious change in their bodies. They checked their own status bar and were surprised to find that their physique had improved by varying degrees, and their EXP had also increased slightly. This was especially true for druid players. At the same time, as the photons continued to spread, the plants in the forest began to grow rapidly, especially in the safe zone with the world tree as the core. As if triggered by something, they sprouted and spread their leaves at the same time, and kept growing their branches and trunks. Young saplings grew from the ground in the areas that had become sparse due to the players' cutting. Not only that, but the saplings also grew rapidly, and in less than a minute, they had grown almost 10 meters tall. In just a moment, every place was covered in green once more. Even the elven town that the players had established was no exception. The wooden houses that they had built were also brimming with vitality and sprouting leaves. What's more, they even bloomed and bore fruit. However, the plants in the elven town seemed to have received some sort of command. Although they had regained their vitality, they did not destroy the original building structure, but instead grew on the foundation of the original building, following the original architectural style. That way, not only did they not destroy the original architectural style, but they also added a hint of green and vitality. For a moment, the entire town seemed to have become a sea of flowers and greenery, bursting with vitality. In the sky, countless petals were flying, as if a rainbow-colored rain of flowers. All the players were stunned. Damn, my house is alive. Pfft, it instantly turned into a treehouse. It feels so beautiful. Isn't this too spectacular? Is the world tree reviving? Someone plucked a tempting red fruit from under the eaves and put it into his mouth to take a bite. It was incredibly sweet. After the rapid growth, all the plants within a 30-kilometer radius were facing the world tree. They bent their branches and vines as if they were worshipping their king. All the players who witnessed this were shocked by the scene of the plants worshipping. All things were worshipping. The visual impact was indescribable. At the center of all the changes, Eve also felt that her state had undergone a tremendous change. At the moment when the leaf sprouted, her control of heaven and earth began to expand rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it expanded from 10 kilometers to 30 kilometers, and after the complete revival, the divine power that was used to activate the body also began to feed back, and Eve's divine power began to gradually recover. However, it stopped when it reached around 90 points. Eve checked her status again. Name, Eve Yggdrasil. Race, World Tree, Ancient God. Level, 150, Mythical. Status, Weak Divine Power. Clergy, Nature, Life, Elf. Title, Mother Nature, Goddess of Life, Lord of Elves. Divine Power, 903,000. Number of Believers, 222. Saint 1, Fanatic 3, Devout 31, Shallow 187. Ability, Absorb, Communicate, Bestow, Enlighten, Heal, Summon, God's Descent, Absorb. Seeing the new ability, Eve's heart skipped a beat. Absorb. If Eve's judgment was correct, this was the traditional way for the world tree to obtain energy. The world tree belonged to the ancient gods, and the ancient gods had the ability to actively strengthen their divine power by absorbing void energy or other ways to obtain energy. And now that she was out of the state of near death, the ability Eve obtained was Absorb. She focused her attention on her newly obtained ability, and the information related to it immediately surfaced in her mind. Absorb, the inherent ability of the world tree in its primary form. It can absorb void energy, origin power, and vitality from the void, plane worlds, and creatures and convert them into its own divine power. It was indeed the ability to obtain divine power. Eve was delighted. However, looking at the related content of the ability, she quickly became curious again. The primary form of the world tree? After being reborn as the world tree for so long, this was the first time she had heard such a thing. Even the inheritance of the world tree did not mention it. Could there be other forms? What was the level of the previous world tree? Eve couldn't help but connect the dots. The primary form was already an ancient god with weak divine power. If there was a higher form, what would it be like? Mid-level divine power, great divine power, or something else? For a moment, Eve suddenly felt that she seemed to have underestimated her new body. Then, she noticed a few targets of Absorb. Void, plane worlds, creatures. The universe in which the world of Seekers was located was different from the Blue Star universe. Or rather, the two did not belong to the same universe at all. The universe in the Blue Star was composed of celestial bodies. The most common celestial body was a planet, which could also be abbreviated as a celestial universe. But the world of Seekers was not. The universe in which the world of Seekers was located was a plane universe. The plane universe was composed of planes of different attributes, large and small. Each plane was a world, sealed in its own bubble-like crystal wall system, and these crystal wall systems were suspended in a special substance that could not be touched or seen. In the universe of Seekers, this special substance was called Void. And the world of Seekers that Eve was in was the oldest high-level main material plane in the entire plane universe. The prime material plane was the plane with the most balanced attributes and the most complete laws among all the planes. It was also the plane where life was most likely to be born. It was said that the first life of the Seekers universe was born in the world of Seekers. The first civilization also originated here. That was why the universe was named Seekers. Thinking about the origin of the world of Seekers and the description of the absorb ability, Eve suddenly felt a little strange. My predecessor was besieged by the gods. Could it be related to this ability to absorb? Absorbing energy from the void was fine, as this method of absorbing energy was similar to the plane and void creatures. There was no harm in it, but absorbing from the plane and creatures, the plane source was the fundamental power of a plane. If too much of the source was lost, it would cause the plane's grade to drop. In more serious cases, it might even cause the plane to collapse. As for absorbing life force from living creatures, this was a potential threat to the gods. Especially the gods of faith, who relied on hurting intelligent creatures to survive. If her predecessor from 1,000 years ago had really targeted the source of the Seekers plane, or the living creatures in the world of Seekers, it was not impossible for him to be besieged. However, if that was the case, the world tree would have been described as an evil existence by the gods. But from Eve's observation and understanding, this was not the case. Although the world tree had fallen, from the half-orc's reaction, the impression left by the living creatures of the world tree was still that of an ancient existence worthy of respect. Not only that, as the race born from the world tree, the elves still symbolized peace and nobility. It seems that the secret of the war of the gods 1,000 years ago is very deep. Eve sighed. Thinking to no avail, she decided to try absorb. After a habitual premonition and finding that there was no risk, Eve began to use her ability. And as she used the absorb ability, Eve's vision changed in an instant. She found that her perception began to rise continuously, and finally broke through the crystal wall system of the Seeker's plane and saw the endless void. Not only that, she could even see the void energy that logically could not be seen. These energies were like small flying balls of light, moving in an orderly or disorderly manner in the void. Energy was constantly being absorbed by the Seeker's plane, and at the same time, new energy was being born in the void. Is this the void energy? Eve's heart moved slightly, and she began to absorb. And with this thought, she suddenly felt that countless small balls of light that symbolized the void energy began to fly toward the Seeker's plane. There was a huge amount of void energy, and it quickly entered the world of Seekers. Most of it fell into the source of the Seeker's plane and was absorbed by the plane, but there was still a lot that crossed the plane space and directly poured into Eve's body. The void energy entered her body, and for a moment, Eve felt her whole body heat up, and her divine power value began to increase rapidly again. 1 point, 2 points, 3 points. Her divine power kept increasing until it increased by a full 30 points before it gradually stopped. At this time, the speed at which she absorbed the energy also slowed down, and it seemed to return to a normal speed. Eve focused her attention on the void, and only then did she realize that the surrounding void energy had been absorbed by her, and the remaining void energy had not spread over from the dense areas. She roughly sensed that at the current speed of absorption, she could probably accumulate 1 unit of divine power in about 10 days. What an amazing ability! At this speed, even if I don't do anything, I can reach low-level divine power in about 80 years. Eve was very happy. After escaping from the state of near death, her divine power value had now reached the upper limit of 3,000. 3,000 divine power value was also the highest divine power value that a low-level divine power could have. Any more and she would have to level up her clergy or control a higher level of law. However, Eve's clergy was already quite advanced. She only needed to recover a certain amount of divine power to be able to return to the corresponding rank. In other words, when she accumulated 3,000 divine power points, she could become a low-level divine power. This was also why Uller tried so hard to get the clergy of nature and life. There was no other reason. Divine power more or less limited the level of a true god's strength, but clergy limited the capacity of a true god's divine power. Absorption is indeed a very powerful ability. Eve was very satisfied. However, just as she was overjoyed by her absorption ability, the energy level of the entire world of Seekers suddenly changed. In Eve's perception, the magic level in the world of Seekers was increasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, it was almost 1% higher than before. The magic power level of the world of seekers has increased. Eve was surprised at first, and then her heart tightened. For thousands of years, there were two reasons why the world tree's main body could exist peacefully. On one hand, the previous world tree had cast an isolation curse on its main body at the last moment of its death. Other than the elves, no one below the level of a true god could get close to the world tree's main body. On the other hand, because the magic power of the world of seekers was getting lower and lower, the energy was not enough to support the descent of a true god. The former had already been broken when Eve was reborn. As for the latter, it was starting to change now. The increase in the magic power of the world of seekers was not a good sign for Eve now. She was shocked at first, but she quickly figured out the reason: its absorption. When Eve had just absorbed energy from the void, because her main body was rooted in the world of seekers, she had to use the plane to operate. During this process, more of the void energy was actually absorbed by the origin of the world of seekers. Eve had only absorbed a small part. In the universe of seekers, the growth of the plane relied on void energy. Eve's operation undoubtedly provided a wave of delicious nutrients for the world of seekers, strengthening the plane's origin. Naturally, the magic power level of the entire plane also rose. After figuring everything out, Eve suddenly felt a headache coming on. Because this meant that absorption had become a double-edged sword. Not only would it provide her with divine power, but it would also restore the magic power of the world of seekers. And a restoration of the magic power of the world of seekers might not only attract the attention of the gods, but it might also reopen the passage between the two worlds, allowing the true gods to descend directly. In that case, Eve would be in danger. In addition, after further observation, Eve realized that her absorption just now seemed to have activated some mechanism of the world of seekers. Now, even if she stopped absorption, the speed at which the world of seekers absorbed void energy had increased a lot. Not only that, but this increase was also increasing at a slight speed. This meant that even if he stopped absorbing, the planar passage to the world of seekers would open again sooner or later. Sighing deeply, Eve began to calculate how long it would take for the mana in the world of seekers to recover to the point where the passage between the two worlds could be reopened. If I stop absorbing, it will be 100 years. If I persist, it will be 20 years? A sense of urgency arose in his heart. 20 years, in other words, within 20 years at the earliest, he had to grow to the point where he was not afraid of being besieged by the gods. For a moment, Eve felt her scalp tingle. Even the former great divine power of the world tree had fallen under the siege of the gods. How could he, a mere weak divine power of the true god, grow so quickly in 20 years? This mission could not be said to be easy. Is there any way to stop the plain origin of the world of seekers from growing stronger? Eve pondered. Suddenly, he chuckled. What a fool. Can't I do it myself? The ability to absorb could not only be used on the void, but also on the plane. Since he was worried that the plane would recover too quickly, couldn't he just devour a part of the plane's origin? Anyway, he was the only true god who was still in the world of seekers who was awake. The rest of the true gods were all in the heavens. As long as he was careful to absorb, he would not be discovered by others. Thinking of this, Eve decisively sank into his consciousness again and used absorb. This time, he targeted the origin of the world of seekers. As the ability was used, Eve's consciousness changed again. This time, his field of vision was no longer rising, but sinking. He saw his complicated roots, saw the thick layer of soil, saw the layers of rocks, and saw the slow-flowing lava. Finally, his vision sank into the deepest part of the plane, and he saw a colorful clump-shaped object. At this moment, Eve had a certain understanding in her heart. This was the origin of the world of seekers. Taking a deep breath, Eve began to absorb. As he used his ability, the origin of the world of seekers began to tremble. Traces of origin power began to cross space and move toward Eve. Sensing the trembling of the origin, Eve was shocked. She quickly weakened her absorption and minimized the impact on the origin of the plane to avoid attracting the attention of other existences. It had to be said that compared to the chaotic void energy, the origin power of the plane seemed to be gentler and purer. With just a small sip, Eve was pleasantly surprised to find that her divine power had increased by 10 points. However, before Eve could continue to absorb, there seemed to be a strange force that stopped her from further devouring. Eve suddenly felt an inexplicable summoning on a whim. This kind of summoning was very strange. Eve could not sense where it came from. It seemed to come from the void, but it also seemed to be everywhere. However, this summoning did not make her feel threatened at all. With a hint of curiosity in her heart, Eve decided to accept this inexplicable summoning. The moment she accepted the summoning, Eve's consciousness suddenly began to rise rapidly, and soon crossed space. Her vision suddenly changed again. At first, it was blank, then slowly returned to normal. However, at this time, Eve was surprised to find that she had returned to human form. Not only that, she also found that this place was like a space of consciousness. She could freely change her appearance and aura. Is this some kind of place similar to a space of consciousness? Eve had some guesses. At this time, the surroundings gradually became clear. Eve looked up and found that she had arrived in front of a majestic temple. This temple was made up of huge white stone pillars, carved with mysterious and complicated divine patterns. It was extremely solemn and sacred. The temple was surrounded by a boundless starry sky. Countless twinkling stars surrounded the temple, adding a sense of mystery and nobility to it. This place was very similar to the legendary heavenly realm. However, Eve was sure that this was definitely not the heavenly realm. It was more like an illusory world of consciousness. Eve sensed carefully and raised her eyebrows. It has the smell of the world of seekers. Is this some kind of special space formed based on the plane origin? At this time, Eve also understood what had stopped her from continuing to absorb the origin. It was probably this special space. When Eve looked up and saw a line of ancient seekers at the top of the temple, she raised her eyebrows slightly. Pantheon? Eve was a little curious. She first sensed and found that she could return to her original body at any time. After pondering for a moment, she decided to enter the temple to take a look. However, before entering, she changed her appearance slightly. She changed her hair and pupils to black, then changed her appearance so that she could not be recognized. She also changed her divine power aura. After everything was ready, Eve pushed open the door of the temple. With a creaking sound, the door to the temple slowly opened. Eve took a deep breath and slowly walked in while being on full alert. After entering the Pantheon temple, Eve came to a vast hall. After coming here, Eve was surprised to find that her strength seemed to be restricted. She could not extend her divine sense and could only rely on her eyes to observe everything. In an instant, she seemed to have turned back into a mortal. Fortunately, Eve felt that her connection with the world tree was still there. As long as she wanted to, she could return at any time. After ensuring her safety, Eve began to observe the hall. This place was extremely vast, like a giant conference hall. There were many luxurious and majestic divine thrones. There were many divine thrones arranged in a fan shape. There were at least 1,000 of them. Every divine throne was different. They had their own style and patterns. However, if one looked closely, they would find that most of the divine thrones were dim and dull. Some were even damaged. Only a small number of divine thrones sparkled under the starlight, looking extremely magnificent. These divine thrones were all gathered in front of the temple, and there were less than 100 of them. Seeing this, Eve had a sudden realization. The Pantheon temple. I see. Could it be that place? Looking at the divine thrones in front of her, combined with the World Tree's inheritance, she finally knew where she was. In the World Tree's inheritance, there was a supreme temple in the heavens. The supreme temple symbolized the authority and status of the true gods. At the same time, it was where the true gods discussed matters. The temple was filled with divine thrones, which belonged to the true gods who had been born since life appeared in the Seeker's universe. However, in the World Tree's inheritance, the supreme temple had already been destroyed in that divine war 1,000 years ago. At this thought, Eve shook her head. No, this shouldn't be the supreme temple. Otherwise, it wouldn't have the smell of the Seeker's universe. However, these divine thrones are exactly the same as the true gods' divine thrones mentioned in the World Tree's inheritance. They seem to have been moved from the supreme temple, the Pantheon temple. Could it be a replacement for the supreme temple? But, the supreme temple was originally located in the celestial realm. How could the so-called Pantheon have anything to do with the plane of seekers? Eve was a little confused. After some exploration, she was now certain that this special space was definitely within the Seeker's plane. As for the specific location, it was very likely to be somewhere close to Seeker's plane origin and crystal wall. This feeling was very strange, as if It seems like it's trying to suppress something, Eve guessed in her heart. The divine thrones of the true gods in the supreme temple were supported by the precepts. Even if a true god had fallen, the divine throne he left behind was still a precious divine artifact. Although it was a divine artifact without any special abilities, because of the great power of a true god, it naturally had the characteristic of suppressing all things. At this moment, Eve finally understood what was stopping her from absorbing the Seeker's plain origin. It was the Pantheon Temple. To suppress the plain origin of the world of Seekers? Eve's heart skipped a beat. But soon, she shook her head again. No, it's not suppressing. It's more like protecting. Oh, no, it's both suppressing and protecting. Thinking of some of the information in the World Tree's inheritance, Eve had some guesses. In the inheritance, the World Tree was not the only one heavily damaged in the War of the Gods 1,000 years ago. The Celestial Realm and the Plane of Seekers were both battlefields of the gods. And the damage to the Celestial Realm was the collapse of the Supreme Temple. As for the World of Seekers, its origin was damaged, and the level of magic power fell greatly. At this thought, Eve already had some ideas. This should be a new meeting place built by the gods after moving the divine thrones from the Celestial Realm here. Only consciousness can descend. Not only that, this place also has the effect of protecting and suppressing the Seeker's plane origin. The plane of Seekers was the largest prime material plane, and it was also the prime material plane that provided the most intelligent beings with faith. In order to protect this world, it was not impossible for the true gods to set up a new meeting place here. Although they could not descend to the world of Seekers with their true bodies, they could still descend their consciousnesses here. Thinking of this, Eve could not help but feel a trace of fear. My previous absorption was too reckless. If there happened to be a true god's consciousness here, my existence might have been discovered. The effect of her first absorption could be said to be terrifying. The plane of Seeker's origin was damaged, and the speed at which it absorbed void energy over the past 1,000 years was very slow. Void energy had the natural characteristic of approaching the plane. In 1,000 years, the amount of void energy accumulated around the plane of Seekers was not a small amount. Eve inhaled, and the void energy that had accumulated for 1,000 years surged in, instantly increasing the magic power level of the world of Seekers by nearly 1%. If there was a true god's consciousness here at that time, they would have discovered it long ago. Although they might not be able to guess the recovery of the World Tree, they would definitely suspect that something had happened inside Seekers. No, wait, suddenly, Eve's heart skipped a beat. She looked at the many thrones and searched one by one. A moment later, her expression was strange. No, the gods shouldn't have guessed the recovery of the World Tree. To be more precise, they definitely wouldn't. Her gaze was focused on one of the dilapidated thrones. It was a throne carved with exquisite and complicated patterns. It was painted with flowers and vines. It was exactly the same as the World Tree's throne in the inheritance that Eve had obtained. There was a trace of the true god's soul imprint in the throne. The fact that the throne was dilapidated meant that the true god had fallen. Although Eve had inherited the World Tree's inheritance and had the same divine spark, she was not the previous World Tree after all. Her soul came from another universe, and her soul was also very different. Therefore, she did not inherit the previous World Tree's throne. In other words, although the World Tree had come back to life, the avatar registered in the Pantheon was still dead. Compared to the previous World Tree, Eve was actually more like its child. Thinking of this, Eve did not know whether to laugh or cry, but she also felt quite fortunate. But soon, she felt that this was also a good opportunity. This meant that as long as she did not expose herself, for a long time, even if the gods discovered the magic power changes in the world of Seekers, they would not suspect the World Tree for a short period of time. At this moment, Eve suddenly felt that inexplicable summoning again. But this time, a certain understanding arose in her heart. So that's how it is. Is this summoning for me to leave my soul imprint here? If she left her soul imprint, a new throne would be created in the Pantheon. At the same time, it was equivalent to Eve being accepted by the gods. In other words, the new god was registered. However, Eve decided to give up. The throne is formed by divine power. Even if I hide my divine power aura, if I leave the throne behind, I'll be exposed. In the worst case, I might directly resonate with the previous World Tree's throne and inherit the previous World Tree's throne. that would be awkward. It was equivalent to directly exposing herself. It was fine if she did not register. If I can have a new clergy, I can think of a way to leave behind an avatar. Eve shook her head, sighed regretfully, and turned to leave the Pantheon. Not long after she left, a few of the thrones in the Pantheon suddenly bloomed with bright light. A dazzling holy light descended upon the Pantheon, and 3 stalwart figures appeared in the temple. They sat on their thrones, and their faces could not be seen clearly. Only a dazzling holy light could be seen. One of the figures was golden, and there seemed to be countless angels of faith singing behind him, and many creatures worshipping him. Another figure was bright gray, and there seemed to be countless blurry figures roaring behind him. The sound of swords and sabers could be heard faintly. The last figure was silver blue, and there seemed to be countless dazzling starlight behind him. He was peaceful and mysterious. The entire Pantheon began to reverberate with ethereal hymns, and the brilliance of divine power rendered the temple extremely sacred and magnificent. Suddenly, the golden figure spoke. His voice was deep and majestic. There's an unfamiliar divine power aura, but halfway through, there was a hint of surprise in his voice. Eh? I can't sense the attribute of his divine power. Hearing his words, the bright gray figure scanned the entire temple, and said with some surprise, "There's no new thrones." His voice was hoarse and weathered. After a moment of silence, the golden figure spoke again. "It's a new god, but he gave up on leaving his divine imprint." After that, he looked at the third silver-blue figure. "Your Holiness Rigdal, who's the true god on duty in the Pantheon for the past 100 years? Why didn't he receive the new gods properly?" The silver-blue figure was silent for a moment, then looked at the bright gray figure and said, "It's the god of winter and the hunt, Ullr." Hearing his words, the golden figure immediately looked at the bright gray figure, and his voice had a hint of dissatisfaction. "Your Holiness Lord Lot, Ullr is your god, and this is your dereliction of duty." The bright gray figure was silent for a moment, then sighed. "I'll punish him, Your Holiness Idio." The golden figure nodded, then suddenly sneered. "Ullr, is he still thinking about that person's divine position?" The bright gray figure called Lot nodded. "That person's divine position is very compatible with him. Although I've warned him many times, I'm afraid he hasn't given up." "Nature and life?" The golden figure turned around and looked at the dim divine throne behind him. His gaze was focused on a divine throne engraved with flowers and vines. There was a hint of fear in his voice. "It's been 1,000 years. I wonder if the divine curse set by that person still exists." Cough, cough. At this moment, the silver-blue figure coughed twice. There was a hint of dissatisfaction in his voice. "Lord Idio, you should remember our agreement from 1,000 years ago. That one has already fallen, and what the world of seekers needs now is to rest and recuperate. With the current energy level of the world of seekers, it would not be able to support our descent, and its planar origin would not be able to withstand great interference. As for that person's true form, I've said it many times. His involvement with the Seeker's plane is too deep. Before the Seeker's plane's origin recovers, the gods cannot act against him. Or..." He changed the topic with a hint of mockery. "You want the world of Seekers to collapse?" "Humph." The golden figure snorted coldly and said no more. A moment later, he let out a soft exclamation. "Eh? The magic power of the world of Seekers has increased?" The silver-blue figure nodded. "Yes, it has. It's been 1,000 years. Although it's much faster than my prophecy, the world of Seekers has indeed reached the time for its origin to recover." The golden figure was silent for a moment before looking at the silver-blue figure again. "Lord Rigdal, I don't know what your plans are, but our agreement from 1,000 years ago will not change." With that, he stood up from the divine throne. His voice was deep and powerful. "All existences that threaten the gods must be completely wiped out." Then, he spoke to the bright gray figure again. "Lord Lot, please tell Ullr to find the newborn true god as soon as possible and bring him into the Pantheon." With that, his body bloomed with a brilliant light, and then his figure slowly disappeared. The other 2 figures looked at each other and returned. The Pantheon returned to its calm state. Heaven. In a small divine kingdom of about 10 million square kilometers, countless petitioners were praying fervently. In the center of the divine kingdom, there was a majestic snow mountain covered in snow. On top of it was a silver temple. In the temple, a majestic figure shrouded in holy light was playing with an exquisite divine bow. Suddenly, he had a thought. He reached out his hand and beckoned. A silver ball of light flew into his hand, and when he touched it, an angry roar suddenly resounded in the temple. Ullr! A true god has been born. You will be guarding the pantheon for 100 years. Find the newborn true god as soon as possible and bring him into the pantheon. Also, you have neglected your duty. The time will be extended for another 100 years as punishment. Ullr was speechless. After taking a deep breath, he stood up from the divine throne and bowed slightly in a direction. As you command, Lord God. Hearing his words, the silver ball of light seemed very satisfied and slowly disappeared. Ullr heaved a sigh of relief and said with some frustration. I didn't expect a true god to be born. There had not been a new true god in the Seeker's universe for 1,000 years, so he had relaxed his duty. He did not expect to bump into the muzzle of a gun. As if thinking of something, Ullr looked in the direction of the ball of light and snorted with some dissatisfaction. Humph. If I had mastered nature and life, why would I be a follower god? As the youngest and most promising, self-proclaimed, newborn true god in thousands of years, he had always wanted to be independent and have his own divine system. Unfortunately, the half-orcs were too weak, and his priesthood was too weak. I don't know how the believers' investigation is going. There's still no news after so long. Ullr put down his bow and paced back and forth in the temple in a somewhat impatient manner. Suddenly, his heart stirred. He stopped and gently waved to the outside of the temple. Soon, a thin half-orc soul floated over. It was an old half-orc dressed in sheep's clothing. He was a priest. If Xianxia was here, he would find that he was the unlucky guy who was stabbed to death by a box of rice. Ullr narrowed his eyes, then put his hand on the head of the priest's soul. In an instant, scenes were displayed in the temple. That was the priest's life experience. Priests were different from other believers. When becoming a priest, intelligent creatures were equivalent to opening their souls completely to the true God. In this case, once an intelligent creature died, his memory would be protected by the divine power of the true God. After the soul ascended to the divine kingdom, he would still have the memory of his life. And the true God could also read his memory. This was the real reason why Eve had to guard against Ullr's priests. As the memory was read, Ullr's expression changed from anticipation to solemnity, and from solemnity to doubt. After a while, he put down his hand and murmured in a daze. 7 Dragon Balls? Manjikyu Sharingan? One Piece's treasure? In the core area of the elven forest. A team of elves in gorgeous armor and magic robes were lurking in the forest. Through the dense foliage, they were vigilantly watching a giant beast in the distance. It was a dragon-type magical beast covered in scales, about 4 to 5 meters tall. It was gnawing on the carcass of a wild boar, letting out a low growl from time to time. This magical beast was called the forest lizard. It was said that it had a trace of the green dragon's bloodline. It could spit out fragrances and a highly corrosive poisonous fog. It was a magical beast at the beginning of the lower silver level. Xianxia looked at the forest lizard with a serious expression and whispered to the young elf beside him. Do you see that forest lizard? At the side, nodded with a focused expression, like a good child who was listening attentively in class. I see it, brother Xianxia. At this moment, the elf youth was very different from before. He wore the same gorgeous armor and held a short sword that glittered with silver light in his hand. That was a reward given to him by the goddess, a symbol of being God's chosen one. According to Xianxia, this equipment was of the golden legendary level. The chosen ones were envious. Although did not know what the golden legendary level meant, he knew that this equipment must be very precious. This made him even more grateful and respectful to the generous mother goddess. Xianxia was very satisfied with the serious look on the young elf's face. He coughed lightly and said in a serious tone, Don't worry. Although your strength has increased greatly, you still need to train. Just as the goddess said, if the elves want to become strong again, not only do we need a sincere heart, we also need to cultivate the courage to fight. The battle between races is cruel. Benevolence without a bottom line will only put you in danger. although your strength has increased greatly, you still have too little combat experience. This magical beast has the strength of a lower silver level. Not only is it ugly, but it is also a cruel carnivore. It's a heinous crime. Why don't we, cough cough, it's just right for you to train. I know you won't be able to bear it, but don't worry. We'll take it slow. This time it'll be the same as before. Just beat it half to death, and we'll take care of the rest. Damasia's expression was gentle as he guided her patiently. Hearing his words, Ire nodded obediently. Yes, big brother Damasia. Although he had killed the orcs with his own hands, the kind nature of the elves still made him unable to bear to kill these magical beasts. Thinking of this, Ire looked at Damasia with some admiration, a trace of warmth in his heart. In order to help me grow, big brother Damasia didn't hesitate to risk his life to find these powerful magical beasts. And considering my mental endurance, he even allowed me to beat the magical beasts half to death first, while they took care of the rest. How nice of them. I must not disappoint him. His expression gradually became firm. After taking a deep breath, Ire said, That's right. Big brother Damasia, I'm going. Damasia nodded as well. Go, be careful, the goddess will protect you. He drew a symbol of Mother Nature on his chest with a serious and devout expression. After that, he couldn't help but add, beat it half to death is good enough. Ire quickly came to the front of the giant lizard and fought with it. The fluctuations of the battle between silver-level powerhouses were extremely violent, causing the lurking players to be amazed. After the battle began, Damasia's serious expression suddenly couldn't be maintained. The corner of his mouth curved slightly, and his eyes lit up as he looked at the giant lizard in the distance. Low-level silver level. He, after this wave of kills, I'll probably get a few thousand EXP. Limu walked to his side and looked at him helplessly. You rascal, you even want to fleece a child. After hearing Limu's words, Damasia grinned. Brother Mu, Ire isn't a child, he's older than my great-grandfather. After saying that, he rolled his eyes and chuckled. Besides, I didn't do anything wrong, he trained his combat skills, we'll kill him and earn some EXP, it's a win-win situation. Limu rolled his eyes. You're just greedy for his strength at the peak of low-level silver level. A silver-level fighter, it's a waste not to take it. Damasia laughed. If Ire knows your true thoughts, I'm afraid your little positive feelings will become negative. Limu shook his head. Don't worry, we've been in prison together. I've even told him a lot of stories. Damasia proudly patted his chest and said. After that, his expression became a little mysterious, and he moved closer to Limu's ear and said, Did you know? Ire's favorite story is Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs, well, although it's a tragic version that has been magically modified by me. Limu was speechless. Seeing that Limu didn't reply, Damasia laughed dryly and changed the topic. Speaking of which, it feels like there are more and more magical beasts in the forest recently. Didn't they all run away before? Due to the hunting of the players, the low-level magical beasts in the core area of the elf forest had already started a large-scale migration for their lives. However, after the World Tree's revival, the players were surprised to find that these magical beasts were gradually returning. Not only that, even some of the higher-level magical beasts had started to migrate to the core area. Limu looked around at the forest that was much more lush than before and said with uncertainty, maybe it's because of the mana. Maybe it's because of the recovery of mana. I'm a druid, so I'm quite sensitive to the mana in the forest. After the World Tree's revival, I feel that the mana in the forest has greatly increased, especially in the core area. These magical beasts should be migrating because of this. Not to mention them, even I feel that the effects of my meditation have improved a lot recently. The world of Seegers was a magical world, and places with abundant mana were often places of abundance. In particular, this was a forest, which represented abundance of natural mana, so it wasn't surprising that magical beasts were attracted. After hearing Limu's words, Damasia licked his lips. Looks like I can eat wild game again soon. Limu was speechless. The battle ended quickly. A moment later, Ire returned to the players' team. He wiped the blood on his short sword and greeted Damasia. Brother Damasia, I'm done. So fast? Damasia was slightly taken aback, then looked at the giant lizard. At this moment, the giant lizard had fallen to the ground and was dying. Its body was covered in wounds, and its scales had fallen to the ground. It was a tragic sight, and only its legs were twitching non-stop. Xianxia was speechless. What a ferocious old Shota, he looked strangely at the innocent-looking heir, then laughed dryly. Ahem, good job. With that, he gave the other players a look, and the group hurriedly waved their weapons and rushed excitedly toward the giant lizard on the ground. Follow behind an NPC and you'll have meat to eat. Seeing the chosen ones rushing excitedly toward the magical beasts, heir was already used to it. After the players finished off the magical beasts and sacrificed some scales, bones, and other materials to the goddess, they returned to the elf town in a mighty manner. As soon as they returned to the town, the cuckoo bird found Limu's team. Miss Alice is looking for heir. She seemed to be very excited and almost couldn't maintain her usual serious and cold persona. What's wrong? Limu asked curiously. It seems that the elves are coming back. After receiving Alice's summons, heir greeted Xianxia and the others and immediately returned to the nature temple. During this period of time, the nature temple had been expanded once again. Originally, there was only one main hall in the temple, but now a few more halls had been opened. It was said that it was to welcome the arrival of future clergy. The players had always been curious about the meaning of the so-called future clergy. After all, in the player's mage profession, the priest column had not been unlocked. But now, everyone finally knew. The elves were coming back. In other words, the elven forest would welcome a new batch of NPCs, and this probably meant a new main storyline. Many players who received the news put down their work and rushed over from all directions, skillfully eavesdropping on the temple's walls. Inside the nature temple, Alice was teaching the teachings of Mother Nature to two elven Lolas. They were heir's younger sisters. One was called Lia Moonlight, and the other was called Lia Moonlight. But although they were called sisters, they were actually not related to heir by blood. The probability of the elves having children was very low. Generally speaking, elves of the same age would be raised together, calling each other brothers and sisters. Heir and the other two were the last descendants of the Moonlight tribe. Unlike Heir, who had already become a chosen, Lia and Leah were younger. They were not even 60 years old and were at the age of learning. Alice hoped to train them into future nature priests. When Heir entered the temple, the two little Lolas were listening attentively to Alice's preaching of nature's code. When they saw Heir, their eyes lit up. Alice also put down the heavy Holy Bible and smiled at the two. That's all for today. You can leave first. I have something to say to your big brother Heir. The two little girls cheered. They stood up, bowed to Alice, and said in a sweet voice, "Oh, dear. Yes, Teacher Alice." Then, like butterflies, they pounced on Heir. Big brother Heir. Welcome back. Heir smiled at the two of them and gently patted their little heads. Don't go too crazy. Don't hang out with the chosen ones all the time. Don't listen to their twisted theories and eat things you shouldn't eat. Alice added. Hearing Alice's words, the two little Lolas shrank their heads. They retracted the two wooden chopsticks that were almost exposed in their arms, swallowed their saliva, and giggled at Alice. Then, he ran out of the temple like the wind. After the two left, Alice looked at Heir and drew a tree symbol on her chest. May the Mother Goddess bless you, Your Excellency Heir. Heir returned the salute. May the Mother Goddess bless you, Lady Alice. Alice looked at the bloodstains on Heir's body and her expression froze. You followed the chosen ones to hunt magical beasts again? Heir nodded with a solemn expression. Mercy can't save the elven race. Training with swords and blood is necessary. Alice was speechless. She looked at Heir with a complicated expression and sighed. Forget it, perhaps, your choice is also a path. Mother Goddess expressed her tacit approval of the chosen one's behavior and even allowed Heir to hang out with them all day. This made Alice, the saintess of nature, gradually guess, perhaps. Mother Goddess really wants to change the nature of the elven race. After seeing too much blood and tears of the elven race and the elven town that gradually prospered under the efforts of the chosen ones, Alice's original persistence gradually wavered. But no matter what, Mother Goddess is right. As long as I follow her will, I will definitely be able to witness the glory of the elven race again. thinking of this, Alice's faith in her heart became firmer. She took a deep breath, and her expression gradually became sincere and serious. She said to Air, "Sir Air, Her Holiness the Mother Goddess has sent me another message." Saying this, her eyes flashed with a glimmer of light. The Inferno tribe of the elven race will soon return to the elven forest. The Inferno tribe? That's great. Air's eyes lit up. He had heard his grandfather mention that the Raging Flame tribe was a tribe with a relatively large population. Alice nodded with a serious expression. But the Inferno tribe has a large population, and they have to pass through the border between the Gloom Mountain Range and the Elven Forest to return. According to the location of the Beastman stronghold that we destroyed, I speculate that there might be a Beastman tribe in that area. A Beastman tribe. Air's expression gradually became solemn. So, for the safe return of the Inferno tribe, I hope you can go and help them. Alice said. Although old priest Sammir also had the strength of a silver rank, the fighting strength of a priest was still lacking. He was more of a support role. And with the world leaf in his hand, he could at most cast a gold-level defensive divine spell once. To be on the safe side, Alice still hoped that Air, who was a combat-type God's chosen one, could make a trip. As for why she didn't choose Basaka the Oak Guard, Basaka's goal was too big and too special. He almost immediately announced the recovery of the World Tree when he showed his face. Priests and God's chosen ones could at least disguise themselves in front of the believers of other true gods. Of course, this was also Eve's intention. After walking around the Pantheon, he believed that as long as the World Tree divine throne in the Pantheon was still damaged, even if there were believers of nature, the true gods would at most suspect that someone had inherited the World Tree's priesthood of nature. Who would have thought that a soul from another world would transmigrate to the World Tree and inherit it? Eve speculated that the reason why the World Tree was besieged by the gods was probably not because of the divine title, but because of the World Tree itself. It was also very likely that it was related to the ability to absorb. Of course, the divine titles of nature and life were also high-level divine titles. For some ordinary demigods and true gods, it was attractive enough. If it was really exposed, it was actually a double-edged sword. Perhaps she could catch some fish. Although Eve had the ability to absorb, this ability had too many limitations. If she wanted to quickly rise, she still had to strengthen the elven race while relying on the players' war sacrifices to contribute life force. At the same time, she had to think of ways to eat the corpses of legendary creatures or demigods. If she could use the divine title to catch some unlucky fellows, it might be good. Eve was now out of the state of near death and had some confidence. In the area under her control, she was the master. Also, you can choose some excellent chosen ones to go with you. The chosen ones are all immortal and have rich battle experience. They can be a powerful help to you. Alice said again. After Eve was out of the state of near death, the range of her control had expanded by 3 times, and the range of the player's activities had also expanded by 3 times. They could now reach the border of the Elf Forest and the Dark Mountain Range. Hearing Alice's words, Air nodded. I understand. Then, I wish you a safe journey. Alice lowered her head slightly and greeted Air again. Air also respectfully bowed back. Don't worry, Lady Alice. I'll definitely bring the Flaming Tribe home safely. With that, he turned and left the temple. Air left the temple and came to the town. The elf town was much larger than before. This was due to the gamers' continuous construction. Construction missions had always existed and were the most common daily missions in Elf Nation. As the number of gamers increased, the division of labor was further refined. This wasn't done intentionally by Eve, but by the gamers. Humans were social creatures with a strong sense of community and division of labor. After adapting to the rhythm of Elf Nation, this trend became more obvious. In particular, the appearance of the second beta gamers further supplemented the labor force. Now, the gamers had formed the embryonic form of division of labor. Take construction as an example. The design of the buildings was almost monopolized by the elven construction team of the Main Committee. They were considered white-collared workers. The specific construction was carried out by some gamers who had mastered magic and special skills. They were considered gray-collared technicians. As for the weaker second beta gamers, they could only choose to collect construction materials every day. The hardest workers were the low-level blue-collared workers. Not only that, but the gamers were also thinking of ways to earn money. The Mang Mang Committee launched a free DIY project for real estate development. As long as you had enough contribution points, they could even help you build a gorgeous palace according to your dreams. Of course, only the guild leader, Salty Meow, had done this. She had invested money to build a luxurious resort in the southwest of the elf town. It was almost completed. The First Legion Guild launched a mission for the second beta gamers. As long as you had money, you could form a team with the Dark Iron bosses to kill monsters in the wild. They would be responsible for beating the monsters until they were half dead, and you only had to deal the final blow to gain experience. There were even some lifestyle players who started setting up all sorts of shops in the town. Most of the shops were for food. After all, most gamers liked to wander around the game. Although food was easy to find in the elf forest, it still required time to collect it. Some gamers found business opportunities and opened shops to sell berries. Not only that, but those who had good culinary skills started to work in the food industry. They further processed the collected ingredients and opened small restaurants. The business was quite good. Especially the few northeastern gamers who were doing underground barbecue behind Alice's back. In addition, some first beta gamers rented their own empty houses to provide lodging for the second beta gamers who didn't have the money to build a house and didn't want to go offline in the morgue. The various actions made the second beta gamers exclaim, "Why is there such a huge gap between people in the game?" It was just that real. Even so, the second beta gamers were still in pain and happy. Everyone worked hard to complete quests, accumulating EXP and contribution points. They worked hard to obtain greater strength, better skills, and better equipment, just like diligent little bees. Sometimes, Eve wondered if everyone in Blue Star would be able to work as hard as they did if they had a system that allowed them to see numbers. In fact, everyone just lacked a visible target and direction. For the stronger players, the most rewarding and anticipated rewards were none other than the story missions. Unlike other games, Elven Nation's story missions were one-off. The story quests here could really push the development of the story forward. The epic feeling and the sense of participation were very strong, and it was easy for people to feel a sense of belonging. It was well received by players. The instant Air left the shrine, every player received a new system notification. Main plot: the return of the Inferno tribe. Mission description: the Inferno tribe is an ancient branch of the elves. After thousands of years of suffering, they finally chose to return home. Now, it's time to bring them back. Mission objective: follow God's chosen one, Air, and protect every Inferno tribe elf. Bring them back home successfully. Mission time limit: unlimited. Mission headcount: unlimited. Mission level: 11+. Mission reward: EXP, perfect resurrection, contribution points. Seeing the system notification, the players were excited again. Once Air came out, he was immediately surrounded by players. "Air, is there a new mission? You want to bring back your tribe? You must bring me along. I'm very experienced in combat. Brother Air, I've just learned a new fire magic, and the power of the fireball is enormous." The players surrounded him, and their eyes were shining. Looking at the enthusiastic and expectant eyes, looking at the energetic smiling faces, Air was very touched. Thinking of his former tribe, the corners of his eyes were a little moist. If his tribe had so many brave warriors who were not afraid of danger and dared to fight, would the tragedy not have happened? These special tribe members, called the Chosen One by the Saintess, were very selfless, very friendly, and very great. Air looked around, and his eyes were slightly red. He said excitedly, "Yes, I'm going to the border of the Elven Forest to bring some tribe members home. Now, I need some helpers." After saying that, he paused, and his expression was serious. "This time, it's very likely that we'll encounter the half-orcs. The risk is still very high. Everyone must seriously consider it." After receiving confirmation, the players were instantly more excited. Risk? I like risk the most. Hee hee. Risk and opportunity coexist. Lord Air, you must bring me along. Finally, there's a mission. I've worked so hard to reach level 11, and I haven't done a plot mission yet. Me too. I'm going to reach level 14 soon. They were excited as if they weren't discussing a dangerous mission, but an interesting game. Looking at the chosen one who enthusiastically signed up, Air was even more moved. No rush. No rush. Let's go together. Let's go together. Legal showed his chest was filled with pride. Grotto Tribe. Chief Priest Zhu Shan walked around in the cave, seemingly in a bad mood. He glanced at the stone calendar used for timing, and his expression was very solemn. It's been so many days, why is there still no news from Black Rock? The deadline that he had told Black Rock to return had passed, but Black Rock had not returned yet. Black Rock had always been steady, and this was very unusual for someone as cautious as him. Not only that, but there was also no news from the half-orc team that Zhu Shan had sent out. It was as if they had completely lost contact. All of this made the chief priest more and more uneasy. At the same time, there was even a hint of suspicion in his heart. Could it be that something really happened in the Elven Forest? After all, he had given Black Rock a precious divine item to protect himself. Logically speaking, it was more than enough for Black Rock to sweep through the core area of the Elven Forest. It can't be that he really encountered a high-level existence, right? Zhu Shan was restless. Just as he was hesitating whether to send out more people to investigate, a half-orc scout entered the cave. Chief Priest. Chief Priest. His voice was very excited. Zhu Shan frowned and said with some displeasure, "What's the matter?" The half-orc bowed to him and said excitedly, "Our people found a large number of migrating elves nearby. It seems to be a tribe." Elven tribe? Zhu Shan was slightly taken aback, feeling very surprised. The Grotto tribe made a fortune by selling elves. Finding a large number of elves around the tribe was undoubtedly a treasure delivered to their doorstep. However, Zhu Shan, who was already old, thought of more things. He was not as excited as the beastman who reported the news. Instead, he was very puzzled. Elves? Why are they here? Currently, other than the diehards who still believed in the return of the World Tree, there were not many elves left in the Elven Forest. Because of the existence of the hunting team, the elves had almost all left their homes and wandered around the continent to hide. Under such circumstances, why would a large number of elves appear in the vicinity? Migration. Were they going to migrate to the Elven Forest? In Zhu Shan's view, the elves had lost the protection of their gods and were shackled by the curse. They were simply courting death. Of course, the elves would not court death, unless there was a reason for them to migrate. Zhu Shan's eyes flashed as he suddenly thought of the investigation mission of the Elven Forest given by the father. In an instant, his eyelids twitched. It can't be that the World Tree has revived, right? He could not help but look in the direction of the Elven Forest with a grave expression. But soon, he shook his head again. Impossible. If the World Tree had revived, the world of Seekers would have been turned upside down. Zhu Shan turned around and looked at the mural in the cave. The torches on the cave wall lit up his expression. As the only beastman priest in the Grotto tribe to have received the baptism of the Holy Land in 1,000 years, he had the potential to be promoted to a saint after death. He knew a lot about the secrets of the gods. If the World Tree had revived, the gods would have known, and the father would have sent an oracle in advance. Once again thinking of the strange elves in the oracle, as well as the disappearance of Black Rock and the others, Zhu Shan's expression gradually became grave. It's just that. It seems that there really is an unknown force protecting the elves. I'm afraid the migration of the elves has something to do with it. Combined with the oracle and the disappearance of Black Rock and the others, Zhu Shan also had some guesses. Perhaps, it really was the forces of the death god behind the scenes. After all, although Father God was only a weak divine power, he still had a powerful divine system behind him. Father God was determined to obtain the World Tree's priesthood. The only one who dared to go against the forces behind God Father and possibly have designs on the priesthood of nature and life was the one from the underworld. However, even if the Grim Reaper's forces were behind this, as a believer of the god of winter and the hunt and an enemy of the elves, Zhu Shan would not let the elves off so easily. Besides, Zhu Shan's eyes flashed. If it was really as he guessed, he might be able to obtain the secrets of the Elven Forest from the elves. Even the black stone with the holy object had disappeared. Zhu Shan was already a little scared. He no longer wanted to send anyone into the Elven Forest. As far as he was concerned, the elven forest was filled with danger. With this thought in mind, Xianxia turned around and looked at the scout. "How many of them are there?" The scout replied respectfully. "About 200 people, both young and old. They aren't strong, most of them are low iron rank, but some of the older ones are high iron rank." Hearing the scout's words, Xianxia nodded. This kind of strength was like food to the rock cave tribe. Of course, this did not rule out the possibility of a hidden expert in the elven tribe, but in Xianxia's opinion, the probability of that was too small. If he was worried, he could arrange more people. If it was not possible, he could ask the one who was worshipped by the tribe to act together. Once they caught these elves and investigated the secret of their migration, they would sell them off. 200 elves, hee. If this deal was successful, even if they had to give up their home in the Gloom Mountain range and migrate to a distant place, the Rock Cave tribe would have the confidence to do so. Something must have happened in the elven forest. If it was too dangerous, Xianxia was even willing to migrate the tribe. However, if that was the case, he was afraid that he would disappoint Father God. Therefore, unless it was absolutely necessary, Xianxia would not choose to leave with his tribe. The truth of everything would be known after intercepting these elves. Thinking of this, Xianxia's eyes flashed and he turned his head to look at a beastman priest serving on the other side. "How long will it take for the human caravan to arrive?" The orc priest replied, "That's right. According to the usual time, it should be half a month to a month." Xianxia pondered for a moment and said, "Send some people to monitor the elves. In addition, mobilize the strong youths in the tribe. We will go around them in advance and set up an ambush." After saying that, he struggled for a moment and gritted his teeth. In addition, for safety reasons, prepare 100 servings of meat and send it to the mine behind the tribe. Hearing Xianxia's words, the scout thought of something and his expression changed slightly. "Go quickly." Xianxia frowned. The beastman shrunk his neck, nodded, and left. At the peak of the mountain behind the Rock Cave tribe, there was an abandoned mine left behind by the dwarfs hundreds of years ago. In addition, there was an ancient castle that had been destroyed. It belonged to the former dwarven civilization, but with the depletion of the mineral veins, it gradually turned into history. There were no plants or animals around the ancient castle, not even a bird. It was exceptionally cold and desolate. The beastman priest Xianxia led a team of beastmen pushing wheelbarrows to the outside of the castle. All the beastmen looked in the direction of the ancient castle in fear, and some of them even trembled. Looking at the ugly state of his tribesmen, Xianxia frowned and comforted them. "Don't be afraid. Although Lord Merrill looks a little scary, he's very friendly." After saying that, he glanced at the meat piled up in the wheelbarrows with a pained expression. He took a deep breath and shouted in the direction of the ancient castle, "Don't worry. Xianxia of the Rock Cave tribe, with 100 servings of meat, greets Lord Merrill." His voice spread far and wide with the support of the divine spell, but after a moment, there was no movement. Xianxia thought for a moment and shouted again. "Lord Merrill, these meat are vicious and evil carnivores. Eating them is upholding justice. In addition, I came to see you this time in hopes that you can help us fight against other hypocritical and evil barbaric intelligent races. Help them walk the path of order and civilization." This time, his voice spread even further. Gradually, the earth began to shake, accompanied by a loud dragon's roar. A huge black shadow shrouded all the beastmen. "Fight against evil races?" A voice filled with interest resounded above everyone. "Ruaya. Bring me there." At the southeastern border of the Elven Forest and the Gloom Mountain Range, an old man in a hood looked at the lush forest in the distance and heaved a sigh of relief. "We're finally here." He turned around and looked at the 200 or so clansmen behind him. They were carrying bags and luggage, and their faces were also covered with long robes and hoods. He smiled. "We're going home." The old man was the Lower Silver, level 41, nature priest sent by Eve, Samir Gale. Following him were members of the Inferno tribe of the Elf clan. They had been traveling in the Gloom Mountain range for more than a month. Now, they were finally leaving the rugged foothills. Hearing Samir's words, the elves jeered. However, Samir's expression soon turned serious. "But we can't let our guard down. If I remember correctly, there's a powerful orc tribe nearby. 200 of us are too big of a target. We can't rest now. We have to go to the elven forest at full speed. Elves were favored by nature. Once they entered the forest, they would be like fish in water. Although 200 people were a big target, it was better hidden than in the barren Gloom mountain range. It was more secure. The Inferno tribe's leader, Philocele Blaze, nodded. That's right. The Orc tribe in the grotto is nearby. They've always been proud of hunting elves. They're our Inferno tribe's old enemies. She was almost gnashing her teeth when she said this. But there was nothing she could do. In the past 1,000 years, the elves had lost the protection of their true god and were shackled by the curse. Their strength had fallen greatly. Not only had the elves lost all their intermediate and advanced priests, but it was also very difficult for mages to be born. They could only master some instinctive zero-circle spells. They were no match for the orcs who had the support of their gods. If not for the fact that there was only one path to the elven forest from the Gloom mountain range, Philocele wouldn't want to take this risk. But, things were different now. Now that the Mother Goddess's return was confirmed, the shackles on her clansmen had been removed. Although they were still weak, they had some confidence. If we really bump into them, even if I have to risk my old life, I will let the little guys in the tribe go back. Philocele's expression was firm. As long as her tribe could return to the elven forest, she was willing to give up everything, even her life. She believed that under the protection of the true god, the tribe would definitely grow stronger again. Hearing Philocele's words, Samir's expression turned solemn. Don't worry, Philocele. I will also do my best to assist everyone. Not only that, but Her Holiness must also be watching our actions. She will definitely protect us. After saying that, he suddenly thought of something and turned to look at the other elves. Next, before we return to the core area, everyone will stop praying. Seeing the puzzled gazes of his clansmen, Samir explained. The revival of the Mother Goddess is still a secret. Right now, we are still gathering our clansmen and accumulating our strength. During this period, we cannot reveal the return of the Mother Goddess. This concerns the future of our race. After hearing Samir's explanation, the elves nodded one after another. Many old elves who had subconsciously wanted to draw a tree symbol on their chests hurriedly stopped. Seeing the cooperation of his clansmen, Samir was very satisfied. He and Philocele looked at each other, nodded, and gave an order. Everyone, keep quiet. We'll set off at full speed. The 200 elves had solemn expressions. They silently carried their bags and quietly sped up their pace. Along the way, Samir maintained an unprecedented vigilance. He held the world leaf that Eve had given him tightly in his hand, ready to activate it at any time. However, luck seemed to favor the elves this time. When they returned to the elven forest, the beastmen did not appear. Samir finally let out a sigh of relief. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and used nature's whispers on the plants of the elven forest. He wasn't only a priest, but also a druid. This was a new druid skill that he had learned after advancing to the silver rank with the help of the gods. But as soon as he used nature's whispers, his expression changed slightly. Not good. What's wrong? Philocele saw his expression and her heart tightened. Samir's expression was solemn. Nature told me that not long ago, a large number of beastmen entered the elven forest. Philocele's expression also changed. She frowned for a moment and sighed. I'm afraid our whereabouts have been exposed. More than 200 elves were very conspicuous, and the probability of being exposed was not small. Although the elves covered their appearance, their temperament and some of their actions could not be concealed. They could deceive others, but it would be very difficult to deceive the beastmen, who had rich elven hunting experience. Samir's voice was solemn. The beastmen are extremely cunning and evil. We have to be prepared for a battle. Philocele and the other elves listened to his words, and their expressions gradually became firm. They tore off their hoods and drew their elven short swords and bows. Hee, I haven't used this bow for many years. I don't know if my archery has deteriorated. When I was young, I was also an outstanding elven swordsman until. Although I'm old now, I can still pick up a sword. We've already come here, and it's impossible to retreat. For the future of the elves, for the hope of the Inferno tribe, let's fight. Seeing the determination of the elves, Samir had a complicated expression. He sighed and said, "I'll try to lead everyone to take a detour. If we can avoid it, we'll avoid it. But if we're unlucky, the elders will charge in front, followed by the young and strong. Everyone will protect the children and break through." The elves listened and nodded in agreement. The elder elves were the strongest, but they had lost the ability to reproduce. Although the young and strong elves were strong and had received the inheritance, they were still lacking in experience. As for the children, they were the future of the elves and had to be protected. For a moment, the morale of the elves reached a peak. Under Samir's guidance, they entered the elven forest. But this time, the beastmen seemed to have already prepared for an encirclement. Samir had tried his best to avoid the ambush of the beastmen, but not long after entering the elven forest, they still encountered scattered beastman scouts. The beastmen were delighted when they saw the elves. They did not go forward to attack. Instead, they took out a horn and blew it loudly. Woo, the loud horn was like a signal that spread to the surroundings. "It's the beastmen's horn to gather." Samir's expression suddenly changed. The beastmen would only use this kind of horn when they moved out with a large army. And the large army of the beastmen had at least 300 people each time they moved out, and they were all brave warriors. Not only that, but the beastmen priests would also go with them. This was no longer a force that the weak Inferno tribe could resist. Samir gritted his teeth and shouted, "Throw away the heavy luggage. Throw away those cumbersome luggage. Everyone, take only weapons and break out of the encirclement." Hearing Samir's words, the members of the Inferno tribe hesitated for a moment. A trembling old elf reluctantly touched the bag in his hand and opened a corner, revealing a thick, ancient book engraved with beautiful patterns. His voice was bitter. These are the books we risked our lives to bring out from the elven forest. They are the 1,000-year-old inheritance of the elves. If we leave them behind, then the elves." Samir looked at him with a complicated expression and sighed. "Mother Goddess has returned. Civilization can continue, but if the elves die, then there will be nothing left." Firesil touched the thick genealogy of the Inferno tribe that she was carrying, tears flashing in the corners of her eyes. She sighed, and under the incredulous gazes of the old elves, she threw the thick genealogy of the Inferno tribe that had been passed down for thousands of years on the ground. It recorded the history and glory of the tribe. Clan leader. Several old elves turned pale with fright. Firesil glanced at them and released the aura of black iron from her body. For a moment, all the old elves quieted down and looked at her with pleading eyes. Firesil avoided their gazes. Her voice was as cold as steel and carried an aura that could not be refuted. "History is written by civilization. The carrier of the silver civilization is the elves themselves. If we can't even protect ourselves, then these books are not worth it. Look at the children in the tribe. We still have a future, we still have hope. We've lived a wandering life for our entire lives. We can't let them live the same life as us." After saying that, she used her old voice to issue an order. "Everyone, throw away your weights and rations. Take only your weapons and protect the children. Break out of the encirclement at full speed." Seeing the respected clan leader like this, the elves hesitated for a moment before hardening their hearts and throwing the luggage in their hands on the ground. For a moment, there were some sobs in the crowd. The old elves' eyes were red as they pulled out their weapons. They looked at the luggage on the ground in grief and roared, "That's right. Break out. We'll break out." Countless magical radiances bloomed from their bodies. These old elves who had lived until now might be very old, but they were also once the strongest warriors of the elven race. Looking at her clansmen who had turned their grief into strength, Firesil felt a little dazed for a moment. She seemed to have returned to the days when she led the elven army to break out of the elven forest under the combined attacks of the humans, orcs, and half-dragons. She took a deep breath and raised her inferno staff that had been passed down for thousands of years. "Comrades, let's go. Let's go home." A dazzling mana radiance was released from the staff, and the plants in front of it immediately opened up a path. Third circle spell, Forest Command. The 200 or so elves began to change their formation. All of the elderly elves came to the outermost circle, with the elven warriors and elven patrols as the vanguard, and the mages, druids, and elven archers as the rear. The youths carried the young elves on their backs and were protected in the middle of the team. Charge! They shouted and charged along the path opened by the patriarch. After they left, the plants closed up again, blocking the original path. Not good. Those elves are trying to break out. The expression of the orc scout who had been watching from afar changed. He quickly blew the horn again. The orc team hidden in the elven forest also began to move under the guidance of the horn. Those scouts are sending a message, kill them. Hearing the horn of the scout, Samur's expression changed and he roared at the elven hunters in the team. A few elven hunters hesitated. They habitually aimed at the limbs of the other party. At this moment, an elderly elf snatched the bow and aimed at the orc scout before shooting. The arrow arrived in the blink of an eye and accurately pierced the orc's throat. Then, the elderly elf looked at the hunters and said with red eyes, "Look at the situation, don't be merciful. Think about how they have treated us all these years. Is your accurate archery just for target practice? Even if killing will cause us to fall into hell after death, we will kill our way out for the Inferno tribe." Hearing his words, a trace of shame flashed across the faces of the elven hunters. But soon, their expressions became firm as they raised their bows and arrows one after another. The main force of the orcs finally intercepted the elves of the Inferno tribe under the guidance of the horn. Nearly 100 fully armed orcs rushed out of the forest. Under the blessing of the priest's divine spell, their bodies flickered with the radiance of divine power and blocked the path of the elves. At the same time, more orcs rushed over from further places in the forest. "Don't leave any old elves alive, capture all the females and young elves alive." The priest leading the half-blood orc team let out a loud shout. "Humph." Samir let out a cold snort. Powerful magic power continued to gather in his body. After receiving Eve's blessing, he had become a level 41 lower silver nature priest. But in fact, he had another profession, druid. At the same time as his nature priest profession was promoted, his druid profession was also promoted to lower silver. This was the real reason why Eve chose him to search for the elves. In order to protect the secret of the mother goddess, Samir did not intend to use divine spells easily. But he could use the magic unique to druids. Along with the rhythmic chanting of incantations, countless thick vines emerged from the soil and wrapped around the half-orcs that were charging forward. Middle-ranked druids. Among the orcs, the priest let out a strange cry and the momentum of the whole team stagnated. Middle-ranked. That was already a silver existence. In the entire grotto tribe, only the chief priest had this ability. For a moment, the orcs were in chaos. The old elves at the front of the team were invigorated. They took out their weapons and seized the opportunity to cut down the orcs. However, if one observed carefully, they would find that the elves did not kill the orcs. As long as they lost the ability to fight, they would not chase after them. Mercy, it was the glory of the elves, but also the sorrow of the elves. Samir's magic was like a subversive weight thrown into the balance of the war. Powerful control magic was cast. In the blink of an eye, the orcs' fighting strength was defeated by the elves who were fighting desperately. However, even with the strength of a silver, Samir could not control all the orcs. There were still many orcs who rushed in and fought with the elves. And the moment the battle started, the gap between them became apparent. The old elves were old, while the orcs were mostly young and strong. They had the upper hand in terms of physique and energy, and they received the order to kill the old elves. Thus, in just a moment, several old elves fell. Looking at her dead clansmen, Fyrasil's eyes turned red. Every old elf who lived until now was her comrade in arms. And every old elf who had lived for a long time had grasped countless knowledge. If it was in peacetime, every elder would be the most precious existence of the tribe. But now, they had to risk their lives for the future of the tribe. Fyrasil closed her eyes and suddenly opened them again. She turned her grief into strength and kept casting magic shields for her clansmen in front of her while roaring. "Kill! We'll kill our way out." The death of the old elves was not without effect. They also consumed the orc strength. Under their desperate efforts, they actually tore through the encirclement. Seeing the forest ahead, Samir's eyes lit up as he shouted. "We're going to break through. Everyone, work harder and quickly break away from the battle." Don't get entangled with the orcs. After saying that, he glanced at the injured old clansman and gritted his teeth. The elders and the injured, stay behind. He then said to Firesil, break through and break through. Philosil, you lead the clansmen to break out of the encirclement. I will stay behind to help cover the rear. Firesil's eyes narrowed. She wanted to say something, but seeing Samir's resolute gaze, she could only nod. You have to follow me. After saying that, she raised her staff and shouted again. Break through. Then, she led the rest of her clansmen forward. The expression of the priest hidden among the orcs changed. Not good. They're going to break through. Quick. Summon Sir Merrill. We can't let them break through. The orc on the side received the order and quickly took out a horn and blew it at the sky. Woo, the sound of the horn was extremely loud and spread far and wide. Soon, countless birds flew out of the forest. They seemed to have been frightened and began to fly in all directions. Rua, an excited roar came from the sky. What's that sound? The elves immediately became extremely vigilant. However, before they could even lift their heads, an enormous wave of suppression descended upon the scene. Everyone, including the beast men, couldn't help but shudder at this moment. A huge shadow loomed over the elves who had broken out of the encirclement. Firesil slowly raised her head. She saw a terrifying behemoth, a ferocious appearance, jet-black scales, a skull-like head, and the iconic spikes and horns on top of its head. Her pupils suddenly shrank, and she could not help but cry out in alarm. Black Dragon! Black Dragon, Seekers! Among all the megalosaurus in the world, the most violent, despicable, evil, cruel, and infamous existence. In the world of Seekers, intelligent creatures could be divided into ordinary races, black iron races, silver races, and gold races according to the strength that they could achieve when they reached adulthood. The Megalosaurus, whose racial history was as long as the world of Seekers, was undoubtedly the best among the gold races. It was almost invincible among its peers, not only that, but as a race with a longer lifespan than the elves, when the Megalosaurus lived long enough, their strength could even break through the secular limits and reach the legendary or even demigod level. The oldest Megalosaurus had strength that even the true gods were afraid of. Similar to some fantasy stories in Blue Star, the Megalosaurus in the world of Seekers were also divided into two camps, the metal dragons and the color dragons. Unlike the kind and peaceful metal dragons, all the color dragons had an evil and bloodthirsty nature in their bones. The black dragon was especially prominent because of its cruel nature. Therefore, when she saw the ferocious black dragon in the sky, Philosil felt that something was wrong. It was a black dragon with a wingspan of nearly 20 meters. Although it was not yet an adult, its dragon aura was gradually emerging. Upper Silver, this was a young black dragon with the strength of an upper silver rank. Black dragon? Hearing Philosil's exclamation, the young black dragon's expression suddenly became dangerous. It roared, bared its teeth, and roared angrily, Rua. Black dragon, black dragon. You're the black dragon. Your whole family is black dragon. The great Lord Merrill is not a black dragon. He's a noble silver dragon. Rua. Evil intelligent creatures. You'll receive justice from Lord Merrill. Orcs, elves, silver. Silver dragon, hearing the clear and angry common language, everyone was stunned. Looking at those ferocious black scales, as well as the horns and skull armor unique to a black dragon, the elves were momentarily stunned. This black dragon. Is there something wrong with its head? However, now was not the time to think about whether there was a problem with this dragon. This was because when it roared, the dragon's breath attack also followed. It was the black dragon's powerful acid breath, which was extremely corrosive. Samir's expression changed drastically, and he quickly summoned a wooden shield to defend himself. However, the silver-tier wooden shield was like a piece of paper under the black dragon's breath, instantly corroding a large hole in it. The strong acid splashed, and several young elves who were affected were instantly seriously injured. The orc priest in the distance saw this and hurriedly shouted, Lord Merrill, please don't be too harsh. Capture him alive. He must be captured alive. You just have to prevent them from escaping. Hearing the shouts of the half-orcs, the black dragon turned its head and looked at them with dissatisfaction. You guys are too kind. In order to fight against evil, we must give it the most severe punishment. Half-orcs, elves, however, although the black dragon said this, it no longer spat out dragon's breath. Instead, it roared Rua, Rua, while constantly flapping its wings and swooping down to prevent the elves from leaving. An abnormal evil black dragon that obeyed the orders of the half-orcs, the elves' expressions changed. Just as the young black dragon stopped the elves, the large army of half-orcs finally arrived. More than 200 orcs came from all directions and surrounded the elves who were about to escape from the battlefield again. Samir's expression changed a few times, then he gritted his teeth and roared at the megalosaurus in the sky, "Evil megalosaurus, your opponent is me." After saying this, he rushed out of the elven army and arrived below the black dragon in a few steps. He reached out and took out a golden leaf. Samir piously raised the leaf and whispered an incantation, and the leaf in his hand instantly bloomed with a bright divine light. The leaf of the world tree. The elves still have this thing? The half-orc priest immediately recognized the origin of the leaf. His expression changed, and he shouted at the sky, "Not good, Lord Merrill, dodge." However, it was already too late. The leaf of the world tree turned into ashes in an instant, and the dazzling holy light formed a cage that trapped the black dragon. Cage of Light, a gold-level control divine spell. This was a divine spell that could be used as both a defense and a cage at the same time. The black dragon Merrill let out an angry roar and charged at the cage. However, the cage only shook slightly under the impact of its attack. It was unwilling to give up and spat out another breath, but the Cage of Light only flashed and still trapped it tightly. Samir tried his best to maintain the existence of the divine spell while spitting out blood. It was still too difficult for him to control a high-level divine spell. This was not a one-time attack divine spell, but it required the caster to control it for a long time. Although the black dragon could not break free for the time being, every time it charged, it would cause Samir, whose mind was connected to the Cage of Light, to suffer a certain amount of damage. Rua. Evil bastard. Let go of the great Merrill. Otherwise, Lord Merrill will eat you. The black dragon's angry roar came from within the cage. Samir did not care about the angry black dragon. Instead, he looked at the elves and shouted while spitting out blood, "Break out. Everyone, break out while I can still control it. How many people can leave? How many people can leave?" However, at this moment, the elves had already sunk into the quagmire of battle. The half-orcs' encirclement had completely closed in, and without the support of Samir's magic, the elves could only huddle together and bitterly hold on under the siege of the half-orcs. With the continuous depletion of magic and the gradual decline of physical strength, it was only a matter of time before they lost. Not to mention, the black dragon's attacks on the cage were getting fiercer and fiercer. It was only a matter of time before it broke out. The moment the black dragon appeared, the elves had already lost the best opportunity to break out. Looking at the trapped elves, the half-orc priest was extremely excited. "Everyone, take your time. They can't outlast us. Capture all the women and children alive, and the chief priest will reward you handsomely." Hearing the priest's words, the half-orcs became even more excited. But the elves' casualties kept increasing. Elderly elves kept falling, and young elves had already taken their place to participate in the battle. Looking at the decreasing number of elves, Phylosil had a pained expression. "Is this the only way?" The morale of the half-orcs was getting stronger and stronger. Because they could already see that the elves were already at the end of their rope. "No. We have to find a way to break out, even if only one of us can leave." Phylosil clenched her teeth and prepared to burn her magic and vitality, sacrificing herself to find an opportunity for her elves to break out. However, just as she was about to activate her magic, there was a commotion behind the half-orcs. In the air, faint magic fluctuations came from afar, accompanied by violent explosions and faint shouts. Phylosil's movement stopped. She suddenly raised her head and looked into the depths of the forest. The rear of the half-orcs began to become chaotic, and shouts came from afar and gradually became clearer. "Kill! The flaming elves are surrounded. Hurry up! Time is life. We can't let an NPC fall. 4. The glory of the elves, charge! Kill the half-orcs! Hurrah!" Accompanied by excited and crazy shouts, hundreds of young elves appeared in Phylosil's sight. There were hundreds of fully armed elves. They had different appearances. Most of them wore gorgeous armor, but they were all young elves. They held all kinds of weapons in their hands, and their faces were ferocious and crazy. They looked at the orcs as if they had killed their parents. Despicable. How can they engage in battle so quickly? I haven't eaten yet. This voice was filled with dissatisfaction. Another NPC has fallen. This voice was filled with exclamations. F***ck. Everyone, charge. Save them. This voice was filled with urgency. What's that in the sky? Is that a megalosaurus? This voice was filled with surprise and curiosity. So cool. Screenshot. Screenshot. This voice was filled with excitement. Screenshot your ass. That's the enemy. Charge in and protect the NPC. It's all EXP and contribution points. This voice seemed to be filled with heartache. Yes. Charge in. Protect the NPC. Woola. Their voices were filled with madness. The strange elves who came to support looked at the flame tribesmen who kept falling. They were agitated and furious, like a megalosaurus whose reverse scale had been touched. They were the players who had rushed over. After the encirclement of the orc hunting team and the second beta gamers, there were close to 400 black iron level players. This time, they had turned out in full force. After all, from the experience points, all the main plot missions had extremely rich rewards. Hearing their shouts and feeling the genuine concern in their words, the eyes of the elves of the Inferno tribe turned red. Elves. It's the elves. Our tribesmen have come to rescue us. An old elf choked with sobs. Instantly, the flame tribesmen's morale was boosted. On the other hand, the orcs were stunned by this sudden attack. Where did so many elves come from? Looking at the hundreds of tall figures and their gorgeous equipment, the orc priest's scalp went numb. Chief Priest Ju Shan didn't reveal BlackRock's secret operation, and Allur's oracle wasn't announced, so ordinary priests and orcs didn't know about the changes in the elf forest. The sudden appearance of hundreds of elves really scared them. Phyllisyl's eyes glinted. She raised her staff and commanded. Reinforcements have arrived. Everyone, let's work together and break out of here. However, after fighting with the strange elves, the half-beastmen were stunned. This was because they discovered that the strength of these elves was extremely weak. At most, they were only at the middle level of the lower level of iron. Moreover, they had very little combat experience. With just a single attack, several elves were cut down to the ground like vegetables. So weak. The half-orcs looked at the elf who was knocked down with a single blow and were shocked. The priest's eyes lit up as he shouted. This is a bunch of rookies. Capture these young elves. The blazing flame race looked at the young elves who were beginning to die, their expressions filled with guilt and sorrow. The remaining elderly elves looked at each other and nodded in agreement. Their auras changed, and they began to fight with all their might without fear of injuries. Our clansmen are using their blood and lives to create an opportunity for us. We must break out. They yelled and charged into the half-beastmen to kill. Seeing these elderly elves who seemed to be giving up their lives, the players' eyes turned red. Damn. Uncles, aunties, don't. EXP. It's all EXP and contribution points. My heart hurts. Charge. Go and help them. Where's Lord Air? Where's Lord Air? Ask for reinforcements. They shouted, fought, and also fought with their lives on the line. Gradually, the hearts of the half-beastmen were filled with shock. Although these elves were weak, they weren't afraid of death. They were unscrupulous. In order to cause damage to the half-beastmen, they even started a suicidal charge. Not only that, they didn't seem to care about their own injuries. Even if they were still alive, they wanted to bite off a piece of flesh from the half-beastmen. Many half-beastmen were hugged by these crazy elves. Then, they shouted, "Fire at me," before being drowned by the spells of other elves. Crazy. These elves are crazy. The half-beastman priest looked at these elves who didn't even care about the lives of their companions and was completely stunned. The Inferno tribe was also stunned. Looking at the suicidal young elves, Phyllisyl felt heartache, moved, and puzzled. She yelled. Children. Don't die. However, the elves who came to help didn't stop, and the casualties increased. In less than 10 minutes, dozens of elves had died. For a moment, the eyes of the Inferno tribe turned red. In all these years, they had never seen such a large number of elven casualties in such a short period of time. Moreover, they were all young lives. Children, don't die. Kill. Charge. Evil half-beastmen, I'll kill you. All the Inferno tribe was furious and started to fight with all their might. Young lives were the future of the elves. Seeing the Inferno tribe fighting with all their might, the eyes of the players who came to help became even redder. Damn. Uncles, aunties, brothers, and sisters. Don't die. Don't worry about us. We won't die. More people died, oh my god. My heart hurts so much. Kill them. One by one. Use the sacrificial style to kill these half-beastmen. They fought even more aggressively. Crazy. These elves are crazy. The half-beastman priest looked at the elves who didn't care about their lives and was stunned. At this moment, a thin figure suddenly rushed out of the crowd. It was a short elven youth with silver hair and blue eyes. His young face had a bit of determination and anger. He held an elven short sword and shuttled through the half-beastmen. Every half-beastman who fought with him had their arm crippled in an instant and was seriously injured. The players' morale suddenly increased. Boss Air is here to help. Good job. Air. They immediately followed Air's actions and killed the half-beastmen who were seriously injured by him. For a moment, the casualties of the half-beastmen began to increase rapidly and their morale plummeted. Silver. Another silver. Seeing Air shuttling back and forth, the half-beastman priest was terrified. It was a mess. It was a complete mess. If the appearance of the players could still make the half-beastmen persevere, then the silver strength of Air was the weight that completely tipped the balance. The half-beastman team finally began to collapse. The players who rushed at the front finally met with the flame people. Brave children. Looking at the players who rushed up, Firasol was excited. She waved her staff and prepared to continue fighting. However, a player suddenly rushed in front of her and blocked her path. With a poochie sound, hot blood splattered on her head. A half-beastman's long sword pierced into the player's chest. For a moment, Firasol was stunned. She quickly hugged the young clansman who was constantly coughing blood with tears in her eyes. Why, the player smiled at her while coughing blood with a tragic expression. The goddess said, not to let you be hurt. We will definitely not let you be hurt, but Firasol looked sad. Even if you don't block. I can block him. Players, cough cough, he coughed 2 mouthfuls of blood, his neck tilted, and he died. Similar situations began to play out everywhere. Child. I'm already very old. I'm not worthy of you blocking a sword for me. Child. Pull yourself together. Why? Why do you have to do this? Ah. Damn half-beastmen, they're still young. They're the future of the elves. The players joined the Flame People's team one after another, but they did not actively fight the half-beastmen. Instead, they risked their lives to protect the elves of the Flame tribe, afraid that they would be hurt. Even at the cost of their own lives. This moved the elves of the Flame tribe but also made them unable to understand. They felt as if they had become the elven royal family hundreds of years ago when they broke out of the encirclement and were protected by their clansmen. Gradually, the situation of the battlefield reversed. The half-beastmen began to flee under the pursuit of Air and some players. The black dragon in the sky, Meryl, was unable to break through the barrier. He could only keep crashing into the cage of light. He looked at Air and the players who were chasing the half-beastmen and roared angrily. As expected of an evil, intelligent race. How cruel. Rua. I won't let you go. As for the elves who died in the hands of the half-beastmen, he had already ignored them. Because in Meryl's opinion, an evil race deserved to be punished by death. Hearing the roar of the black dragon, the players were dumbfounded. An evil, intelligent race? This is referring to us? In a sense, there's nothing wrong with it. A second beta gamer muttered softly as he looked at the blood-covered faces of the battle berserkers chasing after the orcs behind Air and laughing maniacally. However, Demacia, who was at the side, quickly gave him a hard knock on the head. Don't spout nonsense. We're the embodiment of kindness and justice, the chosen ones of the goddess. The second beta gamer was speechless. They had to gain experience points, but they had to maintain their personas. After all, this game was about immersion. The elves of the Inferno tribe were watching from the side. The gamers didn't forget about this mission and the possible impact of this mission in the future. NPCs, these elves were the NPCs that would enter Jade Xianxia in the future. If they had a good relationship with them, it might come in handy in the future. That was why the gamers were so desperate in this battle. They had all sorts of acting skills. On the way to provide support, some veteran gamers had analyzed this mission in depth on the official forum. According to the game planners, this rescue mission would determine the direction of the game's plot. The bosses analyzed and guessed that similar to letting the players build their own novice village, these rescued elves would probably become important NPCs in the new main city, Xianxia. That was right. That was what he thought. However, the Inferno tribe didn't know the twists and turns. They also didn't know that these young elves weren't afraid of death at all. They looked at the brave gamers and felt touched. The gamers were overjoyed when they saw the system notification that said, "Affinity for you has increased by 40 points." They blocked attacks and swore to protect the elves with their lives. Though the Inferno tribe's elves were shallow believers and didn't have many devout believers, as long as they were believers, Eve would be able to connect them to the game system. Under such circumstances, according to the mood of the believers, it was easy for him to materialize the favorability. For the players, this was a great opportunity to gain favorability. Just take a look at Limu and Demacia, and you'll know how much benefits you can gain by gaining the favor of NPCs. The former had a good impression of Alice, so Alice answered almost all of his questions. She was even willing to let him learn about magic circles with Goo Goo Bird. As for the latter, because she had been locked up with Air for a while, she had somehow gained a favorable impression of the little boy. Now, that guy was tricking the little boy to go around and slay the monsters while he led his team to harvest the monsters crazily from behind. He was so proud of himself that he made the players envious, but now, the opportunity had come again. More than 200 elf NPCs, according to the settings of the elves, their lifespan was extremely long, and they loved to collect knowledge. The players did not believe that they could not get something from them, learn something from them if they had a good relationship with them. And the truth was also very inspiring. Everyone could see the NPC's favorability skyrocketing. Then, everyone became even more excited and treated the elves of the Inferno tribe warmly as if they were from the same hometown. The reversal of the situation on the battlefield finally caused the half-orcs to collectively start to flee. Even the priest, who was the commander, fled in fear under Air's pursuit. Many players also started to follow Air and started to chase the fleeing half-orcs. There was a hint of ruthlessness. After all, the half-orcs were also living EXP and contribution points, not to mention that Air was at the front. They only needed to harvest the monsters. Emotions were contagious. Their madness even infected some of the young elves of the Inferno tribe. They even joined in the pursuit with red eyes, while Phylacil and the old elves could only shout out worriedly, "Don't chase! Don't chase!" At this moment, a young and angry roar suddenly came from the sky. Rua! The cage of light suddenly emitted a golden light. Then, countless cracks appeared, and finally, it shattered with a loud bang. Below, Samir's face turned pale, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Then, he slowly fell to the ground and fainted. The black dragon Meryl had escaped from the cage, its eyes were red, and it was extremely angry. "Evil intelligent race, you'll pay the price for your actions." Seeing that the black dragon had regained its freedom, the elves and players who were chasing the half-orcs stopped and looked at the huge monster in the sky with a solemn expression. It's free. Is this black dragon the boss of this mission? The players looked at the megalosaurus in the sky with caution and excitement. After being in the game for so long, this was the first time they had seen a real megalosaurus. It was alive. The people of the Celestial Empire had a special feeling toward dragons. Even if this dragon was a large lizard in Western fantasy, just the name dragon was enough to arouse their interest. Seeing that the elves below were not afraid of it at all, Meryl was completely enraged and felt that its dragon status had been insulted. It roared again and unleashed its dragon's aura completely. For a moment, all the players fell into silence. Unlike the divine aura that acted on the soul, the dragon's aura directly acted on the body. Although the black dragon was not yet an adult, the dragon's aura that was fully unleashed by an upper silver level was already very terrifying. The players who were still very weak couldn't help but tremble and felt that their control over their bodies had slowed down a little. An instinctive fear crept into their hearts. Damn. Why am I trembling? Dragon's aura. This must be the legendary dragon's aura. So strong. The elves of the Inferno tribe were also shocked. Not good. The black dragon is free. Air raised his head and looked at the black dragon Meryl with vigilance. Black dragon, his heart sank. The black dragon with the strength of an upper silver level. Although it was only an infant, everyone here combined might not be able to defeat it. Grandpa once told him that a black dragon with this strength was enough to slaughter a remote human city. The black dragon's gaze swept across the whole place, its eyes extremely dangerous, and finally focused on air. Just now. The defeat of the half-orcs was caused by him alone. Thinking of this, Meryl's heart became more and more furious. You evil guys. You actually embarrassed Lord Meryl like this. You are really guilty of the most heinous crimes. It roared, go to hell. Then, it aimed at air and spat out a strong acidic dragon's breath. Not good. Dodge quickly. Seeing the dragon's breath, the elves of the Inferno tribe were shocked and hurriedly exclaimed. They had just seen the power of the Megalosaurus breath. Air was also flustered and hurriedly dodged. The dragon's breath landed on the spot where he was originally standing, instantly corroding a bottomless hole with a radius of several meters. White smoke kept coming out of the hole, and the hole was so deep that one could not see the bottom. And all the plants that were affected were turned into ashes in an instant. That kind of power was comparable to a fifth circle spell, and this was just a spit of the Megalosaurus. Although he dodged in time, Air's arm was still grazed. He let out a painful groan, and his entire arm actually rotted and decayed in an instant, and it was still spreading rapidly to his body. Air's face turned pale, and he clenched his teeth and ruthlessly cut off his arm. Only then did he stop this spreading rot. Seeing that the spit did not kill Air, the black dragon Meryl was even more furious. It puffed up its cheeks again, and brewed an even bigger dragon's breath, which was instantly shot out, and this time, the speed of the dragon's breath was faster, the area was wider, and the duration was longer. Air did not have time to dodge. Not good. Danger. Everyone cried out in alarm. And just as the dragon's breath was about to hit Air, a bright holy light suddenly descended. The reason why God's Chosen was called God's Chosen, it was because they had dedicated their bodies and minds to the true God, and had always lived under the gaze of the true God. Under everyone's astonished gazes, Air's body suddenly blossomed with a golden radiance, while the black dragon's breath evaporated like mist the moment it approached him, causing no damage to him at all. Not only that, but the moment the light enveloped Air, the injuries on his body began to rapidly heal. Even his severed arm began to grow back. The elves of the Inferno tribe watched this miraculous scene with their mouths wide open in shock. Then, an elderly elf suddenly felt his heart tremble, and he exclaimed in shock. The power of life. It's the power of life. This is the power of life controlled by Mother Goddess. He's Mother Goddess's chosen one. It's Mother Goddess, it's Mother Goddess. She noticed us through Mother Goddess's chosen one. Mother Goddess's chosen one. The rest of the elves looked at Air. Their expressions changed from shock to excitement, then from excitement to ecstasy. There was nothing better than the appearance of a Mother Goddess's chosen one. The elderly elves were in tears, and they knelt down. They drew the symbol of Mother Nature on their chests while they sobbed excitedly. Praise Mother Nature. Praise the Goddess of Life. Praise the great elven ruler. Mother Goddess, we're back. Their kneeling caused a chain reaction. Soon, all the elves of the Inferno tribe knelt down. Air was at a loss when he saw his tribesmen kneeling down. Though he was Mother Goddess's chosen one, he was only an 80-year-old child. But he reacted quickly and knelt down. He shouted piously in the direction of the elven forest core. Praise Mother Nature. Praise the Goddess of Life. Praise the great elven ruler, Eve Yggdrasil. His tone was fervent. In an instant, all of the native elves knelt down, leaving behind the players who were at a loss. However, they soon realized something. The veteran gamers who had participated in the attack on Black Rock said excitedly, "Goddess! It's the goddess! I'm afraid Goddess Eve is going to appear again. The plot animation is coming. Quickly record it." Goddess Eve. Other than creating characters, the gamers who hadn't seen the incarnation of the goddess were excited. If one were to ask who was the NPC that the players were most curious about and liked the most in Elven Nation, it would definitely be Goddess Eve. As the main character of the large-scale virtual MMORPG Elven Nation, Xianxia was sought after by countless players due to her peerlessly beautiful appearance, benevolent and kind personality, as well as her generous heart. On the official website, the gamers even formed a fan club for the goddess. The first few animations of the goddess appearance were uploaded to the Blue Planet's network, causing the players to kneel and lick their boots. Though it was a game, who wouldn't want to fight for a powerful and beautiful goddess? Even though it was only a closed beta, the name of the goddess, Xianxia, had already become popular on the Blue Planet's internet along with the explosive popularity of Elven Nation. Goddess Xianxia, the Elven goddess, goddess, to the Elven goddess, goddess Xianxia, goddess to the goddess. Praise Mother Nature, praise the goddess of life, praise the great Elven ruler, Xianxia. At the same time, they peeked around from time to time. As soon as they finished speaking, a brighter light shone from the sky. In an instant, countless green photons flew in from all directions and surged into everyone's bodies. At the same time, their injuries also began to recover rapidly. Broken limbs grew back, injuries healed, even the severely injured and dying elves regained their health in the blink of an eye. The radiance of the divine power slowly sprinkled down, and even the plants in the forest were affected. They grew branches and bloomed flowers, worshipping the goddess who controlled nature and life. In a trance, the gamers seemed to see a beautiful goddess in a luxurious long dress with a wreath on her head and a crown on her head, followed by a bright holy light. For a moment, the world seemed to lose its color. However, when they rubbed their eyes and looked again, they didn't seem to see anything. Feeling the life energy pouring into their bodies, all the native elves looked more pious and buried their heads deeper. At this moment, they heard a gentle and sacred voice in their ears. "Welcome, back." The voice seemed to reverberate directly in their hearts, carrying a trace of vicissitudes and also seemed to have transcended eternity. At the same time, it was majestic and cordial. For a moment, all the native elves' eyes were blurred with tears, and their voices were choked with sobs. "Mother Goddess." This was the voice of Mother Goddess. Mother Goddess hadn't forgotten them. Mournful cries sounded among the elves. The black dragon Meryl in the sky widened its eyes in an instant. Looking at the miraculous changes around it, it subconsciously swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and an unprecedented sense of crisis hit its heart. God. True God. It's actually a true God. For a moment, Meryl was so frightened that it couldn't even speak the common language and just muttered to itself in dragon language. What the hell, how could there be a true God in the Seeker's continent? Although it didn't recognize which true God it was, this miraculous power could only be achieved by a true God, and thinking of all the legends about true gods in the dragon race, Meryl suddenly panicked. It didn't care about the elves kneeling below and turned to run. What a joke! As the secular race with the longest lifespan and the greatest growth potential in the Seeker's world, the Megalosaurus was a delicious cake in the eyes of the true gods. Every true god would be interested in recruiting the Megalosaurus. Because a Megalosaurus provided a considerable amount of power of faith, not to mention the fact that they were simply the best mounts and watchdogs for the true gods. What was even more outrageous was that it was said that some evil gods liked to eat dragon crystals and drink dragon blood. There were also gods who would even treat the Megalosaurus as their toys for entertainment. Once it was targeted by a true god, the Megalosaurus would lose its freedom, and it would lose its status to speak of. As an inspiration to become a great Megalosaurus that punishes evil and promotes good, Meryl wasn't willing to lose its precious freedom. Meryl took a deep breath, tucked its tail between its legs, flapped its wings, and turned to run quickly. If it didn't run, it might lose the rest of its life as a dragon. At this moment, it suddenly heard an interested voice in its heart. Black Dragon? That voice was incomparably dignified, with a hint of curiosity. In an instant, the little black dragon couldn't help but tremble. To be able to cross the Megalosaurus' mental defenses and directly resound in its heart, only those high and mighty existences could do so. A true god, it really was a true god. At this moment, it didn't think about anything else and used all its strength to desperately fly back. At the same time, it cursed itself in its heart for coming out with the half-beast. At this moment, Meryl was simply regretting it to death. If it had known that there was a true god behind the evil intelligent race it was fighting, it wouldn't have dared to come no matter how much courage it was given. Then, it once again heard that voice that made the dragon's hair stand on end just in time. The town is still lacking a gatekeeper. Gatekeeper, Meryl widened its eyes, almost frightened out of its wits. It gritted its teeth and flapped its little wings even faster. However, a golden light suddenly descended from the sky. The resplendent holy light turned into a dazzling rope, and under Meryl's horrified gaze, it easily tied it up. At the same time, it also wrapped around its mouth. Splat! The unlucky little black dragon fell from the sky and plunged into the soil. The black dragon fell to the ground, and the brilliance of the divine power slowly disappeared. Everything returned to normal. It was as if the miracle just now was just an illusion. At the same time, all the players received a new system notification. Frowny face ding. A total of 181 elves from the Inferno tribe have been successfully recruited. The mission will be completed after the elves are escorted to Fei Ling Tsue. The reward will be distributed according to the mission contribution and the number of elves successfully recruited. Ding, triggered side mission, transporting the captured black dragon to the elf town. Mission reward, 50 contribution points. Captured the black dragon? Their eyes lit up as they looked at Meryl, who had fallen to the ground and was tightly bound by the rope made of divine power. Looking at the curious gazes of the elves, Meryl was so ashamed that he wanted to die. He wanted to open his mouth to speak, but he couldn't make a sound under the rope. He could only whimper. The goddess is so powerful. She caught the black dragon just like that. It's a true god after all. The players exclaimed as they excitedly came to Meryl's side. They didn't care about Meryl's sad and angry gaze. Instead, they plucked up their courage and curiously touched his scales while taking screenshots excitedly. This black dragon is so cool. Its scales are so hard. Let's take a picture together. Wait. Let me pose. Meryl was speechless. At the same time, the players occasionally said things that made the black dragon Meryl tremble with fear. I wonder if its scales can be used as a shield. It feels so hard. I remember in fantasy stories that if you drink dragon blood, you will gain great power. I wonder if its blood is useful? Speaking of which, is there a way to tame it as a mount? Dragon Knight. Just thinking about it makes me feel cool. Meryl was speechless. He whimpered softly as he looked at these despicable bastards with grief and indignation. They were indeed a cruel and intelligent race, too evil. These long-eared elves were too evil. Not only did they want his scales, but they also wanted to drink his blood. They even wanted the great Meryl to be their mount. Good heavens! Could it be that Meryl's dragon life was about to come to an end? Meryl had yet to become the greatest megalosaurus. Meryl was not satisfied. What would Meryl's future be like? As it thought about this, sparkling and translucent tears flowed out from the corners of its eyes. F***ck. You're crying? Isn't this black dragon a little too cowardly? Meryl, it turned its head away, closed its eyes, and began to play dead angrily. As for the elves of the Inferno tribe, they fell into sorrow after cheering. This time, dozens of old elves had died in battle. The remaining clansmen sorrowfully gathered the bodies of their fallen clansmen and prepared to cremate them with magic flames. This was the fairy forest. According to elven tradition, after the body was cremated, the ashes would be scattered in the elven forest, and the soul would go to the mother goddess heaven. However, when collecting the bodies, the elves were shocked to find that the young clansmen who had died in battle had all disappeared. Not only that, what surprised them was that the young clansmen who had survived did not seem to be sad about the death of their companions. On the contrary, they seemed to be very excited. Even if there were many who were grieving, it seemed a little out of place. They seemed to be suppressing their true emotions. The members of the Inferno tribe felt that something was wrong, but they could not put their finger on it. Without waiting for them to ask anything, the players joined them and mourned the dead elves with a sorrowful face, making them swallow the words in their throats. After Air's body recovered, he planned to chase after the escaping half-orcs again. Although the half-orcs had already escaped when the power of the mother goddess descended, Air was still worried. However, when he was ready to move, the voice of the mother goddess sounded in his heart. No need to chase. No need. Air's movement stopped. However, since the mother goddess said that there was no need to chase, then he gave up the chase. After that, he helped the Inferno tribe collect the bodies of their clansmen, while the players enthusiastically helped the elves organize the ancient books that they had left behind. Finally, they excitedly pulled the spoils of war, the black dragon Meryl who had pretended to be dead, and surrounded the native elves as they began to return. At the edge of the forest, the half-orc priest was fleeing in panic with the accompaniment of his guards. This time, the Grotto tribe had sent a total of 300 half-orc warriors to organize the ambush. They were all young and strong, however, after the appearance of the crazy elves and the skinny silver swordsman, the half-orcs all died in battle. Now, there were only 100 or so people who had escaped. Not only that, but what made the half-orc priest even more terrified was that the black dragon Meryl had not returned after a long time. Although there were no pursuers behind them, this discovery made him even more terrified. The World Tree's leaf. Just the power of the World Tree's leaf couldn't control Lord Meryl for so long. Could it be? There's an even more terrifying enemy? Just now, I seem to have felt a fluctuation similar to divine power. Although I didn't sense the specific aura, that intense fluctuation must be the power of a true god. The more he thought about it, the more terrified he felt. At this moment, the fleeing team suddenly stopped. What's going on? The half-orc priest's heart tightened as he looked ahead. He didn't know when, but a tall figure had appeared at the exit of the elven forest. Her whole body was covered in a black robe, and her dark gray hair hung down from the hood. A pair of scarlet eyes quietly looked at the half-orc team. Her expression was very calm, as if she was looking at a group of dead people. The half-orc priest's pupils constricted slightly. Because he couldn't sense the existence of this person at all. This was either because the other party had a very strong ability to hide her aura, or her strength was far beyond his imagination. He was about to say something when a huge pressure suddenly came from the other party. For a moment, all the half-orcs were shocked because this pressure was countless times stronger than the black dragon Meryl, a high-grade professional. This was a high-grade professional who had reached the strength of a gold. The half-orc priest screamed madly in his heart, but he couldn't make a sound. Then, this mysterious person suddenly raised her head, and a cold and deathly still divine power suddenly spread out with her as the center. All the half-orcs who came in contact with it stiffened and then fell down, losing their life aura. Sensing the aura of that divine power, the half-orc priest suddenly widened his eyes. Die. Die. Death's blessing. He didn't finish his words before he also lost his life. Hundreds of beastmen fell to the ground just like that. Not a single one escaped. At this moment, the tall figure waved her hands again, and a vigorous divine power suddenly surged out, swallowing all the remaining vitality of the half-orcs in the blink of an eye. At the same time, her appearance changed again. She took on Eve's appearance. You killed so many of my people in my territory, don't even think about escaping. She dropped this sentence and turned into a bright light, slowly disappearing. Eve's consciousness returned to the divine personality space after she had used the avatar of the Blessed of Death to eliminate the escaping half-orcs. This time, she had performed a miracle in front of the flaming tribe and had once again increased the faith of these native elves. For a moment, a small half of the 100 or so shallow believers had directly jumped to the level of devout believers. They had provided 7 divine power points to Eve in one go. Not only that, the direct and indirect killing of more than 300 half-orcs this time had brought about a considerable amount of feedback from the souls of the dead elves. As time passed, although the feedback from the souls of the dead elves was much less than at the beginning, it still added up to 40 divine power points. But Eve estimated that after a while, this method of obtaining divine power feedback by fulfilling the wishes of the souls of the dead elves would completely lose its effect. Thinking about it, after all, it had been 1,000 years. Although the souls of the dead elves produced a lot of resentment, there would always be a time when it would be depleted and used up. In addition to the 47 divine power points, a young black dragon with the strength of upper silver, level 66, was an unexpected gain. However, Eve wasn't very happy about it. Because of this mission, 38 elves of the Flaming Tribe had died in the battle. And the entire Flaming Tribe originally only had 219 elves left. These 38 elves who had died in the battle were all old elves, and their faith was all devout. This made Eve feel very guilty. Because this time, she had not been able to rescue them unharmed, and a large part of the reason was because of her. She did not expect the half-orc tribe to be near the entrance of the dark mountain range and the elf forest, and had actually prepared an ambush in advance. I was careless. As I got out of the state of near death and had the power to fight, I was a little arrogant. I actually did not communicate with Samir and the others in advance. Eve reflected on herself. If she had been more cautious and had given the players the task of receiving them earlier, perhaps the tragedy would not have happened. Eve heaved a sigh. With a thought, 38 transparent souls flew in from the outside world and entered her godhead's dimension. These were the souls of the dead elves. Low-level creatures would lose most of their memories when they died, and only have vague memory fragments. If he ascended to a divine kingdom, his soul would completely lose its memories when crossing the crystal wall system. Of course, the priests who were blessed by the true God were exceptions. Their souls had been protected by the true God when they were alive. Like the souls that had ascended to the divine kingdom, these 38 elves were not priests. They had lost all their memories the moment they entered the divine deity space. The instant the souls of these elves entered the quintessence space, Eve's quintessence space began to change. Originally, the space within the godhead was just a piece of chaos, filled with countless green photons. However, the moment the souls of the believers entered, the entire space began to change. As if the heavens and earth were being split apart, a part of the primal chaos began to sink, turning into a piece of land. Above them, a canopy was formed. The photons that symbolized believers and players turned into twinkling stars that were incomparably dazzling. The souls of the 38 elves regained their youthful appearance and turned into pious elven petitioners. As they turned into petitioners, the desolate land changed once again. Countless plants drilled out of the ground, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into a forest world suitable for elves to live in. At the same time, a giant tree drilled out of the center of the world and rapidly grew into the appearance of the world tree. Seeing the changes in the divine deity space, a hint of understanding arose in Eve's heart. Divine kingdom transformation. The divine deity space is transforming into a divine kingdom. In the world of seekers, the divine kingdoms of the true gods had two origins. One was to find a half-plane and establish a divine kingdom on it. The other was to use one's own divine deity space as the center and transform one's body into a divine kingdom. The former was more convenient and was the path taken by the gods of faith, but it had the weakness of being easily discovered and besieged by others. The latter was relatively hidden, but it was more difficult to establish, because it meant that one had to preach their faith in advance and completely control the divine kingdom. Only some ancient gods who were interested in faith would use the second method. This was because the prerequisite for completely controlling the divine kingdom was to have a divine kingdom. But if one didn't establish a divine kingdom, ordinary life forms wouldn't have a divine kingdom, so for secular creatures who wanted to become true gods, they could only go through the half-plane method. Only ancient gods who were already true gods could take the second path. However, the previous world tree didn't choose to transform into a divine kingdom, but chose the same path as the true gods of faith. Her divine kingdom had long been shattered along with her fall, and it was no longer in the world of seekers. Eve had inherited the world tree's legacy, but she hadn't inherited her divine kingdom. Now, when the souls of believers entered Eve's divine deity space, it actually caused the divine deity space to transform into a divine kingdom. Eve didn't stop this change. This meant that as an ancient god, the authority of the gods of faith would also be completely grasped by Eve. In the future, her use of faith would also be more efficient than before. Similar effects would also be reflected in the game system, because the game system that Eve had constructed had the same effect as the channel of faith, and it would also be affected to a certain extent. After the divine deity space transformed into a divine kingdom, Eve completely dispelled the idea of reviving elves, because she realized that these elves who had turned into petitioners seemed to provide her with more faith. Perhaps this was how one's bottom decided one's head. In the beginning, she had planned to let these elves descend from the world tree as primordial elves. Of course, after turning into petitioners, the souls of living creatures would, in a sense, become one with the true gods, and generally speaking, they couldn't be reborn. However, the moment she transformed into a divine kingdom, Eve discovered that her ability to give birth to elves had also changed. Before this, although she could create a body, it required a lot of consumption to give birth to a soul. Taking the initiative to give birth to primordial elves required even more consumption than enlightening an oak tree guard, but now, Eve had once again mastered the ability to automatically give birth to primordial elves. In other words, even if she didn't consume divine power, she could naturally give birth to true primordial elves on the world tree. However, this speed was very slow. Eve roughly sensed that, without using divine power, she could give birth to at most one primordial elf in a year. However, if she used divine power, this speed would be accelerated. About every point of divine power spent, this speed would be accelerated by 1 month, and at most, it would be accelerated to 30 days. When the elf was born, the acceleration effect would be reset. In other words, for every 11 points of divine power spent, Eve could use a month to give birth to a primordial elf. A newborn primordial elf would directly approach the state of an adult, and it would have the strength of a peak dark iron, level 40, from the beginning, and it would naturally be loyal to Eve. However, unlike the oak tree guard, who was a god's chosen, the primordial elf's life and soul weren't bound to Eve, and they couldn't enjoy a systematic inheritance. Therefore, when they were newborn, they were completely blank pieces of paper, and they had to learn everything from scratch. Considering the fragility of newborn souls, Eve could at most pass on some basic knowledge to them, and as for the formation of self-awareness, beliefs, and worldview, they had to be completed by themselves. In addition, they had great potential to rise to a higher level. This was because primordial elves had the same body as players, and they were similarly gifted. It was just that, using 11 points of divine power to exchange for a primordial elf was still too extravagant for Eve now. However, after thinking for a while, Eve decided to give birth to one to test the effect. She painfully spent 11 points of divine power to activate the ability to give birth to primordial elves. However, even if Eve's ability related to the priesthood of life was improved, the special status of players would not change. This was because every time the natives were resurrected, their souls would be weakened, but the consciousness of players wouldn't. Only players could be truly used repeatedly. At the same time, Ullr, the god of winter and hunting, also sensed the death of a large number of believers. Heaven, in the silver frost icefields god kingdom. The thick layers of clouds in the sky were constantly rolling, and goose feather-like snow was sprinkling down, while the roaring cold wind was unceasingly whistling. Countless petitioners prostrated themselves on the ground, praying in fear and devotion. The weather in the god kingdom was easily affected by the mood of a true god. At this moment, the god of winter and the hunt, Ullr, was enraged. Ullr had been unlucky recently. At least, that was what he thought. First, he was discovered and warned by the master god for secretly collecting the world tree god's blood crystal. Then, he was ambushed by an unknown force in the elf forest. Even his incarnation with divine power was destroyed by a group of lowly secular creatures suspected to be the god of death's chosen. The master god's reprimand was one thing, but his incarnation was destroyed by secular creatures. This was a slap to his face. The dignity of a true god could not be blasphemed. If this got out, Ullr would become a laughingstock among the gods. What made him even more embarrassed was that the god of death, Hela, might be behind this. But even if he suspected the god of death, Hela, he could not do anything due to the difference in strength. Although they were both true gods, Hela was a mid-level divine power. Her powerful strength was far from what Ullr could compare to. She did not even need to take turns guarding the pantheon like Ullr with weak divine power. Then, something happened to the pantheon. There was a creature who became a god without anyone noticing. In the world of seekers, the preparation before becoming a god was quite tedious. The preaching of faith could not be hidden, and the energy waves caused by the process of becoming a god were even more powerful. Generally speaking, the gods would know in advance and inform the other party to report to the pantheon after becoming a god. But this time, the gods in charge of the pantheon only sensed it when the other party was summoned by the pantheon. Ullr was also reprimanded for failing in his duty to receive the new god. Not only that, but the task of finding the new god also fell on his head. But recently, he had sent many gods chosen and contacted many gods he was familiar with. He spent a lot of effort investigating the high-level planes where the new god might be born, but he did not find any traces of the new god. This made him more and more depressed. And now, among the few high-level planes that he had yet to gather information about, the only ones that were relatively likely to become gods were the underworld and the world of seekers. Then he thought about how this new mysterious god could easily sense and enter the pantheon, and how the magic power of the Seeker's plane had increased recently. Uller suspected that this true god was born in the Seeker's plane, however, this made him even more curious. Logically speaking, the current energy level of the Seeker's world should not be able to support the ascension of a new god. Moreover, most of the god's believers were in the world of Seekers. If a new god ascended to godhood in the Seeker's plane, it would be even more difficult to conceal their presence. Not to mention hiding the divine kingdom, unless other true gods intervene. When Uller began to inquire about the strange changes in the Seeker's plane, the answers he received were all the same. In the plane of Seekers, it was a peaceful year as usual. Except for the Elven Forest, the moment the magic power increased, the Elven Forest had the greatest increase. Due to the existence of the World Tree, the Elven Forest was one of the sources of magic power in the world of Seekers. When the magic power of the entire world increased, it was normal for the source of magic power to have a greater reaction. However, thinking about the encounter of his believers in the Elven Forest, as well as those strange elves, Uller gradually had some guesses. It can't be that someone obtained the priesthood of nature or life, right? His expression was very unpleasant. Because if one ascended to godhood because of obtaining the priesthood, it would indeed be more convenient, and the fluctuations would be smaller. However, since the twilight of the gods in ancient times, such luck was rarely encountered. Combined with the fact that no matter how he analyzed the blood of the World Tree recently, he could not decipher the priesthood of nature or life from it. Uller suddenly felt that this was very possible. After all, the curse of the World Tree had disappeared, and the seal of the divine blood crystal had been broken. If he could secretly study the blood of the World Tree, why couldn't others? And at this moment, Uller once again thought of Hela. Because all the previous signs indicated that the mysterious force hidden in the Elven Forest was very likely related to Hela. Not only that, but Hela herself would definitely be interested in the priesthood of life. And once he thought that the new god might also be related to Hela, Uller's mood became even worse. However, all kinds of bad things would happen when one's luck was bad. Just now, in just a few dozen minutes, he actually sensed the death of more than 300 believers. Of course, if it was only the death of more than 300 half-orc believers, he would not be so angry. After all, believers who became petitioners could provide more faith for the true God. But what really made him angry was the scene he saw from the memories of the dead priests, a figure in a black robe, cold and dark divine power of death, and merciless obliteration. There was no mistaking it, he would never mistake it. That was the god of death and the lord of the underworld, Hela's adorer, and it could be the god's adorer that he personally watched, the god of death. It was really the god of death. And with the return of the elves, at this moment, Uller no longer had a trace of doubt. The force in the Elven Forest was definitely Hela's force, and the new true god might be in the Elven Forest. Not only that, it was very likely that the other party was a follower god that Hela cultivated to control life, because only by inheriting the priesthood of life could it attract the stubborn elves like Megalosaurus to return. For a moment, Uller's angry roar came from the silver temple on the snowy mountain. Hela! Xianxia. Under the escort of the players, the elves of the Inferno tribe finally returned to the former holy city. They looked at the dilapidated city in front of them with excitement. One by one, they knelt down again and prayed devoutly. Nature Saintess Alice, Oak Tree Guardian Basaka, and other players who didn't participate in the mission rushed over to welcome them after receiving the news. Seeing the pure Nature Saintess and the Oak Tree Guardian that symbolized the power of Mother Goddess, all the elves of the Inferno tribe were even more excited. We're back. We're really back. Alice was also overjoyed. She bowed to all the elves and said in a holy and gentle voice, "Welcome home." After the elves arrived at Xianxia, all the players who accepted the mission finally received the mission rewards. Looking at the large amount of experience and contribution points, all the players were overjoyed. At this moment, Alice noticed Meryl in the team, Black Dragon. She looked surprised. He's the captive of Mother Goddess. Air looked fanatical. The players who hadn't seen the Black Dragon before were even more excited. They weren't like the natives who feared the Megalosaurus. Instead, they were full of curiosity. They surrounded the black dragon Meryl, who was tightly entangled. They touched, exclaimed, took photos, and flirted with him. The little black dragon, who was pretending to be dead, was furious. After the elves of the Inferno tribe packed up, they requested Alice to worship the Yggdrasil. Although the Yggdrasil was majestic, Xianxia couldn't see the true appearance of the Yggdrasil due to the terrain. Worshipping the Yggdrasil was the wish of every believer of nature. Alice happily agreed to the elf's request. As the saintess of nature, she was the closest to Mother Goddess among the believers. Her status was even higher than ordinary gods chosen. Alice was also more enthusiastic about spreading her faith. She hugged Xianxia before saying to the elves, "May Mother Goddess bless you. My dear clansmen, please follow me." As she spoke, Alice drew a symbol of Mother Nature on her chest. Then, she led the elves of the Inferno tribe, who were surrounded by the players, to the teleportation array in the center of Xianxia. Now, the core area of Xianxia's temple had been renovated by the players. When the elves arrived, there were still many players who were busy with their daily missions of repairing the buildings. Looking at the busy players, the elves of the Inferno tribe were surprised and curious. Phyllis thought for a moment and finally couldn't help but ask, "Lady Alice. Along the way, we received a lot of help from these young clansmen, but I see that they have different hair colors. Which tribe are they from?" Xianxia had long noticed these young clansmen who were always full of enthusiasm and passion. Not only that, but he also saw that these people seemed to be very interested in him and the elves of the Inferno tribe. They were very friendly, even a little too friendly. It felt like they were trying to curry favor. This made him think of his crazy behavior when he was young when he pursued his other half. However, Xianxia didn't think that these young clansmen would be interested in the same gender and elders. Suddenly, he had a thought, and he abruptly raised his head. He looked at Alice and said excitedly, "Could it be the chosen one?" Hearing the old priest's words, Alice nodded and replied with a smile, "That's right, Grandpa Xianxia. They are the warriors summoned by Mother Goddess from another world, the brave and hardworking chosen one. They are the warriors summoned by Mother Goddess. Does this mean that they are the original elves? Or the oracles?" The elves of the Inferno tribe were surprised. Phyllis was shocked, and she subconsciously looked at Alice. Facing the gaze of the Inferno tribe's patriarch, Alice hesitated for a moment and reluctantly nodded. I guess so." Her Holiness Mother Goddess had never mentioned the official identity of the chosen one. However, since they looked like elves, they should be considered special elves, right? Alice thought to herself, feeling a little conflicted. Seeing the surprised expressions of the elves, the players immediately joined in the fun and shouted, "That's right. That's right, that's right. We are the warriors summoned by the goddess. Praise the nature. Praise life. Praise the great sister goddess. We are the chosen ones. It's an elf that was born directly from the world tree. From now on, we're family. Uncles, aunties, brothers, and sisters, if you have any missions, feel free to call us. We guarantee that it will be completed on time. That, cough cough, we are still young and there are still many things that we need to learn. In the future, we will need your guidance." After listening to the gamers, the gazes of the elves changed again. These chosen ones, what a group of kind, passionate, humble, respectable, and reliable companions who loved to learn. Looking at the touched gazes of the elves, Alice hesitated for a moment before cautiously reminding them. Although they are very nice, sometimes they might do some incomprehensible things, and sometimes, they might have some bad habits like humans. You have to be mentally prepared. Incomprehensible things? Bad habits like humans. Phyllis was slightly taken aback. Then, she thought of the fearless charge of the chosen ones and the merciless pursuit of the half-orcs. She also thought of the greedy looting of the equipment after killing the half-orcs, as well as their glowing eyes after reading the books. At this moment, she suddenly understood. I see. However, even with their shortcomings, Phyllis was still very grateful to the chosen ones. Thinking of the young chosen ones who died in battle, she said with a sorrowful expression. Sigh, in order to rescue us this time, they really sacrificed a lot of their companions. Nearly 100 young lives were lost. Sacrificed, their companions, after hearing Phyllisyl's words, Alice and the others had strange expressions. Basaka, who had shrunk his height to 4 meters, glanced at the players. The players averted their eyes and smiled awkwardly. Basaka was speechless. Hee. He grinned coldly and said in a deep voice, "Don't worry. Don't worry, they won't die." Won't die? Phyllisyl and the others were stunned. Even Samir was surprised. Won't die. What does that mean? Before they could ask in detail, the teleportation portal in the center of the square suddenly bloomed with a bright light, and dozens of tall figures appeared in front of them. They wore simple wooden armor and linen robes, and they looked excited. Hurry up. I heard they've arrived. And they even caught a dragon. Ahem, I wonder what the NPCs' expressions will be when they see us. Don't mention it. Demacia, your acting was too good. So sad. You're a drama queen. Let's see what you'll do when we meet later. Listening to the teasing of his companions, Demacia put his hands on his waist and bragged proudly. Hey, isn't it to gain affection? These new NPCs are all elves, so they're probably the same as Alice and the others. They'll gain affection very quickly. When the affection is high, won't they get whatever they want? Disgust, dislike, normal, like, intimate. The difference in affection is too big. Let me tell you, why can I go out with air to hunt monsters? Isn't it because I have a close relationship with him? Then he found that his companions were all silent. Why aren't you talking? Is there a problem with what I said? He muttered in a strange voice and found that the others were desperately giving him looks. Demacia unconsciously looked at them. In front of him, all the NPCs were standing there. Demacia, ding, your affection with Basaka has decreased by 20 points. It is now at disgust. Ding, your affection with Alice Wind has decreased by 20 points. It is now at disgust. Ding, your affection with Samir Wind has decreased by 20 points. It is now at normal. Ding, your affection with Phyllisyl Blaze has decreased by 20 points. It is now at normal. Ding, your affection with Air Moonlight has decreased by 20 points. It is now at like, Demacia, big brother Demacia. Air looked at him with a complicated expression. You. So you were thinking like this? Demacia's smile disappeared again. The chosen ones actually didn't die. When the young elves who had died in battle appeared alive and kicking in front of them, the expressions of the Inferno tribe's elves were particularly interesting. However, compared to the anger of being deceived, they were more relieved. Just as Alice said, even if these chosen ones had some bad habits, it didn't stop the Inferno tribe's elves from being grateful to them. Perhaps it was because the first impression the players left on the elves was too good. But even so, the players who had put on a sad show still received notifications that their favorability had dropped. Especially Demacia, who courted death in front of them, seeing AI Air's favorability drop from intimate to like, his face almost turned green. He hurriedly followed behind the little boy and kept trying to curry favor with him while apologizing. Then, the elves arrived at the square of the elven town through the teleportation array. When their vision changed and they saw the green and exotic elven town, all the native elves couldn't help but exclaim. What a beautiful town. The style of these buildings. I've never seen it before. It's a bit like a human's, but it feels more exquisite and closer to nature. Those wooden lofts and platforms are really beautiful. And those gardens made of stones and pools, there's an indescribable feeling. Every elf was a natural artist. And the elven town that the players had painstakingly built was undoubtedly an eye-opener for them. Especially after Eve recovered from her near-death state, the wooden buildings in the town regained their vitality. The buildings looked like the plant houses in fairy tales, but they still retained the style and charm of the original buildings. This was in line with the elves' aesthetic. Hearing the elves' praises, Alice explained. This is the elven town, or, the city of Chosen One. It was built by all the Chosen Ones. This is also the home of the Chosen Ones. Then, she pointed at the stone tablet in the center of the square. Do you see it? That stone tablet is engraved with the names of all the Chosen Ones who participated in the town's construction, but it's engraved with a mysterious language that only the Chosen Ones can understand. The town was built by the chosen ones. Hearing this, the elves were surprised. They looked at the players who were moving around the town and gathering toward them, and their expressions changed again. She drew the symbol of Mother Nature on her chest and exclaimed, "You're right. It seems that they are not only brave warriors, but also noble artists." Samir pondered for a moment before his expression suddenly turned to one of shock. "Wait. Alice, you said that the town was built by the chosen ones, which means they built a town of this scale in just a few months." Alice glanced at the gamers and nodded. "It's like this." After receiving confirmation, the elves of the Inferno tribe let out another wave of exclamations. With the existence of magic, it was not difficult for the elves to build a city. However, it would be very difficult to build such a small town that was like a work of art and had a myriad of styles. At the same time, they were shocked by the wisdom of the Mother Goddess. Only a true god could obtain the loyalty of such a brave warrior, right? The Holy Land. This is the new Holy Land of the Mother Goddess, an old elf said excitedly. When the elves looked up and saw the majestic Yggdrasil, they became even more excited. Especially the elders. Unlike the young elves who had never seen the Yggdrasil, the elders had seen the true appearance of the Yggdrasil, but at that time, the Yggdrasil had withered. But now, the Yggdrasil was full of vitality, green leaves covered the branches, and it was full of vitality. Even standing in the square, the elves could feel the vigorous vitality and the indistinct holy aura from the Yggdrasil. They looked pious and fanatical as they knelt down. Praise nature. Praise life. Praise the great elven ruler. Mother Goddess, we're back. As they knelt down, the Yggdrasil emitted a faint halo. Green photons flew out one after another, once again decorating the plaza into a sea of green. At the same time, ethereal hymns faintly sounded. All the elves felt their hearts calm down, and their bodies and minds were unprecedentedly relaxed. "Welcome home." A dignified yet amiable female voice appeared in their minds. For a moment, all the elves lowered their heads again, looking pious and excited. Then, the voice of the goddess sounded in their hearts again. "The Inferno tribe. Settle in Xianxia and rebuild the city with the chosen one." Hearing the sacred and majestic oracle, all the elves of the Inferno tribe answered fervently and respectfully. "We obey the oracle of the Mother Goddess." After the elves of the Inferno tribe paid their respects to the Yggdrasil, they returned to Xianxia. From now on, Xianxia would be their new home. However, the black dragon Meryl was left behind. This little black dragon was stunned when he teleported to the elven town. Tree. So tall. So big. Due to some special reasons, the inheritance of the megalosaurus in his mind was incomplete. Therefore, the little guy did not immediately recognize that the giant tree in front of him was the legendary Yggdrasil. However, he sensed a huge and terrifying pressure from the other party. The megalosaurus was very sensitive to auras. In just a moment, Meryl realized that this was a terrifying creature whose strength had reached the level of a true god. Ancient. Ancient god. This is definitely an ancient god. It shuddered as it recalled the majestic voice it had heard. Ancient god, that was an existence that was even rarer and more terrifying than the true gods. Oh my god. There are awakened ancient gods in the world of Seekers? While Meryl was still in shock, the divine rope on his body disappeared. Then, that terrifying voice appeared in his mind again. "I'll give you a choice, submit to me." Meryl was speechless. A choice is still a choice? Meryl's black dragon face turned green. Meryl was the noble megalosaurus, the golden race with the longest lifespan. Even an ancient god could not make him submit. This was the pride of the megalosaurus. The black dragon raised his head and shouted in a young and stirring voice. "The megalosaurus will never be a slave. Even if I die, I won't submit to you." After saying that, Meryl realized that the other party was silent. Meryl suddenly had a bad feeling. A moment later, that voice that made his heart skip a beat sounded in his mind. There was a hint of playfulness in the voice. "All right. Since you're not willing to submit, then die. The black dragon's entire body is a treasure. Its scales can be used to make armor, its blood can be used to create arrays and inscriptions, and it can also be used to cultivate dragon blood warriors." Dragon meat is the highest quality ingredient and can also improve the physique of mortal creatures. As for the dragon heart and dragon crystal, they're even more useful. Even the dragon soul can be cultivated into the soul of a bone dragon spirit, which can be used together with dragon bones. Now that I think about it, a corpse is not bad. Meryl was speechless. Evil god, this was definitely an abominable evil god. The little black dragon shuddered, its eyes filled with tears. I submit, its voice was very aggrieved. After the black dragon Meryl submitted to her, Eve used the method from the World Tree's inheritance to leave a master-servant mark in its soul. The mark of a true god was incomparably firm. Unless someone could kill Eve, or an even stronger being intervened, the little black dragon would not be able to escape in this lifetime. And Meryl could only accept it dejectedly. But even so, Eve could clearly feel that the little black dragon was not convinced. But she was not worried. There was still a long time, and this silly black dragon could even fool the half-orcs. Eve did not believe that it could not be fooled. After that, Eve allowed Meryl to do as he pleased. The premise was that he could not leave within 3 kilometers of the elf town, and he could not harm the elves or the chosen ones. And Meryl could only put on a bitter face and find a hill beside the elf town to dig a hole and build his nest. Sigh. My castle. Sigh. My gold coins and gems. Sigh. My unfinished righteous cause, the little black dragon mumbled dejectedly as he built his nest. It was really wronged. The black dragon liked to live in swamps and ruins of civilizations, but there were no such places around the World Tree. Feilungsui was not bad, but it was a little far from Eve's main body. And because the black dragon also participated in the War of the Gods thousands of years ago, and the roots of the World Tree were eaten by an ancient black dragon, which directly led to the decline of the previous World Tree, the native elves were full of hostility and vigilance towards the black dragon. Therefore, before she completely subdued this little fellow, Eve planned to keep it in front of her to keep an eye on it. Of course, another reason was that she was too lazy to train this little fellow personally. She planned to leave the task of fooling the black dragon to the players. The Megalosaurus was as stubborn as a donkey on the Blue Star, especially when Eve directly suppressed Meryl with her strength. If it was a normal black dragon, it would be fine. They respected the strong and would obediently submit in the face of overwhelming power. But once the power that suppressed them weakened, the black dragon would think of ways to betray them. Therefore, it was almost impossible to get the black dragon's loyalty. But this black dragon's brain circuit seemed to be different from a normal black dragon. It seemed to be very simple, and even thought that it was a silver dragon. In this situation, Eve felt that she should have a chance of winning the little black dragon's heart. But if she wanted to win its heart, it would probably take some effort. Eve intended to let her subordinates do the work of fooling them. So, she gave Eve to give it to the black dragon. Mission: subdue the black dragon to missions: black dragon black dragon black dragon black dragon and black. But in its heart, it did not really agree with the goddess. As the goddess's loyal adorer, you have decided to assist the goddess in subduing the black dragon Meryl completely. Mission objective: let the black dragon Meryl truly recognize the goddess, accept the goddess's faith, and fight for the goddess. Mission time: unlimited. Mission level: unlimited. Mission reward: 3,000 contribution points. Of course, this mission did not belong to the main mission, and it was up to the players to accept or not. But when the players saw this mission, they were all interested. Not only was the contribution points as high as 3,000, but they also thought that this was also a chance to get close to the black dragon. If they could subdue the black dragon for the goddess, then wouldn't they also have a chance to ride on the black dragon's coattails? If they were lucky, they might even be able to become a dragon knight. How cool! Don't forget, it was because Xianxia had a close relationship with Air that she was able to bring him to the wild to grind monsters. Well, although they heard that he seemed to have broken down. However, this black dragon was a genuine upper silver level creature. For a time, many players were tempted and accepted the mission. However, Meryl did not buy into the players at all. Instead, he was full of hostility. The players who got close to it were either sprayed with saliva, kicked away, or directly suppressed by its draconic aura until they trembled. Anyway, what he meant was, I'm very annoying and very strong. "You bastards, don't mess with me." Gradually, some of the players lost their excitement and gave up. Only a few players were still persevering. Salty Meow was one of them. However, no matter how she expressed her goodwill, Meryl was still indifferent to her. Even when she got some barbecue skewers from the two northeastern friends who sold barbecue in the town, Meryl was not moved. Not only that, the little black dragon directly slammed the barbecue skewers on the ground, stomped on them, and spat on them to express its anger. Megalosaurus did not eat food that was given to them, expressing goodwill was useless, and feeding was also useless. Fewer and fewer players were persevering. After all, if they had the time to waste with the black dragon, they might as well do more daily missions or farm more monsters. For ordinary players, time was experience points and contribution points. Gradually, the only player left was Salted Meow, who was a semi-casual player. She did not care about the mission reward. She was purely interested in the black dragon. But to her disappointment, this black dragon did not buy it. However, Salty Meow was also very stubborn. Meryl's resistance had instead aroused her enthusiasm. She decided that no matter the cost, she must complete this mission. After half a day, the black dragon Meryl gradually became a little restless. Under Salty Meow's surprised gaze, he suddenly flapped his wings and flew up. Meryl flew into the air and circled the town a few times. At the same time, he looked around from time to time, as if he was looking for something. When he came back, his whole dragon face was pulled down. This made Salty Meow feel very strange. At this moment, she suddenly heard a muffled rumbling sound coming from the black dragon's body. To be more precise, it seemed to be the abdomen. In an instant, her expression became strange. This guy, could it be hungry? Yes, there was nothing to eat within a 3-kilometer radius. Everything that could be eaten had been spoiled by the players. Except for some fruits. But the black dragon was a carnivore. As if noticing her strange gaze, Meryl suddenly became angry. Scram! Evil guy! Don't hang around in front of Lord Meryl. Or Lord Meryl will eat you. The sudden rage gave little Salty Meow a fright. Her heart skipped a beat. She pretended to leave, but in fact, she quietly hid and secretly observed. After Salty Meow left, Meryl looked around, as if to see if there was anyone around. After making sure that there was no one around, he looked at the meat skewer covered in dust and saliva on the ground. His expression seemed to be a little conflicted. After a while, he swallowed his saliva. Gulp, another loud noise. After hesitating for a while, Meryl quickly lowered his head and ate the dusty skewer in one bite. Then, he smacked his lips as if he had not had enough. Salty Meow was speechless. She covered her mouth, which almost laughed out loud, and started typing in the World Channel. Buying magical beast meat at a high price. Take as much as you have. At the same time, contact the two northeastern brothers who knew how to barbecue meat. Meryl was in a dilemma. The abominable evil god had limited its range of activity to a radius of 3 kilometers. But after it checked, it found that there was no food at all. Oh my god! Is the great Meryl going to starve to death here? It was a young dragon that had yet to reach adulthood. It was still growing, so it had a huge appetite. And hunger was something it had rarely experienced since it settled down in the castle in the Gloom Mountain Range. At that time, the half-orc tribe would prepare everything it needed. Thinking of those honest and capable half-orcs, and then thinking of those cruel and crazy long ears, Meryl felt that its future was getting bleaker and bleaker. Do I really have to give in to those long ears? Thinking of the taste of the meat skewer just now, Meryl swallowed subconsciously, but soon shook its head. No. No. How can Meryl bow to the evil forces? It seemed to have forgotten, it had already bowed its head twice. At this time an even more tempting smell of meat drifted over. Meryl sniffed and felt that its hunger was getting stronger and stronger. The dragon's saliva could not help but flow all over the ground. Slurp. It smells so good, its body moved subconsciously and walked in the direction of the fragrance. After crossing a small hill, Meryl quickly found the source of the fragrance at the edge of the town. It was Salty Meow. She was grilling meat with 2 male elves over a bonfire. The barbecue was sizzling with oil on the bonfire, sprinkled with unknown spices and honey. The tempting smell could be smelled from afar. And on their side, the magical beast meat was piled up like a small mountain. Little Salty Meow's eyes turned into crescent moons when it saw the huge dragon head that suddenly appeared, as well as the pair of sparkling dragon eyes that seemed to be forcing itself not to look in its direction and the conflicted expression on its face. She took a skewer of meat from the bonfire and put it in her mouth to take a bite. The fragrance of the meat overflowed. The salty and tender meat was delicious, and the shiny yellow fat melted in her mouth. The mouth-watering taste made her eyes light up slightly. The cooking of the Northeastern brothers was indeed awesome. Seeing her enjoying it, Meryl's eyes lit up slightly, and its mouth watered even more. Salty Meow glanced at it, and it immediately put away its expression. Myrtle raised its dragon head arrogantly and pouted its mouth in a fit of pique. It panted heavily, but its eyes kept glancing at them like a large husky. Seeing it like this, Salty Meow showed a friendly smile. She picked up a skewer of branches from the bonfire and put it in front of her nose and sniffed it. How fragrant, she made an intoxicated expression, then raised the skewer and said to the little black. Do you want some? Meryl was speechless. The little dragon's expression became even more. Another loud noise came from its abdomen. Meryl was speechless. It took a deep breath and hypnotized itself. This is not surrender. This is a temporary hibernation. This is not acceptance, but accumulation of strength for the sake of freedom in the future. Then, it walked to little Salty Meow's side and took the meat skewer with its mouth. Munch munch, the juices and fat of the meat were overflowing, and the tender tendons and charred meat were perfectly combined. The salty aroma spread quickly in its mouth, fragrant, so fragrant, Meryl's dragon eyes widened instantly. After eating, it smacked its lips as if it had not had enough. It had to say, this was the best food it had ever eaten. Perhaps it was because it was starving, but Meryl even felt that this was more delicious than human food. Human food was very famous in the world of seekers, and Meryl's adoptive father was once a noble megalosaurus who loved human food. However, even when he was with his father, Meryl had never tasted such delicious barbecue. Little Salty Meow's eyes were full of smiles as it looked at Meryl's sparkling eyes. Don't worry, there's still a lot, but we'll have to barbecue some more. After saying that, Salty Meow had an idea and continued, wait until the barbecue is done. It'll take a while before it's done. Do you want to listen to a story while you wait? Story? Meryl was slightly stunned. It glanced at the evil long-eared creature with a haughty expression, but it was curious. What story? The corners of Salty Meow's mouth curled up. The story of a kind race that loves peace. Kind race, Meryl frowned and sneered in his heart. Kind, haha. Does an evil race know what kind is? Lord Meryl, I'll give you a chance. It said coldly. Forget it. Since I've eaten it, I'll listen to what this evil creature has to say. She seems to have a shred of conscience. If Lord Meryl can take her as his dependent and lead her onto the path of justice, it seems like a good choice. After all, barbecue is quite delicious. Yes, Lord Meryl is definitely not doing it for the barbecue. Looking at Meryl, who was getting more and more shameless under the temptation of Salty Meow, Eve was very satisfied. Looks like this dragon-shaped husky who thinks it's a silver dragon will be completely conquered soon. He smiled and then focused his attention on his main body. Now that the elves of the Inferno tribe had returned, and the number of players was increasing, someone would notice such a big change in the elf forest sooner or later. Although she had once again pushed the blame to Hela, Ullr would definitely not let it go. After all, this was not the underworld. However, Ullr's next move would definitely be more cautious. Perhaps, he would send a god-favored one to investigate personally. With the increase of her strength, the concealment barrier that Eve set up for herself had spread to 30 kilometers. In other words, the Yggdrasil that was 30 kilometers away was different from the one that was 30 kilometers away. Even so, if the enemy sneaked in carefully, they might really discover the revival of the Yggdrasil. However, after transforming into a god's kingdom, Eve felt that her control over her main body had become more precise. Therefore, she decided to further perfect this concealment. Instead of setting up an illusion in a certain range, it's better to set it up directly on my main body. I can directly use my power on my main body to conceal my changes. Only my believers and working players can see my true appearance. With this setup, even if an enemy sneaks in, as long as they don't touch my main body, they won't discover my changes. They'll still see the withered Yggdrasil. And the players and believers already know that they need to conceal my revival from the outside world. Even if someone sneaks in, I can immediately inform them to respond. Maybe I can even make some misdirection. Previously, Eve's control over her divine power was not precise, and her connection with the believers and players was also very rough. But after transforming into a god's kingdom, she could do all these. Thinking of this, she quickly set up a new concealment barrier on her main body. At the same time, the NPC mission system that she had already planned could also be put on the agenda with the increase of native elves and the further strengthening of the channel of faith. The NPC mission system was a system that Eve had been considering for a long time. At present, the missions in Elven Nation were basically issued and settled by Eve herself. Even the daily missions issued by Alice were also calculated by Eve behind the scenes. Although she was reborn as the World Tree, this bit of calculation was as simple as eating and drinking water for Eve in her previous life. However, that was also because there were too few players now. 2 closed beta tests were enough. The next time she recruited people, Eve planned to officially start the open beta. At that time, a large number of players would definitely pour in, and the number would be in the tens of thousands. As the number of players increased, Eve would definitely not be able to do everything by herself. Many things could be handed over to the native elves. Eve's plan was to connect the game system she designed with her own faith channel, and part of the game management authority would be given to her believers. She would truly integrate her believers into the game. In the form of NPCs, this was the NPC mission system. Specifically, according to the level of faith of her believers, she would assign them a certain amount of game authority and construct NPC templates so that they would have the authority to issue missions and rewards to the players. This was a bit like building Elven Nation into a company. Eve would be the boss, and the believers would be the employees. As for the players, they would be their customers and leaks. The higher the level of faith in Eve, the greater the authority of the believers' mission NPCs. In Eve's plan, she planned to give the saint a purple NPC template, the fanatic a blue NPC template, and the devout a white NPC template. Shallow believers would not be connected to the system if they provided too little faith. If they wanted to have the ability to issue missions to the chosen ones, they would have to work hard to praise the goddess and become a devout believer as soon as possible. As for the only golden NPC, that would be Eve herself. The content of the mission would be set by the believers themselves. The content could be beneficial to the believers themselves, but it must not harm or even help the interests of the Mother Goddess. It must also have a positive feedback effect on the development of the elven civilization. Of course, Eve would encourage the believers to issue missions that were beneficial to her. And if the missions issued by the believers could make outstanding contributions to her and the civilization, Eve would also reward the believers. Considering the temperament of the elves in the Seeker's world, Eve wasn't worried that someone would mess around with this. The rewards could be provided by the believers themselves, or they could be the EXP and contribution points that Eve distributed to them, or they could even learn some skills or change their classes. Of course, the skill learning and class change provided by NPCs were different from the direct installation in the contribution shop. Players had to learn the skills and class change from the NPCs from scratch, just like the natives. This could be considered as another path for the commoner players. After all, not everyone had the money to throw in contribution points. Out of more than 1,000 people, there was only one salty meow who treated money like paper. The extraordinary status of the contribution store would never change. In addition, the amount of EXP and contribution points earned by believers would also be linked to their level of faith. The more devout they were to Eve, the greater the amount they would receive, and the greater the amount they would receive in one go. The limit was refreshed every 24 hours and could not be accumulated. Of course, the amount of rewards distributed to the NPCs would definitely be lower than that of the main storyline. The most generous rewards and the most special rewards would definitely be in Eve's hands. However, daily missions were not restricted. Daily missions could be received repeatedly. Generally speaking, the daily missions for a period of time were the development plans that Eve carried out during this period of time. For example, the daily missions now were to expand the elf town and repair the holy city Emerald. For daily missions, Eve would specially design silver daily mission NPC templates. and they could be compatible with ordinary NPC templates. For example, Saintess Alice could have both the daily mission NPC template and the purple NPC template at the same time. In other words, while issuing daily missions without restrictions, she could also issue NPC missions to the players according to her own preferences. And once this system was activated, the gameplay of the entire game would be more diverse. At the same time, Eve would also be liberated from issuing missions to a certain extent. She only needed to be in charge of the operation of the system behind the scenes and the main storyline. As for the believers, it would once again stimulate their faith and deepen their communication with the players. Eve could already faintly foresee that all the players would become the elves, especially the faithful bootlickers of the devout elves. In addition, Eve also planned to evaluate the mission performance of all the believers every few months or a year. Those believers who made greater contributions to the development of civilization, the spread of faith, and the increase of Eve's strength would be richly rewarded. In this way, she could stimulate the enthusiasm of the believers and guide them in the direction of issuing missions. Yes, I'm so smart, Eve was very satisfied. She had already thought of these plans. But before she became a god's kingdom, Eve's control of faith was still very rough, and she could not connect the two systems well. But now, she could. Thinking of this, Eve quickly began the relevant preparations and officially established the NPC mission system, at the edge of the elf town. The black dragon Meryl gnawed on barbecued meat while sniffling. Too miserable. The elves are really too miserable. I've heard of the elves, but it's a pity that I've never seen such a beautiful race, and I didn't expect them to be so miserable. Just now, Salty Meow told Meryl the history of the elves in the form of a story. In order to be more emotional, Salty Meow searched for some tragic stories on Blue Star while telling the story. He specifically chose the most tragic ones to tell, the more tragic the better. He then added some details and changed the story into the elves' version. But considering that the black dragon had already been fooled by the half-orcs, she did not directly mention that it was the half-orcs and humans who harmed the elves, nor did she explain what the elves were like. This black dragon with an incomplete inheritance did not even know that it was the elves who captured him, and the final effect was that Meryl was completely immersed in the story, so, the evil forces must be wiped out. Sigh, I don't know where the elves are now. If Meryl knows where they are, Meryl will definitely help them. Meryl said solemnly while eating barbecued meat. Hearing his words, Salty Meow smiled. She pointed at a few elves from the Inferno tribe who were visiting the elven town and said, "They are elves." After saying that, she pointed at herself. "I'm also considered a special elf." In an instant, Meryl's eyes widened. Impossible. He spat out the barbecued meat, and his draconic aura was instantly activated as he roared angrily. "Evil long ears, you're lying to me." Salty Meow jumped in fright. But she still mustered up her courage and said a few words. "Your views were only instilled by the half-orcs. What I haven't said is that the race that harmed the elves in the story was the half-orcs. You can find out about this if you ask around in human society. Previously, the half-orcs drove you because they wanted to capture elves and sell them to humans as slaves. As for us, we are merely resisting." Hearing Salty Meow's words, Meryl was stunned. He turned his head to look at the peaceful and lively atmosphere in the town, and his expression gradually became blank. Salty Meow wanted to say something, but a system prompt suddenly appeared in her vision and interrupted her thoughts. Announcement: Elven Nation will undergo a version update at 00:00 on Blue Star the next day. All players, please prepare to go offline in advance. Version update. Salty Meow was very curious. She looked at the time, hesitated, and said to Meryl, "Think about it carefully. I'll take my leave first." After saying that, she got up and left. Only the black dragon was left in a daze. Carlos Blaze was already over 900 years old. Before becoming a legend, an elf's lifespan was around 1200 years old, and 200 years old when they reached adulthood. Although elves had a long period of youth, they aged very slowly, gradually showing signs of old age after 800 or 900 years old. But in human terms, Carlos was already equivalent to an old man in his 50s or 60s. Carlos often heard the 1,000-year-old elders in his tribe talk about the prosperity of the Elven Kingdom, but unfortunately, as long as he could remember, he had only experienced leaving home, hiding, and drifting. After the fall of the World Tree, the elves still persisted for a few hundred years. But as the various races approached step by step, they finally had to choose to leave one after another. It had been 700 years since the Blaze tribe left the elven forest. To be able to return here and see the revived World Tree, he felt like it was all a dream. But the fact was, they really did return, and they even set up a home in the holy city Emerald. The elven forest was still as fertile as he remembered. Or rather, with the revival of the Mother Goddess, it was even more fertile. Except for the fact that the number of animals around Xianxia was less than Carlos imagined, the products here were so abundant that they didn't even need to consider the problem of food. Because as long as you walked in the forest, you would find countless berries. And if you knew some nature magic, you could even accelerate the ripening of some plants in the forest. The magic power in the elven forest was quite abundant, and many fruits could be easily ripened, and all that was consumed was a trace of guided magic power. If there was a plant in the yard that could produce berries, the elves didn't even need to go out, they only needed to accelerate the ripening of the plant when they were hungry. Carlos couldn't have imagined such a life before. Because when he was born, the Mother Goddess had already fallen, and the elven forest was not as good as before. At this time, he also knew why those older elves missed the past so much, why they called the elven forest the elves' paradise on earth. The elven forest was so fertile after the Mother Goddess revival, it was indeed like heaven. At the same time, this also made Carlos vaguely imagine how powerful the elven kingdom was 1,000 years ago. And Carlos knew that they could return precisely because they had regained the Mother Goddess protection. The protection of the true God was the greatest reliance of the intelligent races in the world of seekers. At this moment, Carlos's faith in nature was even more devout. He had finally grown from a shallow believer to a true devout believer. If we want to continue living here, if we want the elves to rise again, we must strengthen our race and strengthen the power of the Mother Goddess. Carlos decided that the remaining 300 years of his life would be dedicated to the Mother Goddess and the future of the elves. After thinking about it, he planned to open a small forging shop in Xianxia. He had inherited his father's forging skills. He was a skilled blacksmith, and was very experienced in making magic equipment. Most of the equipment of the Burning Flame tribe was made by him. However, after hundreds of years of wandering from place to place, he had gradually relaxed his craftsmanship. But after coming to the elf forest, he planned to pick up these skills again. The development of intelligent races was inseparable from tools, and in battle, they needed weapons and equipment. Under Carlos's observation, he realized that although most of the chosen ones were equipped with fancy equipment, they were poorly maintained. Not only that, but many of the weapons and equipment in their hands were damaged, and they didn't seem to have thought about repairing them. Of course, he didn't know that this was because the players were fighting too frequently, and it was normal for their equipment to be damaged. It wasn't that the players didn't think about repairing their equipment, but that they didn't know how to do it. The contribution store could repair their equipment, but the price was too heart-wrenching. It was almost as expensive as redeeming a new set of equipment. Thus, many people chose to secretly sacrifice their damaged equipment to the Mother Goddess, and at the same time, use their contribution points to redeem a new set of equipment. Because of this, Carlos saw that the equipment of the players weren't being maintained or repaired. When Carlos planned to open a new forging shop, he had a headache. Because there were too few people in the Burning Flame tribe, and everyone had just arrived in the elf forest, so they were very busy. He realized that he couldn't find an apprentice that could help him in a short time. At this moment, Carlos thought of the chosen ones. But there was a trace of doubt in his heart. Madame Alice once mentioned that I could ask the chosen ones for help, but, would they be willing to be apprentices? The chosen ones were personally summoned by the Mother Goddess, and their status was like God's messengers in Carlos's eyes. Being an apprentice in a forging shop was a dirty and tiring job, and Carlos didn't want to make a profit. If he became an apprentice, there was no benefit other than learning some forging skills. The chosen ones were so resourceful that they could even build a miraculous city like the City of Heaven's Chosen. In this case, would they be willing to come? After hesitating for a day, he couldn't make up his mind until he fell asleep at night. At night, Carlos had a dream. In the dream, he saw the benevolent and generous Mother Goddess. Mother Goddess praised his faith and gave him the ability to give missions to the chosen ones. Call my name in your heart, and you can activate the relevant authority. Mother Goddess warned him in the dream. When he woke up the next day, Carlos was in a daze. He felt that he must have thought too much during the day to have such a strange dream. He smiled and was about to get up, but he suddenly stopped. Mother Goddess, he pondered for a moment, and with an attitude of giving it a try, he piously called out in his heart, "Praise nature, praise life, praise the great ruler of the elves, Xianxia." With a thought, Carlos was shocked to find that there was a change in his vision. In front of his eyes, a translucent white box suddenly appeared with the words Mission Management Authority written in the Elven language. Mother Goddess above. This is not a dream. He took a deep breath and drew a symbol of Mother Nature on his chest. After some research, he found that this Mission Management Authority was the ability to give missions. Not only that, the control of this strange ability only required his consciousness, and it could be hidden at any time and appear again when called out. The authority included mission settings, reward settings, and other functions that he had never heard of before. In addition, there was a usage manual. After reading the usage manual, Carlos more or less understood these abilities. This is really an ability to give missions to the chosen ones. And all the functions are targeted at the chosen ones. Carlos was shocked. The power of a true god. This was the power of a true god. Mother Goddess was so generous to give her believers such a powerful ability. After further understanding the rules, Carlos understood that Mother Goddess's real intention was to let the chosen ones help them rebuild their race and increase the power of Mother Goddess. Of course, the believers could also use this to let the chosen ones help them do some things. And those strange rewards called experience points and contribution points were targeted at the chosen ones. The introduction in the manual said that those rewards were what the chosen ones were striving for, and the believers could use them as an exchange to ask them to do things for them. Carlos was excited. He suddenly wanted to give it a try. These rewards may be able to help me get one apprentice. His eyes lit up. Carlos made a decision. He planned to head to the city of Heaven's Chosen immediately to recruit Heaven's Chosen ones. However, when he came out of the temporary wooden house, he realized that Xianxia was already bustling with activity. For some reason, a large number of young Heaven's Chosen ones swarmed into Xianxia. As far as the eye could see, the core area of the restored temple was filled with heads. Carlos opened his mouth wide in shock. He did not know what was going on. Although there were many Heaven's Chosen ones in Xianxia, they were only assisting the elves in repairing the buildings in the holy city. But today, Carlos seriously suspected that all the Heaven's Chosen ones had come to Xianxia. Not only that, but the behavior of the Heaven's Chosen ones was also very strange. Every time they saw an elf from the Flame tribe, they would enthusiastically surround them. Especially those elves who were slightly older, each of them was surrounded by a few Heaven's Chosen ones. They smiled and kept trying to curry favor with them, scaring the old elves. The old priest, Samir, who was guarding the Xianxia temple, was even worse. He was already surrounded by a large group of Heaven's Chosen ones. No one ran away after he scolded them. Instead, there were more and more people. Not only that, Carlos also heard the Heaven's Chosen ones exclaiming from afar. "Damn! Blue NPC. It's a rare NPC. Go, go. Grandpa Priest. Please hug his leg." Carlos sucked in a breath of cold air. He didn't know what was wrong with these young warriors. As soon as he came out, the eyes of a dozen Heaven's Chosen ones lit up. Another one. It's white. Their eyes lit up as if they had seen their prey. They swarmed forward and surrounded Carlos. At the same time, Carlos heard their excited voices. "Dear Grandpa Elf, good morning. Sir, do you have a mission that you need our help with? Do you have any skills to learn here? I'm very diligent. I'm already at level 15. I'm strong. I can do anything." Carlos was speechless. Looking at the Heaven's Chosen ones who were looking at him with anticipation, Carlos was dumbfounded. What's going on? But very quickly, his heart stirred as he recalled yesterday's dream. It can't be. Was this the will of the Mother Goddess? Then, he was overjoyed. This was an opportunity, looks like. I'm going to recruit an apprentice soon. However, he glanced at the Heaven's Chosen ones and felt uneasy. He wondered if the Chosen ones would be able to stand the boredom of being a forging apprentice. One had to know that the work of an apprentice in a smithy was not only tedious, but the environment was also terrible and very tiring. They often worked shirtless all day, sweating profusely. More importantly, Carlos couldn't give him a salary. After pondering for a moment, he decided to try the ability given to him by the Mother Goddess. He cleared his throat and said with some anticipation and apprehension, "Oh. That's right, I do need help here. I'm planning to open a forging shop in Xianxia to forge and repair equipment and magic equipment. But we don't have enough manpower right now, so we need to recruit apprentices. But the apprentices I recruit will be very tired, and the remuneration I can give is very, very little." His voice became weaker and weaker, as if he was embarrassed. As soon as Carlos finished speaking, a new notification appeared in the vision of all the players who surrounded him. Carlos' blazing mission: recruit forging apprentices. In an instant, the players quieted down. Seeing the silence of the Heaven's chosen ones, Carlos's heart skipped a beat. He wondered if his request had disappointed the Heaven's chosen ones. However, before he could say anything else, the gamers exploded in an uproar. Forging skill? Recruit apprentices? It's actually an NPC with life skills. It's luck. They can repair equipment? Sir. I want to learn, I want to learn. I want to be an apprentice. They shouted excitedly and completely surrounded Carlos. The determined look in their eyes made Carlos shiver subconsciously. For a moment, he wondered if there was something wrong with the orientation of these warriors of the Mother Goddess. Oh. No, there were also a few females. Wait, females are actually willing to be forging apprentices? Carlos was stunned. Before he could react, the Heaven's chosen one suddenly stuffed a handful of berries into Carlos's hands and pressed him to a stone bench at the side. At the same time, someone began to fan him with leaves and began to massage his legs and shoulders. Their incessant chatter and fawning voices also began to ring out. "Grandfather Elf, you look like a good person. These berries are for you. They're very sweet. What I admire the most is the blacksmithing profession. That. Do you think you can accept me? Grandfather. No. Dear sir. I'm very strong, please take me in as an apprentice. I'll massage your shoulders for you. And me. I'm already learning Elvish, I'm very interested in making magic equipment." Carlos was speechless. Looking at the enthusiastic Heaven's chosen ones, Carlos was shocked. Do they like being apprentices that much? He felt that happiness came too suddenly, and it was somewhat unreal. He took a deep breath and said again. "However, I can't provide too much reward." Before he could finish his sentence, the gamer's voices drowned out his words. "No need. No need. I don't want a reward, just teach me the forging skills." "Me too. Me too. Just teach me how to repair equipment." Carlos was speechless. He looked at the Heaven's chosen ones in front of him excitedly and was moved. "Good people, these guys are really good people." He took a deep breath and said, "Good. Since you're willing, you're welcome to be my apprentices." After saying that, he sighed. "However, because my energy is limited, I can only recruit a maximum of 5 people. How about this? If you're willing to stay and help me build a small forging shop, I'll pick 5 people to be my apprentices in the process." At this moment, Carlos felt that he was too happy. He never thought that his dilemma was not because there were no apprentices, but because there were too many who wanted to be apprentices. After hearing his words, the players looked at each other and stayed behind. Under Carlos's command, everyone started to build the forging shop. Not only that, but more players rushed over from afar and joined them excitedly. Looking at the enthusiastic Heaven's chosen ones, Carlos was very emotional. "That's great. I haven't seen such days for hundreds of years. When I was still an apprentice, we elves had a large forging workshop. What a pity, what a pity." As he spoke, he shook his head and sighed. "I can only recruit a maximum of 5 people. Apart from the lack of energy, the key is that I don't have enough equipment. The equipment used for forging is professional. Although I brought some back, it's still not enough. We have to make a lot of it ourselves. However, the conditions are too bad now. What we make ourselves can't reach the standard. I really miss the workshops of the past." Hearing Carlos's words, a player stopped and asked curiously, didn't Xianxia have abandoned workshops in the past? Maybe, we can look for the remaining equipment. Hearing his words, Carlos shook his head regretfully. The equipment of the Holy City was moved away along with the migration. But after speaking, he seemed to have thought of something and said uncertainly, however, there might still be equipment in Rivendell. It used to be the largest manufacturing capital of the elves and was the first to be affected by the war. Many things didn't have time to be moved away. After speaking, he shook his head again. However, it's been 1,000 years. Even if there's still equipment, it probably can't be used anymore. After speaking, Carlos realized that the Heaven's chosen ones had quieted down. He turned around in confusion and realized that everyone was looking at him excitedly. What's wrong? He asked curiously. Rivendell? The players were instantly excited. P.S. The name Rivendell came from the Lord of the Rings. I couldn't think of a reliable city name, so I used this. Rivendell. Pfft. What a name. It reminds me of the Lord of the Rings. Could it be the ruins of another elf city? Wait a minute. Did we trigger some hidden plot? After hearing Carlos's words, the players went into a state of excitement on the spot. They stopped what they were doing and instantly surrounded Carlos. Grandpa Carlos, can you tell us more about this Rivendell? This Rivendell. Is it an elf city? Where is it located? Is it close to us? Looking at the excited faces of the chosen ones, Carlos was very curious. However, thinking that they had just arrived in this world and did not know much about the history of the elves, Carlos understood. He put down the hammer in his hand, and a trace of reminiscence appeared on his face. Rivendell. It means the deep rift valley in the elven language. It was an elf city built at the junction of the Emerald Mountain and the Elven Forest. It was located in the south of the Elven Forest and north of the Emerald Mountain range. It should be 100 or 200 kilometers from here. After saying that, his expression became slightly gloomy. The Emerald Mountain range is now the Gloom Mountain range. 1,000 years ago, it was also the core area of the Elf Kingdom, but everything was destroyed in the war. Rivendell was a miraculous city. It was built in the valley, and the scenery was spectacular. It had the largest mineral vein in the Elf Kingdom, and it was also the manufacturing center of the kingdom. The elven equipment and all kinds of magic equipment produced by Rivendell were once popular all over the world. At this point, Carlos's expression was very excited, with a trace of pride and longing. However, after a while, he sighed slightly. Unfortunately, in the war 1,000 years ago, Rivendell and the Emerald Mountain were destroyed together. Now, only a bottomless rift valley left behind by the War of the Gods is left there, and Rivendell has been reduced to ruins. The Great Rift Valley has opened a passage between the underworld and the surface world. I heard that Rivendell has become a paradise for underworld monsters. It is also because of the existence of the Great Rift Valley that the Emerald Mountain Range and the Elf Forest were cut off. Now, the only entrance to the south of the Elf Forest is towards the southeast. The Orc tribe is also nearby. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been attacked by the beast men when we came back from the other tunnels. Carlos clenched his fists as he spoke. The old elves who had died in the previous battle were almost all his friends and elders. Thinking of this, Carlos's eyes reddened and his vision blurred. He sniffed his red nose and squeezed out a smile. Hee hee, I'm getting old, so I get emotional easily. After he finished speaking, he pulled himself together and looked hopeful. Sigh. That's all in the past. Let's not talk about it. Now that Mother Goddess has returned, everything will be better for the elves. I think one day, we can chase away the monsters in Rivendell like we did in Xianxia and rebuild the glory of the elves. Speaking of this, he was in high spirits and turned to look at the chosen ones. Everything will be better. Let's work hard together. However, when he turned around, he was stunned. Because he realized that the chosen ones who were helping him and listening to him talk about history had decreased by more than half in an instant. There were originally 30 to 40 people, but now there were only 7 or 8 left. A small half of them were females. Carlos was speechless. Where are they? He was shocked. A blonde, blue-eyed chosen one who was listening to him seriously had a strange expression. She glanced outside the room and tried to hold back her laughter as she replied, I think they might have gone to look for Rivendell. Carlos was speechless. The history that Carlos talked about was like a stone thrown into a lake. About 100 or 200 kilometers to the south of the Elf Forest, north of the Gloom Mountain Range, there was an elf city. Her name was Rivendell. Also, it used to be the largest manufacturing center of the elves. There might be many treasures there, not only that, but it was also connected to the underground world. It was said that there were many monsters there, treasures. Monsters, a new map. This was definitely a new map. Could it be another main plot? In an instant, the chosen ones who received the news were all excited. At the same time, the higher-ups of the 3 major player guilds also received the news. Damn. Brother Moo. We seem to have triggered a hidden plot. It's probably a new map. Meow big. Extra. I found a new clue to the ruins of the elf city. This time, our guild has to lead the charge, right? I heard that it used to be the manufacturing center of the elves. There must be many ancient books on construction. Tomato giant. Got it. We've been looking for the ruins of the elves in the wild. I heard that there are many monsters there. This time, we can kill to our heart's content. In an instant, all the chosen ones were excited. Rivendell? Li Mu, who had just received the mission from Alice to look after the 2 little elven Lolas, looked at the news in the guild group and was surprised. He thought for a while, then gave the 2 little elven Lolas a berry each and let them play by themselves first. Then, he entered the nature temple and bowed to Alice, who was giving out daily missions, and asked respectfully, Lady Alice, do you know Rivendell? Rivendell? Alice's movements paused slightly. Her expression showed a trace of reminiscence. That place used to be one of the most prosperous cities of the elves, but it has been reduced to ruins. Hearing her words, Li Mu's spirit was lifted. Then, do you know the specific location of Rivendell? Alice looked at him and shook her head. I haven't been there. After saying that, she added, don't worry. However, Rivendell was built in a valley. After it was destroyed, it was connected to the canyon in the north of the Gloom Mountain Range. If you follow the canyon, you'll definitely find it. Speaking of this, she seemed to have noticed something and warned Li Mu, I have to remind you, I heard that the place is connected to the passage of the underground world and has become a paradise for monsters. It's very dangerous, so you'd better not take the risk. Okay. Thank you, Lady Alice. Hearing the saintess words, Li Mu was pleasantly surprised. He thanked Alice while sending a message to the guild members in his mind. I've confirmed with Alice that there is indeed an elven city called Rivendell. It was said that it used to be quite prosperous. And Alice also told me some ways to find it. However, Alice said that it's very dangerous there. I suggest that the players in our guild who are interested form several exploration teams and explore separately. As for the person in charge of the exploration mission, it will be Xianxia. Seeing Li Mu's message, the players of the Nature's Heart Guild all said understood. At this time, Xianxia suddenly asked in the guild group, Brother Mu, why don't you go? The corners of Li Mu's mouth lifted slightly as he typed a reply. I accepted a babysitting mission from Alice, and the reward is 1,000 contribution points. Hehe, I can't leave. Xianxia, the players of the Nature's Heart Guild, oh my god, 1,000 contribution points. As expected of the only purple NPC, I'm so envious. Bah, you can do whatever you want with a high favorability? Li Mu replied proudly, sorry, I can do whatever I want with a high favorability. Xianxia, the players of the Nature's Heart Guild, he too. Li Mu. Find another elf city, Rivendell. Although the players didn't receive the relevant main mission, they paid more and more attention to the city after Carlos pointed it out. As the players further communicated with other NPCs, more and more information about Rivendell, the former elf city, became available. A miraculous city, the largest mineral vein, the legendary production capital, Rivendell's halo was no less than the holy city Emerald. In fact, Rivendell, Feilungsue, and the capital of the Elf Kingdom were the 3 most famous cities in the Elf Kingdom. In the game, there was no meaningless and valuable information. The players firmly believed that this information about Rivendell must be another hidden mission. It might even be related to the following main mission. For a time, the players, either spontaneously or organized by guilds, formed exploration teams to find the city. Ruins meant treasures, and the ruins of Rivendell were said to be connected to the underground world, where countless monsters existed. Adventure, wasn't that what the players pursued? Their actions even alarmed the NPCs. Many young elves of the Inferno tribe were also curious about the city. Some even wanted to join the chosen ones who were preparing to explore, but they were stopped by their elders. Moreover, they were also reprimanded by the old elves. Rivendell is full of terrifying monsters. The chosen ones are immortal. Are you? You're almost 200 years old. Can't you be more mature? You only increase your lifespan but not your IQ. Do you think you're a child less than 100 years old? Look at the chosen one, Air. He's only 80 years old, and he's already so sensible. He's even favored by Mother Goddess. What about you? If you don't listen, I'll send you to Carlos to be apprentices. In the end, those curious young elves had to give up and stay in Fei-Ling-Sui obediently. They dejectedly helped their tribe to restore the holy city. The actions of the players also attracted Eve's attention. She paid a little attention and knew the ins and outs of the matter. Rivendell? She had a thought, we've left this city behind. The World Tree's inheritance that Eve had received had mentioned this city quite a bit. He even had the image of Rivendell being split in half by the god's sword. It was that sword that formed the rift that separated the Gloom Mountain range from the Elven Forest. It's fine if it's just the books and treasures, but if it's really connected to the underground world, it's possible to open up a new map. According to the legacy records, the underground world isn't peaceful. To be honest, it's quite suitable for players to mess around. Eve thought with great interest. He didn't release any related missions. Instead, he remembered the players' movements and stopped paying attention to them. Now, his main focus was on the half-orcs and the restoration of the Holy City Emerald. The orc stronghold near the Elf Forest must be removed as soon as possible. At his behest, Air, Oak Tree Guardian Basaka, and Nature Saintess Alice had already issued a mission to search for the half-orc stronghold. The Inferno tribe knew the general location of the half-orc tribe, but they didn't know the exact location. The little black dragon seemed to know, but it didn't cooperate. In order to win its heart as soon as possible, Eve didn't want to use force on it. However, Eve thought that the players should be able to find the half-orc stronghold soon. After all, the scope of investigation was quite small. As for Rivendell, the terrain around the Rift Valley was rugged, and there were many high-level magical beasts. If the players wanted to find Rivendell, it wouldn't be a matter of 1 or 2 days. It would be good if they could find her in 1 or 2 months. After all, there were only a few players who could persist in searching. Under the premise that there was no external force, most of the players were only interested for a short while. The main problem now is the half-orcs and the restoration of the Holy City. It's also important to get the Inferno tribe on the right track. As for Rivendell, I can put it aside for now. If they really find Rivendell, I'll make another hidden plot. Eve thought. The Gloom Mountain Range, Grotto Tribe. The half-orc chief priest didn't have a good time recently. He hadn't slept for 3 days and 3 nights. The only reason was that the team he sent to kill the elves was like a stone thrown into the sea, and there was no more movement. More than 300 people, and they were the bravest warriors in the tribe, but none of them came back. This matter had caused some of the tribe to be dissatisfied and panic. Not only that, even the black dragon Meryl who went with them didn't come back. Jushan had already sent people to check the broken castle on the mountain. The magic that Meryl left to protect the nest was still there. In addition, they could faintly see the golden jewels that it treasured through the window. Megalosaurus loved treasures. If it moved, it was impossible that it didn't bring its own treasures with it. This meant that Meryl also encountered some unexpected situation and was forced to not return, or he was already dead. Thinking of this, the old chief priest was even more horrified. More than 300 half-orcs, and the black dragon with the strength of an upper silver rank, they actually disappeared as if they evaporated. Jushan had sent people to check. There were only some traces of fighting and some bloodstains at the edge of the elven forest. Not a single corpse, not a single piece of equipment was left. What did they encounter? The more Jushan thought about it, the more terrified he became. At this moment, the elven forest had become a terrifying man-eating beast in his eyes. This What kind of existence could do this? Could it be? There's a legend in the Elven Forest? Is it the Grim Reaper's chosen one? Xianxia was already considering giving up the stronghold here and bringing the tribe to other places. The treasures that the Black Dragon Merrill had accumulated should be enough for the tribe to migrate. If Merrill was still here, Xianxia would definitely not have any ideas about his treasures. But it was different now. In his opinion, Merrill was most likely dead. However, the Grotto tribe first settled here because of the decree of the god of winter and the hunt. Without the decree of the father, Chief Priest Xianxia did not dare to make the decision to migrate easily. He had recently prayed to the father many times to migrate the tribe, but he did not get the father's permission. Why? Why didn't the father respond to me? This made Xianxia's heart more and more uneasy. Just as he was hesitating whether to directly set up a sacrificial array and risk angering the father, a half-orc priest staggered in from outside the cave. Chief Priest! Chief Priest! He was out of breath. Xianxia frowned. What happened now? The half-orc priest rushed over and bowed to him. He gasped for breath and said excitedly. There's a high-grade professional coming to the tribe. High-grade professional? Xianxia's eyes narrowed slightly. He claims to be the father's chosen one. The priest said excitedly. When Chief Priest Xianxia arrived at the main tent of the Grotto tribe, he finally saw the visitor. It was a tall figure sitting on the main seat. He was wearing a black robe with a white inner collar and a blood-red rose on the left side of his chest. His appearance was as handsome as an elf. His shoulder-length black hair was tied into a single ponytail. His skin was pale, and his scarlet eyes were looking at the giant mountain of half-orcs that had entered the main tent with great interest. The pupils of the orc chief priest shrank slightly. Night Walker? Hearing his exclamation, a cynical smile appeared on the mysterious visitor's face. I didn't expect my name to spread here. He snapped his fingers, and a transparent glass appeared in his hand as if by magic. It was filled with bright red blood. He took a sip and then said, That's right. However, I prefer to be called Your Excellency the Count. Chief Priest Xianxia's spirit was lifted. He drew a bow symbol on his chest and bowed to the visitor. Praise the Father. Your Excellency the Count, the Grotto tribe welcomes your arrival. Night Walker. He was a famous god's chosen of the god of winter and the hunt in the world of seekers. Night Walker wasn't an orc, but a member of the blood race who originally believed in darkness. However, he was influenced by the father during a war and followed the father's faith, becoming a god's chosen. No one knew Night Walker's real name, but he liked to be called Your Excellency the Count because he was a true high-grade professional with the strength of a lower gold rank. In the blood race, this was the rank of a count. After confirming the other party's identity, Xianxia let out a sigh of relief. The arrival of a god's chosen meant that the attention of the true god was also focused here because the gods chosen were the eyes of the true god. The father didn't forget them. As one of the few races that followed Allure, Night Walker was favored by the father. He often acted as a visitor, mediator, or investigator with the believers of other true gods, much like Allure's diplomats in the secular world. When he saw the night roamer, the beastman Xianxia's nervousness over the past few days also calmed down. Sir. Since you're here, you should know about the Elven Forest, right? He asked tentatively. Nightwalker nodded. I came here at the behest of His Holiness Godfather. With that, he stood up from his seat with one hand behind his back and the other hand slowly swirling the glass in his hand. Night Roamer's expression gradually turned solemn as he watched the blood sway in the cup. His Majesty the true God suspects that a new god has ascended to godhood in the Elven Forest, so he sent me here to investigate. True God Ascension, Chief Priest Xianxia's pupils shrank slightly. If there was a true god hiding behind the Elven Forest, then everything made sense. However, he was soon puzzled again. Your Excellency, forgive me for being blunt, but there haven't been any signs of ascension in the Elven Forest in recent years. Moreover, the magic power of the Seekers has been low for 1,000 years. Let alone a true god, we haven't even heard of the birth of a demigod. The prerequisites for ascension were quite harsh. Only a high-level plane with abundant magic power could support ascension. Not only that, the fluctuations of ascension were very strong. If a new god ascended, it was impossible for the nearby rock cave tribe not to feel it, as the chief priest, Xianxia, was still aware of this. Night Roamer smiled. Who said that an ascension ceremony must be held? That person's true body is still in the elven forest, and 1,000 years have passed. The sealing divine spell should have been broken, right? You should have heard of how those holiness during the twilight of the gods ascended to the divine throne. Hearing his words, Xianxia's pupils shrank again. Directly fusing the godhood and godhood? How is that possible? Night Roamer smiled again. Generally speaking, it's impossible, but what if there's the help of other true gods? For example, the one in the underworld. In fact, Uller originally had this plan. But limited by the warnings of the gods and the existence of the seal, he didn't dare to make a move. But Hela was different. She stayed in the underworld all year round. Although she also left the divine throne of a true god in the pantheon, she rarely interacted with the gods in the heavenly realm. And as the lord of the underworld, as long as she stayed at home, she didn't fear the three gods in charge of the pantheon in her own territory. Therefore, although the warnings of the gods pressured Hela, it wasn't as fatal as Ullur's. If she did something, it wouldn't be surprising. Of course, the believers didn't know these things. This was a secret between the true gods. It was enough for the believers to know that death was likely to make a move. Hearing this, Xianxia's mind flashed slightly, and he thought of the god of death's chosen, mentioned by the Father God. In an instant, he felt that he had grasped the truth of the matter. Seeing the change in Xianxia's expression, Night Roamer was very satisfied. It seems that you also thought of it. After saying this, his expression gradually became serious. Nature and life are the directions that the Father God has been pursuing for thousands of years. At the same time, it is also the goal of the one in the underworld. Although the one in the underworld can't come with his true body, there is no harm in supporting a new god. Hela was in charge of death, aging, and disease. Although these clergies were contrary to the life clergy, there were also similarities. And Hela's clergy was incomplete. This was also a well-known fact among the Seekers universe's true gods. The life clergy was also attractive to her. Although controlling a contradictory clergy could easily cause a true god's soul to be turbulent, and even cause a true god to fall into madness, Hela didn't need to do this. She only needed to support a follower god related to life and obtain information about the law of life from the other party. Then she could complete the incomplete death clergy. All this was Ullur's speculation. And he also told his chosen that Hela was likely to make a move. Then, my lord, do you have any plans? The hidden forces in the elven forest are extremely powerful. We have already lost hundreds of warriors and a black dragon. Chief Priest Xianxia said worriedly. And they were killed with overwhelming superiority. There was no movement at all. Hearing this, the shaking cup in the Night Walker's hand paused slightly, and his expression gradually became serious. But soon, he smiled faintly. No hurry. I have already sent out my familiars to infiltrate the forest for me. Familiars? Xianxia was delighted. The Night Walker had the ability to summon familiars. This ability allowed him to control ordinary animals and explore the unknown for him. And the Night Walker was especially good at controlling seemingly harmless creatures, such as wild rabbits, deer, and so on. It was impossible to guard against. Not only that, but the images that the animals saw could also be transmitted back. This was a very clever investigative ability. After saying this, the Night Walker waved his hand, and magic gradually transformed into an image in front of him. Xianxia perked up and hurriedly looked at the image. He was also very curious about what happened in the elven forest, but the image was black. Dead? The Night Walker was slightly taken aback. Seeing Xianxia's surprised expression, the Night Walker coughed lightly and said, "Cough, cough. Ahem, that's a common occurrence. After all, familiars are just ordinary wild beasts, so accidents can happen. But I have summoned more than one." With that, he changed the image again. It was still black. The Night Walker raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised. Oh, it's dead too. My mistake, my mistake. I'll change it again. He waved his arm and changed the image again. It was still black. Xianxia, the Night Walker, the atmosphere was a little awkward for a moment. The night roamer switched through a few images, only to find that they were all black. In other words, most of the familiars he sent out were dead. This caused his expression to gradually become unsightly. Ugh. Cough cough cough, Your Excellency, could it be that your scouting was discovered? Zhu Shan cautiously asked as he watched the vampire's pale face turn green. Impossible. The night roamer instinctively refuted. He took a deep breath, calmed himself down, and continued elegantly, You're right. The familiars I summoned were all normal animals, they didn't reveal any magic power, they couldn't have been discovered so easily. This must be a coincidence. As he spoke, he continued to switch through the images. After switching through another 7 or 8 images, the night roamer finally switched to a normal image. It was the visual angle of a wild rabbit. It was running very fast, its vision constantly shaking. The night roamer's expression gradually became calm. See, there are still some. The magic power of the elven forest has increased, the activity of the magical beasts has also increased. It's normal for familiars to be attacked, but as long as one survives, I can still see what I want to see. Hearing the night roamer's words, Zhu Shan's expression gradually became respectful. As expected of a favored, this scouting ability was indeed powerful, it was impossible to guard against, the images in the image kept changing, the two watched carefully. Looking at these plants. We should be close to the core area. Zhu Shan's expression gradually became expectant. At this moment, the scene on the screen changed, and several tall figures in full armor appeared. They were wearing gorgeous equipment, chatting and laughing. It's the elves. Zhu Shan's eyes lit up. At this moment, the elves seemed to have discovered the wild rabbit, and looked in the direction of the image in unison. We've been discovered? Zhu Shan's expression tensed up. The night roamer took a sip of blood and said casually. Don't worry. It's just a wild rabbit, they won't care. Besides, how could the elves attack animals? He didn't finish his sentence. Because the elves in the image suddenly became excited. They took out all kinds of weapons and rushed into the image. He saw a spear flying into his field of vision. Soon, the image turned red, and then black. Zhu Shan. The night roamer. The corner of the night roamer's mouth twitched. His expression changed a little as he clenched his teeth and said, That's right. I didn't expect my familiars to be discovered. It seems that their control over the elven forest is more terrifying than I thought. But I still have one last trump card. He waved his hand again, and the image suddenly changed to the sky. This is the last vassal beast I'm going to send out. It's an eagle. The night roamer said with a sullen expression. Their vision moved down, and the two gradually saw the scene in the forest clearly. The scene moved ceaselessly, and gradually, they saw the ruins of Fei Ling Sui. As far as the eye could see, there were hundreds of them. Jade elves. Zhu Shan sucked in a breath of cold air. The night roamer saw something. Temple. There's actually a shrine. He saw the divine palace in the middle of the jade. From the outside, this temple looked a little like a human temple, but he couldn't tell which god it belonged to. However, this also proved one thing. There was indeed the work of a true god in the elven forest. Eagle's vision gradually changed, and the figure of the world tree appeared in their eyes. Just as he remembered, the world tree was still withered, but under the world tree was a shocking city. Father God above. When did this city appear? Zhu Shan was dumbfounded as he looked down at the elven town built by the players. What a beautiful city. Night roamer's eyes lit up. The city was filled with the natural charm of the elves, but at the same time, there were many architectural styles that had never been seen before. They were perfectly combined together, making the entire city look like an excellent piece of art. Wait. What's that? Suddenly, the orc saw a few elves around the bonfire. The night roamer's heart skipped a beat, and the image in his field of vision enlarged slightly. It was a few elves sitting around a bonfire and having a barbecue. And on the bonfire was a mountain deer. Night roamer fell silent. He recognized that it was one of his familiars. When he saw the elves roasting deer meat, Zhu Shan was shocked. Elves actually eat meat? Night roamer's expression gradually became serious. After a moment, he sighed and said, "That's right. That's right, there's probably a new god hiding behind the elven forest. Only a true god can forcefully change the habits of a race. These elves probably follow the new true god. Not only that, but the style of these temples is also unprecedented. It seems that the beliefs of the long ears can be changed. In the world of seekers, the temples of true gods all had their own characteristics. In many cases, it was possible to determine which god it belonged to based on the appearance of the temple. However, the style of the temple they saw was something they had never seen before. Coupled with the change in the elf's temperament, nothing could be more accurate than this. At this moment, the image suddenly shook, turned red, and fell into darkness. The two fell into silence. After a moment, Knight Romer stood up. My investigation should have been discovered by the other party. But, it's fine. I have the intention to pay them a visit. Zhu Shan's expression tensed up when he heard this. Do you want to go personally? Knight Romer smiled with an arrogant expression. I'm the blessed of Father God, and I have some strength. Don't worry. Elven Forest. The black dragon Merrill held an eagle in his mouth and swallowed it. He spat bird feathers all over the ground. It's disgusting, much worse than roasted meat. After saying that, it gave the temple a strange look. Why did the evil god ask me to catch birds? However, he soon stopped caring and flew to the players who were roasting meat. The players weren't surprised by the sudden appearance of the huge shadow. They all tried to curry favor. Oh. So it's Lord Merrill. Wait a moment. The deer meat is still lacking. Lord Black Dragon, let me tell you, this deer meat is delicious. A lot of these animals have come to the forest in the past 2 days, and the taste is much better than ordinary magic beasts. That's right. This is top-notch game. Roast it quickly. Give the fattest thigh to Lord Merrill in a while. Merrill's dragon face showed a hint of satisfaction when he heard this. But soon, he put on a straight face. Humph. Cruel guy. I'm just passing by. I have no interest in your food. After saying that, it smacked its lips and added, that's right. The deer leg tastes better after sprinkling honey. Players, high in the sky. Eve heaved a sigh of relief when she saw the eagle being killed. I didn't expect to attract the attention of others. Fortunately, they didn't see Basaka. It seems, the matter of the elven forest can't be hidden anymore. I have to think of a way to give myself a good identity. In the southeast area of the elf forest, Boxed Lunch was exploring with his combat team. Boxed Lunch is big. Now, all the major guilds are looking for Rivendell. Why don't we go? A player asked curiously. Boxed Lunch was silent for a moment before saying, there's no mission. No mission? The rest of the team members were stunned. But soon, they realized that Boxed Lunch was referring to the mission that the goddess didn't give. One of the team members sighed. Boxed Lunch is big. I don't think we have to follow the goddess mission every time. This game has a high degree of freedom. We can explore according to our own actions. What if we get a hidden plot? Boxed Lunch was silent for a moment before saying, we accepted the mission, so we should complete it. Players, Boxed Lunch was right. They accepted the mission from Alice to find the orc stronghold, and finding the stronghold was indeed the priority. But, the players on the forum were swarming to find Rivendell, and the legendary city mentioned by the NPCs was so mysterious. It was inevitable that they would be affected. It won't be long. Boxed Lunch threw out another sentence and rushed to the front with a leap. The other team members looked at each other and had to follow him. They were close to the edge of the elf forest. According to the information obtained from the Flame Tribe, they should be able to find traces of the orcs soon. In fact, if the righteous the Black Dragon Merrill wasn't willing to lead the way, the players would have already found the orcs. While they were moving forward, Boxed Lunch suddenly stopped. His expression became very serious in an instant. What's wrong? Seeing the captain as if he was facing a great enemy, the other players immediately became vigilant. Someone is approaching. The opponent is very strong, Boxed Lunch said in a deep voice. When the other players heard this, their expressions instantly turned grave. Boxed Lunch was a hunter. He had recently exchanged for the ability to detect auras. In addition, he originally had a strong awareness, so his early warning ability was very strong. When it came to boxed lunches, they would never speak without thinking. Clap. 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 While they were vigilant, a burst of elegant applause suddenly came from the front. A slender figure slowly appeared in front of him. A handsome and fair face, scarlet eyes, a black ponytail, and a black robe that never had a single wrinkle. It was the night roamer. Not bad, very vigilant. He waved his hand slightly, and a goblet full of blood appeared in his hand. He took a sip and said. For a moment, the faces of the players turned solemn. Because they didn't sense this person's approach at all, at this time, they were once again amazed by the perception of the bento box. After a moment of vigilance, they gradually became excited again. This is a new NPC? Could it be that he was about to trigger a hidden plot? The night roamers were powerful. Not only that, but as a self-proclaimed noble race, the vampires were also very particular in their attire and behavior. In layman's terms, it was very flashy and pretentious. His appearance had indeed stunned the players, causing them to have a trace of reverie. Boxed Lunch's eyes also lit up and he said in a low voice, "Who are you?" Night Roamer was a little surprised. The characteristics of vampires were very prominent, but these elves didn't recognize him. Not only that, after he appeared, he didn't hide his powerful aura anymore. However, the elves opposite him were only vigilant, but they weren't afraid. On the contrary, they seemed to be faintly excited. What ignorant and strange elves! A smile appeared at the corner of the night roamer's mouth, and his scarlet eyes suddenly emitted a deep red light. His voice carried an irrefutable tone. I order you to tell me where you came from, and who is the existence behind you. What is he planning? An obscure mental wave spread out from the night roamer's body and rushed into their brains. Soul domination. This was the night roamer's mental control magic that directly affected the soul. Anyone whose soul power was lower than his would become his puppet. However, to the night roamer's surprise, what he received was not their submission, but their expressions as if they were looking at a fool. Why do you want us to submit? Why should we tell you this? Night roamer was speechless. It was ineffective. He widened his eyes in surprise. Is this NPC stupid? Looking at his dull expression, a player muttered. The night roamer's face darkened. He snorted lightly, and his entire body turned into a shadow. Be careful. Bento Box's expression changed. Before the players could react, the last unlucky guy who spoke was suddenly grabbed by the throat by the night roamer who suddenly rushed up. The players' expressions turned serious, and they quickly took out their weapons to attack the night roamer. However, the night roamer only raised his hand slightly and blocked their attacks. So strong. The players were shocked. It was important to note that the average level of Bento Box's team was definitely the highest among all the players. They looked at each other, nodded, and turned to escape. If they couldn't win, they would run. Fighting head-on was something that didn't exist for the players. Not to mention that the number of perfect resurrections was decreasing. Every life was very important to them. Even Bento Box hesitantly looked at the players who were caught by the night roamer and also chose to escape. Gord. Sorry, I'll leave the hidden plot to you. Before he escaped, he shouted at the players who were caught. Gord, seeing the players who were about to escape, the night roamer's expression showed a hint of mockery. He snorted coldly, and countless black bats were released from his body, entangling the players who were escaping, and biting them. The players were shocked to find that their bodies were gradually losing control under the bites of the bats. Their bodies stiffened, and they fell to the ground one after another. Bento Box's expression changed, and he took out his dagger to eliminate the bats that rushed up one by one. However, after taking down the other players, all the bats attacked him alone. Even he slowly collapsed after holding on for a while. Bento Box gritted his teeth, raised his dagger, and slashed his arm. Blood flowed out. Even so, he couldn't get rid of the stiffness. After taking down all the players, the bats returned to the night roamer's body. This was his bat incarnation, and it could secrete a special poison of the blood breeds. The target who came into contact with the poison would feel numb and eventually lose control. This was also the poison that the blood breeds often used when hunting for blood supply targets. Even if Bento Box hurt himself, he wouldn't be able to get rid of it. The night roamer was very satisfied. He shifted his gaze and looked at the player he had caught. The player named Gord looked at his teammates who had been taken down with a helpless expression. However, there was no fear on his face. Instead, he looked at the night roamer with pure curiosity. According to Damasia's experience, when caught, the right cooperation could trigger the hidden plot. The night roamer, the Gord's obedient expression surprised him even more. He even shuddered. An ignorant, fearless, and a little disgusting strange elf, he narrowed his eyes and cast soul domination again. This time, the target was only the Gord. However, his mental magic was like a stone sinking into the sea, and there was no response. Immune to mental magic, the night roamer muttered. His heart skipped a beat, and his eyes turned scarlet again. Tell me, your secret, and what is the hidden mission you mentioned just now? This time, he gave up on mental magic. Instead, he chose to use psychological cues that directly affected the consciousness. This time, Night Wanderer's hypnosis did not fail. The calabash's eyes widened, and its gaze gradually became hollow. That was a sign that the hypnosis was about to succeed. Night Wanderer was very satisfied. They're immune to mental magic, but hypnosis is. This means that there's something wrong with their souls. Their souls might be protected in some way. However, just as he thought that his hypnosis was about to succeed, the calabash's eyes rolled, and its head tilted to the side. Night Wanderer was speechless. What's going on? He was slightly stunned. Hearing the even breathing sound, Night Wanderer's expression became very interesting. It fell asleep? How could it fall asleep in such a situation? He wasn't casting a sleeping spell. Night Wanderer's expression darkened. He snorted coldly and punched the calabash's chin. However, the calabash still did not react. It was not pretending to be asleep, but really falling asleep. Night Wanderer's brows gradually furrowed. He looked at the other players again, and when they met his gaze, they all smiled awkwardly. Seeing that they were not afraid, nor were they surprised by the sleeping elves, Night Wanderer's heart skipped a beat. Tell me, what's wrong with him? He looked at the players. What else can it be? He disconnected. One of them said casually. Disconnect. Disconnect? What did that mean? Night Wanderer was confused. However, he was already sure that the other elves seemed to know something. Therefore, he decisively used hypnosis on them again. Tell me, who's the power behind you? What's the conspiracy? However, what made him angry and not surprised was that after coming into contact with the hypnosis, the remaining elves also rolled their eyes and fell asleep. Night Wanderer's expression was very unpleasant. They can't be immune to hypnosis, but they seem to have some kind of self-protection ability. When hypnotized, they will fall into a strange deep sleep in advance. To be able to use this ability on every elf, it seems that the other party's attainments in the soul are quite high. It's very likely that they're the Grim Reaper's chosen. Night Wanderer had a hint of understanding in his heart. He waved his hand and was about to completely erase the sleeping elves, but he suddenly stopped. He smelled a very tempting fragrance. Night Wanderer raised his brows and looked in the direction of the fragrance, discovering that the source was the wound on Box Lunch's arm. Blood? Is there anything special about it? Night Roamer's gaze turned deep in an instant. Vampires couldn't live without blood. Every once in a while, they would need to consume the blood of other life forms to maintain their condition. And high-quality fresh blood was the highest pursuit of every Blood Clan member. He licked the corner of his mouth and came to the side of the lunchbox. He reached out his slender finger and dipped it into the blood before sending it into his mouth. The Night Roamer's eyes immediately lit up when the blood entered his mouth. His expression became extremely intoxicated in an instant. What a fragrant blood! At this moment, the way he looked at the elves changed again. It said that the blood of the silver races is incomparably mellow and delicious, but I didn't think that the blood of these elves would be so outstanding. Even the fine wine that the Duke's treasure can't compare to this, can it? Such high-quality blood. Who are these elves? Not only that. I also seem to smell the scent of life. The Night Walker's gaze gradually became heated. At this moment, the elves in his eyes were no longer just elves, but also top-grade ingredients. No, it was a superior blood thrall. after a slight hesitation, he took out a small red ring from his pocket and chanted an incantation in his heart. Following his incantation, the lunchbox's body emitted a ray of light, and then slowly disappeared. It's a pity that the space ring is too small. It can only fit one person. The Night Walker felt that it was a pity. This ring was his storage ring, and it also had a spell to support the survival of living creatures. It could allow the life of the creature stored in it to last for 24 hours. The Night Walker had already decided to capture an elf to be his long-term blood thrall. As for the rest, he looked at the elves who had collapsed on the ground and shook his head regretfully. There was no way to bring more people. However, he couldn't waste them. The Night Walker came to a player and helped him up. Then, he opened his mouth and bit the player's neck. The dark red blood entered his mouth, and the Night Walker's expression became extremely satisfied and intoxicated. He felt that he had never tasted such delicious fresh blood in his life, and when the blood entered his mouth, he could even feel his bottleneck faintly loosening a little. What a magical blood! The Night Walker's eyes became brighter and brighter. Is it good? He nodded. Delicious, it was really too delicious. However, he quickly reacted, and his expression suddenly became horrified. Who was it? The Night Walker quickly let go of his mouth and jumped up from the ground. When he raised his head, he saw an unfamiliar figure in front of him. It was a woman in a black robe. She had dark gray hair and red eyes like him. However, unlike the Night Walker's vertical pupils, the other party's eyes were human. The moment he saw the other party, the Night Walker recognized the woman's identity. The god of death's chosen one. His expression was extremely serious. As the god of winter and the hunt's chosen one, the Night Walker's perception of divine power was extremely clear. The other party did not hide the god of death's divine power aura at all. There was no doubt that she was a true god's chosen one, and very strong. The Night Walker's perception had always been sharp, but he did not sense the other party's approach. A high-grade professional, she was a high-grade professional just like him. Not only that, if he fought with her, he would probably lose. Various thoughts flashed through the Night Walker's mind, and he quickly gave up on the idea of fighting. His vigilant expression suddenly changed, and turned into a smile that was like a spring breeze. He saw the god of death's chosen one gracefully bow. Good afternoon, respected and beautiful lady. The god of death's chosen one seemed surprised by his greeting, and raised her eyebrows slightly. Her gaze swept across the ground, and her voice was cold. A god's chosen one took the initiative to attack the followers of other true gods. Are you trying to start a war between true gods? Hearing her words, the Night Walker's eyelids twitched. As expected, there really was a true god behind these elves, and it really was the god of death. It seemed that the true god's guess was right. The god of death really did make a move. No, that's not right. Suddenly, the Night Walker's heart skipped a beat, and his eyes gradually narrowed. No, she's actually saying that to tempt me. Those elves did not have the aura of the god of death on them. On the contrary, there was a smell of life. This true god might not be the same true god. As if a window had been opened, the Night Walker suddenly felt that he had discovered the truth. His eyes suddenly brightened, and a hint of understanding rose in his heart. Follower god. It must be a follower god. Elves migrating, an unfamiliar temple, a new true god. It must be. The god of death had cultivated a follower god in the elven forest related to the life priesthood. Only this could explain why the elf's temperament had changed so much, and the god of death's chosen one was actually covering for the other. This follower god might not have grasped the priesthood well, or it could be said that she did not even grasp the complete life priesthood. The other party must still be in a rather weak state, otherwise, he wouldn't have gone into hiding. And the god of death's goal was also very clear. According to the true god, the priesthood of the underworld was not complete. She probably wanted to use this to perfect her own priesthood. In an instant, the Night Walker understood everything. With a plan in mind, Night Roamer had the intention to retreat. He looked at the other party's unfriendly expression and spread his hands slightly. Honorable lady, I didn't hurt them. They fell asleep on their own. With that, he smiled again. Please convey my most sincere greetings to His Holiness. The life priesthood is a high-level priesthood with the potential of a Lord God. May His Holiness the God of Death gain something. Hearing his words, Eve, who was pretending to be the god of death's chosen, raised her eyebrows slightly. "Are you threatening me?" Knight Romer smiled again. He didn't answer. Instead, he took a sip of the blood in the goblet and said calmly, "A god's chosen is the eye of a true god." With that, he gave Eve a meaningful look before his figure slowly disappeared. Eve didn't chase after him. She understood what he meant and had a strange expression. "Greetings to His Holiness the God of Death, and the Life Priesthood. Does he think that a new true god has appeared in the elven forest?" After knowing her dangerous situation, Eve had indeed put on a disguise in this regard. Her earliest plan was to put on the god of death's disguise. But in the process of executing it, she realized that she, who had the god of death's orb, could at most display the aura of the god of death to cover her tracks. After all, there was only so much god of death's power in the orb. Under such circumstances, it was fine to abuse noobs, but if she really fought a powerful existence or a god's chosen that exceeded the strength of her clone, she might very well expose her true divine power aura. In that case, her disguise as the god of death's chosen would be exposed, and the loss outweighed the gain. This was also the first reason why Eve let Knight Romer go. Although she had put on a disguise, if she killed Knight Romer, who was a god's chosen and had the strength of a low-level gold, it was very likely that her true situation in Allure would be exposed. However, after knowing that she didn't inherit the throne of the World Tree in the Pantheon, Eve had the idea of putting on a second disguise, that was to pretend to be a new true god. The uniqueness of the players, the Blue Star-style temple, those things could actually mislead to a certain extent. And Eve's plan was to combine the first sock puppet and disguise herself as a new true god holding the banner of the Grim Reaper. In that case, she could disguise her avatar as her adorer and come and go as she pleased. The most difficult part of this plan was how to convince the outside world of his identity. But now, he seems to have completed the disguise for me. I don't know if he's smart or stupid. Eve had a strange expression when she recalled the Knight Romer's confident expression. That's not all. He even used the life divine domain to threaten me. Please convey my most sincere greetings to His Holiness. The life priesthood is a high-level priesthood with the potential of a Lord God. May His Holiness the God of Death be able to gain something. Knight Romer's words actually had two meanings. The first meaning was that he had seen through the truth of the elven forest. A new true god related to the divine domain of life had been born, and it was a subordinate of the god of death. The second meaning was that the divine domain of life had great potential and reminded the god of death to be careful. After all, the god of death's divine domain and the divine domain of life were equivalent. If he wanted to support a subordinate of the same divine domain, it was very likely that he would receive a backlash from the other party. Not to mention, Hela's imperfection of the death divine domain was an open secret among the gods. To put it bluntly, he was trying to sow discord between the god of death and the new true god. Unfortunately, although his guesses were very close to the truth, the core of the story was completely different. However, this also made Eve decide to let him off for the time being. After all, having an enemy who spread false information was more beneficial to Eve. This was the second reason why she let Knight Romer off. It was best to spread the truth among the believers in Allure. This way, although it would attract the attention of some legends, demigods, and even true gods, it was still 100 times better than exposing the revival of the World Tree. Sometimes, the best way to hide a secret was to expose another false secret to the enemy. Anyway, I've already brought the locator. This guy came from the southeast and is probably stationed at the half-orc tribe. Just right, I'll set up a location. Eve smiled slightly. These were two different things. The half-orc tribe must be destroyed. Knight Romer. If possible, they should do it together. However, it would not be the god of death who would destroy it, but the new true gods. In this way, the battle would only be a battle between two minor gods with weak divine power and would not attract the attention of more true gods. It was inevitable that there would be conflicts between the gods of faith. However, a battle between god systems was a concept, a battle between gods of faith was a concept, and a battle between believers of gods of faith was a concept. There were reasons. After all, the new true god had incorporated the elves. The elves who had awakened a new faith wanted to take revenge on the half-orcs, and the true god gave them a push behind the scenes. As long as it was not a big deal, most of the time, the main god would turn a blind eye. There was a bigger god system behind Allure, and Eve was not confident that she could fight them head-on. However, based on Eve's understanding of Allure's behavior during this period of time, she doubted that he would hide the matter of the new true god. After all, his purpose was the priesthood of life and nature. If he knew that the new true god was weak, he would definitely have some ideas. In that case, it would be better. She just had to wait for the other party to slowly deliver the food. Although she was still cautious now, Eve was not the same Eve who had just recovered. Thinking of this, she looked at the players who had fallen to the ground. Eve's expression gradually became dignified. Just now, she had forcibly cut off the network cable of the players. Although the players whose souls were in the blue star could ignore all soul spells, there was no way to avoid psychological suggestions. This was also the greatest weakness of the chosen ones. What Eve could do was to warn in advance and cut off the connection. This weakness is fatal, and I have to find a way to make up for it. Otherwise, if there is a day when the army formed by the players fights with the enemy, and the enemy collectively gives psychological suggestions, it will be very serious. Eve sighed and felt a headache. Everything had its pros and cons. Fortunately, the players were still far from being able to come into contact with the existence of collective hypnosis. As for individual suggestions, Eve would help if she could handle it, and if not, she could just disconnect in advance. For now, that was it. Eve shook her head, snapped her fingers, and then slowly disappeared. After Eve left, the players slowly woke up. Damn, finally online. Disconnecting in this day and age? This server is a bit shitty. Eh? Where is she? She's gone. Ah. Disconnected at a critical moment. My hidden plot. Where's boxed lunch? At the edge of the elf forest. The night roamer fled a few kilometers in an instant. After confirming that the chosen ones of death behind him did not catch up, he breathed a sigh of relief. Then, his nervous expression gradually became calm again. Hee, they didn't catch up. It seems that the relationship between death and the new true god is not that harmonious. The nail has been planted. As long as they are not harmonious, His Majesty the true god will have a chance. After saying that, his expression became agitated. This time, it seems that I'm going to make a great contribution. Nightwalker was very excited. It was very difficult for blood breeds to advance, and he had been stuck at the lower gold rank for too many years. One of the important reasons he became a god's chosen of Allure was to obtain great power, and now, he finally saw this possibility. Magical blood, and the blessings of the true god, hee. Looks like I'm one step closer to the position of Duke. The night roamer thought happily as he rushed towards the half-orc tribe. However, he stopped on the way back. His excited mood gradually calmed down, and his expression gradually became cold. Something's not right. He took out his storage ring. His handsome and pale face was gloomy. It's impossible that she didn't notice that I kidnapped an elf, but why didn't she stop me? The elven forest is extremely vast, so why did she arrive so quickly after I attacked? The elf, at this moment, a bright light flashed in Nightwalker's heart. He sneered and summoned the lunchbox that he had hidden from the spatial ring, throwing it on the ground. Is it traceable? I almost fell for it. These elves. If I can complete the true god's mission, I'll have plenty of chances to hunt them down. There's no need to rush. It won't be good if my whereabouts are exposed because of this. He took a deep breath and painfully comforted himself before returning to the half-orc tribe. Once he returned, Nightwalker found that the half-orc tribe was very lively. He frowned slightly and saw a dozen carriages parked at the side of the rock cave tribe. The carriages were filled with goods, and there were human mercenaries in armor around them. Many half-orcs were squeezed next to the carriages, holding up items such as furs and beast teeth as they argued with a few humans in luxurious clothes who were being protected by the mercenaries. Further away, there were a few strong half-orc warriors escorting an elf girl and talking to a noble who was obviously the leader of the humans. The Sauron family's smuggling caravan, looking at a certain symbol on the carriage, a look of understanding flashed across Nightwalker's face. The Sauron family was a financial family in human society that relied on smuggling for a living. They smuggled magical materials and various rare magical items between several human countries all year round, and at the same time, they also engaged in human trade with intelligent races. Their caravan would pass by this place every summer and trade with the Rock Cave tribe. Generally speaking, they would use some daily necessities of human society to exchange for the furs and beast teeth in the hands of the half-orcs. They would also use food and common currency to exchange for the elves hunted by the half-orcs. The night roamer took a few more glances before paying no further attention. Instead, he returned to the central tent of the grotto tribe. Seeing the statue of Ullr placed in the center of the tent, the night roamer's expression became somewhat cautious. He coughed twice, knelt down to the statue, and prayed piously. "Your Holiness, the night roamers have scouted the elven forest and are now reporting the important information to your Holiness." After he finished speaking, the statue suddenly emitted a bright light that surrounded him. It was incomparably sacred and majestic. Chief Priest Xianxia, who had already received the news, quickly rushed over. When he saw the night roamer surrounded by holy light, his expression immediately became pious and reverent. He knew that the night roamer had received the blessings of a true god and was communicating directly with a true god. A god's chosen. This was a god's chosen one. There was no need for any spell formation, just praying and the true god would respond. Looking at the night roamer who was brimming with the aura of God's chosen one, Xianxia's face showed a trace of envy and yearning. However, he quickly adjusted his state of mind and knelt down in the direction of the statue. Xianxia couldn't hear what the night roamer said to the Father God, but he could clearly feel that the aura of God's chosen one was getting denser and denser. However, the divine power in the tent was incomparably gentle. This meant that the Father God was extremely satisfied with the information he reported. What did he discover in the elven forest? Xianxia was getting more and more curious. Finally, the night roamer and the god finished communicating. The light in the tent slowly dissipated, and at the same time, Xianxia heard the Father God's dignified and heavy voice. "The grotto tribe will assist the night roamer with all our strength." After the speech, the statue returned to normal. Oracle. It was the oracle again. Xianxia was excited. He suppressed the doubts in his heart and replied piously. "Xianxia obeys the oracle." After receiving Xianxia's response, the statue finally returned to normal. Xianxia slowly got up and looked at the high-spirited night roamer with an excited expression. "Your Excellency," night wanderer nodded slightly, smiled, and said, "Yes. Xianxia, there is now a chance to obtain God's favor. Are you willing to do it together?" "God's favor?" Xianxia's eyes lit up, then he respectfully asked. "What did you discover in the forest? What do we need to help you with?" The night roamer narrowed his eyes and said, "Just as we saw before, a new true god appeared in the elven forest, and it's very likely that it's the new god that the true god is looking for. Not only that, this true god should be a subordinate god of the death god, but he should be very weak and hasn't grasped the priesthood well. His priesthood is probably related to the priesthood of life. He might not have completely inherited it, but at least he inherited a part of it." Upon hearing the night roamer's words, Xianxia's expression changed drastically. "You mean that the one in the underworld stole the priesthood of the world tree and tried to support a subordinate god? Only the death god of the underworld, who had a tortoise shell, would dare to attack the world tree behind the backs of the other gods." The night roamer chuckled, his expression certain. "Most likely." After saying that, he licked his lips. "This is an opportunity for the true god. It's the same for you and me." After saying that, he stood up with a fervent expression. "I've already reported everything to the true god. He has decided to send down a totem guardian with the strength of a demigod to deal a fatal blow to the forces in the elven forest." Send down a totem guardian with the strength of a demigod. Xianxia's expression changed drastically. The totem guardian was the oracle of Ullr, a status comparable to the oak guard of the world tree, as well as the angel of faith of the human true god. This was a huge matter. For thousands of years, the magic power of the Seeker's world had been declining, and the gods had long stopped walking on the ground. At most, they could only rely on descending incarnations or oracles to deal with mortal affairs. However, the power of a demigod was also very costly. Not to mention that the believers needed to spend a lot of resources to prepare in advance. Every time they crossed over, it was also a huge consumption for the true god. It seemed that the Father was determined to obtain the priesthood of life this time. Xianxia's expression was fervent. Actually, Ullr was anxious. The new god was located in the elven forest, and it was very likely that he had stolen the World Tree's priesthood of life. This was undoubtedly a great offense to him, who had long regarded the priesthood of life as something in his pocket. Not only that, as time passed, the new god's control of the priesthood would definitely improve, and his strength would also become stronger. Not to mention, there was the death god behind him. Fortunately, the new god was hiding, which meant that he was still very weak. The reason he did not dare to show himself must be that his strength was too weak to protect his priesthood. This was Allur's opportunity. He did not intend to disclose this matter, nor did he intend to let other blessed take action. Instead, he decided to directly descend his most trusted totem guardian. The totem guardian was Allur's right-hand man. At the critical moment, Allur could even sacrifice them to achieve his own divine descent. But, after listening to Nightwalker's words, Xianxia's expression was tangled. Our tribe doesn't have enough resources to support the guardian's descent. What's wrong with that? Nightwalker smiled slightly and looked at the castle on the back of the mountain. Didn't you mention before that there was a dragon's nest in the back of the mountain? Although it's only a young dragon, the accumulated wealth must be enough. Also, didn't the Sauron caravan just arrive? They originally smuggled magic materials between the major kingdoms, so they must have enough goods in hand. With the wealth of Megalosaurus, we can buy a batch of resources from them. Could this be? Xianxia's eyes lit up. Anyway, the black dragon Merrill was already dead. Wasn't his wealth the half-orc's wealth? In the elven forest. The black dragon Merrill was lying in his nest, bored. He looked at the two players who were barbecuing and said lazily, "Hurry up. Lord Merrill is already very hungry." His nest was no longer the pit that he had dug himself in the beginning. Instead, it was a small fortress that Salty Meow used the power of wealth to gather the guild members to build for him. It was warm in the winter and cool in the summer. Considering the black dragon's habits, the players made the dragon's nest look like a castle. At least, that was what it looked like from the outside. And inside, it was covered with shiny decorations. These decorations were all deducted from the equipment that Salty Meow exchanged from the contribution store with the contribution points that he had collected. The players could not help but exclaim that it was a waste of God's gifts. At the same time, they lamented that money was power. However, putting aside the quality of the equipment provided by the store, the special effects were indeed gorgeous. Although they were not real treasures, the shiny luster was enough to attract the black dragon's eyes. At least, it could be used to replace gems and gold coins. Merrill was quite satisfied. He looked at these strange long ears a lot more pleasing to the eye. Although these guys were cruel and evil, it would be a good choice if they could be taken in as dependents. At least, they were much more capable than the silly half-orcs. Those guys did not even put honey in their barbecued meat. Lord Merrill was definitely not doing this for the barbecued meat. The little black dragon shook his head and thought. He glanced at the two players who were barbecuing and continued to urge them, "Hurry up. Whoever is done barbecuing first, Lord Merrill will reward him with a mouthful of saliva." Hearing this, the two players' eyes lit up and their hands moved faster. Looking at the two players who were working harder, the black dragon Merrill was very satisfied. He raised his head proudly with a disdainful look. These greedy and pathetic guys, Lord Merrill could buy them over with just a mouthful of saliva. Lord Merrill was really smart and great. What the little black dragon did not know was that the dragon's saliva that was worthless in its eyes was actually a good magic material. For mages, dragon saliva was quite precious. Ever since a player collected the black dragon's saliva and exchanged it with the elven mage of the Inferno tribe, Merrill's saliva became a hot commodity. As long as he barbecued meat for it, he could exchange it for dragon saliva. Barbecuing meat is so simple. This was practically a free benefit. As a result, more and more players came to grill for the little black dragon. They grilled from dawn to dusk, almost treating Merrill like a pig. Gradually, the players became bolder. Some even asked Merrill if he could provide them with some dragon blood or something like that. Of course, the player who asked the question was sent flying by Merrill. Saliva was one thing. You want Lord Merrill's blood? Dream on. When Salty Meow arrived in front of the black dragon, Merrill was gorging himself. She looked at Myrtle's figure and chuckled. She said, "Don't worry. Merrill, have you gotten fatter from eating these past 2 days?" Merrill flicked his tail, glanced at little Salty Meow, and said lazily, "That's right. Call me Lord Merrill." Although he said that, he wasn't angry that Salty Meow directly called him by his name. Salty Meow's efforts over the past few days weren't in vain. She finally became familiar with the little black dragon. At least, there was no problem with ordinary conversations. Moreover, the dragon's lair was prepared by Salty Meow, and even the sparkling items were provided by Salty Meow. The black dragon Merrill was rather polite to her. Hearing Myrtle's words, a smile appeared in little Salty Meow's eyes. She took out a self-made brush from behind her and walked to Merrill's side with ease. She brushed the scales on his body. The black dragon Merrill closed his eyes comfortably as he felt Salty Meow's vigorous brushing. Comfortable. This kind of treatment was really comfortable. Sometimes, he almost forgot that he was actually a captive. Although these strange long ears were cruel and evil, the standard of serving Megalosaurus was incomparable to the simple-minded half-beastman. Merrill enjoyed it very much. Looking at his happy expression, Salty Meow brushed his back and smiled. "So, Lord Merrill, have you considered it?" Hearing this, Merrill's expression gradually turned cold. He snorted and raised his arrogant dragon head. "Lord Merrill is the righteous Megalosaurus. No matter how you tempt me, I will not become the evil god's subordinate." Hee. Enjoyment was enjoyment. But it was impossible to think that it would be so easy to get on the pirate ship. It was the righteous Megalosaurus. Salty Meow was not angry at the black dragon's words. Instead, she continued to brush his skin and said, "But, you've been with us for so many days. Based on your observations, are we really evil?" After hearing Salty Meow's words, the black dragon Merrill was silent. Were the long ears really evil? After these days of observation, to be honest, it was also a little uncertain. Other than the battle on the first day, he had not seen these strange fellows fall into a bloodthirsty and crazy state. Not only that, they were like hard-working little bees, busy in the town, building their own homes. In addition, the long ears were quite harmonious with each other. Merrill had not even seen the long ears fight. After all, this was a common occurrence in the Beastman tribe. Of course, it did not know that this was because after a player destroyed a house during a PK, Eve had banned players from PK in the main city. "I think, at least compared to the Beastmen, we are far from evil." Seeing Merrill's silence, Salty Meow continued. After hearing this, Merrill was immediately dissatisfied. "That's just what you said. In my opinion, they are not as smart and capable as you, but they are honest and honest. I don't believe that they are as evil as you say." After hearing the black dragon's words, Salty Meow was somewhat helpless. This dragon was indeed a little stubborn. Just as she was thinking about how to continue persuading it, the black dragon Merrill suddenly stood up in the nest. Little Salty Meow was startled and hurriedly retreated. The little black dragon suddenly became very irritable. Its eyes were red and it was constantly panting, as if it was in a frenzy. What happened?" Salty Meow asked cautiously. The black dragon Merrill did not answer. It jumped out of the nest that it had been lying in for a few days and roared at the sky. "Who is it? Who touched Lord Merrill's treasure?" Someone touched it. The treasure that it had left in the castle had been touched. Just a moment ago, it sensed that all the magic that it had left to protect the treasure had been destroyed. Merrill took a deep breath and began to chant in the draconic language with a cadence. A necklace that was hanging on its neck slowly rose up. This necklace was a magic equipment that its adoptive father had given it. It was also a backup plan that it had left behind to monitor its treasure. The necklace emitted a faint halo, and the image of the castle appeared in front of Merrill. In the image, one by one, the Beastmen were continuously moving the treasures that it had kept for a long time out of the castle. Merrill was speechless. In an instant, the little black dragon exploded in anger. "Damn it! These despicable people! Despicable! Shameless! Cunning! Evil bastards! Ruadash! Lord Merrill will definitely eat you. This group of robbers! Liars, they actually dared to steal Merrill's treasures while he was away." The little black dragon was furious. The consequences would be dire. It did not hesitate and immediately flapped its wings to fly back to its castle to protect its treasures. However, just as it rushed out of the town, a familiar and detestable voice sounded in its mind. If you want to become someone else's dragon-slaying legend, go back by yourself. Muriel's body froze. It looked in the direction of the temple, its eyes red. What do you mean? The voice sighed. The god of winter and hunting's chosen one is here. He has the strength of a lower gold rank. My kin has already met him. God's chosen one, Meryl's pupils shrank slightly. After seeing Eve's means, it was already afraid of the power of a true god. Since they dared to touch your things, they must not be afraid of your return. Perhaps they are waiting for your return. The title of a dragon slayer is a kind of glory for many intelligent creatures. Eve continued to bluff. Although she felt that the truth was that the half-beastmen probably thought that Meryl was dead, and that was why they touched his things, it should be enough to bluff the little black dragon. They dare. Meryl will definitely eat them. The little black dragon said angrily. I think Euler's interest in dragons is only higher than mine. If he's interested, he'll definitely be interested. Think about it. His priesthood includes hunting. Eve continued. In fact, although the night roamer was a lower gold rank, Meryl was a megalosaurus. Megalosaurus were almost invincible among those of the same rank, while blood breeds had always been weak in frontal combat. If the little black dragon were to fight against him, Eve would probably be on par with him if the night roamer did not use his divine power. At least escaping would not be a problem. However, Eve didn't mind scaring it with a lure. Hearing these words, the little black dragon immediately withered. It recalled the humiliation and fear of being captured by this evil god. It did not want to go through this experience again. Uller and I are mortal enemies. If you submit to me, I will send my adorers to help you find the treasure. The mask of the half-orcs has been torn off. I don't think you think they are friendly creatures anymore, do you? I think you can imagine a little of Ullur's temperament. Eve continued to bluff. After listening to his words, Meryl was silent. To be honest, this evil god treated Meryl quite well. If it was a true god, Meryl was not sure what would happen to him. What's more, those half-blood beast men actually had their eyes on his treasures. Any creature that dared to steal the treasures of the Megalosaurus was the enemy of the Megalosaurus. It really misjudged those fellows. Maybe, this mysterious true god was right. It was deceived by the half-blood beast men. Thinking about how this true god had never used force after capturing it, other than restricting its range of movement, it let it live a leisurely life in the town with food, drinks, people to please, and massages. Comparing it with its previous life, Meryl was a little moved. It seemed, okay? If you can help me find the treasure, Meryl can also stand on your side. The little black dragon turned its head and said arrogantly. Of course. Eve said with a smile. After getting the true god's confirmation, Meryl was relieved. It struggled for a moment and finally made a decision. The little black dragon flew down from the sky and bowed slightly in the direction of the statue. Then, Your Majesty true god, please tell Meryl your real name. Eve Yggdrasil. An ethereal and sacred voice resounded in Meryl's heart. Yggdrasil? Meryl was slightly stunned. Yggdrasil, this name, why does it sound a little familiar? Meryl muttered. Yggdrasil. Suddenly, the little black dragon raised its head. Its dragon face was full of excitement and shock. World Tree. You are the World Tree. The World Tree that fights against the evil black dragon Nidhogg. When Boxed Lunch woke up again, he found that he was tied up tightly with a rope. Even his mouth was sealed with a cloth strip. He frowned slightly and subconsciously wanted to break free, but he found that this rope seemed to be very special and could imprison his strength. When he looked around, he found that he was locked in a space that looked like a cargo box. It was dark all around, and the whole space was shaking slightly. The cargo box was made of wood, and there were gaps in it that allowed him to see the situation outside. Boxed Lunch leaned over and saw a forest outside through the gap. The scenery was constantly moving backward. At the same time, he could see a few fully armed human mercenaries protecting the cargo box as they moved forward. Cargo box. Carriage? Humans, his heart skipped a beat. At this time, there was a rustling sound beside him. Boxed Lunch turned his head warily and saw another petite figure. It was another female elf who was tied up. She was leaning against the cargo and sleeping soundly. Her long eyelashes were trembling slightly. NPC. Boxed Lunch frowned slightly. He was silent for a moment, closed his eyes, and opened the chat interface in the game system. When he entered the interface, he found that his messages had exploded. They were all from his team members. Boss Boxed Lunch. Where are you? Could it be that you were caught by the strange guy we bumped into? Boss Boxed Lunch, reply to the message after you go online. The black dragon has been subdued by the goddess. It is going to take everyone to destroy the half-orc stronghold. Captain, there is a new main mission. We are going to accept the mission first. If you go online, just join the team and find us. There is a new main mission. Boxed Lunch was stunned. He looked at the mission system and found that there was indeed an additional, destroy the half-orc stronghold. After a moment of silence, he first accepted the mission and then applied to join the team. Unlike other online games, Elf Nation players would automatically leave the team after they went offline. Therefore, they had to rejoin the team after they went online. After Boxed Lunch joined the team channel immediately became lively. Captain. You are finally online. Where have you been? Why were you offline for so long? Come to the elf town quickly. We are going to gather for a big team. This time, the black dragon is leading the team. I don't know what the goddess did. That lazy dragon who only knew how to eat barbecue was suddenly full of energy and immediately submitted to her. Ha ha ha, I heard that the half-orcs destroyed Meryl's nest. The little black dragon is furious. After reading the messages from the others, Boxed Lunch thought for a moment and replied. I couldn't go online before. Now, it seems that I was captured by the humans. His teammates were in an uproar. Captured? F***CK. Wait, humans? Boss Boxed Lunch, you encountered humans? Eh? Boss Boxed Lunch, why are your coordinates so far away? You are moving slowly. Hidden plot. It must be a hidden plot. At this moment, Boxed Lunch suddenly heard the humans outside start chatting. Hey, our luck is really good today. Not only did we make a lot of money from the half-orcs, but we also picked up an injured elf on the way. We sold so many magic materials at a high price in one go, plus 2 elves. We are going to be rich this time. After this, I will apply to retire from the Chamber of Commerce. Hehe, I am not young anymore. I have saved enough money. It is time to start a family. I am so envious. This is only my second escort. Speaking of which, isn't the half-orc tribe always poor? How did they suddenly have so much money? You don't know this. I heard that they destroyed a black dragon's nest. How dare they? Aren't they afraid of revenge? Hey, since they dared to do it, the black dragon should have been killed long ago, right? Then why did they buy so many magic materials? These are what the mages need. Those uncouth men. Humph, after buying the goods, they can't wait for us to leave. I don't know what they are up to. Hehe, you are right to ask me about this. I happened to hear the merchant mage say that the half-orcs seem to be buying materials for cross-realm summoning. Hehe, they are all believers of the god of the hunt. I guess this time that true god is going to attack some unlucky force again? Maybe, it is an elf. Summoning an oracle again? TSK, how daring. In these few decades, the half-orcs have been the most troublesome. The god of winter and the god of the hunt is expanding his power. Isn't he afraid of being targeted by other churches? Why do you care so much? This is not a human country. The more chaotic, the better. We can make money. Black Dragon's Lair? Magic material? Oracle? Boxed Lunch's eyes narrowed when he heard these words. After thinking for a while, he replied in the chat system, maybe, it's really a hidden plot. I heard them talking about the secret of the orcs. Then, Boxed Lunch sent the message that he had just heard to the original message. After receiving the message, the other team members immediately perked up, damn. Summoning Oracle? Does this count as plot information? Very likely. Boxed Lunch. Maybe you really triggered a hidden plot. Quickly report to Miss Saintus. Maybe you can trigger something. Soon, a few of the team members stopped talking. It seemed that they had gone to look for Alice. The remaining team members continued to ask in the team channel, "Boxed Lunch, you're trapped now. Do you need us to help you?" Boxed Lunch looked at the small map and pondered for a moment before replying, "No need, it's too far." It was indeed too far. He was now hundreds of kilometers away from the core area of the elven forest. Even if there was a positioning system, the players couldn't catch up without a high-level presence leading the way. Not to mention, the players were busy preparing for the main plot mission. "It's safe here for now. I'll deal with it myself. You guys prepare for the main plot mission first." Boxed Lunch replied. Seeing Boxed Lunch's reply, the other team members didn't insist. They were indeed more interested in the main plot mission now. After all, the main plot mission was famous for its generous rewards. Moreover, Boxed Lunch wasn't sure what he would trigger. Of course, the most important reason was that it was too far away. Summoning Oracle? After receiving the news from the Chosen One, Alice's expression suddenly became serious. Could it be the Totem Guardian? After the fall of the World Tree, the elves were hunted by various races, especially the orcs. During this process, the orcs had summoned the Oracle of Allure, the Totem Guardian, to attack the elf settlements several times. After the War of the Gods, some of the remaining high-level combat power of the elves were also sacrificed under the attack of the Totem Guardian. After thinking for a while, Alice said, "This information is very important. I think this is very likely a plot by the demi-humans against Mother Goddess. I will immediately report this matter to Mother Goddess. Also, please contact His Excellency He Fan and ask him to bear with it for the time being. He might have encountered a human smuggling merchant group. It is said that they have a stronghold near the Gloom Mountain range. This is also a good opportunity to attack the human smuggling stronghold. Maybe we can rescue some of our compatriots." The names of the players were getting more and more ridiculous. However, Eve had already interfered with the game system. When the players spoke their names, the transliteration would be automatically translated into words that the natives could accept. Therefore, even though it sounded a little strange at times, it wasn't a big deal. Smuggling caravan? Rescue fellow countrymen? The players' eyes lit up. Perhaps this was the hidden plot of the bento box. After instructing the Chosen One, Alice quickly went to the Divine Nature Temple to pray. Totem Guardian? Eve's heart skipped a beat. Combined with the behavior of the vampire god's Chosen One, he quickly guessed Allure's thoughts. Does he think that I'm in a weak state and want to kill me all at once? Eve could probably guess the reason as well. A true god was a true god after all. Unless she was really in a weak state, why would she hide? Of course, the real reason why Eve was hiding wasn't because she was weak, but because her true identity couldn't be revealed to the public. After escaping from the state of near death, although her divine power was still weak, it was far from what it used to be. Thinking of this, he sent an oracle to Alice. "I already know the situation. I will give the God's Chosen One, Air, the ability to summon my incarnation and let him go with you." After these days of repairs, Hela's orb had been completely repaired by Eve. She could now use her incarnation to exert the power of a demigod. However, because this wasn't a demigod incarnation that she directly used 100 points of divine power to condense. Instead, it was created by the orb of the death god. Therefore, the demigod incarnation could only descend for a short period of time. About 10 minutes. After sending the oracle to Alice, Eve focused her attention on the lunchbox. In fact, when the night roamer threw the lunchbox, Eve noticed it. But what surprised her was that the lunchbox was actually picked up by the human caravan. She didn't know if the lunchbox was lucky or unlucky. As for the other imprisoned native elf in the caravan, it was a pleasant surprise. Rescue was definitely necessary, but not now. Destroying the half-orc stronghold was the most important thing at the moment. This was related to the exit of the elf forest in the southeast. And Eve was quite interested in Allure's Totem Guardian. As for the human caravan, Eve planned to cast a long line to catch a big fish. After observing the direction of the human caravan for a while, her heart skipped a beat. The direction of the Gloom Mountain range? After pondering for a moment, Eve used her divine power. At the same time, the lunchbox received a new system message. Frowny face ding, you have triggered a hidden mission, human caravan, plot description. human smuggling caravans have been active all over the continent, secretly selling elves. You have decided to use this opportunity to secretly investigate the human caravan stronghold near the elf forest. Mission content: stay in the human caravan, investigate the human stronghold, and protect your fellow elves. Protect fellow elves. The lunchbox was silent for a moment and looked at the other female elf who was sleeping soundly on the side. Although this unfamiliar elf girl was tightly tied up, she slept peacefully as if she had returned to her own home. The lunch box was speechless. He took a deep breath and began to close his eyes to rest. He was as obedient as a soldier who obeyed orders. Main mission: destroy the half-orc stronghold. After completely subduing the black dragon Meryl and having him as a guide, Eve gave a new mission. This time, almost all the players who had advanced to the Black Iron level chose to participate. Different from the previous small stronghold, this time, they were going to attack the half-orc's nest. These days, they were either building the town, working for the elves of the Inferno tribe, or fighting with magic beasts. Although it was still a lot of fun, the players still liked the big scene of fighting with the half-orcs. Exciting. Spectacular. Lively. More importantly, it really felt like a war. This had a different kind of attraction for the Chinese players who lived in peacetime. And this time Alice and Air would accompany them. Even the elves of the Inferno tribe were eager to make a move. Especially those who were full of passion and less than 200 years old. Of course, they were still stopped by the old guys. The reason was simple: the Lord Chosen Ones can revive, but can you? But even so, it didn't extinguish the enthusiasm of the young elves. The Chosen Ones were the apostles of the Mother Goddess, and the beliefs of the Chosen Ones were the beliefs of the Mother Goddess. Even the God's chosen one with the royal bloodline, Air, had changed his mind. Will the benevolence and justice that we adhere to really always be right? With this mentality, the native elves of the world of Seekers gradually changed as they communicated with the players. After many years of experience and the guidance of the Mother Goddess, some of them finally realized, benevolence without a bottom line wasn't a good thing. When facing enemies, only swords and blood could be used. Although there were still very few people who thought so, it was a great change for the stubborn elves. Grandma Phylacil, I'm sorry. I still think we should join the Chosen Ones. A young elf looked at the old chief of the Blaze tribe with a determined gaze. His voice, which was still a little immature, carried a hint of fanaticism. These days, I've seen a side of them that I've never seen before. They're always full of energy, passion, and hardworking. They're always fighting for a better future. Not only that, they've always helped us selflessly. His voice was touched, and his words were full of determination. They are our partners. I think that when they choose to fight, we can't just stand by and watch. I agree. Another young elf nodded and said excitedly, that's right. I've been thinking, are our beliefs really right? Is benevolence really always right? I've discussed and debated with the Chosen Ones on this issue before, and we even had quite a dispute. But what they said later completely enlightened me. The battle between races and beliefs isn't about treating people to a meal, being kind, and accepting adversity. It can't be so gentle. This is war. War is cruel. It's a violent action where one race defeats another. Being kind to others is being cruel to yourself. Many of the closed beta players were also keyboard warriors who would spout insults on the internet. It was too easy to fool the young elves who were as pure as a piece of white paper with iron-blooded theories. There weren't many similar materials on the Blue Star. It was enough to make some changes. Looking at the young elves who had changed after interacting with the Chosen One for a few days, Phylloxera was dumbfounded. She could understand the young elf's passion, but there were only so many people left in the Blaze tribe. She didn't want to see her people take risks. But looking at their determined gazes and thinking of Mother Goddess's hints, the Blaze tribe elder could only sigh. Sigh, up to you. But, be careful. The elven race was going to change. Even though many old elves didn't allow it, a dozen young elves still slipped out and decided to join the players. However, this gave the players a headache. To the players, the native NPCs were not only tools to be used for harvesting wool, but they were also bosses. This was because the goddess had made a request in her quest: he couldn't let the NPCs die. If an NPC were to die, the players' quest rewards would be greatly reduced as a penalty. Therefore, the players hoped that these elves could stay in Xianxia obediently. But there was another requirement in the goddess quest. If the NPCs chose to join the battle, the players could not stop them. Players, alright. The NPC was the boss, and the goddess was the boss that everyone had to listen to. This was simply asking them to escort a group of uncles to a fight. The difficulty had instantly increased by several times. Are the NPCs the tools, or are we the tools? However, after some consideration, Li Mu, who was the team commander, finally had a good idea. He might as well let these dozen or so young elves sit in the back. The elves generally had good archery skills. Not only would it be safe for them to act as backline shooters, but they would also be able to provide support. Compared to the archer class players, this was a far cry. Even with the assistance of skills, those players who chose the archer profession, to be honest, their accuracy was really not that good. Especially those archer players who only learned the enhanced attack skills but did not choose to learn the enhanced aiming skills. Their arrows were a disaster. However, the most excited person about this operation was not the players, the native elves, or Alice and the others, it was the black dragon Meryl. No one knew what the goddess had communicated with him, but the little black dragon, who would rather die than submit, changed his temperament and actually became obedient. This made the players and elves very surprised, and at the same time, they were amazed by the goddess' power of inspiration. In fact, even Eve did not expect the little black dragon to become so enthusiastic after knowing her true identity. However, he knew the name that Meryl mentioned, Nidhogg. That was an ancient black dragon that participated in the War of the Gods 1,000 years ago. It was so powerful that even the true gods were afraid of it. It was also the one that bit the roots of the World Tree, causing the former World Tree's power to drop greatly. This little monster is so hostile to Nihult, advocates justice, and calls itself a silver dragon. Could it be that it was raised by a silver dragon? Eve had some guesses about the little guy's adoptive father. The evil black dragon Nihult had always been the silver dragon's nemesis, and the silver dragon. In the inheritance of the World Tree that Eve had received, it seemed to have a good relationship with the World Tree. However, Myrtle didn't recognize the World Tree even after lying under it for so long. All he did was exclaim, "What a huge tree!" Myrtle did resemble a husky from the Dragon Clan. Elf Forest. The players' teams had gradually gathered and were all teleported to Xianxia. After a period of development, more than 900 of the 1,200 beta testers had been promoted to Black Iron rank, and more than 800 of them had accepted the main storyline mission. Under the command of Li Mu, the players lined up in a simple formation, which did have a hint of an army. In addition to the players, more than a dozen young elves from the Inferno tribe joined the team. More than 100 elves from the Inferno tribe were also sent off under the leadership of the tribe leader, Phylloxera. These few days, the elves had completely settled down in Xianxia with the help of the players, and they were very grateful to the players. Just as the Saintess had said, the chosen ones did have some bad habits. For example, they ate meat, liked to take advantage of others, had a stomach full of fallacious reasoning, and sometimes were a little too flattering. There were also people who didn't let you sleep in the middle of the night and knocked on your door, but overall, they were passionate, hard-working, and really worked hard for the future of the elves. Even the most inflexible and stubborn elves couldn't deny the help and contributions of the chosen ones. Looking at the chosen ones who looked undisciplined but excited and fearless, Phylloxera secretly nodded her head. Although their discipline was a little poor, they were really a team that dared to risk their lives. The most terrifying thing was that they didn't care about their lives. In addition to the undying attribute, and the help of the Black Dragon, the Saintess, and the Chosen Ones, perhaps, they could really defeat the half-orcs who had been entrenched in the elf forest for many years and force them to migrate. She turned her head and waved her hand, taking some magic materials from her tribesmen. These are the materials needed to make the teleportation portal. I heard from the Saintess that you lack these things the most now. I brought a few elven mages in the tribe to make these overnight. Teleportation portal, Li Mu's eyes lit up. This was the most crucial thing in this mission. According to the little black dragon, the half-orc settlement was very far from here. If the elves traveled by themselves, even with the bonus of forest affinity, it would take more than 20 days. Not only that, but there were also thousands of half-orcs. To be honest, without the help of the black dragon and air, the players would be courting death. Their overall strength was on the weaker side. The only thing they could do was to revive and work as a team. But if they died in the half-orc settlement, it would be too late to run to the revival point. But with the teleportation portal, it was different. Limu nodded to Salty Meow and Cuckoo, who had been waiting for a long time. The two of them quickly took the materials and thanked him. "Thank you." Phylloxera waved her hand and sighed. "This is all we can do." The young elves were enthusiastic about taking the initiative to attack the half-orcs, but most of the native elves were not very interested. After receiving the materials, Salty Meow waved to the black dragon Meryl. "We got the materials. We're going to set off." Meryl glanced at the two female players and lay down unwillingly as he grumbled, "I'm sorry." He muttered, "This time, when I bring you back, you have to roast meat for a day, no, 3 days. Upon hearing its words, little Salty Meow's eyes turned into crescents. 3 days? Even a week will do. After saying that, she and Cuckoo took the materials for the magic circle and jumped onto the back of the dark dragon Meryl under the envious gazes of the other players. After the two of them sat down, the black dragon Meryl roared and flapped his wings slowly to take off. Looking at the dark dragon that was getting smaller and smaller, Demacia kept sighing. "If you want to be a dragon knight, you have to be rich." Hearing his words, Limu rolled his eyes. "I think you won't be able to be one even if you have money." Demacia was speechless. "Brother, can you stop adding insult to injury?" Mangjihan was a second beta gamer. As an ordinary person who didn't work hard, didn't spend money, and wasn't a European either, it wasn't until 3 days ago that she had accumulated enough EXP and contribution points to advance to a level 11 druid. Actually, it should have been faster. According to the first beta gamers, when there were many small monsters in the core area, everyone would form a team to kill the small monsters and increase their experience. That was quite satisfying. Unfortunately, the low-level monsters in the core area of the elf town that could be used for practice had long been wiped out. They were either converted into EXP or fertilizer. The difference between Elf Nation and other games was that this game completely imitated reality. The creatures had their own ecosystem. If you killed it, it would be gone. The remaining creatures were big monsters that the newbies could not afford to offend. Unless you had money and could pay a high price to hire the first army guild to help you kill the big monsters, you could only work slowly. Therefore, most of the unlucky second beta gamers who did not work hard or spend money could only choose to slowly level up through missions. However, there were many who relied on missions to learn skills that they had not learned in reality. For example, cutting trees, building walls, barbecuing. Overall, as the number of gamers increased and time passed, the trend of the two classes became more obvious. The strong became stronger and the weak became weaker. Although there were ways to become stronger, the best resources were always obtained by the strong first. Without money and luck, the later generations could only rely on their hard work. Because of this system was criticized by the gamers. A group of people complained that it was unreasonable on the forum. Everyone thought that imitating reality was a good thing. However, if it was too exaggerated, what was the difference between reality and reality? Reality was already so cruel. Could they not make it so realistic in the game? There were also many who wanted to quit the game. Although, there was not a single person who quit the game. Mangjihan was very open-minded about this. From her point of view, choosing something meant losing something else. Since the slogan of Elf Nation was the most realistic and the most epic, then perhaps this system was the choice of the officials. To be able to create such a masterpiece, the officials must have considered more. Moreover, no matter how strange the game system was, with the unique realistic 5 senses, intelligent NPCs, and accelerated thinking speed, everyone could only feel pain and happiness at the same time. There were still a lot of netizens waiting pitifully for the open beta. The reason why he chose the druid class was because Mangjihan liked the healer class when he was playing games. Healers had always been a popular job in online games. On the other hand, if you had good positioning, precise control, and ample healing, you would undoubtedly be welcomed by the various large guilds. Therefore, she had long decided that the only druid with healing skills was the druid. In fact, if she could, she would like to choose the priestess profession. Until now, there were still videos of the Saintess casting group healing on the official website. That special effect was so beautiful and cool. Of course, Sister Goddess's special effects were better, but a goddess was a goddess, how could she compare? Unfortunately, perhaps due to a problem with the game version, the priestess class was not available to players, so she could only settle for the next best thing, which was to become a druid. This was her first time participating in a main mission. Previously, due to her slow leveling up, although she had always wanted to participate in the legendary main storyline, she was limited by her low level and could not accept the quest. But this time, she finally had a chance. Because of this, she decided to use the 2,000 contribution points that she had painstakingly saved up to exchange for a new skill, Healers are easy to focus fire on, so I'll exchange for an escape skill. Combining her previous experience in online games, Mengjihan made her decision. However, before exchanging for a skill, she received a reminder from the guild leader, Limu, you already have 2 healing skills. This time, if you want to gain more experience and contribution points, I suggest you exchange for a single target control skill. Control skill? Mengjihan paused for a moment, then said with uncertainty, but I heard a few bosses say that the orcs' levels are very high, they can quickly break free from the control skills cast on them. Limu was silent for a moment, then said, if you only control the orcs, you won't be able to do it. But if there are other players, you can use powerful single-target control skills to control them together. Hearing Limu's words, Mengjihan suddenly realized, oh. Right, there are other players who can interfere with the orcs. But very quickly, she was stunned, wait. Control them together? Together. Limu nodded and said, 1 for 1, follow the sacrificial path. Black Iron low-level attack skills, in theory, should be able to cause fatal damage to the orcs, but the orcs won't just stand there and let us hit them, so our attacks won't be effective. But if we follow the sacrificial path, they will become wooden dummies. This is the most efficient way to kill the enemy. Since we can revive, the guild will provide contribution points for players who committed suicide to exchange for a perfect revival. Mengjihan was speechless. The contribution store could also use contribution points to exchange for a perfect revival. Now, the number of perfect revivals from completing quests was decreasing. Gradually, players chose to exchange for contribution points. 1,000 contribution points could be exchanged for 1. It was a bit expensive. But the head of an orc was worth at least 1,200 contribution points, and the higher-level orcs were worth even more, so, exchanging a life for a life, although it was only a difference of 200 contribution points, it was still a small profit. Not to mention, there was still experience to be gained. However, the contribution points reward wasn't something that everyone could obtain. After the second beta test of the game, all the rewards had been distributed according to the amount of contribution points. So, 1,200 contribution points would be distributed according to the number of players' contribution points. Generally speaking, if it was calculated this way, the sacrificed players would be at a disadvantage even if they had a higher contribution points. But this was the advantage of the guild. The perfect revival of the sacrificed players would not be paid by themselves, but by the guild's contribution points. This was also a path that the players had found in the process of continuous exploration. So, when the time comes, just throw control skills at them boldly. The sacrificed players will be in a good position for you to control them. Also, the command for charge is Wula, and the command for sacrifice is fire at me. Don't throw it at the wrong person. Limu exhorted. Mengjihan was speechless. The cave tribe. After collecting the treasures left behind by the black dragon Meryl in the castle, even the knowledgeable night roamers could not help but sigh. The dragon's nest was indeed rich. Although it was said that the other party was only a young dragon, the wealth he had amassed was already equivalent to the annual income of an average human town. The orc chief priest Jushan was also very happy. Even after deducting the consumption of magical materials from the human smuggling caravans, the remaining wealth was enough for them to make a small fortune. And just as he was feeling happy, a orc guard suddenly stumbled in from outside. He looked panicked, and his voice was filled with fear. Chief priest. Not, not good, that black dragon is back. The black dragon is back? Jushan and Night Roamer were shocked at the same time. Night Roamer glanced at the Beastman chief priest and frowned. Didn't you say that the black dragon is dead? Looking at Night Roamer's gaze and feeling the pressure from his body, Jushan felt his scalp go numb. Count, it hasn't returned, and the warriors from our tribe who went with it, he was a little incoherent. Night Roamer sighed and said, forget it. Let's go out and see what's going on. Megalosaurus have always regarded treasures as their exclusive property. Although it's just a young black dragon, we can't be careless. After saying that, he took the lead and walked out of the tribe's main tent. Seeing that Night Roamer didn't seem to be very nervous, Jushan also heaved a sigh of relief. With a high-ranking blessed and about to summon an oracle, a mere silver-ranked young black dragon shouldn't pose too much of a threat to the tribe. When they came outside, they could hear the black dragon's angry roar from afar. Rua. Despicable, shameless, evil, and cunning beastmen. Quickly return Lord Meryl's treasures. Otherwise, Lord Meryl will definitely eat all of you. He stood on the castle at the top of the mountain and looked down at the rock cave tribe, his voice spreading far and wide. That intimidating dragon aura came from afar, coupled with the blunt threat in his voice, causing a commotion among the beastmen of the rock cave tribe. Looking at the dark dragon looking down on him, Night Wanderer smiled and said, Your Excellency Black Dragon, your treasures have been temporarily requisitioned by His Holiness the True God. I can swear on my soul that I'll return it to you with 3 times the amount in a week. 3 times, in an instant, Meryl's eyes widened, and there was a hint of interest in his expression. Cough, cough, at this moment, Salty Meow, who was hiding behind him, quickly coughed a few times and reminded him. Meryl, I heard that they are preparing to summon the power of a demigod. If they succeed, do you think you can escape? Think about your righteous cause, think about the comfortable massage, think about the honey-glazed barbecue. The gods of the half-orcs may not be as easy to talk to as the goddess, Justice? Massage? Barbecue? Meryl's eyes lit up, and he subconsciously swallowed. But soon, it reacted. Demigod rank, instantly, Meryl's face turned green. These damned bastards. He was lying to it again. Meryl, try to stall for time and distract them a little longer. Goo Goo Bird and I will build the array as soon as possible. Little Salty Meow continued when it saw that it had woken up the silly little black dragon. As she spoke, she rubbed her temples. Originally, the players had planned to launch a sneak attack. But who knew that the little black dragon was so reckless that it directly flew them to the top of the mountain of the half-orc tribe. After hearing her words, Meryl nodded and then shouted at the foot of the mountain. Rua. No. Meryl must get his treasures now. Otherwise, Lord Meryl will destroy your tribe immediately. Once this was said, it immediately caused panic among the half-orcs. Night Walker furrowed his brows. It was a crucial period now, and he could not afford to be delayed because of the black dragon's interference. Immediately, he had to think of a way to pacify the black dragon temporarily. Although his strength was 1 level higher than the black dragon, he was not confident that he could kill it. He did not want to have another troublesome enemy. Therefore, Night Walker continued. Sorry, Your Excellency Black Dragon, I won't hide it from you. Your treasures have been used by us, but you don't have to worry. I can swear by the true gods that I will give you a satisfactory answer in a week's time. Not only that, if you join us, I will repay you tenfold. His attitude was very humble. Generally speaking, Megalosaurus were still wary of the true gods, especially those Megalosaurus below the legendary level. They would maintain a certain level of respect in front of the true gods' chosen ones. Night Walker also believed that his words could pacify the black dragon, and even move it, 10 times the amount of treasures. No Megalosaurus would not be moved. Meryl's eyes twitched. But the soft cough behind him was heard again. It was gentle, but with disdain. It was very rich. Cough, cough, isn't it just treasures? In the future, I can think of a way to get you as much as you want. I'll definitely keep my word. Meryl was moved. It gave Salty Meow a look that said, I believe you, don't lie to me, then looked down the mountain again. As it roared, it bared its fangs and threatened the Night Roamer. No. No. Meryl wants it now. 3 times the amount. No. I want 10 times the amount now. Otherwise, Meryl will spit out dragon's breath now. Nightwalker was speechless. This black dragon was being unreasonable. Was there something wrong with its brain? For a moment, he had a headache. He was not confident that he could kill the black dragon, but he also had no way to immediately satisfy its request. The two of them started arguing from afar. However, as they gradually communicated, the night roamer gradually realized that this black dragon also seemed to be wary of his strength. It only moved its lips a little. It did not even dare to fly down from the mountain. But, why did it have to do that? Other than wasting time, what was the use? Nightwalker felt that he must have met a greedy black dragon with a problem in its head. Wait, stalling for time, suddenly, a light flashed in Nightwalker's heart, and his expression turned serious. At the same time, a strong spatial fluctuation came from the direction of the castle on the mountain. Spatial magical fluctuation, not good. It's teleportation. Nightwalker's expression changed slightly. In an instant, countless tiny figures appeared in his line of sight. They were elves waving their weapons. Elves? Nightwalker was stunned at first, then his expression turned serious. Those were the elves in the elven forest. Those elves had actually subdued an evil and greedy black dragon? How did they do it? It would be fine if it was a metal dragon of the good alignment, but this was an evil 5-colored dragon, and it was the infamous traitor and traitor, the black dragon. Nightwalker's eyes widened in disbelief. At the same time, the black dragon Meryl immediately became excited. It let out a roar, then flapped its wings and swooped down the mountain, opening its mouth to spit out dragon breath. Nightwalker's expression was serious. He did not care about the black dragon, and instead retreated to the main tent while shouting that there was an enemy attack. The half-orc mountain was also stunned by this sudden situation. The elves are actually attacking? His expression was very interesting. The elves taking the initiative to attack was the biggest joke in the world of seekers. Even if he knew that the elves in the elven forest were a little strange, he did not expect this day to come. Taking the initiative to attack a target would never happen to these peace-loving, submissive long-eared elves, but soon, he reacted and roared, "There's an enemy! Enemies! Blow the warning horn!" Following the sound of the bugle horn, the entire grotto tribe began to mobilize. On the mountain top, seeing the black dragon rush down, Salty Meow was even more depressed. "You idiot! What are you rushing for? Can you beat a high-grade professional? Everyone's not here yet. Come back and protect the teleportation array." The black dragon Meryl was like a husky that had charged into a flock of chickens, causing chaos in the grotto tribe. Even if Meryl had been raised astray, he still inherited some of the traditional black dragon's traits. For example, he liked to attack the weak first, and enjoyed the fear of his enemies. The half-orc warriors that had been gathered by the sound of the horn were immediately smacked in the face by the dragon's breath. Their formation immediately fell apart, and they began to flee in all directions. As the colorful dragon with the strongest melee abilities, the little black dragon's skin was thick, and the half-orc's attacks were like tickles to him. That works too? Salty Meow was dumbfounded as he watched the little black dragon wreak havoc among the half-orcs in the blink of an eye. Chaos, the grotto tribe was in chaos. Meryl was like a wild wolf that had entered a flock of sheep, stirring up a storm of blood. No half-orc in the grotto tribe could resist the power of an upper silver rank. Chief Priest Ju Shan's eyes turned red as he watched the black dragon wreak havoc and his tribesmen die. "Count. Your Excellency. Hurry and stop the black dragon." Night Roamer's expression turned solemn as he silently chanted an incantation, summoning a large 3-headed hound. It was a magical beast at the peak of the upper silver rank, and the strongest familiar under Night Roamer's command. It had a pair of bat wings and jet black fur. It had a ferocious appearance, and its body was half the size of the black dragon. Vampires were weaker in direct combat, and would usually rear magical beasts to supplement their own fighting strength. Night Roamer's strongest familiar was a Thebes demon hound with the bloodline of a 3-headed hellhound. "Entangle that black dragon." Night Roamer ordered the demon hound. Upon receiving its master's order, the demon hound immediately let out a long howl and pounced at the black dragon. "Demon hound?" Meryl's eyes lit up, and he immediately went up to fight it. However, it was obvious that the demon hound was no match for the black dragon. In the blink of an eye, several wounds appeared on its body. After sending out his familiar, the night roamer looked coldly at Jeshan and said, "Don't worry, Jeshan. The black dragon and the fairy are here. I'm afraid that the Grim Reaper and the mysterious new gods chosen will be here soon as well. My demon hound is definitely no match for the black dragon. It won't be able to hold on for long. I can't do anything. I have to quickly complete the summoning of the god's envoy. Do you see those elves on top of the mountain? They must have built a teleportation portal. If you don't want the grotto tribe to be wiped out, you should bring people to destroy it as soon as possible. Even if I can't destroy them, I have to hold them back until I successfully summon the oracle. These elves are weak. Even if they're a little strange, they're no match for you." With that, the night walker left. God's chosen. Upon hearing this, Zhu Shan's pupils shrank. His expression changed. Finally, he gritted his teeth and shouted at the night roamer's back. "All right, we'll do it immediately. Please hurry." At this time, the main group of players had also finished their teleportation. Demacia came to the top of the mountain and looked down at the densely packed orc houses. He couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. "Heavens! How many orcs are there?" Li Mu, who came to the front, was also surprised. However, he soon frowned. "Didn't you say that we were going to teleport to the nearby forest? The black dragon must return to its castle first to see how many treasures it has left." Salty Meow shrugged. Li Mu was speechless. TSK. Looks like it's all gone. Otherwise, the silly second black wouldn't be so angry. Let's go. The black dragon has already messed with the orcs. Damn. The boss is about to be killed. It's all heads and EXP. I'm just one shoe away from being an epic. Demacia looked at the Cerberus that was being chased by Meryl with a pained expression. "Listen to the command, don't act recklessly." Cuckoo Bird said coldly. "TSK, isn't it just a sacrificial battle? I don't believe that I can't wear them down." Demacia sneered as he skillfully took off his equipment and handed it to his teammates. He was only left with the large underwear that the native elves gave him to conceal the holy light. As the most powerful tank, his mission this time was still to lead the team to commit suicide. However, Li Mu stopped the players who were about to charge forward. "Don't worry, there are too many orcs, and we're too few. I'm afraid that even if we charge forward, we won't be able to gain the upper hand. Even with Lord Air, we won't be able to sustain a long battle. We might even destroy the teleportation portal behind us. We have to turn the tables and force them to attack us. The terrain here is high, and it's easy to defend. There's also a teleportation portal. If they attack us, we'll have the advantage." After hearing Li Mu's words, Air, who was about to charge forward with Demacia, immediately stopped. He looked at the Chosen One in surprise and said, "But how do we make the orcs attack us?" Li Mu was about to say something when he saw the orcs gathering at the foot of the mountain. His eyes suddenly lit up. "Don't worry, they're here." He turned his head and shouted, "Mages! Mages, prepare your spells. Destroy the elf stronghold on the mountain." Zhu Shan's order was quickly passed down. After the black dragon Meryl was entangled with the familiar of the night roamer, the chaotic orcs gradually calmed down. They quickly formed a formation under the command of the horn and charged up the mountain. The orc priests also began to give various blessings to the warriors in the rear. In an instant, the orcs roared and charged at the players like a tidal wave. The players had also adjusted their formation. At the forefront were the fully armored tank warriors. Behind the tank warriors were a group of unarmed suicide squads. There were also hunters among them. Further back were the archers, mages, and druids. The native elves with bows and arrows were protected in the center. Seeing the approaching orcs, Li Mu's eyes narrowed slightly. The other players panted heavily, their eyes sparkling with excitement. War. This was war. Mages, get ready. As the orcs approached, Li Mu gradually raised his hand. Upon hearing his command, all the mages began to chant their spells. Fireballs, elemental blades, and other spells began to form around them. Although the spells were formed, they didn't shoot out. the orcs gradually approached. The players could clearly see the orcs' ferocious expressions and their sharp fangs. When they entered the shooting range, Limu immediately roared. Fire! After he finished speaking, streaks of beautiful magic flew out, indiscriminately smashing into the charging beastmen. At the same time, the system's impassioned background music suddenly sounded in the players' ears. It was an epic war background music that Eve had chosen. It was very emotional. In an instant, listening to the impassioned music, all the players were energized and excited. In ancient times, to stimulate the morale of the soldiers, there were war drums and war songs. In online games, when there was a large-scale group battle, the players would usually play impassioned background music to boost morale. But this time Eve did everything. The music was so appropriate that it instantly stimulated the players' battle enthusiasm. Accompanied by the impassioned music, all the players felt as if they had transformed into Superman with his underwear on the outside. It was as if they would resist the nuclear bomb in the next second, kill the boss, and save the world. Everyone's breathing became heavier. They felt as if the blood in their bodies was boiling and burning. If they weren't afraid of death, they had nothing to fear. And the appropriate background music completely stimulated the players' fighting spirit. If morale could be displayed, then the players would be off the charts now. The orcs raised the shields in their hands and didn't slow down under the support of the divine spells. The spells arrived in an instant and caused a violent explosion. Even with the shields and the protective divine spells of the priests, many of the unlucky ones were seriously injured. But the remaining orcs quickly changed their formation and continued to advance. They roared and charged forward, and the system's background music reached its climax. Listening to the inspiring background music, Limu's heart surged. At this moment, the scenes in the game over the past few months surfaced in his mind. The gradually perfected town, the gradually powerful players, the joyful bonfire party, and the kind elven NPCs who were full of gratitude and worship. Alice's exclamation as she stroked the town's stone tablet echoed in his mind again. The Chosen One. You will eventually become the great legends of the Seeker's world. At this moment, Limu suddenly felt that he had grasped the essence of this game. This was a game, but this was also an adventure story that belonged to them. It was an epic chapter that they wrote. In an instant, Limu felt his blood boiling. He raised the druid's staff and roared excitedly, "Let's go! For the elves! Kill! Hurrah!" The players also roared and raised their weapons. The two sides finally clashed. Greystone was a valiant orc warrior. As one of the few black iron-ranked warriors in the Grotto tribe, he was not only known as a powerful orc warrior, but also had his own independent team. He was already 50 years old this year and had rich battle experience. The number of enemies he had killed was uncountable. He had even successfully hunted many elves. As for the elves, in his own words, they were a group of naive, pitiful and pathetic goods. In his memory, he had participated in more than one pursuit and hunt of the elves. However, this was the first time he had been attacked by elves. What was even more unbelievable was that this time, it was the elves who had launched an attack on their tribe. This was simply ridiculous, just based on their numbers and battle strength. 8,000 years ago, the elves were like a group of toothless tigers. No, rabbits. Rabbits actually wanted to attack falcons? Greystone thought the elves must have gone crazy. Even if there was a black dragon attacking with them, perhaps, the black dragon was holding the elves hostage? Taking them in as dependents? Forcing them to do so? Greystone even had such a thought. The chief priest's expression as if he was facing a great enemy also puzzled him. The chief priest didn't even let them leave alive. These were elves. Even if they caught one, even if it was a male, they could exchange it for a cart of food. In fact, in order to prevent the orcs from panicking, Xianxia hadn't revealed the matter of the elven forest. So until now, the ordinary orcs still didn't know what was going on. Not only that, Xianxia didn't even dare to tell the warriors that these elves could be resurrected, because facing an enemy that could be resurrected, even the strongest warrior would feel a trace of fear. However, as qualified warriors with limited brain capacity, they didn't need to know why. They only needed to obey orders. Hence, under the chief priest's command, Greystone brought his own team and joined the army, charging towards the elves on the hillside. He was getting closer and closer. What surprised Greystone was that the elves didn't seem to be afraid when they saw the orcs rushing towards them like a flood. On the contrary, he saw the elves' excited expressions from afar. Greystone couldn't be more familiar with that expression. Every time he finished a hunt, he would excitedly wrestle with the other warriors in the tribe, gamble money, and drink as punishment. That was the expression on his face. It was the excitement and anticipation of being immersed in entertainment. How could this be? Could it be that he was mistaken? Before he could think of anything, numerous beautiful magic spells came crashing down on them from all directions. So many spells. Since when did the elves have so many offensive mages? Greystone's pupils shrank. Elves were naturally magical creatures. Even elven warriors had a certain amount of magic power and could learn one or two cantrips. However, as a race that loved peace, the elves rarely learned magic that had strong offensive capabilities. However, the magic radiance that had just risen was all offensive magic. Not only that, they were all first circle spells with the most explosive power. When did the elves become so radical? Greystone's expression changed, and he immediately raised his shield. Priest Duran has cast a defensive spell on the shield, which can weaken the magic damage to a certain extent. The magic arrived in a flash, and the surroundings were immediately filled with violent explosions and screams. In an instant, several orc warriors fell to the ground, heavily injured. However, their positions were quickly filled by the orcs behind them. Greystone's luck wasn't bad. He was only scratched a few times by the wind blades. He licked the blood on his arm, his eyes red, and ordered, "Spread out." If the formation was too concentrated, it would be too easy for the magic to focus fire. After the order was given, the orcs at the front immediately spread out and charged at the elves. At the same time, the elven warriors at the front let out an angry roar and got into a charging posture. Charging from the bottom to the top, they were at a disadvantage. However, it was different if they charged from the top. With their majestic bodies, charging should have been the orcs' killing move. However, the terrain greatly reduced their strength. Even so, they didn't care about the thin and weak elves. The two sides collided and immediately fell into a chaotic battle. As soon as the battle started, Greystone noticed that something was wrong with the elves. As a long-lived species with a small population and low reproductive ability, the elves had always been cautious and conservative in battle. However, the attacks of these sprites were bold and unrestrained, and their style was rough. For a moment, Greystone even suspected that they were a group of orcs in elven skin. Although they would also pay attention to defense, they were more inclined to attack. Not only that, they were incomparably crazy when fighting, as if they had been injected with chicken blood. They roared and slashed wildly. All kinds of skills were thrown without any regard for their lives, as if they didn't care about their rapidly decreasing magic power and stamina. Even if they were injured, they didn't care. Even with the druids at the back healing them, their injuries were rapidly worsening. If there was a word to describe it, it would be lunatics. Greystone looked at these elves and subconsciously said. These elves were very weak and had no experience in fighting for a long time. They didn't know how to advance or retreat, they only knew how to attack crazily, like a group of berserkers. Was this still a group of elegant elves? This kind of fighting style might be fast and fierce at the beginning, but soon they would completely exhaust their stamina and become targets for slaughter. At this moment, relying on his rich combat experience, Greystone had already sentenced these elves to death in his heart. This kind of stupid fighting style that didn't know how to conserve stamina, no matter how many people came, they would be sending themselves to death. In fact, it wasn't that the players didn't want to fight dirty. But as the defensive side, behind them was the teleportation portal, and there was no way to retreat. Facing the powerful orcs, they could only fight with all their might to gain an advantage. And due to the limitations of the terrain, the players couldn't completely spread out their team. However, if the players couldn't spread out their team, the orcs, who had a large number of orcs, couldn't either. Actually, only a portion of the players were fighting, and most of them were at the back, waiting for those in front to fall before filling in. Of course, it was because of the madness of the players that they actually stopped the orcs for a while. Greystone snorted coldly, and with a backhand, he slashed an elven warrior in the front row to the ground and shouted, "Charge! They have few people, they won't last long." And just as he gave the order, a shocking scene appeared. He saw the elven warriors in the front row suddenly give up their position, and dozens of elves wearing only underpants rushed out from behind them. They looked ferocious and excited, and shouted as they charged towards the orcs. These guys. What are they doing? Are they going to die? Looking at these crazy elves, Greystone was confused. He stabbed one of the elves that rushed towards him, and slashed him to the ground. But, not all orcs were as powerful as Greystone, who could kill his opponent in seconds. Many elves wearing underpants and running naked directly rushed in front of the weaker orcs, and hugged them tightly. But because they didn't have weapons, they were immediately heavily injured by the angry orcs, and blood flowed out. But even so, they still didn't let go, and held on tightly to the orcs. Not only that, their expressions didn't show any pain, nor did they show any fear of death, but they were full of joy. These guys. Are they crazy? Greystone opened his eyes wide in disbelief. He looked at the elves who were hugging the orcs, and subconsciously shivered. Before he could think of anything else, an even more unbelievable scene appeared before him. He saw the elves coughing blood, and excitedly shouted, "Fire at me! Fire! Fire!" Greystone stared blankly. Then, he saw the radiance of magic rising from behind the elves, turning into control magic, and firmly controlling the elves and orcs who weren't wearing any equipment. Then, another wave of powerful attack magic, accompanied by arrows that were enchanted with skills, were aimed at the elves and orcs, and they were instantly drowned out. In an instant, more than 10 elves and orcs were torn apart by magic, or shot into hedgehogs. Greystone opened his mouth wide, and looked at all this in shock. Crazy. They're crazy. What kind of tactic was this? Suicide? Trade lives? Were these elves really crazy? To tell the truth, even if he looked down on the elves' battle strength, Greystone still had some respect for the elves, who were once a silver race, and especially a rare long-lived race. An elf's life and an orc's life. Not to mention the elves, even if he saw it, he would feel that the elves' lives were more precious than the orcs. In the slave trade black market, 10 orc slaves couldn't even be exchanged for one elf. But what was the situation with these elves? Did they really not want to live? Didn't they cherish life the most, and love peace the most, just to kill an orc? Use their lives to trade this? How much hatred did they have? How many of them were left? How many of them were willing to die like this? Were they crazy? The insanity of the elves also aroused the ferocity of the orcs. After the initial shock, they no longer hesitated and fought with the players with bloodshot eyes. However, like Greystone, the other orcs also thought that the elves were crazy. Otherwise, why would the elves have the idiotic idea of exchanging a life for a life? They weren't humans with amazing reproductive abilities. Every orc was a soldier. The total population of the Grotto tribe had already exceeded 5,000. If it really was a life for a life, even if they returned to the previous era, the elves would still have to fight with all their might, and these elves in front of him. There were only a few hundred of them. However, what made Greystone more and more surprised was that these elves seemed to be endless. He didn't know how many elves he had killed. In any case, when he counted to 10 people, he stopped counting. This number was already more than the total number of elves he had captured in the past few decades. However, what was incomprehensible was that no matter how many elves he killed, the number of elves didn't seem to change at all. Looking around, it seemed that there were still the same number of elves. Not only that, every once in a while, a group of elves without any equipment would rush out and die together with the orcs. It could be said that after fighting for so long, 90% of the orcs died in this way. Are these elves endless? Looking at the blood-stained ground, Greystone's originally victorious heart suddenly surged with a strange trace of hesitation. What made him even more confused was that every time these elves died, no matter how badly their bodies were cut, they would turn into nothingness. For a moment, Greystone even thought that he was hallucinating. Could it be that these elves were magic illusions? However, the feeling of the scimitars cutting through the elves' flesh and crushing their bones was so clear, and the blood that sprayed on his face was so hot. All this told Greystone that his enemies were definitely not hallucinating. But what was going on with these elves? The more Greystone fought, the more irritated he became. The half-orc warriors who followed him had all been replaced. Those who rushed forward first had already died under the suicidal attacks of the elves. And this made Greystone even angrier. But at the same time, his heart became more and more bewildered. This was because the elves were not the only ones whose corpses disappeared. Even the orcs would rapidly age and turn into ashes the moment they were killed. Although the way they disappeared was different from the elves, in the end, except for some dust and blood, there was not a single corpse left on the battlefield, only the equipment of the orcs. Greystone suddenly understood why the chief priest was so cautious. There was something strange about these sprites. This is not normal, this was definitely abnormal. At this moment, Chief Priest Jushan's voice came from afar. Charge in. Destroy their teleportation array. Otherwise, we won't be able to kill them all. Teleportation array. Greystone finally understood why these elves couldn't be killed. It turned out that they had been waiting for someone to teleport over, but soon after, he became even more puzzled. Where was this teleportation formation connected to? Why were there so many elves? Were all the elves in the continent gathered together? Why did their corpses disappear? Why did the corpses of the clansmen disappear? At this moment, he suddenly saw more than 10 elves without any equipment rushing out. When he saw the leader of the group, Greystone's pupils shrank. This is impossible. He cried out involuntarily. He clearly recognized that it was an elf he had killed before. Not only that, this guy was slippery. Greystone had spent a lot of effort to kill him. He clearly remembered that the other party had been cut in half by him, and the warm internal organs had spilled all over the ground. The reason why Greystone was able to recognize him was not only because he was slippery, but also because this guy with a red afro sneered and made a funny face at him when he was chopped to death. Not only that, this guy even disdainfully dragged his upper body and gave him the middle finger before he died. Greystone didn't know what the middle finger meant, but the ridicule on the elf's face was imprinted in his heart. Mocking him when he was about to die, how hateful. But what shocked Greystone the most was that he was actually seeing this dead elf again. He was alive and kicking, without a single injury on his body. Father God above. What was going on? Wasn't he already dead? Were they monsters that couldn't die? Wait, if this group of elves couldn't die, then what was the point of fighting the half-beastmen? Looking at Greystone's lifeless eyes that gradually revealed a trace of panic, Xianxia laughed. Haha, you didn't expect it, did you? It's still me. Then, he didn't rush towards Greystone, but instead raised his head and shouted. Air. There's a hard bone at the upper level of Iron Rank here, requesting backup. He was actually distracted in the middle of a battle. Seeing his opponent like this, Greystone was furious. No matter if you're an elf or a monster, a devil or a demon, you'll all die. He roared, and once again chopped towards Xianxia. You won't die this time, then I'll chop you to death again. But the moment his scimitar was about to fall, a thin figure suddenly flashed over. Greystone only felt pain in his wrist, and then his chest tightened. When he came back to his senses, he was shocked to find that his hands were broken. Not only that, his chest had been stabbed, and blood splattered everywhere. Greystone could clearly feel his life force flowing away. It was only then that he saw the target of his attack. It was a thin and weak elf youth, with silver hair and blue eyes. His young face had a trace of determination and coldness. He only coldly glanced at Greystone, and once again snuck into other battlefields. Silver. In an instant, Greystone understood. There was a silver swordsman hidden among these elves. The elves were actually hiding their strength. When did they become so cunning? Greystone opened his mouth, wanting to shout out his discovery, but it was too late. Seeing Greystone, who had lost his ability to fight, Xianxia's eyes lit up. He quickly picked up the scimitar that Greystone had dropped, and chopped off his head. In an instant, Greystone only felt that the whole world was spinning. Faintly, he heard an excited shout, haha. Ahead. An Iron Rank 1. I've struck gold. After that, he didn't know anything else. Greystone wasn't the first. Gradually, one after another, the orcs discovered the fact that the players couldn't die. This matter finally caused panic among the beastmen. They're not elves. They're monsters. They must be monsters. We can't kill them. We can't kill them. Devil. It must be the devil. Emotions were contagious. As the orcs in front panicked, the formation behind also began to become chaotic. Ire, who would occasionally look for strong characters and kill them, became the final chip that tipped the scales in favor of Carwins. The orcs finally began to collapse. Don't panic. Don't retreat. Don't panic. Don't retreat. Seeing the orcs collapse, Jushan quickly shouted. But it was useless. The army was defeated like a landslide. Under the influence of the fear of the unknown, the orcs abandoned their armor and didn't listen to the command at all. After witnessing the orcs' defeat, the players were thrilled. They shouted, "Hurrah, charge, kill them," and they began to hunt down the orcs. In the process of chasing, the orcs left more than a dozen corpses before retreating from the hillside. Seeing the orcs retreat to the tribe, the players also stopped chasing. The other party had a large number of people. If the players continued to chase, it wouldn't be a chase, but a death sentence. The black hillside had been dyed dark red by blood. In this charge, more than 200 beastmen died in battle. The players also suffered heavy casualties. Overall, they still lost contribution points. Because even if they had the advantage and Air's help, they had to die an average of 3 to kill one orc. However, this didn't extinguish their enthusiasm. Because in addition to the orcs that were killed, there was a pile of equipment left on the ground. That was the orcs. If the contribution points of the equipment's value were added, the players would earn again. They stopped and happily began to pick up like a swarm of locusts. At the bottom of the hillside, Jushan, who witnessed everything, was silent. "Chief Priest. They're monsters. They can't die." "Chief Priest, I saw it with my own eyes. The elves I killed appeared again." "Devils. They must be devils. Lord Jushan, you must know what they are, right?" The retreating half-blood beastmen surrounded Jushan in panic. Jushan was silent for a moment, then sighed. I'm afraid they received the power of the Grim Reaper and can be resurrected." Grim Reaper, the half-blood beastmen murmured with frightened expressions. "Isn't that a living undead?" Seeing that the half-blood beastmen had completely lost their will to fight, Jushan comforted them. "Don't worry, even the Grim Reaper can't let living beings resurrect without limit. Their resurrection must have a price. As long as we continue to charge, they won't last long." But this time, the half-blood beastmen fell silent. After a moment, one of them said bitterly, "Are you asking our clansmen to pay with their lives?" Jushan glanced at the magic hound, who was getting weaker and weaker in the battle with the black dragon, and a complicated expression flashed across his face. But soon, he adjusted his state of mind and angrily rebuked, "If you want to be attacked by them and the black dragon, give up on attacking. Lord's Chosen One's magic beast won't last long. If the black dragon escapes, what awaits us will be a massacre. We have to destroy the elves' teleportation formation before the black dragon escapes. Only then can we have one less enemy. If it's just the black dragon, we can still fight with the power of our entire clan. But with the elves and the Chosen One behind them, being attacked from both sides, I'm afraid the Grotto tribe will perish. Don't think of running away. Father has already sent an oracle to let us assist Lord's Chosen One. If Lord's Chosen One doesn't leave, we can't retreat." Hearing Jushan's words, the half-blood beastmen fell into an uproar. After a while, someone asked, "Chief Priest, what does Lord's Chosen One want to do? Isn't he a high-grade professional? Why not deal with the black dragon?" Jushan took a deep breath, and his expression became extremely sincere. "Right now, the God's Chosen One is summoning the God's emissary and is unable to leave. If he succeeds, we will be able to turn the tide of the battle." It turned out to be an oracle. In an instant, the morale of the half-beastmen was boosted. Every beastman knew how powerful an oracle was. In history, the half-beastmen had encountered powerful enemies. However, every time he encountered a strong enemy, once he summoned the oracle, he would be able to turn the situation around. Jushan breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the orc warriors regain their morale. He continued, "So, we can't let them ruin our plans. We have to destroy the elves' teleportation array as much as we can. Even if we can't destroy them, we have to keep them outside. At the very least, we have to make it look like we're risking our lives to buy time, until the oracle is successfully summoned. Now, we'll change our strategy. The warriors who are good at archery will be divided into 2 teams. One team will stay in the tribe and assist the God's Chosen One in fighting the black dragon. The other team will focus on shooting the naked elves. The rest of the warriors will continue to attack. But this time everyone will focus on buying time." Jushan also decided to change his strategy. He could see that his tribesmen no longer had the courage to continue fighting the elves. He could also understand that when facing an unkillable enemy, even if they knew that the enemy's resurrection might have a limit, the fear in their hearts could not be erased. This was not a fair battle. Since that was the case, they would just buy time. While delaying the elves, they would also delay the Megalosaurus until the Earl completed his summoning. After listening to Zhu Shan's words, the half-beast men could only organize their men to attack again. But this time, they were much more cautious. Their goal was no longer to defeat the elves, but to harass the elves, making them unable to come down from the mountain and divert their attention to other things. This time, it was the players' turn to suffer. The half-beast men were much stronger than the players. If they changed their strategy and did not fight the players head-on, the players would not be able to use the previous sacrificial tactic. The scattered half-beast men surrounded the players but did not attack. When they saw the naked players coming out, the half-beast men would retreat and shoot arrows at them. After killing the suicide squad, they would charge again and continue to harass the players. In this way, the casualties on both sides began to decrease rapidly, but the battle was in a stalemate. This was not what the players wanted to see. They still wanted to gain experience and contribution points. With such a strategy, they could not kill a single half-beast man after half a day and lost a lot of contribution points. Why aren't they charging? Looking at the half-beast man who had suddenly become conservative, Cuckoo frowned. Li Mu's eyes flashed slightly. I'm afraid they have discovered that we can resurrect. Then what should we do? We can't just waste time like this, right? Demacia, who had resurrected again, said anxiously. Every kill was worth experience points and contribution points. It's not good for them to waste time like this, right? I think Meryl has completely gained the upper hand. Salty Meow looked at the black dragon who was fighting with the demon hound in the distance. No, to be precise, it was teasing the demon hound. The corners of his mouth twitched as he spoke. The demon hound was obviously tired. But it seemed that the little black dragon seemed to be addicted. It would not kill the demon hound before it had enough fun. Teasing its prey was the black dragon's instinct. Salty Meow had already roared at Meryl several times from afar, but it did not end the battle quickly. They are stalling for time. It's very likely that they are summoning the oracle mentioned in the information. We can't let them succeed. Li Mu pondered for a moment and said with a solemn expression. Hearing his words, Alice, the nature saintess, wanted to say something but stopped. About this. Actually, when she set off, she received an oracle from Eve. The message was to not worry about the other party summoning the oracle. However, Eve also warned her not to interfere too much with the decisions of the players. The mother goddess seemed to be very interested in the oracle. She seemed to be very confident, and the mother goddess said that she also wanted to see how much the chosen one had grown. I'd better not say too much. Alice thought and shut her mouth. Eve was indeed interested in the oracle. More accurately, she was interested in the power of the oracle. How strong was the totem guardian at the level of a demigod? It was already at the level of a demigod and had already begun to control the divine power. It should have a lot of divine power points, right? Eve really wanted to see it. With the new god armor that did not exist, she could also have fun without exposing her true body. However, the players did not know about this. They only wanted to raise the fighting spirit of the half-orcs as soon as possible and have a good fight with them. This was all experience points and contribution points, and equipment. After pondering for a moment, Li Mu turned around and said to Ku Bird, how are the preparations at the camp? Is it done? Ku Bird opened the chat system, communicated for a moment, and said, we have already made 4. Li Mu's eyes lit up. 4? Enough, let them teleport over. Since the half-orcs have no motivation to attack us, we will give them motivation. It's time to show our secret weapon. Secret weapon. Listening to the conversation between Li Mu and Cuckoo, Alice was confused. What did they do? She knew that there were a few hundred low-level chosen ones who didn't accept the mission but were busy in the elf town. But soon, she knew what the chosen ones were talking about. The teleportation portal shone again as 4 or 5 players surrounded a big guy and teleported over. It was a large wooden machine that was folded. After the first big guy was transported over, the players transported 3 more guys that looked exactly the same. What's this? Alice paused for a moment. This is our secret siege weapon. Cuckoo answered while instructing the players to start assembling. After a while, 4 huge machines appeared on the mountain top. It was an upright machine with an acute angle. On the side of the machine, the word East Wind was jokingly written in Chinese characters. The main body of the machine was 2 pillars with fixed horizontal axes. There was a wooden winch and pulley on the horizontal axes. On the horizontal axis was a lever that was perpendicular to the axes and could rotate freely around the axes. One end of the lever was inserted into a tightly twisted horizontal rope, and the other end was a large wooden basket. This looks like a catapult from the human world. Alice's voice was strange. She was no stranger to catapults. The human society in the world of Seekers was similar to the late Middle Ages on Earth. Although there were magic weapons such as magic crystal cannons, there were also catapults that could be easily made and could be used to attack cities. As a magical world, the catapults in the world of Seekers were usually mixed with magic. But then again, Alice didn't have a good impression of humans. She didn't have a good impression of the things humans made for war. But even so, she had to admit that there were some good things about humans. Especially when the elves started to fight, what surprised Alice was the fact that the chosen ones were also able to make catapults. Of course, the players could do it. Catapults didn't require much technology. They were just the principle of the lever. There were a lot of them on the internet. It was just difficult to make a large catapult with a long range. But the players in the Meng committee who studied engineering mechanics weren't incompetent either. After knowing that they were going to attack the orcs' lair, the players made all kinds of preparations. They thought they were going to attack the city, so a few players suggested making a big guy. At first, they wanted to make cannons. However, the ideal was plump, while the reality was bony. Even with the help of magic, the players found that they couldn't make firearms with their current equipment and resources. So, they chose the relatively simple catapults. Although it turned out that the orcs didn't have the ability to build cities, the players' preparations weren't useless. As a matter of fact, it came in handy now. Seeing the completed trebuchet, Dematia's eyes widened. F***ck. Sister Gugu, your guild's guild. You really made one. It's a simple application of mechanics. It's a pity that we don't have enough materials. The catapults can only be thrown 500 meters away. Fortunately, we're on high ground and have the help of magic. Gugu said regretfully. Demacia was speechless. 500 meters wasn't close at all. The heavy catapults of the Blue Star Middle Ages had an average shooting range of 300 meters. Brainiacs were monsters. Looking at the trebuchet, the corners of Li Mu's mouth rose slightly. Aren't the orcs unwilling to risk their lives? Then we'll use Dongfeng Express to destroy their lair. He, the players smiled knowingly at each other. Alice's mouth twitched. These chosen ones, they look more and more like humans. After setting up the catapults, the players put heavy objects in the wooden baskets. Then, they carried bags of crushed stones and placed them in the greased bag at the other end of the lever. Is there anyone who can use fire enchantment? It's best if it has a delayed explosion attribute. It doesn't have to be delayed for too long. A few seconds will do. Li Mu asked again. I'll do it. I learned a fire enchantment before. The kind that can attach to objects for a short time. There's no problem with delayed explosion. It's definitely powerful. I'll use Demacia's house as a guarantee. Salty Meow walked forward excitedly while creating fireballs. Demacia was speechless at the cave tribe. After the change in tactics, the orcs' losses were greatly reduced, and the elves were trapped at the top of the mountain. Although the silver swordsman among the elves was still a big problem, after the orcs became vigilant and targeted him, the silver swordsman could no longer do whatever he wanted. Wasn't like the players. He was an 80-year-old child and couldn't be revived. His physical strength was limited. This made Zhu Shan heave a sigh of relief. He glanced at the magic hound, who was struggling with the support of the orc archers, and his heart calmed down. The Earl should be fine soon, right? However, just as he was feeling a little more at ease, Zhu Shan suddenly heard a cry of surprise from the orcs. He subconsciously turned around and was shocked to see 4 flaming meteorites flying towards them from the hillside. the meteorites drew a parabola and flew directly towards the cave tribe. "Get out of the way!" Zhu Shan hurriedly shouted at the orcs in the tribe. However, before the meteorites landed, they suddenly exploded in midair, accompanied by a loud roar. The meteorites were torn apart. Large and small gravel mixed with flames splashed everywhere, like a gorgeous fire rain. The houses of the cave tribe were all made of stone and grass, and the material of the tents was animal skin, which was flammable. It hadn't rained near the Gloom mountain range for a few days, and the weather was dry. The rubble covered in grease and flames scattered in all directions, instantly igniting the houses that were affected. Seeing this scene, the orc Zhu Shan's face turned green. "Quick! Put out the fire! Put out the fire!" However, before the orcs could put out the fire, another 4 meteorites flew over. Boom. Another house fell into a sea of fire. Not only that, but a meteorite happened to explode near the main tent and almost destroyed it. When Jushan saw this scene, he was so scared that he almost wet his pants. The night roamer was still perfecting the altar to summon the oracle in the main tent. "It's the elves. It's those elves. They got a catapult." At this moment, a sharp-eyed orc shouted. "Catapult, catapult?" Zhu Shan's eyes almost popped out. Wasn't that a human's equipment? How did the elves make it? This had to be mentioned. The elves were very proud, and they were even more proud of their rich and fertile country. Even if they had declined, the pride of the elves was not lost. In their view, intelligent creatures like humans and orcs were short-lived barbarians. The only things they could make were simple and inferior products, or some fancy and useless things. In fact, it was reasonable for them to think this way. When the elven civilization was at its peak, the other intelligent races were still in a barbaric state, and the elves' magical equipment had always been exquisite and beautiful, magical, and easy to use. The elves' products were popular all over the world. Of course, the elves' items were almost never used in war. In fact, the growth of many civilizations benefited from learning from the elves, or received help from the elves. Therefore, it was normal for the elves to feel proud. Their view of other races was very similar to the attitude of the Celestial Empire towards the West hundreds of years ago in the Blue Star. And this was also something that everyone in the Seekers continent knew. The elves used the humans' catapults. This was unprecedented. Seeing the tribe gradually fall into a sea of fire, Zhu Shan's eyes turned red. No, they could not be allowed to continue. These elves were as cunning and cruel as the humans. If this continued, even if they won in the end, the Grotto tribe would be turned into ruins. These were the possessions that they had accumulated over hundreds of years, not to mention, the catapult was a huge threat to the altar in the main tent and the people in the tribe. "Charge! Charge! Go and destroy their catapult!" Zhu Shan ordered with red eyes. This time, the orcs did not hesitate. The explosions just now had already caused casualties in the orc tribe. The protection spells of the priests could not be cast on everyone. This kind of explosion from the sky was enough to threaten the ordinary orcs in the tribe, and the catapult was still in operation. If this continued, the entire Grotto tribe would really turn into a sea of fire. Evil elves. Despicable. Too despicable. The orcs gritted their teeth. Their eyes were red as they charged at the players again. Seeing that the orcs were completely enraged, the players on the hillside cheered. That's right. They also took out their weapons and started fighting with the orcs who were charging at them again. The chaotic battle started again. Both sides clashed with swords. Dazzling magic exploded everywhere. Screams and screams came one after another. From time to time, people fell, but they were quickly replaced by people behind. During the chaotic battle, the players were not idle. They continued to use the catapult to throw fireballs at the orc tribe. What's more, some people even transported the biochemical weapons they produced from the teleportation portal, buckets of excrement from the players. Elven Kingdom was too realistic. There was eating, drinking, and going to the toilet. When the number of players increased, they naturally built public toilets in the town. It was not difficult to collect some biochemical weapons. They packed them in bags, attached a burst delay spell, and threw them out with the catapult in the same way, smashing into the orc tribe to disgust the orcs. In fact, in the history of Blue Star, many armies in the Middle Ages did the same in war to reduce morale. Needless to say, the effect was not bad. When the biochemical weapons exploded, many of the orcs were drenched in it. But unlike the humans, in the face of such insults, the orcs, who were not smart and generally had a bad temper, were even angrier. Bastards! These damn, shameless long ears! Ah! I'll kill you! I'll kill you! The orcs were even more manic. Wow! This is interesting. Let me do it. Let me do it. Seeing that the catapult could be used like this, Xianxia was excited. He did not commit suicide. Instead, he volunteered to go to the catapult and began to play with excrement, Limu. Goo goo bird, salty meow. With the chaotic battle, the orcs' casualties continued to increase. But they still did not break through the players' defense. Not only that, the orcs who lasted the longest were gradually shocked to find that the strength of the elves seemed to be slowly increasing. They seemed to be getting stronger and stronger. They shouted in horror. This amazing discovery was like a can of cold water that was poured on the orcs who were hot-headed. The news continued to spread among the orcs. Gradually, they fell into chaos again. Looking at the continuous influx of experience points and contribution points, as well as the accumulation of more and more equipment at the back, the players' morale became more and more vigorous. Many of those who rushed to the front had already leveled up. The equipment that they picked up had piled up into a small mountain. Kill! Hurrah! The gamers were excited as they shouted and charged at the orcs who were on the verge of defeat again. Chaos. It's completely chaotic. Is the summoning of the night roamers not done yet? Looking at the gradually collapsing formation and the chaotic tribe, the orc Jushan was extremely anxious. At this moment, a heart-palpitating energy wave suddenly came from the central tent of the Grotto tribe, accompanied by a silver light. A huge magic circle suddenly formed in mid-air. Mysterious and sacred patterns were engraved on the magic circle. Those were the inscriptions of the true gods. A hymn that sounded like a battle cry slowly sounded, and a large golden hand suddenly stretched out from the magic circle. Seeing this scene, Jushan was stunned at first. But when he saw the patterns on the magic circle clearly, his anxious expression immediately turned into shock and joy. This is a summoning magic circle. It's the oracle. Oracle? Hearing the chief priest's exclamation, the orcs were first in an uproar, then in ecstasy. The oracle. The oracle has descended. The oracle has succeeded. Amidst everyone's cheers, the silver light became even more resplendent. A roughened vicissitudes of life, but with traces of majesty and holiness, spread out with the appearance of the large golden hand, causing all the orcs to revere it. However, just as the large golden hand stretched out halfway, an unknown object was suddenly thrown from the sky. It drew a beautiful parabola, neither crooked nor slanted, and entered the range of the magic circle. Humph! A majestic snort resounded in the air. The large golden hand grabbed the object and squeezed it hard. Splat! The unknown object from the hillside was torn apart, and the black and yellow liquid splashed on the face of the mysterious powerhouse who had yet to come out of the teleportation circle. The pungent smell gradually spread. The air suddenly fell into a strange silence. On the hillside, Xianxia opened his mouth in shock, and he subconsciously let go of his hand that was still holding on to the catapult. The golden hand paused for a moment, and the mysterious expert seemed to be confused. Then, everyone saw the arm slowly retract, followed by the sound of hum 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 hum, as if he was sniffing something. Hearing this sound, all the players' hearts couldn't help but thump. It felt like there was an inside smell. Soon, a destructive energy suddenly burst out from the magic circle, accompanied by an extremely angry roar. Bastard! Who is it? The golden hand once again stretched out from the magic circle. This time, the other party's speed was very fast, and his entire body was completely teleported over in an instant. Everyone was able to clearly see the appearance of the mysterious being that had been summoned. It was a giant that was almost 10 meters tall, with a strong body. He wore a helmet shaped like a goat's skull and a long robe made of animal skin that shone with gold and silver light. He held a silver battle axe that was surrounded by frost in one hand, and a cloak made of gray bird feathers was draped over his back. His face was painted with totem-like patterns, looking very mysterious and incomparably solemn. Totem Guardian, Demigod Walker. He was one of the 3 demigod-level oracles under the command of the god of winter and the hunt, Balur, and his status was second only to the true gods, but at this moment, Totem Guardian Walker was completely enraged. Tainted, he was a demigod-level expert, but he was tainted by the filth of the mortal world when he was just teleported over. Damn it, which daring fellow actually dared to do this to him? This was simply blasphemy to a demigod. He must pay the price, the other party must pay the price. At this moment, Walker even felt that the mission of the true god could be delayed slightly. He must first find this fellow who played tricks on him, tear his body into pieces, extract his soul, purify it into the purest energy, and then feed it to the hounds he raised. Walker's furious expression made him look very scary, and the demigod-level energy kept gathering behind him, causing the entire world to change color. The energy level of the Seeker's continent had not recovered yet, and currently, it could only support the demigod level at most. Not only that, it was barely able to support it. When Walker was angry, the space around him seemed to be unable to withstand the violent energy, and it faintly became chaotic. Even the clouds in the sky were stirred up into a huge whirlpool, which was exceptionally spectacular. All the mages and priests felt the elemental energy in the air becoming restless. Their control over mana was faintly affected. At the same time, a heart-palpitating pressure radiated from Walker. Unlike the previous incarnation of Allure, this time, Walker came in person. He was completely capable of releasing his true might. This terrifying power made all the nearby half-beast men almost lose their ability to move, and they could only tremble. If the gamers weren't far away, they would have lost control of their bodies. Even so, they still felt fear from the bottom of their hearts, and their movements seemed to have slowed down a lot. Both sides stopped fighting and began to slowly retreat. When a higher level of power descended, the situation of the war was no longer something that could be reversed by the weak. In the sky, the black dragon Meryl, who was still fighting with the demon hound, instantly widened his dragon eyes. Looking at the dazzling radiance on the Totem Guardian Walker, he couldn't help but exclaim, Demigod. Meryl sent the demon hound flying with his claw, then turned around and ran with his tail between his legs. His pair of small wings flapped very quickly, just like when he bumped into Eve, Lord Oracle. That's the enemy's black dragon. Seeing that the black dragon was about to escape, Jushan hurriedly shouted. Megalosaurus were all vengeful. The Grotto tribe had already offended Meryl, so they definitely couldn't let him go. Hearing the half-beastman's voice, Meryl's dragon face turned green. Bastard! Meryl will eat you sooner or later. It cursed and flew even faster, huffing and puffing. Humph. Walker coldly glanced at him, then gently waved his hand. A silver light shot out from his hand, turned into a rope, and shot toward Meryl. Divine Lock. This was a necessary skill for all powerhouses who controlled divine power. The Divine Lock arrived in the blink of an eye, and once again tied up the little black dragon. Just like Eve back then. Meryl was speechless. He instantly lost the ability to fly, fell head first, and was buried in the ground again. Oh well, why are you all using this move? Meryl is so pissed off. Meryl is so pissed off. He struggled in the pit while sobbing pitifully. Players were speechless. F***ck. He killed the black dragon in an instant? What kind of monster is this? Why do I feel like he's even more powerful than the Iron Fool incarnation that I played with before? He can't be the oracle that Miss Sanctus mentioned, right? Looking at the furious Walker, Damasia's eyes widened. This boss, we probably can't defeat him, right? Why don't we escape first? We've already gotten a lot of benefits. Temporarily retreat. No, it's a strategic move. His voice was a little scared. However, what made Demacia feel strange was that no one answered him. He looked around and found that everyone had already distanced themselves from him, and maintained a distance of at least 20 meters from him. Demacia was speechless. Who was it just now? After catching the black dragon, Walker's low voice sounded again. However, everyone could hear the suppressed anger in his voice. He was like a volcano that was about to erupt, extremely terrifying. Lord Guardian. It's the elves. It's the elves on the hillside. They used a catapult. Seeing the furious Totem Guardian, Jushan was relieved. He pointed at the hillside in the distance and shouted excitedly again. Elves? Catapult? Walker's voice had a hint of surprise. Then, his gaze swept in the direction of the players. Seeing that the big boss was looking at them, all the players took a few more steps away from Xianxia. There were also many players who had already picked up the equipment on the ground and began to secretly move in the direction of the teleportation portal, ready to leave while they were ahead. In an instant, Walker was able to clearly see Xianxia, who was standing beside the trebuchet. In his hand was a stick that was still dripping with an unknown liquid. Beside him was a wooden barrel that was still emitting a strange smell. Xianxia was speechless. He hurriedly threw away the stick in his hand and coughed dryly. Cough cough, this, that. I have something to do, I'll go offline first. After saying that, he turned around and ran toward the teleportation portal. Humph. Walker snorted again and waved his hand lightly. Another silver divine lock flew out. The target was Xianxia. The divine lock was extremely fast, and under the shocked gazes of all the players, it easily entangled Xianxia. Accompanied by a miserable scream, Xianxia was pulled back by the divine lock. However, the moment Walker was about to catch him, another clear snort came from the air. Another golden divine lock was shot toward Walker. The golden divine lock was extremely fast and instantly interrupted Demigod Walker's movements. His expression was slightly serious as he quickly released the divine lock that was binding Xianxia and turned to defend against the sudden attack. The chains formed by the two divine powers collided with each other, causing a violent explosion of energy. Boom! All the players felt as if they had lost their hearing in an instant, and the entire ground shook slightly. When they looked at Demigod Walker again, they found that there was a huge crater with a radius of almost 100 meters on the ground in front of him. The houses and half-beastmen that originally existed there were instantly turned into ashes. F***ck, isn't this a bit too strong? Looking at the aftermath of the explosion, the players were stunned and subconsciously swallowed a mouthful of saliva. It was only at this moment that they truly understood the difference between the power of a demigod and the power of a mortal, and this huge crater just now was only the aftermath of the collision between the powers of a demigod. Demigod Walker did not seem surprised by the sudden attack and the unfamiliar divine lock. He snorted coldly, and his deep voice resounded in the air. Hee, your majesty's guess is indeed correct. There is actually a new god that has been sealed. This divine power has the aura of nature and life. As expected, you have stolen the power that originally belonged to your majesty. A new god sealed. Hearing Demigod Walker's words, the half-beastmen were stunned and soon fell into shock. A new true god has been born in the elven forest. Could it be that the new true god has subdued the elves? It must be, otherwise, how can we explain their changes? Those long years actually changed their faith? Wait, could it be the World Tree? Impossible. If it was the World Tree, Father God would have already descended with everyone. The half-beastmen discussed and quickly ruled out the correct answer. It was not their fault as everyone knew that the World Tree had fallen. Furthermore, it was different from the true gods that completely relied on the power of faith. Even if the ancient gods had faith, their life source was still dependent on their body. The fall of the ancient gods meant that their body had died. It was almost impossible for them to rely on the faith of their believers to revive like the true gods. Furthermore, the true gods that were hostile to the World Tree did not have any reaction, therefore, one wrong step would lead to many wrong steps. However, it was foreseeable that even if the probability was very small, with Eve's actions, it was only a matter of time before the World Tree's revival was suspected. But even so, Eve still decided to enter the stage in a sock puppet. After all, there was not much time left for him. 20 years might seem like a long time, but it was merely a blink of an eye for a real god whose strength increased slowly. He must seize every opportunity to strengthen himself. When the truth was revealed, he would at least have the power to fight against the enemy. Upon hearing the orc's discussion, the players fell into a state of astonishment. A new true god? When did a new true god appear in the elven forest? Wasn't there only the goddess? Moreover, everyone could tell that the clear and cold snort was exactly the same as the voice of their goddess when they created their characters. With the nature saintess Alice laying the groundwork, the players knew that Eve's identity had to be kept a secret. Once the news of the World Tree's revival was exposed, it was very likely that the gods would attack them, considering the nature of the game, if that happened, the plot would definitely collapse, and if the plot collapsed, it would be over. Elven Nation had a plot line and a historical line that players participated in. The officials had already announced that in order to strengthen the players' sense of participation and realism, Elven Nation did not have a game reset. If the players failed to court death and caused the entire plot to collapse, Elven Nation would announce that the game would be suspended. This news caused an uproar in the Blue Star online gaming world. Many netizens thought that the officials of Elven Nation must be crazy to say that. If someone maliciously targeted Elven Nation, wouldn't it be over? But the closed beta players didn't think so. Not to mention how strong the officials' control of the game was. After knowing this, although they were reluctant to admit it, they were indeed more cautious when playing the game, and it was more realistic and exciting. Collapsing the plot wasn't what the players wanted to see. It took them so long to run the Elven town so well. They worked hard every day to complete missions and kill monsters, and they were finally promoted to Black Iron. Everyone had fallen in love with the game. A sense of recognition and gain was a pleasurable thing to begin with. And these two pleasures intertwined, bringing more joy to the players. No one wanted to lose the game. If anyone wanted to mess around, the players would beat them up before Eve could do anything. But, what was the meaning of this strange oracle's words? The players were very puzzled and wanted to communicate, but then they were surprised to find that they had lost the ability to speak. All the players couldn't speak. Fortunately, the chat function on the game system was still available, and a group of people discussed in the world channel. Wait, why can't I speak? Can you? I can't either. It seems that the system is forcing me. Plot animation. I'm afraid we've entered a plot animation. Previously, when Demacia and the others visited the goddess, I heard that they also lost control of their bodies. I see. The players had a sudden realization, and then they were all excited. But, what's with the investiture of a new god? Isn't the goddess the world tree? Heh, did you forget? Miss Sanctus said before that the goddess seemed to be misleading the enemy to hide her identity. This must be her doing. Did you forget that we were treated as undead before? So that's it. Why does it feel like the goddess image has changed all of a sudden? I always thought that the goddess in this game was high and mighty, but I didn't expect that she would develop so wretchedly. Ha ha ha. The goddess is also an NPC, not a vague symbol. In this game, as long as you're an NPC, you must have your own emotions. Now that you mention it, I suddenly feel like the goddess is much closer to me. Let's see if I can flatter her when we make sacrifices and pray. What if I'm chosen as the oracle? Pfft, you're really a talent. Record. The goddess is definitely going to fight next. The players happily turned on their recording function. At the same time, the oracle heir's body emitted a brilliant holy light. He was devoutly kneeling on the ground and praying silently. As he prayed, a vast holy aura suddenly descended on the scene. Under Demigod Walker's solemn gaze, the gentle divine power gathered and quickly formed an ethereal and holy figure. It seemed to be a goddess, surrounded by the radiance of divine power. The holy light concealed his true appearance, but it revealed his exuberant divine aura. A true god's appearance could be changed at will, but the aura of divine power was difficult to disguise. Especially when it came to believing in gods. In an instant, Demigod Walker recognized her. That aura had life and nature. However, he also realized that the other party's aura was not stable, and it was mixed with a trace of death divine power. Demigod Walker's eyes lit up slightly. Just as the true god had predicted, this was a true god who stole life and nature with the help of the death god. Not only that, her condition was not good, and she could not even control her own divine power. No wonder she was so secretive. Such a true god's strength was probably not even comparable to an experienced demigod. This was an opportunity. His back straightened in an instant. The power of a demigod was indeed powerful. The moment she saw Demigod Walker, Eve knew that her clone was no match for him. After all, her clone was formed with the soul storage orb of the god of death as the core. It could only maintain the combat power of a demigod for a limited time. Although he was a true god, it was just as Walker had speculated. His control of divine power was not perfect. Of course, a true god was still a true god. Even if she was no match for him, it did not mean that Eve's clone would be killed instantly. Not to mention, this was only her clone. Walker also sensed the approximate strength of Eve's clone. The only difference was that he had already regarded Eve's clone as Eve's original body. It was not his fault. Because Eve's clone was not a true God's clone in the conventional sense. The process of a true God's ascension was the process of breaking away from the mortal body and forming a divine body. It was different from the ancient gods who had a true God's body. The true God's body was similar to the body of energy, and the core was the divinity. Generally speaking, the clone of a true God would also be in the form of energy. But Eve's clone was different. It was formed with Hela's soul storage orb as the core and a suitable elf body as the physical body. In other words, the feeling she gave to demigod Walker was, it was like a fortune elf who had obtained the divinity of nature and life. Although it had become a god, it was limited by the energy level of the Seeker's continent and did not completely break away from the physical body. Instead, it showed an illusion that it was in an incomplete state between the energy state and the physical body state. This was also the real reason why Eve did not choose to use her divine power to form a clone but continued to use the soul storage orb even though she already had more than 100 divine power points. It was to let the other powerhouses think that her clone was her original body, to show weakness to the enemy. After Eve appeared, the players widened their eyes and began to appreciate the long-awaited cutscene animation. But to their disappointment, the goddess did not release special effects such as Heavenly Maiden scattering flowers or worship of all things. Although surrounded by the holy light, the goddess was still glorious and majestic, making people feel ashamed of their inferiority. But compared to the previous two grand entrances, something seemed to be missing. However, in the eyes of demigod Walker, it was a completely different situation. He seems to cherish the use of divine power. Even if he appears in front of his adorers and believers, he does not use divine power to maintain the dignity of a true god. It seems that he is not in good condition. With this thought in mind, Walker felt even more confident. He raised his frost battle axe, and the silver divine power continued to transform into electric snakes on it. It was a divine weapon bestowed to him by Ullr, a true demigod-grade divine weapon. A powerful demigod's aura swept through the entire area, and the clouds in the horizon kept churning under Walker's power. The mana in the air became restless and turned into fierce gales. After demigod Walker fully unleashed his aura, the temperature within a 3-kilometer radius started to drop rapidly. Gradually, snowflakes started to fall. Domain. This was an ability that could only be unlocked after reaching the legendary realm. The beastmen stared blankly at this scene, their hearts filled with shock. Demigod. This was the power of a demigod. To think that it could affect the weather, the players were not too surprised. After witnessing the miracle of Goddess Eve's revival and worship of all living things, Walker's little bit of power did not surprise them. Then, Walker's powerful voice resounded throughout the entire area, filled with confidence. Humph. False god. You stole His Majesty Ullr's priesthood and killed His Majesty's servants and believers. Today is the day you fall. It was actually a false god. The power behind the elven forest was actually a false god. The beastmen were extremely shocked. Then, they were filled with endless joy, without the power of a true god, but spreading the word that a true god was a false god. Since it was a false god, then it was definitely not Lord Walker's opponent. As one of the 3 demigods under Ullr, Walker's legend was very widespread among the beastmen. He was a veteran totem guardian who had defeated many false gods and demigods. He was a legendary figure. False god. When the players heard this, their expressions were extremely strange. He was a demigod, and he said that the goddess was a false god. This was also the goddess's misdirection. What was the goddess trying to do? The players subconsciously looked at the figure surrounded by the holy light, but they could not see her face clearly. Naturally, they could not see her emotions. At this moment, the goddess gave off an even more mysterious and unfathomable feeling. But there was one thing that could be confirmed. The goddess seemed to be planning something. False god? Ullr's priesthood. Hearing demigod Walker's reprimand, Alice and Air had a trace of anger on their faces. Shameless. Despicable. Bastard who inverted black and white, but, thinking of Mother Goddess's teachings, they forcefully endured it. When they looked at demigod Walker again, their gazes were already as if they were looking at a corpse. A true god was not to be blasphemed. Even if he was a noble demigod, he was still not allowed. Hearing Walker's words, Eve was not angry. She lightly sighed, and her ethereal and majestic voice resounded throughout the entire area. This place is not suitable, let's change to another place. Hee, you are worried that the aftermath will endanger your believers. You are indeed a foolish false god. Hearing Eve's words, Demigod Walker let out a cold laugh. He waved his silver axe, roared, and rushed towards Eve. At the same time, Eve also stretched out her hand and pointed out two ripples of divine power. The battle is about to start. The players' eyes lit up. They subconsciously opened their eyes wide, and prepared to witness the battle between the demigods. But the next scene was out of everyone's expectations. The first ripple that the goddess pointed out turned into a divine lock and shot directly towards Walker. However, Walker only sneered and easily dodged the first attack. But the moment he dodged, the other ripple suddenly turned into a huge teleportation circle and landed in the direction where Walker was dodging, wrapping him up. Under everyone's surprised gaze, Demigod Walker's body suddenly emitted a bright light. After the light faded, he disappeared, and the goddess Eve also disappeared along with him. Teleported away. For a moment, everyone was stunned. You guys continue to encircle the orcs. In an instant, a clear and ethereal voice rang in the players' minds. It was the goddess. The players' eyes lit up. This was the first time the goddess spoke directly in their minds and personally gave an order. At this moment, the players realized that their language ability had been restored. Look at the elf forest. Suddenly, a sharp-eyed player pointed to the back and said. The other players looked in the direction he pointed and were surprised to see clouds rolling in the sky above the elf forest. The goddess brought the orcs' god to the elf forest. In an instant, the players understood. Then, their eyes lit up. The elf forest. That was the goddess' home ground. No wonder. It seems that the demigod is doomed this time. Wait, the demigod is gone, can we kill monsters now? Thinking of this, the players' hearts skipped a beat. The boss was teleported away, then, wouldn't it be their home ground again? However, there were also people who beat their chest and stomped their feet. I want to see the goddess fight. Seeing the god's god teleported away, the orcs were also stunned. But soon, they saw the eager expressions of the gamers. Looking at the players' sparkling eyes, for some reason, the orc Xianxia suddenly felt that something was wrong. However, he still scolded. Elves! The Lord Demigod has made his move, your fake god is doomed. Don't make any unnecessary resistance. Hearing his angry shout, the players were stunned at first, then burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. It's not certain who will be doomed. You idiots. Look behind you. Behind, the orcs were slightly stunned. They turned their heads subconsciously. Then, they saw a huge black shadow. A ferocious face, black scales, and vertical pupils filled with anger. It was the black dragon. But at this moment, the black dragon had obtained freedom. What? When? The orcs were in a daze. Xianxia's expression changed. Divine lock. It's the divine lock just now. The divine lock saved it. That's right, it was the divine lock. Demigod Walker had indeed dodged the first divine lock shot by Eve. But Eve had never thought of using the divine lock to control him. Her real goal was to save the black dragon. Seeing the black dragon glaring at them with red eyes, all the orcs' hearts skipped a beat. Xianxia's face was filled with fear as he hurriedly shouted, "Retreat! Retreat!" As soon as he shouted, the little black dragon roared and charged into the orcs to start a massacre. F***CK. Leave some heads for us. Let's go. Kill. Hoorah dash. The players roared and continued to join the battle. The scene fell into chaos again. In the elf forest. In the sky, Demigod Walker looked down at the dense forest with a surprised expression. I didn't expect you to teleport me here. Hee, is the forest your home ground? Teleporting a demigod. How much strength do you have left? Walker let out a cold laugh. The consumption of instantaneous teleportation was directly proportional to the energy of the teleported target. Walker could clearly sense that after the teleportation, the mysterious demigod's strength had decreased by more than half. The consumption is quite high. Hearing Walker's words, Eve sighed as if her heart was aching. But, she changed the topic. I believe that you won't let me suffer a loss. What did she mean? Walker's brows furrowed slightly, and he suddenly felt a little uneasy. Then, he saw the demigod's body suddenly emit a green light. Under his surprised gaze, the demigod's body suddenly shattered and merged into the world. At the same time, a strong sense of fear suddenly struck Walker's heart. At that moment, he felt that this world was alive. The moment the false god disappeared, the entire forest seemed to be filled with vitality. Plants began to germinate, branch, and flower rapidly. Colorful flowers decorated the surroundings like a dream. Resplendent photons continued to fly over from all directions, turning into countless butterfly-like fairies that danced in the air. Everything was like a fairyland in a fairy tale. However, Demigod Walker had a different feeling. It was a very strange feeling. Walker felt that he had become the enemy of the entire world in an instant. The magic in the air, the flying elemental fairies, the plants in the forest. They all seemed to have developed a strong hostility toward him. The more vigorous the vitality in the surroundings, the more intense the murderous intent he felt. He felt that he had suddenly become incompatible with this world. This was not the first time Walker had experienced such a feeling in his long life. The last time he had this experience was during the War of the Gods 1,000 years ago, a true god's territory. This is a true god's territory. His eyes were wide open, and his expression was one of disbelief. A true god's territory, as the name suggested, was the territory of a true god. Only when a true god truly grasped the priesthood would they have their own territory, different from the legendary territory and demigod territory. A true god's territory was more advanced. In a true god's territory, a true god was heaven and earth, and a true god was the ruler. A true god in a territory was almost invincible as long as they had sufficient divine power. In fact, every true god of faith had a fixed divine domain. That was their god kingdom. When a true god descended with their true body, they would form their own territory within a certain range. In a true god's territory, almost no one was their opponent. Unless other true gods came in person. When he realized that he had entered the territory, Walker knew that he had gone overboard. At this moment, his heart was already surging with stormy waves. Territory, how could it be a territory? No. Shouldn't she be a false god without a priesthood? Had she already opened up her own god kingdom? This is the world of seekers. Where could she find a half-plane to open up her own god kingdom? If she had grasped the priesthood, then was there a need to hide? What kind of existence was she? How could he steal and control the World Tree's priesthood so quickly after the curse was lifted? Could it be that the Grim Reaper was helping him with all his might? But since he had already become a true god, why was he hiding? Walker looked terrified, but at the same time, he was extremely puzzled. Of course, Eve had a divine domain. In fact, when he inherited the World Tree, he already had a divine domain. The World Tree was an ancient god. When Eve had just been reborn, the feeling of control she had over the world originated from her instincts in the divine domain. However, the cost of activating God's domain was too great. It was only after Eve had recovered from her near-death state and transformed into her God's domain that the cost of God's domain decreased. This gave Eve the ability to display her God's domain and fight against other powerhouses. When Demigod Walker recalled his arrogant words, he instantly felt a chill run down his spine. Did he just insult a true god who had mastered the priesthood as a false god? True gods were not to be blasphemed, even if he was the messenger of the god of winter and hunt. If the other party killed him because of this, the other true gods would not stand on Allur's side. Thinking of this, Demigod Walker's mouth became dry. His heart was filled with endless regret and fear. He had completely lost the desire to fight. Because he knew that he could not win here, after living for a few thousand years, he knew this in his heart. Walker suddenly descended from the sky and bowed respectfully in the direction where Eve had disappeared. His voice was extremely bitter. Totem guardian of the god of winter and hunt, Demigod Walker, greets the god of nature and life, the god of nature and life. Since the other party had displayed a divine domain with dual attributes of nature and life, then naturally, she was the new god of nature and life. You're scared so quickly? In the sky, a surprised female voice could be heard. Demigod Walker could not help but let out a bitter laugh. He lowered his head, kept his weapon, and braced himself to explain, "Misunderstanding, this is all a misunderstanding. Every powerhouse was an old monster who had lived for God knows how long. When it was time to admit defeat, one should admit defeat. Those who were stubborn either had unparalleled strength or were buried in graves who knew how tall the grass was. No, this is not a misunderstanding." The majestic voice sounded again. "From the moment Allure tried to touch nature and life, this was no longer a misunderstanding. Coincidentally, I'm very curious about the effects of a divine domain. I'm also very curious about demigods. Since you're here, help me give it a try." Hearing this, Walker's heart was filled with shock. He did not think of anything else and turned to run. He had to run. He did not know where the exit of the divine domain was, but it should not be too big. He just had to choose a direction and run. Trying to run? The ethereal voice sounded again with a hint of playfulness. Then, the plants in the forest began to grow crazily, turning into a large green hand that quickly grabbed at Walker. At the same time, Walker felt that all the magic in the surrounding space was cut off from him. Other than the divine power in his body, he could not use any other energy, the strength of a demigod. Other than the divine power of a demigod, using the understanding of the laws to affect reality was also an important part of a demigod's strength. And the laws of the divine domain listened to the master of the divine domain. After losing control of the laws, a demigod's strength had been reduced by more than half. Wherever Walker passed, all the plants grew rapidly, turning into vines and chains that grabbed at him. Walker clenched his teeth, pulled out his divine axe, and used all his strength to chop at the plants that were entangling him. Silver divine power burst forth and fiercely collided with the plant. In an instant, a bright light shone. The sound of the divine power exploding was like thunder. However, after the light, Walker was shocked to find that he could not chop the plants in half. Walker's full strength chop was enough to split a mountain in half, but now, it had only left a shallow white mark on the plant, and a few minutes ago, this was just the most common plant in the Seeker's continent. Goblins could easily tear it apart. Divine domain, this was the power of the divine domain. When the divine domain was opened, all the domains related to the divine domain of a true god would receive the power of a true god. Looking at the vines that were entangling the divine axe, Walker was shocked. He let go of the divine axe and continued to run, slow. At this moment, he heard that terrifying voice again. In an instant, Walker found that his speed had decreased by a few times, as if everything was in slow motion. Words were law. In the divine domain of a true god could achieve a certain level of words that were law. Under Walker's frightened gaze, he was tightly entangled by the vines. Imprisonment. The ethereal and majestic voice sounded again. The moment the voice sounded, Walker was shocked to find that he had lost control of his divine power. All of a sudden, he had become like a mortal. He lost his power. "Your Highness true god. Your Highness true god. Walker pleads guilty. Walker pleads guilty. Walker has offended you. Please forgive Walker's offense," he shouted in fear. However, he did not get any response from the other party. "Your Highness true god. Please forgive Walker's crime. Your Highness true god." Walker continued to shout in fear, his voice was heart-wrenching. "Humph, so ugly." The majestic and sacred voice sneered. A golden light hovered in front of Walker, and soon, a noble and beautiful goddess appeared in front of him again. This time Eve did not hide her appearance. The noble divine crown of nature, the gorgeous and holy divine dress, the long silver hair, and the magnificent and deep purple eyes. When Walker saw Eve's appearance clearly, his pupils instantly shrank. This similar appearance, this familiar aura, and the tree symbol on the divine dress that he would never forget. "It's you. It's you. It's actually you. Yggdrasil. You are. Yggdrasil. You're back. You didn't die." His expression suddenly became extremely frightened, and he could not help but exclaim. No wonder she had to hide, no wonder she could control the divine position so easily. So, it was her, so she was the world tree, so she was the ancient god that made all the gods tremble. She was back, she wanted revenge, and she wanted to take back everything that belonged to her. All the gods were in danger. In an instant, Walker understood everything. Hmm? Seeing Walker's terrified gaze, Eve raised her eyebrows slightly, but she did not care. In the divine territory of a true God, everything was isolated from the outside world. Even if one died here, the soul of the living being would be at the mercy of the divine territory's owner. Therefore, even if she was recognized as the world tree, it did not matter. It was a pity that the divine territory she controlled was only 30 kilometers in radius. Eve stretched out her fair arm, and her finger lightly tapped on Walker's body. A strange scene appeared. Walker let out a painful groan, and Eve's finger pierced through his body, similar to an energy state body. This is a demigod? Eve raised her eyebrows slightly. She could clearly feel that Walker's body was actually a mass of God's power. As for his body, it was actually formed from divine power. However, he was different from a true God. He did not have a godhead, and his body only had a soul that was gradually transforming into a divine soul. So, a demigod who believes in a true God is like this. Eve was deep in thought. There was more than one way to become a demigod. One way was for a mortal creature to use the power of belief to analyze the laws, and gradually sublimate their existence from a material state to an energy state, and finally become a demigod. The other way was for a true God to directly use their own God's power to choose a suitable soul to create a demigod, and create a subordinate. The other way was for a mythical creature with huge potential. They could grow to the strength of a demigod, or they could be born as a demigod. For example, the ancient megalosaurus and the oak tree guard at the demigod level. If Eve's judgment was not wrong, demigod Walker should belong to the second type. With a thought, the god's power in Walker's body was instantly extracted by her and flowed into her clone through her finger. Woo! Ah! As his god's power was drained, demigod Walker let out a painful howl, and his voice was extremely miserable. Sensing the god's power being absorbed, Eve's thoughts moved slightly. It's similar to Allur's god's power, but it's somewhat different from his. They are of the same origin, but it seems to be a grade lower than his. In other words, it's not very pure. However, it's still okay. If I absorb and transform it, I can extract about 40%. An experienced demigod should have a lot of God's power. You can become my nourishment. Hearing Eve's words, Walker's expression was filled with fear. Too scary, simply too scary. Could it be that this ancient god's personality had changed after returning? He actually wanted to extract his god's power. How did he become so ferocious? He would die. If this went on, he would die. Walker clenched his teeth, and a trace of madness appeared on his face. His body suddenly trembled, and the god's power in his body began to boil. Eve was surprised when she sensed the change in Walker's divine power. He can actually burn his divine soul and divine power? Do you want to risk your life? Demigods and above had their own ways of fighting. That was to burn his divine power and divine soul. What surprised Eve was that Walker was still able to use such a desperate move even when he was imprisoned. As he burned his divine power, the aura on Walker's body suddenly rose. He had regained control of his body. His expression was ferocious as he struggled to break free from the entangling vines. Then, he took out a piece of bone and crushed it. There was a record of an instantaneous teleportation array that could allow a demigod to pass through. As the bone fragment was crushed, a silver halo appeared in front of him. Walker's eyes lit up. He roared and used all his strength to escape into the ring of light. He actually broke free? Looks like my control over the divine domain is still not enough. I haven't completely sealed his power. Eve fell into deep thought. However, she was not in a hurry. Instead, she gently waved in the direction that Walker escaped. Following her movements, the surrounding plants suddenly gathered together and transformed into several golden ropes. The ropes jumped up and quickly chased after Walker. Cave tribe. With the black dragon's entry into the battlefield, the half-beastmen had completely fallen into chaos. To the half-beastmen who were generally only iron in strength, the silver-ranked megalosaurus was simply a disaster. Even the only silver-ranked priest, Jushan, was not the type that was good at fighting. Merrill was unstoppable. He vented all his anger from being imprisoned by Walker on the half-beastmen. Almost every minute, there were half-beastmen who were trampled to death by him. The magic hounds that could fight against him had already been torn to shreds. The angry black dragon was extremely terrifying. With the addition of Meryl, the players were boiling with excitement. Were they still players if they did not ride on his coattails? They were all EXP and contribution points. The black dragon had completely frightened the half-beastmen. This was the time for the players to take advantage of the situation and stab them in the back. Thus, with Li Mu's shout, everyone gave up on defense and rushed towards the cave tribe. For a moment, the players were shouting with excitement and ferociousness, like a group of bandits going down the mountain. Looking at the chaotic tribe, the half-beastman Zhu Shan's face was pale. It's over. It's over. Chaos. It was completely chaotic. If it was only the players, the cave tribe could barely deal with them. If it was only the black dragon, the cave tribe could also deal with it at a certain price. But when the two of them attacked together, now, even if the Lord Oracle won, the cave tribe would suffer a great loss. Lord Earl. Lord Earl. Please help us fight against the black dragon. Zhu Shan shouted with red eyes. Hearing Zhu Shan's call, the night roamer hiding in the main tent was very conflicted. Summoning the Lord Oracle had already used up a lot of his power, and now his magic was almost empty. And his strongest familiar had been defeated by the black dragon. Before he recovered his strength, to be honest, he did not want to take the risk and get involved in this mess again. Anyway, Lord Walker has already gone to kill the fake god. He will win sooner or later. He thought to himself. Lord Earl. Lord Earl. Please help the Rock Cave tribe. When everything is over, Zhu Shan is willing to help you find a superior blood thrall. Zhu Shan's eyes were still red as he shouted. Blood. Thrall? The night roamer's eyes lit up slightly. The cave tribe was very good at hunting elves. This time, the elves of the elven forest might not be able to escape. If he helped at the critical moment, after everything was over, he could let the half-beastmen help him hunt elves. That seemed like a good idea. Moreover, Lord Walker had always been a quick person. He should be back soon. Although he had lost most of his magic because of the summoning, it should not be a problem for him to hold back a silver-level black dragon. This risk was acceptable. At this thought, the night roamer had an idea. He tidied up his clothes and walked out of the tent gracefully. Black dragon. Your opponent is me, he said with an indifferent expression. The moment the night roamer walked out of the tent, a silver magic circle appeared in the sky. Bright holy light shot out from the magic circle, accompanied by a heavy divine aura. Demigod Walker roared and rushed out. Seeing this familiar figure, the half-beastman's eyes lit up. It's the divine messenger. The divine messenger is back. He did it. Ha ha ha, we are saved. We won. Cheers rang out from the grotto tribe. The night roamer was also delighted. We won. He no longer hesitated and flew towards the black dragon, ready to have a good battle with it. The players fell into a daze. The demigod is back? Wait, where is the goddess? However, before anyone could say anything, they suddenly felt that something was wrong. Demigod Walker's expression was ferocious, and faintly, he seemed to be frightened. Not only that, the divine axe in his hand had disappeared, his clothes were disheveled, and his aura was extremely chaotic. Wait, this was not right. Before they could think of anything, with a clear cold snort, several golden vine chains suddenly came out of the magic circle and shot towards Walker. The chains were like twisting tentacles, and the aura on them was so terrifying. Even the beast men had the urge to prostrate themselves in worship at this moment. The chains of a true god. These were the chains of a true god. The chains flew towards Walker and wrapped around him tightly. Demigod Walker was shocked. He quickly tried to break free, but there was nothing he could do. No. No. It's. He wanted to say something, but the chains made of vines instantly wrapped around his mouth, then pierced through his body and into his soul. Woo woo woo. Walker's eyes widened, and his expression was filled with despair and fear. He stretched out his hands with difficulty and clawed at the ground, struggling to stop the chains from pulling him. However, it was useless. With a pull of the golden chains, Walker's entire body was forcefully pulled back. Only 2 deep claw marks were left on the ground. With a cry of despair, Walker's figure disappeared from the magic circle. Then, the magic circle shattered as if nothing had happened. On the battlefield, it was silent. Looking at the half-meter-deep claw marks on the ground, the players looked at each other. Did the goddess win? That tentacle-like vine belonged to the goddess, right? It should be. That cold snort belonged to the goddess. Tisk, why do I feel a little scared? I think so too. The hell was so pitiful. What a pitiful demigod. I suddenly want to see how the goddess deals with him. The book can be updated. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. He, who asked the producer to have such a bad taste? Of all things, why did he have to use vines? He. You're so dirty. Same here, the players were full of joy. Although they knew that the truth was not what they thought, they could still joke around happily. The half-beastmen were terrified. Walker. Lord Walker, lost? Jushan muttered in disbelief. No half-beastman dared to answer him. Judging from the scene just now, it was no longer a question of defeat. Perhaps, it was unknown whether this legendary totem guardian could survive or not. A demigod, that was a demigod who had already transcended the mortal world and was only one step away from the eternal throne. However, even if he was a demigod, it only took a few minutes for him to be captured without being able to resist at all, the one in the elven forest. Was he really a fake god? The answer was very clear. If he was really a fake god, how could he defeat a demigod so easily? Moreover, that was Lord Walker, who had an impressive battle record, coupled with the majestic holy aura emanating from the vine shackles just now. For a moment, all the half-beastmen priests felt their mouths dry up. That was probably a real god, a true god. There was actually a true god hiding in the elven forest. In an instant, the half-beastmen completely lost the courage to fight. It's over. It's over. Lord Messenger has also been caught. We're finished. The elves must be here for revenge. Let's run. Let's run. Soon, the Grotto tribe fell into chaos. Even if the half-beastmen had a strong will and morale that was far higher than that of other races, they would still lose their fighting spirit in the face of certain defeat, or even certain death. Seeing that the situation was hopeless, Jushan no longer hesitated. Even a demigod had died. This war was no longer something the Grotto tribe could control. The night roamer was also gone. After Walker was dragged away by the mysterious existence, this cunning blood breed escaped. This made Jushan extremely angry. If it wasn't for him. How did the Rock Cave tribe end up like this? There was no point in continuing to resist. Jushan clenched his teeth and yelled, "You're right. Stop fighting. Elves. Stop fighting. We surrender. We will migrate, we will leave this place." However, what puzzled Jushan was that even though he had conveyed his intention to surrender, the elves still did not stop attacking. Stop fighting. We surrender. We surrender. Jushan shouted again using the sound amplification technique. Hearing his words, the players looked at each other with strange expressions. They laughed heartily and continued to charge while mocking him. Why would we surrender? Continue fighting. I haven't had enough. Want to run? No way. Ha ha ha, the elven army doesn't take captives. Hand over your heads obediently. Jushan was speechless. He widened his eyes, feeling that he could not understand these elves. Did they want to kill all of them, just with them? All right. With the support of the Black Dragon, they could revive. It was indeed possible for them to exhaust the half-beastmen to death, but they were elves. When did they become so ferocious? Crazy. This was simply crazy. He looked at the chaotic tribe and seemed to have aged 10 years in an instant. He took a deep breath and yelled, "Everyone listen to my orders. Abandon the tribe. Retreat. We're retreating." He could not be entangled here anymore. If this continued, the Rock Cave tribe would perish. Hearing the chief priest's orders, the half-beastmen, who had lost their morale, retreated. They withstood the attacks of the Black Dragon and fled the tribe. They're escaping. Lord Air. Stop them. Charge. Don't let them escape. Great Black Dragon. Use your dragon's breath. Use your dragon's breath. Seeing that the half-beastmen were escaping, the players' morale was boosted, and they attacked more ferociously. Chase and kill, these were experience points and contribution points. The Suicide Squad charged again, but this time, the fleeing orcs had lost their will to fight. They were pinned down by the players, and turned into fireworks amidst the joyous fire at me. As for those who fought the longest and gained the most EXP, as their levels increased, they were able to fight the weakest orcs on equal footing. Humph! You bastards, you still want to escape? The black dragon Meryl looked ferocious as he watched the fleeing half-beastmen. He no longer wreaked havoc in the tribe. Instead, he specifically targeted the fleeing half-beastmen. He used his claws to grab 3 to 5 half-beastmen, flapped his wings, and flew high into the air before slamming them down. Accompanied by miserable cries, the half-beastmen that he left behind turned into a pile of mush. This scene made the half-beastmen even more terrified. Very quickly, even their fleeing troops broke down and began to scatter in all directions. Looking at the chaotic situation, the half-beastman Xianxia had a pained expression. He took a deep breath and looked at the black dragon that was slaughtering his tribesmen. He roared, "Black dragon! I'll kill you!" After that, he took out something from his arms and tore it. He chanted a spell, and his whole body suddenly emitted a bright holy light. His body began to burn with holy flames as he aged rapidly. At the same time, a silver cage trapped the black dragon Meryl. Light Cage, a gold-level control-type divine spell. This was the move that Samir had once used to trap the black dragon. Although Xianxia did not have the world leaf, he could rely on auxiliary methods. At the cost of sacrificing his life, he could cast an incomplete light cage. "I will trap it. You, leave quickly!" Xianxia roared at the half-beastman. "High Priest! High Priest!" Seeing the old high priest risk his life, all the half-beastmen had sorrowful expressions. The reason why the Grotto tribe was able to develop to its current scale was largely due to Xianxia's painstaking efforts. At the same time, he was loved and respected by the half-beastmen. "Take advantage of this. Leave quickly. Report everything that happened here to the royal court." Xianxia roared again. Hearing his words, the half-beastmen gritted their teeth and chose to obey with tears in their eyes. Detestable elves! Remember this. They glared hatefully at the elves, as if wanting to engrave their figures in their minds, and then began to retreat. Bastard! Why is it always Meryl? Being trapped again, the little black dragon was almost angered to death. And without the support of the black dragon, the players could no longer pursue the half-beastmen. There were too many half-beastmen. The entire Grotto tribe had no less than 5,000 people. Even if they suffered heavy losses, they still outnumbered the players. If they did not fight with the players and chose to retreat, the players could not do anything. In the end, after leaving behind hundreds of corpses, the half-beastmen finally broke out of the encirclement and gradually disappeared from the players' sight. But when they left, the Grotto tribe that once had more than 5,000 people was now less than 1,000 people. And the players also took over the Grotto tribe that was almost in ruins amidst cheers. The half-beastmen retreated in a hurry, leaving behind most of their belongings. Seeing the half-beastmen escape, the players did not pursue them. Instead, they stopped and began to excitedly loot the Grotto tribe, or pick up equipment. What a joke! If they won, they would definitely plunder the spoils of war. Don't chase a cornered enemy. Whoever chased after them was an idiot. Anyway, the mission was only to destroy the stronghold. Alice and Air also came to the Grotto tribe. They looked at the chosen ones who were looting the half-beastmen like human bandits and were momentarily stunned. These brave warriors seemed even crazier than when they were fighting just now. They saw that almost every chosen one was wearing a bunch of half-beastmen equipment. Some even took out the goods that the half-beastmen had bought from the humans and began to happily split the spoils. Furthermore, some chosen ones found a large amount of gold and silver treasures in the half-beastmen's tent. The chosen ones' eyes lit up and almost fought over the treasures. Mother Goddess above, even though she knew that these chosen ones had certain shortcomings and could be very greedy sometimes, Alice did not expect it to be like this. At this moment, she suddenly remembered what Basaka once said to her: the chosen ones are indeed brave warriors, but they can also transform into the most despicable bandits. That was Basaka's sentiments after witnessing the battle to recover the holy city. At that time Alice did not understand, but now, she finally understood. At this moment, the little black dragon finally broke free from its cage. It roared loudly and rushed into the pile of treasures. It slapped a few players away and bared its fangs with bloodshot eyes, saying, "Don't worry, I won't let you go. This is Meryl's. It's Meryl's. Get lost. Get lost." Alice, players, in the chaos, Limu did not loot with the other players. He brushed past the excited players one by one and finally arrived at an open space. The half-beastman Jushan was lying there. He had aged beyond recognition and looked like a lamp that had run out of oil. It was as if he would die in the next second. Limu looked at the dying half-beastman high priest. Jushan also struggled to move his turbid eyes and looked at him. Jushan recognized that this elf was the commander of the elves. His eyes suddenly widened, and he opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, he exhausted all his strength. He only moved his lips and no longer breathed. Jushan looked past Limu and stopped in the direction where the half-beastman left in the distance. His eyes were filled with endless longing and worry. Limu's expression was a little complicated. He sighed and reached out to close Jushan's eyes. "Although you're an NPC, although you're an enemy, as the leader of a tribe, you deserve respect, rest in peace." This time, the half-beastman high priest closed his eyes. Limu sighed deeply again. His voice was filled with sorrow. He reached out and began to take off Jushan's equipment. After the players occupied the cavern tribe, a system notification was received. Ding, main mission, destroy the half-beastman's stronghold completed. All participating players will be allocated experience points, contribution points, and perfect resurrection times according to their accumulated contributions. Elf Forest. After sending a system message to the players, Eve killed demigod Walker that she had captured and brought back to the divine dominion. Similar to the gods chosen, demigod Walker's soul had a connection with Ullr, the god of winter and the hunt. Eve could still cut off this connection when she opened her god's domain. However, if she closed her god's domain, Walker's soul would also return to Ullr's god's kingdom. However, he no longer had the chance. At the same time she killed Walker, Eve also destroyed his soul. After that, all the divine power in Walker's body was also extracted by Eve. A total of 270 divine power points. According to the strength, a demigod's divine power was usually between 100 to 300 divine power points. As a senior demigod, Walker had reached the peak of the demigod's strength. At his peak, he actually had 300 divine power points. However, when he was struggling, he used up a lot. Even so, he still had 270 divine power points left. And all of this was kindly accepted by Eve, becoming nourishment for her to strengthen herself. Although there were some losses in the process of absorption, it still provided Eve with more than 100 divine power points. This made Eve very satisfied. At the same time, it also made up for the consumption when she opened her god's domain. The consumption of God's domain was indeed terrifying. Almost every minute it was maintained, it would consume one divine power point from Eve. If she used the power of law, the consumption would soar. Therefore, after killing Walker, Eve closed her god's domain. However, she did not stop. Instead, she summoned her incarnation again. Someone still had to take the blame. Gloom Mountain Range. Night Walker looked terrified as he ran for his life. At this moment, he could no longer care about elegance. He could not wait to use all his magic to get away from this place. I didn't expect. Even Lord Walker failed, and failed so thoroughly. How is this possible? Shouldn't he be a new god? He has not even left the world of seekers. He definitely has not opened up his own god's kingdom. How could he have the power to defeat Lord Walker? Or someone is helping him from behind? At this moment, Nightwalker suddenly recalled the figure he saw when he entered the elven forest. When the elves and the orcs were fighting, he didn't see that figure. In other words, the Grim Reaper's chosen did not make a move. Could it be that the Grim Reaper had sent out his own spirit? The Night Roamer's expression was somewhat fearful. However, he wasn't too worried about Walker's safety. Because Walker was the messenger of the true God, even if he was killed, his soul would return to heaven. As a true god at the peak of weak divine power, Ullr could help him reconstruct his demigod body and obtain the secrets of the elven forest from him. no matter what. I've done what I can. It's better for me to leave this place first. The rest is not something I can participate in. Night Walker thought. Right at this moment, he suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. He subconsciously raised his head and saw a nightmarish figure. That was the last person he wanted to see right now. Dark gray hair, a black cloak, and scarlet eyes. On top of that, there was the aura of the divine power of death, the Grim Reaper's chosen one. Night Walker's pupils shrank. He had exhausted all his magic power and was no match for him. Your Excellency. This war. You've already won. Do you still want to attack me? Night Walker said while suppressing his fear. If that's the case, I'm really going to be an enemy of the true God. He threatened in a low voice. Haha, to be an enemy of the God of Winter and Hunt? The Grim Reaper's chosen one sneered and said, he was the one who attacked first in this war. Besides, we've already killed the demigod. Do you still think you can escape? Kill? Night Walker's eyes widened. For a moment, he thought he had misheard. Killing and defeating were two completely different concepts. For a messenger of God, killing meant the destruction of the soul. Dear true God, what did they do to be able to kill a demigod messenger of a true God in such a short time? Were they not afraid of the true God's revenge? Night Walker didn't think of the divine domain. Without establishing a divine kingdom and completely mastering the priesthood, believing in a true God couldn't form a divine domain. Therefore, Night Walker's imagination filled in more. Wait. She said as if he had thought of something. Night Walker sucked in a cold breath. Could it be? Could it be the power of the Grim Reaper? It must be. Only the Grim Reaper, who had a deep understanding of souls, had the power to cut off the connection between a true God and a messenger of God. Run quickly. Night Walker didn't say anything and ran quickly. However, his magic power had already been exhausted in the process of summoning the messenger of God. He was no match for the Grim Reaper's chosen one. The figure of the Grim Reaper's chosen one flashed and appeared in front of him. Under the Night Roamer's horrified gaze, the Grim Reaper's chosen one pierced his chest and crushed his heart. In an instant, the Night Walker froze on the spot. Please tell His Majesty Ullur that this is the true God's prophecy. He has crossed the line. The battle between true gods should be carried out in the true God's way. Even if it's a new majesty, he should be respected. Demigod Walker's end is just a warning. Hearing the words of the Grim Reaper's chosen one, Night Walker's eyes widened slightly. He opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but nothing came out. He could only spit out a mouthful of black blood, and the light in his eyes gradually disappeared. All the power of the blood breed came from the heart. Once the heart was destroyed, it meant death. Night Walker's body suddenly burned with a blood-red flame, and his entire body quickly turned into ashes. At the same time, his soul was summoned by the true God and slowly disappeared. The Grim Reaper's chosen one didn't stop him. She looked deeply at the direction where Night Walker's soul flew to, and once again merged into the shadows. Heaven Realm, Silver Frost Icefield's God's Kingdom. Ullur, who felt the death of a large number of believers and lost the connection with Demigod Walker, was extremely frustrated. Why can't I sense Walker's soul? At this moment, a transparent soul rose into his God's kingdom. Ullur's heart moved, and he reached out to read the soul's memory. A moment later, the entire God's kingdom began to tremble, and a snowstorm began to blow in the sky. Bastard! Damn it! A mere mortal Grim Reaper's chosen one dares to do this. Ullur was infuriated. He slammed his palm on his golden throne, and the entire armrest was smashed into pieces. Hela! Do you really have to be my enemy? Do you really have to be my enemy? Damn it! Isn't it good to hide in your underworld? Isn't it good? Humph. You're just a lucky person who inherited the divinity of the original Grim Reaper. You obviously have the divinity of the Grim Reaper, but you can't even break through to become a great divine power, and you can't even subdue the subordinates of the original Grim Reaper. Ullur's expression was filled with endless anger. Humph. Since you must block my path. Don't even think about letting your new subordinate god enter the pantheon. I can't deal with you, but do you really think I can't do anything to your subordinate god? If you don't enter the pantheon, you won't be recognized by the gods. If you don't get the recognition of the gods, you will never be protected by the gods' agreement. Let's follow the rules then. The priesthood of nature and life is mine. The new god must fall. Ulur's angry roar spread far and wide. The battle between true gods should be carried out using true gods' methods. This was not an accurate statement. To be more precise, the true gods mentioned here were almost exclusively referring to the gods of faith. In fact, this statement was made by the gods after the 1,000-year War of the Gods. The battle between the gods of faith and the world of seekers was, in most cases, a war of faith in the mortal world. This was because their existence and strength were almost always linked to the power of faith. The main forces of the war were the believers of both sides. Powers above the level of demigods would almost never personally participate. Especially in the world of seekers, as the main source of faith for the gods, the world of seekers rarely became a battlefield for demigods and above. This was the agreement of the gods. If demigods and above fought, unless one side crushed the other, it would definitely cause great damage to the plane. This was not something the gods wanted to see. Especially after the 1,000-year War of the Gods, the stability of the world of seekers was far from what it used to be. This made the gods even more determined not to engage in mythical-level battles in the world of seekers as much as possible. Generally speaking, battles between demigods and above would be carried out in the War of the Gods. The War of the Gods usually took place in the God Kingdom or in the Void. This content was what Eve had read from Walker's memories when she destroyed his soul. Eve had originally hoped to learn some secrets of the gods from Walker. Unfortunately, some of Walker's memories seemed to have been sealed by Ulur. When she forcibly read them, they self-destructed. However, the rules of the game set by the gods that she had read did not disappoint Eve. At least, she knew that if she had no other choice, she could threaten to drag the world of seekers down with her to blackmail the gods. However, it was not certain how effective it would be. In ancient times, the world of seekers was almost the only source of faith for the gods. However, after reading Walker's limited memories, Eve also understood that for the past 1,000 years, the gods with the ability had begun to sow new beliefs in various planes. Eggs could not be placed in the same basket. This was a principle that everyone understood. Even so, as the largest source of faith, the world of seekers still held a far higher position in the hearts of the gods. The reason why Eve had conveyed this sentence was to continue to put up a smokescreen for her identity. On the other hand, it was to pave the way for the player's future actions. After all the dust had settled, Eve began to check her status: name, Eve Yggdrasil, race, world tree, ancient gods, level, 150, mythical, status, weak divine power, clergy, nature, life, elves, titles, mother nature, goddess of life, elven ruler, divine power points, 363, 3000, number of believers, 222, saint 1, fanatic 3, devout 81, shallow 107, abilities, absorb, communicate, bestow, enlighten, heal, summon, divine descent, divine domain. Unlike before, after the NPC system was activated, the number of Eve's devout followers had soared once again. Many of the Inferno tribe's elves' faith had been strengthened. This made Eve very satisfied. The NPC mission system meant that the game had become more interesting to the players. For the native elves, it meant a reward and recognition from the mother goddess. However, compared to the delightful change in believers, Eve was also very satisfied with the soaring divine power points. It had to be said that this was the biggest victory she had obtained since her rebirth. Not only did she kill a demigod and cut off one of Ulur's arms, but she also annihilated more than 4,000 half-orcs. After deducting the consumption, Eve's divine power points had broken through the 300 mark and reached an unprecedented 363 points. However, after this victory, there were also some problems that were exposed. The first was the problem of the soul's feedback. Not long after the players attacked the Grotto tribe, Eve clearly felt that the elf soul's resentment was completely exhausted. Otherwise, according to the divine power that Eve obtained from killing the half-orcs, she would have obtained far more than 300 divine power points in this battle. This also meant that Eve would have to find new sources of divine power to increase. The second was the problem of the players. For this mission, Eve deliberately did not give too much advice. Instead, she let the players do whatever they wanted. And it turned out that the players were growing very quickly. Even without the system's prompts, they could find the most suitable tactics for themselves and complete the mission well. But, the problem was in the tactics that the players chose. The sacrificial method, although Eve had considered that sooner or later when she set the perfect resurrection for the players, she did not expect that there would be a clue so soon. To be honest, the players' tactics were not wrong. The sacrificial method was indeed a good way for the weak to defeat the strong. However, it was different for Eve, who supported the players' resurrection. In the early days, the players' levels were low. Eve did not consume much divine power to resurrect the players. The rewards after killing the targets were also great. So, there was nothing much. However, as the players' levels increased, Eve found that the consumption of her resurrection began to increase rapidly. In particular, instant resurrection was different from creating a player's body. Creating a player's body could extend the time. 1 point of divine power could create 300 bodies. However, the consumption of instant resurrection was more. It was several times more. In this battle with the orcs, the consumption of resurrecting the players was still far lower than the benefits obtained from killing the orcs. However, after the resentment of the elves was exhausted, the benefits became lower and lower. Although it was still considerable, it also sounded the alarm for Eve. She could foresee that as the players' strength increased, the cost of resurrecting them would definitely be higher and higher. If there were no restrictions, she was afraid that sooner or later there would be a loss. It seems that the perfect resurrection system is not perfect. Forget about the low-level players, the consumption is not much. However, I still need to think of a better way to limit the resurrection of the high-level players in the future. Especially after the middle and high levels, they must cherish their lives more. Eve thought. At this moment, she suddenly sensed a large number of sacrificial prayers. Eve's thoughts moved, and she chose to accept them. In an instant, a large wave of tattered orc equipment poured into her kingdom. Eve was speechless. Seeing this situation, she knew that the players must have started to sell waste products again. This time the battle was so fierce. Even if the players had seized countless equipment, many of them were damaged. Thousands of sets of equipment poured into the market. The supply exceeded the demand. It was estimated that the equipment on the player's side must have dropped to the price of cabbage. In this case, many people would choose to sacrifice the equipment that did not look so good to even exchange for contribution points. Of course, this was only limited to the strength type. The orcs had no other spellcasters except for the priests. They were all warriors. Almost all the equipment that was spilled was warriors. As for the spellcasters, the number of equipment was still very limited. Those lucky ones who took the priest's equipment almost all made a lot of money. Thinking of this, Eve took the equipment naturally. She waved her hand and gave some rewards. Then she began to repair and add special effects in batches. The rarer something was, the more valuable it was. After adding special effects, it could be sold at a good price. Of course, she had to sell it little by little. Most of the equipment was stored first. If the consumption potential of this batch of leaks was not enough, she could wait for the open beta. At the same time, Eve also put the Night Walker's ring and Walker's Frost Divine Axe that she had seized into the exchange system. The former was named the Space Ring and the latter was named the Frost Divine Axe. They were both gold and legendary. However, the ring was empty, and the divine power in the Frost Divine Axe had been completely drained by her. It had turned into an ordinary axe that could at most exert close to the strength of silver, in the elf forest. Seeing the two new gold and legendary equipment on the shelf, all the players' eyes lit up. Damn! Space ring! It's actually a space ring! What? Space ring? Finally, space equipment is out? This is, the demigod's Frost Divine Axe? So cool. Damn. Level 40 gold and legendary. How strong is this? The only full-level weapon in the whole server. Note, level 40 in the early version, peak upper level of dark iron, they're both gold and legendary. And there's only one of each, unique in the whole server. It's out of print. I want it so much. But when they saw the string of zeros in the required contribution points, 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, the players sucked in a breath of cold air and covered their livers. Oh no. my liver's hurt. That's right, it's the nouveau riche's toy again. Sigh. It seems that the successful exchange is either a salty meow or a boxed lunch. One of them is a super nouveau riche, and the other is a super liver emperor. I'm so envious, eh? Right, now that you mention it, I just remembered. Where's the boxed lunch? The bento box sat quietly in the container. He closed his eyes and rested like a statue, but his back was very straight. If one looked closely, they would notice that his pair of pointed ears would shake slightly with the noise outside. This was an instinctive vigilance in an unknown environment. As time went by, the shaking of the container became stronger and stronger. Although his eyes were closed and his power was restrained by the strange rope, Boxed Lunch could still imagine the situation outside through the shaking of the vehicle. It was much quieter and more bumpy. They should be on the mountain road. The sky was much darker, and it should be almost night time, but the speed of the vehicle did not slow down. Instead, it sped up. This meant that the surroundings were not safe, especially at night. Of course, there was another possibility, which was that they were about to reach their destination, so they sped up. In addition, the humans outside did not talk much from the beginning. In fact, he could even hear the sounds of them drawing their weapons, as well as the faint rhythmic breathing. They were very vigilant. This meant that they were on guard against possible enemies. The judgment that the surroundings were not safe was right. They might be on guard against bandits, but it could also be magical beasts. No, it was more likely to be magical beasts. They could not have gone too far from the elf forest in such a short time. In this direction, there were no intelligent creatures other than the half-orcs. The half-orcs were poor and had strong combat power, so they should not breed bandits nearby. The surroundings were getting cooler. This was not only because of the sky, but also because of the terrain. There was the echo of birds chirping, which sounded like a canyon. In conclusion, they might have entered the canyon in the Gloom Mountain range. Boxed Lunch speculated in his heart. As a player who had been playing in the wild for a long time, he had collected all the information about the elf forest. From the Flame Tribe, he also did some research on the Gloom Mountain range and knew that magical beasts were most active there at night. Just as Boxed Lunch continued to listen, suddenly, his ears moved slightly. He heard a rustling sound from somewhere in the container. That direction was the female elf NPC who was captured like him. Boxed Lunch did not act rashly. Instinct told him that if this NPC could sleep peacefully after being captured by humans, even if this NPC was an elf, she was probably not ordinary. Either she was an idiot with a bigger heart than the sky. Or else, it would be interesting. Soon, there was a yawn in the lunchbox, followed by a lazy moan. It seemed like someone was stretching. Lunchbox, he instantly became vigilant. Because if he remembered correctly, the other elf girl who was captured should be tied up and sealed like him. Boxed Lunch subconsciously opened his eyes and looked in the direction of the sound, just in time to meet a pair of bright eyes. It was an elven girl who looked to be 16 or 17 years old. Of course, if it was converted to the lifespan of an elf, it would probably be 10 times more. She had grayish-black hair similar to Boxed Lunch, and her eyes were dark gray, but they were exceptionally bright. Like many elves, she also had an outstanding appearance. Even her shabby clothes couldn't hide her youthful beauty. However, unlike the elves Boxed Lunch had seen in the elven forest, this elven girl's eyes had a faint glimmer of light. Her rolling eyes made her look more sly. That kind of gaze. Boxed Lunch wasn't unfamiliar with it. The police station in Blue Star would detain a group of people with similar eyes every day. This was the other elf that Boxed Lunch saw after he woke up. But at this moment, the girl didn't have any signs of being trapped. The rope on her body and the cloth on her mouth were all gone. Was she really an elf? Looking at those big rolling eyes, Boxed Lunch subconsciously frowned. He hesitated for a moment and carefully examined the other party's appearance. Outstanding appearance, tall figure. Her ears were pointed, long. If there wasn't a creature that looked exactly like an elf, or another creature disguised as her, then she should be an elf without a doubt. Then, he saw the strange elf girl giggling at him. Yo! You're awake. I haven't seen a member of the Dark Shadow Tribe for a long time. Hello? Dark Shadow Tribe? Boxed Lunch's heart skipped a beat. Then, he saw the elf girl skillfully take out two good-looking fruits from the human's cargo box. She took one and took a bite, then handed the other one to Boxed Lunch. Here, do you want to eat? This is a fruit from the south of the humans. It's very rare and super sweet. Boxed Lunch, looking at Boxed Lunch's strange gaze, the elf girl understood. Oh, right, you're still tied up. She nimbly slipped to Boxed Lunch's side, bringing with her a refreshing fragrance. A pair of delicate little hands rolled over Boxed Lunch. Before Boxed Lunch could see clearly, the rope on his body was untied. So fast, he looked a little surprised. But, she wasn't strong. Boxed Lunch could feel that the other party's aura was even weaker than his. A powerful existence could roughly sense the strength of a weak existence to a certain extent, but it wasn't accurate. Moreover, Boxed Lunch couldn't rule out that this was a disguise. At this moment, the girl removed the cloth tied to his mouth and stuffed the fruit into his mouth. What are you staring at with your eyes wide open for? Eat the fruit. Also, lower your voice, don't let the humans outside hear. Boxed Lunch, he subconsciously took a bite. It was indeed sweet. At this moment, he heard the elf girl's disdainful voice, you're so poor. Why don't you have anything on you? Did the humans search you? But, your body is quite sturdy. Boxed Lunch, he looked at the girl with an even stranger gaze. The girl's next actions completely opened Boxed Lunch's eyes, subverting his understanding of the native elves of the Seeker's world. The elf girl finished the fruit in a few bites and began to rummage through the entire container, searching for human goods. Boxed Lunch noticed that the girl picked almost all the magic items that looked very valuable. In addition, there were some gold and silver treasures. Every time she rummaged through something, her hands would emit a faint light, and then the goods would suddenly disappear. Boxed Lunch raised his eyebrows, very curious. Soon, the entire container was rummaged through by the elf girl. She heaved a sigh of relief and continued to eat the fruit as she sat down, seemingly very satisfied. You're a thief? After watching the entire process, Boxed Lunch finally couldn't help but ask. Hearing his words, the elf girl's shoulders shook slightly, as if she was very sensitive to this word. She was silent for a few seconds, then looked at Boxed Lunch and puffed up her cheeks angrily. So what if I am? Can't I be? Boxed Lunch, noticing Boxed Lunch's strange gaze, the elf girl sighed. Don't look at me like that anymore. Or are you like those stubborn old fellows and want to preach to me? As she spoke, she laughed mockingly. Foolish kindness, stubbornness that doesn't know how to adapt. This is the root cause of the elf's demise. If you can't even protect yourself, why do you still have to abide by so many rules? Humph. Rules are meant to be broken. So what if I'm a thief? These humans are all our enemies. They're the bandits. It's natural for me to take their things. Besides, I'm not taking these things for myself. The girl said angrily. Boxed Lunch didn't reply, but quietly listened to her ramble. As the girl spoke, her expression became a little depressed. She mumbled for a while, but in the end, she seemed to be tired and fell silent. After a moment, she sighed and casually pried open the ground. Under Boxed Lunch's surprised gaze, she skillfully pried open a large hole in the bottom of the cargo box. Then, the girl stuffed some fruits into Boxed Lunch's hands and pointed at the hole under the truck. Sigh. Look at your well-behaved appearance. I can tell at a glance that you're an honest person who hasn't even experienced battle. You're probably an unlucky rookie. Here, this is some dry rations. Escape through this hole. This is the last truck. The sky is dark. I'll cast a small disguise spell on you. Be careful. The humans won't be able to discover you. Boxed Lunch, what about you? He asked rhetorically. Me? The girl was stunned. She was silent for a while, then said with a determined expression, I'm not going anywhere. I want to go to their stronghold in the underground world. To save my brothers and sisters. The largest stronghold of the orcs near the Elven Forest was destroyed. This also meant that the southern area of the Elven Forest was completely recovered by Eve. The main exit route to the southeast was also opened. At the same time, the elves in the forest were no longer threatened by the orcs. As for where the fleeing orcs would go, Eve didn't care. They would most likely go to the south, where the orc's nest was. Eve knew that destroying the orc tribe was just the beginning. The words that her avatar said before killing the night roamer was more like a declaration of war. Uller definitely wouldn't let this go. The war with the orcs would probably continue. However, with the warning of the god of death's chosen, it would probably be a different situation. It was very likely to be a real war between races. In war, there would be many deaths. Many deaths meant that Eve could take the opportunity to absorb some of the vitality. Many a little makes a mickle. It was terrifying. Of course, it would be best if she could attract some legends to participate in the war and lure them to the elven forest as an appetizer. Before that, Eve needed to further increase the strength of the players and make the elven forest impregnable. At the same time, she needed to send out more native NPCs to recall the scattered elves. The Inferno tribe had settled down. Their lives were gradually on the right track, and they were gradually getting used to the existence of the Chosen One and the mission system. This was a good sign. At least it proved that Eve's efforts were not wrong. Therefore, after the players completed the mission of destroying the orc stronghold, Eve ordered the old priest, Samir, to continue the journey of searching for the orcs. The battle of the players opened the eyes of the young elves. After knowing this, many young Inferno elves signed up eagerly. They almost all left with Samir. This made him get scolded by Felisil. In addition, the black dragon Meryl was left by Eve in the ruined castle in the Gloom Mountain range. The southeast exit of the elven forest was still very important. It had great strategic significance and needed someone to guard it. The black dragon Meryl was a good choice. This place was originally its lair, and the little fellow was not weak. Now that it had signed a contract to sell itself, Eve was very relieved to hand it over to it. However, this time it was Meryl's turn to be dissatisfied. No. Meryl doesn't want to stay here. There's nothing here. There was no barbecue. There was no honey. No dependents. There are no long ears that can work and massage Meryl. Rua. Meryl wants to stay in the elven forest. The little black dragon rolled on the ground like a shameless husky, without any dignity of a golden race. Eve, this fellow, had completely forgotten that he was originally a captive and had completely turned into a pet. There's a teleportation formation, so you can come back anytime. In addition, if you accept my faith, I can give you the ability to give missions to the Chosen Ones. This way, even if you stay here, there will be many Chosen Ones serving you. Eve tempted. Really? You can even give them missions? The little black dragon's eyes lit up. It thought for a while and muttered softly. Then Myrtle will reluctantly believe it, Myrtle said. With that, it stood up, bowed slightly toward the core area of the elven forest, and said in dragon language, "Praise nature, praise life, praise the great world tree, Yggdrasil." The little fellow was not an elf, so it did not say the name of the elven ruler. But it seemed to have a longing for the world tree, so it added this title. And as soon as it finished speaking, Eve felt a shocking power of faith across the void and into her divine persona. This power of faith was equivalent to the amount provided by a fanatic, and in the sky of Eve's divine kingdom, there was another small star, symbolizing Meryl's faith. However, Meryl's faith was not a fanatic, nor a devout, but a shallow believer. This made Eve very surprised, and at the same time, she understood why the true gods were so interested in the Megalosaurus. A shallow believer could provide so much power of faith. What if it was a fanatic or even a saint? The power of faith of the Megalosaurus was indeed terrifying, of course. Megalosaurus were very proud creatures, and it was difficult for them to become devout believers. Even if they believed in some true gods, many of them were only for their own material or spiritual needs, and most of them were shallow believers. But after some consideration, Eve decided to give Meryl the authority of a blue mission NPC according to the level of a fanatic. And after obtaining the ability to give missions, Meryl was immediately happy. These days, it had watched how the native elves gave missions to the players. Although it could not see the system, it was envious of the players' enthusiasm and excitement when they accepted missions and their unparalleled enthusiasm when they completed missions. After all, for the players, although dragon saliva was good, it was only a good magic material, and it was not as attractive as experience points and contribution points. As for dragon blood and dragon scales, well, it would beat up anyone who dared to mention the black dragon. Therefore, after the elves of the Inferno tribe were familiar with the mission system, fewer and fewer players came to serve the little guy. This made Meryl very unhappy. But it was different now, it could also give out missions. Immediately, the little black dragon flew up, and as it flew, it talked to itself, Rua. Now I can let them work hard for Meryl. Let's repair Meryl's castle first. Then, let's find treasures for Meryl. I need barbecue and massage every day. Rua. After arranging Meryl's defense, Eve began to think about the next direction of development for the players. It was necessary to continue building infrastructure, and the lifestyle players also needed to further expand, especially the recyclable breeding industry. The players' appetite was too good, and now there were basically no large animals in the safe zone. The rest of the food didn't look tasty or inedible. However, these were all trivial matters, and it could be left to Alice to arrange. Eve only needed to think about the main storyline and large-scale side quests. Soon, Eve thought of the elven ruins that the players were crazily looking for, Rivendell. Because of the restriction of crossing worlds, the true god's reaction has always been slow, and Allure's next move should not be so fast. During this time, I can use the elven ruins as a side quest. According to Alice, Rivendell is connected to the underground world, and there are many monsters there. Maybe it can further increase the player's strength and give me some vitality feedback. Hehe, I heard that the underground world is very chaotic, and the true gods are rarely involved. Maybe I can eat to my heart's content. Right, there's also the boxed lunch. If I remember correctly, he should be caught by the humans, and he is very likely to be the key to a side quest. I wonder how the players have been exploring these few days, and whether they have found any clues about Rivendell. Thinking of this, Eve sank into her consciousness, connected to the game system, and entered the word Rivendell in the information query. This was one of the abilities of the game system that she created. Once the query was made, the relevant content of all the players talking about Rivendell would appear in Eve's consciousness, allowing her to quickly understand the players' movements. After entering Rivendell, Eve thought for a while and entered Underground World. Rivendell was connected to the Underground World, so they should be related. Soon, Eve received a lot of information feedback. It turned out that the mission of destroying the half-orc stronghold had a lot of impact on the players' exploration, and many players who chose to search for Rivendell at the beginning temporarily gave up. However, there were still some players who persisted. Just as Eve expected, according to the information feedback, even the players who persisted in exploring still had not found Rivendell's location. But when receiving the content feedback of the underground world, Eve found something different. Some players seem to have been discussing this. They found clues to the underground world? Eh? This is the boxed lunch team. It's the boxed lunch? I might be triggering a hidden plot again. Boxed Lunchbox didn't hesitate to send the information he received to his party channel after learning of her intentions from the elf girl who seemed to be a thief. After reading Boxed Lunch's description, the other members of the team became excited. Save the brothers and sisters? Boss Boxed Lunch. There's no doubt about it. This must be a new hidden plot. This is a suicidal proposition. We have to help. Wait. We still have to go to the underworld? Is there going to be a new map? Could it be Rivendell? Many NPCs said that it's the entrance to the underworld. F***CK. If it's true, isn't it triggering the main plot again? The main plot might not be, but there's definitely a new map. I heard that there are many monsters there. I'm looking forward to it. Boxed Lunch had similar speculations when he saw his teammates discussing excitedly. He was silent for a moment before replying, "Hurry up and provide support." Judging from the footsteps, there were quite a number of people in this caravan. If it was really a hidden plot, he would be too weak alone. The team members looked at Boxed Lunch's position on the map and replied awkwardly, "Captain, it might be a little late. You're too far away from us. It's more than 200 kilometers. I feel like I'll have to travel for a few game days. I'm exhausted. It should be faster to teleport to the Black Dragon's castle, but it feels like it's still 50 to 60 kilometers." Boxed Lunch was speechless. He pondered for a moment before typing, "Find Salty Meow and ride the black dragon over." Black dragon? The team members' eyes lit up. This was a good idea. However, the only person who could persuade the black dragon to help was Salty Meow. If she was included, they would probably get a share of this hidden mission. Hurry up and split the reward equally with the Mang Mang committee. Boxed Lunch typed again. Seeing this, the team members were no longer conflicted. Since the captain who triggered the plot had said so, they would split the reward equally. Moreover, the black dragon was also a powerful force. After some discussion, they immediately went to look for Salty Meow. After Boxed Lunch gave his orders to his team members, the system prompt finally appeared in his field of vision. Ding! You have triggered a hidden mission. Save the elves. Quest description: the human merchant group has captured the elf girl's companion. You have decided to stay and help her rescue her companion. Mission objective: rescue the captured elf. Mission time limit: unlimited. Number of participants: unlimited. Mission level: 15 plus. Mission reward: EXP, contribution points. Do you accept? Seeing the system message, Boxed Lunch decisively chose to accept. In fact, even if there wasn't this mission, he would still choose to accept it. This was the second mission that he had activated after being captured. From the looks of it, it was probably related to his previous hidden storyline, Human Merchant Caravan. A series of missions often meant rich rewards. Unlike the previous hidden quest, Human Merchant Caravan, this quest could be shared as a team. Therefore, the lunchbox was shared with his teammates. His team members were all level 15 plus, and they were the best among the first beta gamers. It was easy for them to accept this mission. After receiving the mission notification, the team members were excited. Gosh! We just finished talking about the mission. Hello, Boss Boxed Lunch. Captain, wait for us. We'll call Salty Meow and fly over. The members of Boxed Lunch's team moved quickly. They quickly found Salty Meow in the Black Dragon's castle, who was trying to persuade Meryl to give her some molted dragon scales. What? You have triggered a hidden storyline? And it might be a new map? Upon hearing that there was a hidden mission, Salty Meow was immediately energized. She had just received a wave of contribution points and exchanged for a beautiful golden legendary staff. She was worried that no one would give it a try. What? An evil merchant group has kidnapped the kind. And hardworking elves? Where are they? I'm going to save them. Meryl's eyes lit up as he was enjoying the support of a few players. He immediately stood up. He straightened his back, and his gaze was stern. He was filled with a sense of justice. The members of Boxed Lunch's team were speechless. They looked at each other and looked at each other. It seemed that little Salty Meow didn't need to convince the black dragon, as it was already excited. When a second person knew about a secret, it was no longer a secret. After visiting the black dragon, the news that Boxed Lunch had triggered a new hidden mission quickly spread among the players. Not only that, but this mission was a series. It might involve a new map, Rivendell. In an instant, all the players were excited. Unfortunately, the journey this time was long and the level restriction was high. Furthermore, the number of people Myrtle could carry was also limited. Therefore, not everyone could participate in this mission. Moreover, it was a hidden mission triggered by Boxed Lunch, so the rewards were limited. In the end, only a few members of Boxed Lunch, Salty Meow, who had a good relationship with the Black Dragon Meryl and could persuade him to bring the players along, and the vice-chairman of the Mang Mang committee, Ku Bird. Including Boxed Lunch, there were a total of 7 people, and the lowest level member was level 15. Boxed Lunch was the number 1 hunter in Elven Nation. He was a true boss and the number 1 player on the player level ranking board. This time, Ku Bird also brought along the materials to build a teleportation portal. After plundering the Grotto tribe, the magic materials purchased from the human merchant group were all taken by the players. It was more than enough to build a teleportation portal. If it was really a new map, she would choose a suitable place to build a teleportation portal for the players to enter and exit. As long as there was a teleportation portal, the players were invincible. At the same time, Salty Meow also started a live broadcast on the live broadcast channel at the strong request of the players. For most of the players, although there was no way to participate in the hidden mission, It was a good choice to watch the live broadcast in the game. Many curious players stopped what they were doing and logged into the livestream website and entered the livestream room. After everything was ready, the dark dragon Miral took off with the 6 of them on its back. "Hey! You blockhead, why aren't you leaving?" In the cargo box, the elven girl looked at Boxed Lunch, who was sitting in a daze. She kicked him hard and urged him with a frown. Boxed Lunch closed the chat interface and looked at the girl. His voice was short and strong. "I'm not leaving either." "Why aren't you leaving? What are you thinking?" The elven girl was a little impatient. "I'll stay and help you," Boxed Lunch replied. Help me?" The elven girl was stunned. She looked at Boxed Lunch carefully from head to toe. She sneered and shook her head. "Forget it. You'd better leave quickly. You were caught by the merchant group. You're too weak. I'm different from you. I let myself be caught on purpose. I run fast. They can't do anything to me. I'm not like you." After saying that, she sighed. "I can't feel your strength at all. You haven't even reached the dark iron level, right? Leave quickly. Don't give me any more trouble. You're too weak." Before she could finish her sentence, Boxed Lunch instantly turned his finger into a knife and pressed her down before she could react. He reached out and pressed his hand against her neck. He took the initiative to leak a little of his aura, revealing the strength of a low-level dark iron, level 20. "What about now?" Boxed Lunch's gaze was cold. His voice was low and strong. Being pressed down by him, the elven girl widened her eyes in shock as she sensed the terrifying strength of Boxed Lunch's fingers and the powerful aura on his body. She subconsciously swallowed a mouthful of saliva and chuckled dryly as she averted her gaze. Cough cough. Very strong, her tone was a little timid. After showing his strength, Boxed Lunch released the control on the elven girl. As soon as he got up, the elven girl subconsciously got up and retreated to the other side of the container. Like a frightened squirrel, she looked at him vigilantly. Boxed Lunch, he took a deep breath and asked, "Your plan?" Hearing Boxed Lunch's words, the girl was slightly stunned. After seeing his serious expression, the elven girl smiled embarrassedly and said, "The plan is to sneak in and find a chance to escape with the others." Boxed Lunch, hey. Why are you looking at me like I'm an idiot?" Seeing Boxed Lunch's speechless expression, the elven girl instantly puffed up her cheeks and said angrily, "I don't know where the humans took my brothers and sisters, of course I have to sneak in. Don't underestimate my ability to escape, there is no lock in this world that I can't unlock." As she explained, she proudly puffed out her chest. Unfortunately, it was a little too flat. Boxed Lunch, he sighed and didn't say anything more. Instead, he picked up the rope that tied him up and handed it to the elven girl. "Tie it up again." The girl looked at him in surprise. "You want to let the humans know that you can escape?" Boxed Lunch asked back. Hearing his words, the young girl scratched her head and laughed dryly. Okay. What you said makes sense. In fact, I originally planned to tie myself up again after you escape. My disguise skills are still very good. If that's the case, do you also think my plan is the best plan?" Boxed Lunch, he was silent for a moment and said, "I called for reinforcements." After saying that, he pointed outside. "There's Silver." Silver, the girl's pupils shrank slightly. She covered her mouth in horror, and her voice trembled slightly. Silver? You mean there's a silver-level powerhouse in the caravan?" Boxed Lunch glanced at her, his eyes seemed to say, "What else?" Boxed Lunch knew because he eavesdropped on the humans' conversation before. From the human conversation, he learned that there was a lower silver rank mage and a middle silver rank warrior in the Sauron caravan. They were the strongest fighting force in the entire caravan. Seeing Boxed Lunch's expression of confirmation, the girl's expression changed. She suddenly looked a little dejected. "There's actually a silver ranker. This is bad. It's fine if I'm alone, but if I want to escape under the nose of a silver-ranked expert, it's too difficult. Oh no. If we're unfortunate enough to bump into them while we're escaping, I'm afraid we'll also die." Silver. How could a caravan have silver? The Sauron caravan was so famous and had such a deep background. Why would they be afraid of being attacked? Who dares to attack them? The girl rambled on as she paced back and forth anxiously in the crate. Lunchbox, he sighed and spoke again. This is the canyon of the Dark Mountain Range. The canyon of the Dark Mountain Range, the girl murmured to herself. Then, she slapped her head and said in annoyance, that's right. If there's no silver-ranked expert, how could a human caravan safely travel through the Dark Mountain Range where monsters run rampant? After saying that, she looked at Lunchbox again. When she saw his calm expression, she suddenly became anxious. Hey. I say, blockhead, aren't you worried? It's a silver ranker. Lunchbox glanced at her and repeated. I called for reinforcements. So what if you called for reinforcements? They're silver rankers. The girl grabbed his shoulder and shook it. Lunchbox, he held the girl's arm back, grabbed her wrist and pressed her arm, and restrained her. Ouch. Ouch. The girl subconsciously cried out softly. Calm down, do as I say. Lunchbox said. He felt that communicating with this NPC was very tiring. After saying that, he explained again, that's right. The reinforcements I called also have silver rankers. Also have silver rankers. The elven girl's eyes widened in an instant. She subconsciously forgot the pain caused by being captured by him. Wait, how did he contact reinforcements? How did he know a silver ranker? Did the elves have a silver ranker? Who is he? At this moment, Lunchbox's image in her heart suddenly became unfathomable. From a blockhead who didn't know what was good for him, he had turned into a mysterious blockhead who was filled with fog. Under Lunchbox's request, the two of them were quickly tied up again. What surprised Lunchbox was that the girl did indeed have a special ability. She almost completely restored the binding, but Lunchbox found that his strength was not restrained by the rope this time. As long as he wanted to, he could break free at any time. And the girl's skillful self-binding made him raise his eyebrows several times. This girl has bound herself many times before, right? Of course, the big hole at the bottom of the container was covered by the elven girl again. As for the goods and treasures that were taken away, well, let's just take them away. And not long after the two of them were tied up again, the whole container suddenly shook and gradually stopped. There was a commotion outside, and they could faintly hear the conversation of humans. The atmosphere seemed to be much more relaxed. Arrived at the destination, the two of them were refreshed. They looked at each other and fell silent, but in their hearts, they maintained 120% of their vigilance. Accompanied by a creaking sound, the locked door of the container was opened from the outside, and a dim light shone in. Two burly human mercenaries entered the container, one for each of them, and took Lunchbox and the elven girl down from the cart. And when Lunchbox got down from the cart, he finally saw where he was. His pupils shrank slightly, and his eyes suddenly bloomed with brilliance, faintly with a hint of amazement. He saw a magnificent valley. This was a deep valley, and the cliffs and the bottom of the valley were covered with large and small ruins of buildings. There were ordinary buildings, and also crisscrossed minecart tracks, densely packed and incomparably shocking. And the tallest ruined spire was even close to 100 meters. The style of all the buildings was elvish style, and seemed to have gone through a long period of time. They had long been covered with black moss, and the damage was quite severe. The color of the entire ruins was dark blue. Coupled with the original black geology of the Gloom Mountain Range, it seemed to have a different kind of gloomy and terrifying, but even if it was long ruined, one could still see the former glory of the ruins. This was a lost elven city, and at the end of the valley, one could see a deep and huge cave. Faintly eerie wind and the roar of monsters could be faintly heard, as if it was connected to another unknown world. Rivendell, this must be Rivendell. At this moment, Lunchbox no longer had a trace of doubt in his heart. He took a deep breath, took a few screenshots, and uploaded them to the game forum. Boxed Lunch's screenshot quickly caused a sensation on the official forum of Elven Nation. It had to be said that Rivendell was indeed a city of miracles. Even after thousands of years, the elf-style buildings were still magnificent and majestic. As the former manufacturing and mining center of the Elven Kingdom, the remnants of various mine carts and various forging furnaces added a bit of steampunk flavor to this place. In addition, the thousands of years of ruin brought about the vicissitudes of life, as well as the eerie silence of the gloomy canyon, added a heavy sense of mystery to the place. The crisscrossing mine tunnels, the large-scale buildings, the dark and mysterious colors, all in all, this was a typical lost ruin in the fantasy games of the player's dreams. The number of replies to the post increased rapidly. Damn! This ruin is quite amazing. It fulfills all my fantasies about the lost world. Is the deep hole at the end the entrance to the underground world? This new map feels great. I've been adventuring in the forest recently. Although the scenery is great, I feel that it lacks the excitement of exploring the mysteries. I'm curious about the monsters in the new map. There are fewer and fewer monsters in the elven forest that we can defeat now. We can't defeat the remaining monsters, and it's not safe to go to places further away. I wonder if Rivendell has crypt spiders, kobolds, or something. Let's not talk about the monsters first. Even Jade Linsue, which was emptied by the elves once, has so many good things. As the manufacturing capital, I heard that Rivendell didn't have time to evacuate when it was destroyed. It must have buried more treasures, right? You're tempting me. The players were excited. Boxed Lunch's screenshot of Rivendell became the most popular post on the forum. In the game, the World Channel was also flooded with players. Boxed Lunch Boss. Start a live stream. Yes. Yes. We want to see Rivendell in advance. Boxed Lunch Boss. I heard that you were captured by the human merchants. Take a screenshot. We want to see what the human merchants look like. Boxed Lunch Boss. The Calabash said that you have a beautiful elf girl by your side. Is that true? F*CK, there are even NPC girls. Damn winners in life, I'm jealous. What about you guys? That's great. This is the rhythm of a hero saving a damsel in distress. I also want to trigger a hidden quest with an NPC lady. Are you trying to trigger a hidden plot? You're just greedy for the NPC's favorability. You're despicable. I think it's more likely that he's lusting after the NPC's bodies. Pfft. All of you are geniuses. Lunchbox, he took a deep breath and blocked the world channel that was getting more and more crooked. The elven girl at the side looked nervously at the human mercenaries around her. She then glanced at the lunchbox that was distracted, looking at the game system interface, and pursed her lips slightly. Wood is wood, what time is it now? You're still in a daze. Ever since she heard from Boxed Lunchbox that there was a silver-ranked warrior in the human caravan, she had been in a bad mood. However, the culprit, the blockhead, didn't seem to be afraid at all. It was unknown whether he was really not afraid, or if he was too careless. As for the silver-ranked reinforcements that Boxed Lunchbox mentioned, the girl was skeptical. Anyway, she was now regretting her rash choice. What if this blockhead wasn't reliable and they bumped into a silver-ranked warrior? Wouldn't they all die? Imagining the consequences, the girl couldn't help but shudder. After blocking the world channel, Lunchbox shifted his attention to the caravan. The scale of this human caravan wasn't large. There were only about 50 to 60 people, and mercenaries made up about half of them. To avoid alerting the enemy, Lunchbox didn't try to sense their strength. However, after observing the movements and footsteps of these mercenaries, he roughly judged that their strength shouldn't be very high. Most of them probably hadn't even reached middle-level Dark Iron. This made Lunchbox a little surprised. He felt that the strength of the human mercenaries seemed to be a little low. Actually, this was because Lunchbox wasn't too clear about the general strength of intelligent creatures in the world of Seekers. In the human world, there weren't many people who could reach the Dark Iron level. Out of 100 people, there might only be 2 or 3 professionals who had broken through to level 10. Most of them were only at the level of an apprentice. And the cost of hiring professionals wasn't cheap. Generally speaking, a low-level Dark Iron human didn't have to worry about employment at all. Any mercenary group or caravan would welcome them. Human caravans in the world of Seekers usually had the goal of maximizing profits. When hiring mercenaries to escort them, caravans would try their best to hire professionals with low costs. Generally speaking, they would hire a large number of low-level professional mercenaries, plus 1 or 2 capable professionals to hold the fort. The reason why Lunchbox felt that the mercenaries were weak was because he had always dealt with magical beasts and half-orcs. In fact, the magical beasts and half-orcs they encircled, even in the eyes of ordinary humans, were ferocious and powerful creatures or intelligent creatures. Of course, although the average strength of humans was low, there were a large number of humans, so on the whole, there were more professionals. Moreover, among the lucky ones who became professionals, there was no lack of humans who went further. The Sauron family was able to look down on the continent because of such powerful people. If one looked at the overall strength of humans, they were actually the strongest in the world of seekers. The rulers of the Eternal Era were humans. If it weren't for the internal strife among humans, which resulted in them being divided into several countries, their combined strength would be feared by any intelligent race, as the famous Sauron caravan on the continent, as long as they were able to defend against the monsters along the way and display the banner of the Sauron family. No one would dare to have any ideas about them. Therefore, although the value of the goods this caravan was escorting wasn't low, the overall strength of the caravan was only 2 capable silver professionals. Of course, silver professionals were already very strong. Lunchbox's eyes flashed slightly as he looked at the front of the caravan. There was a human wizard who looked about 50 or 60 years old, dressed in luxurious clothes. Beside him stood a tall, golden-haired swordsman. Even though they were far away, Lunchbox could still feel the powerful aura on their bodies. Silver, they were the 2 silver professionals in the human caravan. After a while, the caravan stopped in front of a 100-meter-tall tower in the ruins. The mercenaries drove the trucks into a secret ruin next to the tower and escorted Lunchbox and the elven girl into the tower. After entering the tower, the 2 understood that this was one of the strongholds of the smuggling caravan. Unlike the dilapidated outside, the inside of the tower was well maintained, and all kinds of living facilities were complete. However, the air inside was very turbid, which made the 2 frown subconsciously. After the caravan entered, there were a few suspected guards who came up to welcome the caravan. Lunchbox saw one of them come to the leading wizard and bowed, saying flatteringly, "Sir Baruth, you're finally here. The other side has urged the goods several times. The amount this time is too big. If you didn't come, I wouldn't dare to trade." The wizard named Baruth said with a smile, "The kingdom has been strict recently. Recently, the kingdom's investigation has been very tight, so I took a detour. While I was at it, I made a small fortune from the beastmen, and I also had an unexpected harvest." After that, he pointed to Lunchbox and the elven girl. "Here, 2 more elves. Lock them up too. When the time comes, we'll deal with them together with the goods." 2 more? The man's eyes lit up. He sized up the 2 of them and nodded. "Very good, I'll have them locked up." After that, he waved his hand, and 2 more people came forward to take Lunchbox and the elves down. Lunchbox and the elves didn't resist, but as if they had really lost their strength, they were escorted by the humans into the depths of the tower. There was a dark passage that led straight underground. Under the escort of the humans, they walked down the underground passage for 10 minutes and finally came to a deep and damp cell. As soon as they arrived, Lunchbox saw 7 or 8 young elves locked up. The elves didn't look old, at least, from a human's point of view. The oldest looked like a 12 or 13-year-old human, and the youngest looked like a 5 or 6-year-old child. Of course, with Air Moonlight as an example, Boxed Lunch knew that even the youngest elf was old enough to be his big brother. However, he noticed that the hair color of these elves was different from the elven girls. Some had blonde hair, some had red hair, some had brown hair, and some had green hair. However, they didn't have the same grayish-black hair as Boxed Lunch and the girl. According to the player's understanding, the elves in Elven Nation were divided into many tribes, and the best way to distinguish between tribes was to look at their hair color and eye color. The difference in hair color meant that these young elves and the girl were not from the same tribe. These elves were huddled in a corner, and some of the younger ones had already fallen asleep in the arms of their companions, but their faces were faintly visible with tears that had not been wiped away. The older elves who were awake were vigilantly watching the outside of the cell. Their faces were pale, and even if they forced themselves to be calm, they couldn't hide the fear and confusion in their eyes. When Boxed Lunch and the others were brought in, they instantly attracted the elves' attention. After seeing the tied-up elven girl, an older male elf instantly widened his eyes. He rushed to the front of the cell door, grabbed the bars, and shouted, "Ye! Sister Nightingale! You! Why are you also caught?" His voice was clear and tender, and it was filled with surprise and worry. Sister? Sister was also caught? His voice attracted the attention of the other young elves. Soon, everyone rushed to the door and looked at the girl with gazes of attachment, worry, or sadness. Sister Nightingale. It's really Sister Nightingale. Sister, did they do anything to you? Sister, are you hurt? Sister Nightingale. You. Why are you also? Looking at the young faces, the elven girl called Nightingale breathed a sigh of relief, and her expression became gentle. She nodded at the elves and gave them a look that said, "Don't worry," to comfort them. "Get in. Don't make a fuss." Seeing the elves swarming in front of the prison door, the two humans cursed and whipped the bars of the prison door again, causing a series of screams. It was not until the elves had cowered back into the deepest part of the cell that they stopped, satisfied. Ugh. Nightingale's eyes widened when she saw the rude actions of the humans. She glared at the human wielding the whip and instinctively tried to break free from the rope, but she was quickly kicked by Boxed Lunch. The girl turned around angrily, but when she saw Boxed Lunch's calm eyes, the anger in her heart gradually subsided. She understood the meaning of Boxed Lunch's gaze. Calm down. The humans did not put Boxed Lunch and Nightingale in the cell of the young elves. Instead, they took them to another cell in the depths of the city that was specially designed for professionals. This prison cell seemed to be even sturdier and deeper. After throwing the two of them into the prison cell, they left. After making sure that the human was far away, the elf girl called Nightingale stood up. She instantly broke free from the rope on her body, pulled off the cloth on her mouth, and then immediately went to the door of the cell and began to pick the lock. The girl was skillful, and in less than a minute, the heavy lock was easily opened by her. Just when Nightingale's spirit was lifted and she was about to rush out of the cell, she heard Boxed Lunch's voice behind her. "Are you going to die?" As if she was doused with cold water from head to toe, Nightingale suddenly calmed down. Her movements were slightly sluggish, and her clear voice trembled a little. "They are my brother and sister, I'm going to save them." Boxed Lunch was silent for a moment, then said, "Wait for reinforcements." After that, he pointed above, then stretched out 2 fingers and shook his head. 2 silver. Hearing his words, Nightingale returned, grabbed Boxed Lunch's shoulder, and said with a trembling voice, "I know there are 2 humans with silver strength, and one of them is a mage. But. Her voice carried a hint of sobbing. "Trust me." Boxed Lunch's voice was low and powerful. Hearing Boxed Lunch's words, Nightingale's grip on his hands gradually loosened, and she knelt on the ground. Can I really trust you?" Seeing their scared faces, I'm really worried, they're still children. As she spoke, Nightingale began to sob softly. Boxed Lunch didn't say anything. He hesitated for a moment, then reached out and put his hand on the girl's shoulder to comfort her. Nightingale sobbed for a while, then gradually stopped. She wiped her red eyes, and began to tell her story. "I hate humans, they destroyed my home. After the War of Gods 1,000 years ago, the Dark Shadow tribe was divided into several branches, and our branch, about 100 years ago, chose to sneak into human society and live in seclusion. The most dangerous place is the safest place. In fact, our tribe is good at hiding, and while hiding our identity, we would change places every once in a while. Although we were drifting, we survived. The name Nightingale was given by my mother. In the Elven language, Nightingale symbolizes beauty and freedom. She hoped that I could live freely. Nightingale Shadow, the meaning is good, but how could it be? A wandering life is full of risks." Later, out of sympathy and kindness, the elders of the family saved an injured human knight, but accidentally let the other party discover our identity. That knight swore that he was grateful for our help and wouldn't tell anyone about our secret. He did perform very well, and his words were sincere. Hard-working, humble, kind, and loyal, he almost met all of our elven understanding of knights. So, the elders believed in him. But I was very against it. I don't trust humans. I think that we should kill the person who discovered our secret, no matter who the other party is. However, I was reprimanded by the elders. They firmly and naively believed that knights would abide by the code of knights, and would not reveal the secret of their benefactor. At this point, Nightingale sneered. "How could it be? That's a human." After that human left, he quickly returned with a group of mercenaries. What loyalty? What kindness? In front of benefits, everything is fake. The price of a young female elf is enough to make an ordinary person become rich. How could the greedy humans not be moved? That branch of our clan was wiped out because of this. I saw with my own eyes my father was killed by humans when he resisted. My mother was defiled by them. In the end, even I was captured by the slave traders. At that time, I was already in despair. It was another senior who lived in seclusion in human society who saved me. She was not an elf, but she sympathized with elves. She opened an orphanage, but in fact, she took in the elves she saved from the humans. Including me, and my younger siblings. My younger siblings were not from the Dark Shadow tribe, but they were pitiful children who were persecuted by humans. We hid our identities and hid in the orphanage. It was the senior who gave us a second home. Although we needed to hide our identities, at least, we survived again. I am the oldest. The senior taught me a lot. I once followed the senior to sneak into the human caravan and saved many of my companions. My younger siblings called me sister. They were very close to me, and I loved them very much. Later, the senior passed away in an accident. As the oldest sister, I wanted to continue the senior's dying wish and continue to maintain the orphanage, and save the elves from the humans, but I didn't expect the senior's death to arouse the humans' suspicion, and they discovered our secret. While I was out, my brothers and sisters were all captured. I chased them all the way here, hoping to save them, but I didn't expect to be so powerless. I am really a failure of a sister. Nightingale shed tears and looked sadly at the box of food. Is there really no shelter for us elves in this world? We can only be goods? Why? Why is this so? What did we do wrong? Is kindness really a sin? Will kindness really only bring misfortune? If it is really like this, I would rather fall into darkness. But where does our future lie? Hearing Nightingale's words, the box of food fell silent. After a moment, he took a deep breath and said, "There is." Is there? Nightingale's eyes were filled with tears. Even if we are really saved this time, it will just be another cycle of hiding and being hunted. We have lost our powerful strength, and only this damn, good-looking appearance, and the yearning for lifespan and special constitution. Do we really have a future like this? Nightingale grasped the box of food's lapels and asked with a bitter smile. The box of food lowered his head and looked at her. His expression was still calm, but his eyes were much gentler. There is. This time, his voice was much gentler. There is protection and a future. After he finished speaking, the whole cell suddenly shook slightly, and a cloud of dust rose. Faintly, there seemed to be a high-pitched dragon's roar coming from above. The box of food took a deep breath and helped the somewhat stunned Nightingale up. It's done. His aura continued to rise, and his eyes gradually became sharp. The reinforcements are here. He pulled out a dagger that he had been hiding from the bottom of his shoe. Reinforcements? Nightingale was slightly stunned. Boxed Lunch didn't say anything more. He kicked open the cell door opened by Nightingale and took the lead to go out. You go and save the others. He dropped a sentence, then came to the entrance of the dungeon and hid in the shadow of the corner of the stairs. The whole cell shook again, and the screams of the humans seemed to be faintly heard. Nightingale's pointed ears moved slightly, and her eyes gradually became bright. She sniffed her red nose, wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes, then rushed out of the cell and came to the cell where several young elves were imprisoned. Sister Nightingale. Seeing Nightingale running, several elves greeted her at the same time. Step back, I'll unlock it. Nightingale said. A few young elves nodded and obediently stepped back. An older elf hesitated for a moment and curiously asked, Sister Nightingale. Who is he? He looked in the direction where Boxed Lunch was hiding. Nightingale hesitated and replied, a friend I met on the road, and he came with me to save you. It seems that. I haven't asked his name yet. Nightingale was a little ashamed. Soon, she opened the door of the prison cell, and a few young elves were energized and escaped from the prison cell one after another. However, at this time, the sound of hurried footsteps suddenly came from the stairs at the entrance of the dungeon. Quick! Take those elves, let's go. Damn it! Where did this crazy black dragon come from? I don't know how long Cerberus can resist. Doesn't it know that we are from the Sauron family? It's just a young black dragon. Stop talking, let's hurry up. Two fully armed human mercenaries trotted all the way down, cursing as they walked. As soon as they reached the underground, they saw Nightingale and others who had escaped. For a moment, Nightingale and they looked at each other. Mercenary. Mercenaries, her pupils shrank slightly. Damn it. We were discovered. Nightingale's expression tightened, and she quickly protected her younger brothers and sisters behind her. The two human mercenaries were stunned when they saw the escaping elves. Immediately, their faces became fierce, and they were ready to call for their companions. However, just as they were about to speak, an agile figure suddenly rushed out from behind them. It was a box lunch. With a dagger in hand and an indifferent expression on his face, he passed through the two startled mercenaries like a bolt of lightning. His movements were graceful and swift, and the dagger easily sliced through their bodies. In that second, Nightingale only saw a dazzling silver light flash in front of her eyes. Skill, double flash stab. When she took a closer look, the lunchbox was already in front of her. All right, let's go. He put down the dagger in his hand and said calmly. Leave. Nightingale was stunned when she saw the mercenary behind the lunchbox safe and sound. At this moment, a long line of blood suddenly appeared on the necks of the two mercenaries. Along with a pff sound, a terrifying wound split open on their necks, and a large amount of blood spurted out. The two of them were still in a daze. They didn't seem to have figured out what had happened. Nightingale only saw them covering their necks in disbelief, opening their mouths and spitting out blood clots. Then, their bodies went limp and slowly fell to the ground. At this time, Nightingale finally reacted and looked at the lunchbox in shock. She covered her mouth in surprise, and her eyes were full of shock and splendor. He just killed two mercenaries who were at least level 15 with a single blow. He could still be so powerful even with the curse of the race, and he wasn't as pedantic as the ordinary people. Who was he? He was really a tough and mysterious blockhead. The group of young elves also looked at the lunchbox in shock. Their expressions were a little bit fearful, but also a little bit of worship. The older elves covered the younger children's eyes to prevent them from seeing the bloody scene. Faintly, the lunchbox could hear the elves exclaiming, What a powerful brother! Could it be the legendary elf patrol? It feels a little scary. The lunchbox glanced at everyone, but he didn't care. He turned around and walked up the stairs. Follow me, he said. Nightingale was stunned, but then her spirit was lifted, and she called her younger brothers and sisters to follow. When she stepped over the mercenaries' corpses, she hesitated for a moment, but she also bravely picked up their weapons and followed the lunchbox with the other elves. When they walked out of the dungeon, they found that the interior of the tower had fallen into chaos. The members of the human caravan were hurriedly packing up, and most of the mercenaries who acted as guards were gone. Outside the tower, they could faintly hear the screams of humans and the cheerful and playful roars of dragons. There were no strong enemies in the tower. The lunchbox's eyes flashed, and he clenched the dagger in his hand. Seeing the elves suddenly rushing out of the dungeon, the caravan members suddenly exclaimed, It's the elves! How did they escape? Quick! Subdue them quickly! A few mercenaries heard the cries of the caravan members and hurried over from outside. The lunchbox's eyes flashed, and he rushed into the crowd again. His movements were agile, as if there was no one around, and the few human mercenaries who rushed up were stabbed in the vitals by him. Middle-level dark iron. He must be a middle-level dark iron elf. Quick! Quick, call the leader! Seeing the mercenaries who were vulnerable under the attack of the lunchbox, the caravan members who stayed behind exclaimed. A member hesitated for a moment, picked up a bag of gold coins, turned around, and ran out of the tower. Humph! The lunchbox's eyes flashed, and he picked up a steel sword on the ground and threw it out. The steel sword shot out quickly and rushed to the fleeing caravan member, stabbing him through the heart. Outside the tower, more than 20 human mercenaries, led by silver-ranked mages and warriors, were struggling to resist the black dragon Meryl. On the ground, there were traces of the dragon's breath everywhere, and a few unlucky mercenaries had already fallen. However, the black dragon was unscathed. He flew in the sky, looking at the mercenaries on the ground with a mocking gaze. Silver-ranked mage Baruth looked at the young black dragon who appeared out of nowhere, and his expression was very ugly. How many years had it been? How many years had it been since the patriarch of the Sauron family broke through to legend and got in touch with the Lord of the Underworld? No one dared to provoke the majesty of the Sauron family for many years. Unexpectedly, a young black dragon who was only silver-ranked dared to bully them. Damned beast. Arrogant, Baruth clenched his staff, and his face was gloomy. He looked at the mercenaries who fell to the ground around him, gritted his teeth, and said, "Black Dragon. Do you know who we are?" "TSK. Evil smuggling caravan." Myrtle glanced at him disdainfully and roared, "Rua," and said haughtily, "That's right. Greedy, evil humans. Leave all your treasures behind. Lord Merrill can consider letting go." Ahem, halfway through, there was a light cough in the little black dragon's ear. Merrill's expression was slightly stiff. He coughed twice, put on a straight face, and said righteously again, "No, no. Greedy, evil humans. Leave all your treasures and the kidnapped elves. Lord Merrill can consider letting you go." At this time, Baruth noticed a petite figure hiding on the back of the black dragon. His eyes condensed slightly, and then he threw out an illumination spell. The dark world was suddenly illuminated, and Baruth also saw the salty meow on the back of the black dragon. For a moment, his expression was full of astonishment. "Elf?" In Salty Meow's livestream, the players' comments flew up as they watched the human caravan fighting against the black dragon. "Tisk, these human models are so ugly. I'm a little disappointed." "What do you know? This is called realistic modeling. In reality, how many good-looking people can you find on the streets? And how come Westerners don't feel immersive? Do you want to see Asians with long beards and Taoist robes in Xianxia games and Western fantasy games? That's not immersive at all. That being said, I still think they're so ugly. They're only a little better than orcs. Tisk, we're elves, how can they compare? By the way, I think they're a little weak. They couldn't even withstand the first wave of dragon breath from silly Arii. After all, Merrill is already a silver upper. My heart aches for those equipment. The dragon breath destroyed all the equipment. Sigh, letting the black dragon do anything is good, but it doesn't know how to control its strength. I feel the same way. The players were all talking at once. Baruth didn't know how cheerful the enemy opposite him was chatting. At this moment, he was already in a daze, an elf riding on the back of the black dragon. He dared to swear in the name of the eternal Lord Idio that if he told others about this scene he saw, others would think that he had gone crazy from drinking fake wine. The black dragon. That was the most despicable and shameless existence among the colorful dragons known for their evil and ferocious nature, and elves. They were recognized as the most beautiful, kindest, and honest intelligent race in the world of seekers. How did these two extreme existences get involved together? Barutha's first thought was, could this elf be a plaything raised by the black dragon? The megalosaurus in the world of seekers had extremely strange personalities. In addition to the pursuit of treasure, many megalosaurus also had all kinds of strange hobbies. It was not impossible for him to encounter a megalosaurus that liked to raise elves. However, even if the megalosaurus was raising elves, how could the proud megalosaurus allow an elf to ride on its back? After all, this elf looked very weak. As a golden race that respected strength, the megalosaurus would never allow a weakling to climb over its head unless there were great benefits. Could it be that this was also the black dragon's personal hobby? It liked to let cute female elves ride on its body, but that female elf didn't seem to be afraid. On the contrary, he seemed to be a little excited. What kind of combination was this? Baruth was very puzzled. However, this didn't stop him from trying to negotiate with the other party. "Your Excellency Black Dragon, I don't know how we've offended you. You're very powerful, and we don't want to be your enemy." After saying that, he changed the topic. "But I have to tell you that our caravan belongs to the great Sauron family. At the same time, I also hope that you won't try to make an enemy out of the Sauron family and challenge their bottom line." Barris emphasized the words House of Sauron. The name of the House Sauron was still very useful. Generally speaking, if the caravan encountered difficulties during the journey, as long as this name was shown, even the megalosaurus would be wary. With the background of a powerhouse with legendary strength, plus it was likely to be involved with the ancient existence of demigods or even higher, such a force was enough to form a dragon-slaying team. Except for those old monsters in the megalosaurus who had lived for thousands of years, no one dared to joke with their lives. This time, Barris also firmly believed that as long as he showed the banner of his family, the black dragon would definitely retreat. After all, this was just a young black dragon. As long as the family wanted, they could just send a few high-grade professions, and it would be enough to harvest a dragon crystal. Seeing that the humans stopped negotiating, the players in the live broadcast room were also stunned. Huh? They're scared? After all, it's a caravan. They must be afraid of encountering the black dragon, right? I thought there was going to be a fight. No, can't you hear that this is a threat? House Soren? What kind of family is this? Looking at his expression, he seems to have a strong background. Tisk. Can he have a stronger background than ours? That's true. Our boss is the goddess. 1,000 years ago, she single-handedly resisted the existence of the gods. By the way, Meowster won't really let them go, right? I don't know if Sister Meowster will, but anyway, since they've shown their wealth, I don't believe Meryl will let them go. That's true, that guy is very greedy, unless they're really scared. The players' comments were getting more and more, and the black dragon also clearly heard the name Barris reported. House Soren? His eyes lit up, and there was no fear in his expression. Instead, there was a flash of excitement. Is it the House Soren that stirred up trouble all over the continent, smuggled contraband everywhere, and sold intelligent races, and plundered a lot of wealth? Barris was speechless. Listening to the black dragon's series of unpleasant names, his face was a little ugly. The old mage suppressed the anger in his heart, secretly remembered the name Meryl, and nodded. It's the great House Soren. Since the black dragon recognized it, then no matter what it thought of his family, it would definitely shrink back. It's called Meryl, it's just a young black dragon. There will be plenty of opportunities to deal with it in the future, but then, the little black dragon became even more excited. You're actually the House Soren. That's great. Great. Then, your caravan must have a lot of treasures. Stay. Be sure to leave all of them. The players in the live broadcast room were speechless. See, what did I say? Sure enough, the black dragon is greedy. Wait a minute. Did it forget about the captured elves again? They teased. On the other hand, Meryl's breathing gradually became heavier, and even his bell-sized dragon eyes turned red from excitement. The House Soren, that's the richest human consortium family in the whole continent. This time, it was the right choice to come out. Not only could it punish evil and promote good, but it could also gain a lot of treasures. The little black dragon became more and more excited. Baruth was speechless. After listening to the black dragon's words, his face became even uglier. Where did this inexperienced black dragon come from? Knowing that they were from the House Soren caravan, he still had designs on them. Suppressing his anger, he said, "That's right. Black dragon. Do you know who's behind our family?" Meryl picked his ears and yawned. Rua. Isn't it just a legend? I heard from father that it seems to have some relationship with an ancient god, but so what? At this point, Meryl raised his head with a proud expression. Isn't it just a true god? It's not like Lord Meryl hasn't seen one before. Alive. Even more powerful. Lord Meryl has also talked and laughed with the great true god. He has even been bestowed by him. He has also specially arranged for his followers to serve Meryl. Hee, what are you? The little black dragon raised his head high with a proud face. After that, his expression became a little ferocious. In addition, Meryl wants to warn you. Lord Meryl is a righteous, great silver dragon. It wasn't a black dragon. Although Meryl looks like a black dragon, he has the heart of a silver dragon. Meryl will become a great silver dragon sooner or later. Evil human, your slander has aroused the anger of Lord Meryl. Now, not only do you have to leave all the treasures and elves behind, but you also have to cut off your 2 arms. Silver dragon, looking at Meryl's black dragon scales and skull armor, Baruth was a little stunned. This black dragon. Is there something wrong with its head? It wants to preach justice, a black dragon preaching justice? And, it actually said that it knows a true god, the Lord of Eternity above. This is the biggest joke I've ever heard. What era is this? This young dragon looks no more than 300 years old. There hasn't been a true god walking on the continent for 1,000 years, moreover, how could a true god be interested in a young dragon? It has to be a legendary dragon, right? It also bestows and provides the service of a blessed, haha. The messengers of the true gods are arrogant, how could they be willing to serve it? Who does it think it is? Nidhogg, the dragon of despair. As expected of the most despicable and shameless black dragon, it doesn't even blush when lying. Baruth let out a sneer. However, he also knew that with the strength of the caravan, there was really no way to fight against this black dragon. This time they didn't bring any trump cards. If they really fought, the caravan would lose. He took a deep look at Meryl, suppressed his anger, and said, "We can give up all the goods and leave here, but... Your Excellency Black Dragon, don't go too far. Otherwise, I'll let my men destroy all the goods, including those elves." "You dare to threaten me?" Meryl's face suddenly became gloomy. Hearing the black dragon's unkind voice, the players in the live broadcast room were also amused. Pfft. "You dare to threaten the silly second black? Don't you know that the silly second black hates it the most? That's a fool who can be persuaded but not cowed by force. It's cold, let's burn some incense for the old mage in advance." "Are we really going to let the black dragon sweep through? Won't the dragon breath destroy all the equipment? Can't we promise them first? For example, make a promise first, then turn hostile after getting benefits. Agree, stab them again when they leave. It would be even better if we can swindle them for equipment. It can also reduce their strength." "That's a good idea. Also, I heard that this quest doesn't reward the number of revivals. If someone dies, we'll suffer a loss." "Pfft. Does Sister Meow lack those contribution points?" "Meowsis isn't bad, but what about the others? You make it sound nice, but what if the human caravan doesn't believe you?" "Stupid. Let Sister Cat do it. The black dragon isn't trustworthy enough, but what about the elves? Damn. You guys are so evil." "Black? This was called strategy. It's called a strategy. We're players." Looking at the bullet screen, Salty Meow's eyes flashed and he had an idea. Hey. Meryl." She suddenly moved closer to the black dragon's ear and whispered a few words. Baruth saw that after whispering a few words in the elf's ear, the black dragon's eyes lit up slightly, and his expression was not so angry. This made him even more curious. What was the relationship between this elf and the black dragon? However, he gradually saw that the black dragon was actually not the leader. The real leader was probably that elf, perhaps not the leader, but she could indeed influence the black dragon's decision. What was going on with this black dragon? It actually listened to the words of an elf. Could it be that the elf had subdued the black dragon? This was impossible, right? Baruth became more and more confused. However, since he found out that this black dragon could actually be influenced by the elf, the worry in Baruth's heart immediately dissipated a lot. Because the elf would never be ruthless to the enemy, he believed that as long as the caravan met the other party's conditions, the elf would definitely persuade the black dragon to let them go. If he suffered a loss, then so be it. He would have a chance to get it back in the future. At this time, Baruth also heard the black dragon's voice again then. "Okay. Meryl has changed his mind. The previous ones don't count. Don't count. You can leave the treasure and the elf, but you must hand over all your weapons and equipment. Well, you only have one chance. Rua. This is what Meryl's friend fought for you. Baruth, he actually wants our equipment, this greedy and evil bastard." He looked angrily at Meryl. And the black dragon also stared back, uncompromising. Meryl's temper isn't good. "You only have one chance. Well, this is still for the sake of my friend." After a moment, Baruth helplessly gave up. "Okay. You guys keep your word." When he said this, he didn't look at the black dragon, but at the Salty Meow. The black dragon with the strength of a silver upper really wasn't something they could resist now. However, the cunning black dragon wasn't trustworthy, but if it was an elf, then it was different. Elves were all good and kept their promises. They could do what they said. Thinking of this, Baruth was slightly relieved. Fortunately, this black dragon had an elf companion. If it was really a crazy young black dragon, their caravan would probably be wiped out today. Although he didn't know how they got together, it seemed that this elf could more or less influence the black dragon. In fact, it was only because of the elf's influence that this black dragon would say something about pursuing justice, right? As long as they got the elf's promise, they would be safe. It seemed that, after going back this time, he had to report to the higher-ups and equip the caravan with some trump cards to fight against more powerful existences. Just treat this setback as a lesson. He, Baruth, would definitely get back at them. Seeing Baruth's gaze, the salty meow was slightly stunned. However, she quickly understood. She rolled her eyes and said with a smile, "Brother, you're right. Well, we'll keep our word." Hearing the elf's promise, Baruth was completely relieved. He took a deep look at the black dragon and called the other caravan members and mercenaries to start taking off their equipment. This time, he made a note of it. But sooner or later, he would make this black dragon and the elf pay the price. Seeing the humans start to take off their equipment, the players in the live broadcast room were stunned. Damn, they really took it off. Who came up with the idea just now? It actually worked. Ha 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 ha. Aren't these human NPCs too honest? They actually took off their equipment. What about their IQ? Did they pay taxes? Are they stupid? How much strength do they have after taking off their equipment? The IQ of the villain NPCs is too low. Bad review. They believe verbal promises? If it were me, I would ask to swear to the true God. Pfft. You forgot, in his opinion, the elves have no true God. How can he swear? And it doesn't make a difference to them whether they take it off or not, right? They'll be killed by the black dragon anyway. Then he believes what Sister Meow says. Because we're elves. So the credibility of elves is so high? The NPCs will believe whatever they say. You just realized it. It's always been like this. After all, this is character design. Hiss. Now that you mention it, I suddenly have some bold ideas. Say, if the elves' identities can be exposed in the future, and we go to human towns to cause trouble, hee hee, hee hee hee, hee 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 hee, come on. Don't embarrass the elves anymore. The live broadcast room was full of a cheerful atmosphere. After 350,000 words, it was finally time for the book to be published. Tomorrow, that is, December 13th, Friday 12 o'clock noon, The Game of the World Tree will be published on time. It will be published at 5 p.m. It will be published together at 12 p.m. I hope everyone can support this first order. Also, I'm asking for monthly votes in advance. 2 chapters will be published at 11 p.m. today and no more at night. Tomorrow, it will be published at 12:05 p.m. After that, the update time will return to normal. Now that I have 0 chapters, and Crobbing's hands are bad, I need to work hard today. Speaking of which, this is Crobbing's second time being published, so I'm quite excited. First of all, I want to thank my editor, Xiao Yuan. She has given me a lot of support and has given me a lot of recommendations for this book. Sanjiang, editor Xiao Feng's recommendation, first order, and now, 37,000 words. As a flop, I didn't even dare to think about it. Especially in November, when all the big shots are gathered. Therefore, to be able to eat all the recommendations until now, I'm really satisfied. When the book was first published, Crobbing felt that it would be good if it could get 10,000 words. Of course, I also want to thank my readers for supporting me. Thank you for your daily recommendation votes. Thank you for your rewards. Thank you for your reviews and comments. Crobbing's favorite thing is to read your reviews and comments. Every time I see your likes, Crobbing's heart is filled with passion and motivation. I love all of you. Mwax, then, it was the routine part of the author's pitiful act. I'm really pitiful, too pitiful to look at, so pitiful that it's earth-shattering. Alright, let's not talk about this anymore. Actually, Crobbing was a bitter graduate without any core competitiveness. Recently, he was at a low point in finding a job and had already felt the beating of society. If not for the good numbers of the new book as a consolation, Crobbing would probably be quite disappointed. I still hope that everyone can come to Qidian to support the First Order. Let the new book's results be a stimulant for Crobbing. After all, the First Order was really important. As for the future direction of the book, and whether it would be a failure or not, you don't have to worry about this. Although it's a little rough, Crobbing still has a 20,000-word outline. Hee hee hee. Let's talk about the rules. First, the First Order results. Gubing took note of the other books that were on the shelves. Probably, the results of the books that were on the shelves would not be lower than the highest number of recommendation votes during the recommendation period. The highest number of daily subscriptions during Gubing's recommendation period was yesterday. There were about 2,400 subscriptions. Let's use 2,400 as the standard. I'm nervous. If I don't even have 2,400 subscriptions, it will be very embarrassing. Starting from 2,400 initial subscriptions, every 200 subscriptions will add a new chapter. If tomorrow is the first day's premium product, I'll add another chapter. Once the average subscription rate stabilized, it would be the same. Every time the average subscription rate increased by 200, he would add a new chapter, all the way until the end of the book. Then came the reward increase. As for the reward, because Crobbing was a graduate and had limited time to write, the reward was set higher. Guild Master, I'll add 2 more chapters. Actually, I'm already very happy that everyone can support the full subscription. Haha, tipping should be done within one's means. Then, I'll just have to see how much I need to improve tomorrow's results. He hoped that it would make Gubing yawn a little more, and after it was put on the shelves, it would slowly return to normal. Alright, I've finished talking about the rules for adding new chapters. Once again, I ask for everyone's support for the initial subscription. At the same time, I'll ask for monthly votes in advance, including the pirated readers. It was just a matter of a dime. Welcome to Qidian to read the exciting chapters. Please, this is really important to Gubing. Thank you everyone. Love you all. With the elf's promise, the human mercenaries quickly took off their equipment under Barutha's order and put them together according to the Black Dragon's instructions. And they could only wear simple coarse underwear, shivering in the cold wind of the canyon at night. After the mercenaries took off their equipment, Baruth was surprised to see a few tall figures suddenly emerge from the ruins in the distance. That turned out to be a few elves. Their equipment was gorgeous, and they jogged over happily. Then, they took all the equipment that the mercenaries had taken off and happily carried them away. Their happy expressions when looking at the equipment, especially when looking at Barutha's robe and staff, and the mercenary leader's silver longsword, were simply undisguised. That skillful action of picking up equipment. God knows how many times they had done similar things. They were very much like robbers. And that excited expression was simply like a small citizen who had made a fortune, without the elegance and indifference of the elves. Baruth was speechless. He rubbed his eyes, thinking that he had seen wrongly. Was that expression really something an elf should have? For some reason, he suddenly felt a little uneasy in his heart. Was it the disguise of other races? Baruth narrowed his eyes and quietly threw out an identification spell, but the feedback he got was indeed from the elves. Illusion, he rubbed his temples. But in any case, the elves were the most honest. As long as he did as they said, the elf would definitely convince the Black Dragon. Baruth convinced himself in his heart. He had dealt with the elves a lot. Although most of them were on the opposite side, he knew the credibility of the elves very well. The elves never lied. They would definitely do what they promised, and as the kindest and most life-loving intelligent race on the continent, as long as they admitted defeat, the elves would definitely not let the Black Dragon hurt them, even if they were enemies. Similar things had already been verified by countless ancestors. The almost pathological stubbornness of the elves had even become the most effective weapon for humans to deal with them. Sir Baruth. They have taken away our things. At this time a low voice came over. Baruth turned his head and saw that the one who spoke was the accompanying mercenary leader, a powerful middle-ranked silver-blonde swordsman. The swordsman looked at his long sword that had been taken away and his expression turned ugly. Barris nodded to him and said apologetically, "I'm sorry. Sir Regiment Commander, I'm sorry. This incident happened too suddenly. When everything is over, the family will compensate you for your loss." After listening to his explanation, the commander closed his eyes and reluctantly accepted it. Baruth breathed a sigh of relief, and then said to the Black Dragon, "We've already taken off our equipment. The goods are in the ruins beside the tower, and the elves are locked up in the tower's dungeon. Now, can we leave?" "Leave?" Hearing Barutha's words, Meryl laughed mischievously, revealing his sinister teeth. "When did Meryl say that he would let you go?" Hearing this, Barutha's face darkened slightly. "Megalosaurus. Don't go too far. Then, he looked at Salty Meow on the black dragon's back. "Miss Elf, you promised us just now." Hearing Barris' words, Salty Meow nodded with an innocent face. "Yes. Yes. We do what we say." After saying that, she giggled. "We didn't breach the contract. Did you forget what Meryl said just now? The previous ones don't count. Don't count. You leave the treasures and elves, but you must hand over all your weapons and equipment." She imitated Meryl's tone. "We didn't say that we would let you go. Didn't the previous ones already not count?" Barris was speechless. After listening to Salty Meow's vivid imitation, his expression was wonderful. The black dragon, it seems that he really didn't say that he would let the caravan go, but isn't this too shameless? Isn't this cheating? In an instant, Barris' face became extremely ugly. You are extorting. You are breaking the contract. Elves. Do you still have the honor of being a silver clan? Breach the contract? Salty Meow curled her lips. When did we breach the contract? You just didn't listen carefully to our request. Barris was speechless. You don't keep your word. How can you be so shameless? Are you still an elf? He looked at Salty Meow with an angry expression. Where did this weird elf come from? Shouldn't they be the most honest? Is she really an elf? Barris was a little panicked. They were already at a disadvantage, and now they even lost their equipment. Wouldn't they completely become a dish under the black dragon's claws? Damn it. How could he make such a low-level mistake? He actually believed the enemy's words. If he had known earlier, he would have ordered everyone to break out of the encirclement, but who knew that these elves would really go back on their word? It doesn't make sense. They are elves. Looking at the angry Barris, Salty Meow's live broadcast room was filled with players' happy comments. Sigh, my IQ is too low. I've lived my life in vain. That's right. How can you believe the enemy's words? The players' mouths are liars. Ha 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 ha. Are you dumbfounded now? Sir. Times have changed. Humph. Evil must be punished, no matter what method. Meryl raised his head with a look of awe-inspiring righteousness. At this moment, the players who had just left returned. They were fully armed and looked at the caravan with smug laughter. Even little Salted Meow felt a little embarrassed when it saw that undisguised, vile look of triumph on its face, but who would hide their emotions when playing a game? Moreover, they weren't facing Fei Linsui's NPCs this time, so they didn't need to consider their image. At this moment, the players were overjoyed. There was no perfect resurrection reward in the reward for this operation. Previously, they were worried that it would be a loss if someone died during the battle. If they relied on the black dragon's strength, the enemies would be dead, and their equipment would be destroyed by the dragon's breath. But who knew that Salty Meow only said a few words, and these humans took off their equipment. Without equipment, it was equivalent to a tiger without its teeth. Except for the two silver powerhouses, the other mercenaries were no match for them. As for the two silver powerhouses, they would be dealt with by the black dragon. The upper silver little black dragon was more than enough to deal with a lower silver powerhouse and a middle silver powerhouse, even if they were equipped with equipment. This mission was simply too easy. Looking at the increasingly unfriendly black dragon and the strange elves who surrounded them, Barutha's expression changed slightly. But soon, he calmed down. He looked at Salty Meow on the black dragon's back and forced himself to calm down. Humph. Elf, your real goal is to rescue your companions, right? Hee, our people are still in the tower. If you don't want your companions to be in danger, you'd better let us go. Life in danger? The players looked at each other. And burst into laughter again. Ha ha ha. He actually said that the bento boss would be in danger? Hee. I'm afraid it's your people who are in danger. Captain, that's a ruthless person who can solo a level 20 monster in the wild. What do you mean? Barutha's eyelids twitched. At this moment, the door of the tower was suddenly kicked open, and several caravan members ran out with their faces covered in blood. They looked panicked and screamed as they ran. Help! Help! Baruth subconsciously turned his head and frowned. What's going on? A caravan member ran to him with a panicked expression. Dead. Dead. All dead. They were all killed by him. Baruth was slightly stunned. Soon after, he saw a tall figure rushing out of the tower. It was a male elf with grayish-black hair. He was holding a dagger that kept dripping blood, and his clothes were also covered in blood. His aura was fluctuating as if he had just broken through, and his expression was exceptionally cold and indifferent. It was the bento. What a strong murderous aura. This is a mid-level dark iron elf hunter. Wasn't he a low-level dark elf before I caught him? Did he advance? Baruth's expression froze. After the bento came out, Baruth did not see any caravan members continue to escape from the tower. This caused his heart to skip a beat. Wait, he should have more than a dozen people left in the tower, right? This. Could it be? He looked at the bento that was exuding a strong murderous aura, and his pupils shrank. He did it alone? How is this possible? After seeing the bento, the players who participated in the mission lit up. Captain is out. Ha ha ha. The elf NPC must have been rescued. Don't talk nonsense with them, let's go. Let's finish the mission quickly. Haha. Friends on the opposite side. Don't believe the enemy's nonsense in the next life. Hee, I wonder if the mercenaries' experience points will be higher. After that, they drew their weapons and excitedly rushed to the mercenaries who had taken off their equipment. The dark dragon, Miral, also let out a long roar of excitement, and breathed out dragon breath at the two unlucky silver professions. Nightingale swore that this was the most ruthless and powerful elf she had ever seen in her life. Although she knew that this mysterious blockhead was very strong, she did not expect him to be so strong. At the same time, he was not as pedantic as ordinary elves. Originally, she had picked up her weapon with the determination to help Boxed Lunch fight against the enemy. But after rushing out of the dungeon, she found that she was completely reduced to a spectator. Boxed Lunch was like an azure from hell, constantly shuttling through the caravan members and launching a massacre. That's right, it was a massacre. More than 10 humans, but not one of them could withstand more than 3 moves from him. This even included several fully armed mercenaries. Boxed Lunch's every move was fatal, and he showed no mercy. All the humans who fought with him were turned into experience points. So powerful. Nightingale looked at his back, her eyes full of splendor. She did not know why, but as a kind elf, she should have felt resistance and disgust towards this bloodthirsty style, but at this moment, Nightingale's heart was only filled with admiration and excitement. That's right, that's how it should be, that's how it should treat the enemy. Nightingale excitedly clenched her small fists. In the blink of an eye, the whole tower was filled with the pungent smell of blood, and not a single human was left standing. But what surprised Nightingale was that the corpses of the humans killed by Boxed Lunch rapidly withered and aged, and finally turned into ashes. It was as if all of their vitality was extracted. At the same time, in her perception, Boxed Lunch's aura was constantly growing with the killing. Nightingale's eyes instantly widened. He can absorb the enemy's vitality. What kind of ability is this? Faintly, she felt that she had heard of this similar ability before, but she could not remember where. Finally, it seemed that he had broken through a critical point. Nightingale only saw a flash of light on Boxed Lunch's body, and then his aura suddenly rose. He advanced. He actually advanced to mid-level iron, level 21, in the middle of the battle? What kind of talent is this? Nightingale's eyes were full of splendor. Boxed Lunch chased after the last 2 fleeing humans and rushed out of the tower. Seeing Boxed Lunch rushing out, Nightingale hesitated for a moment, and said to her brother and sister behind her, "Follow me closely. There will definitely be a fierce battle soon. Don't go anywhere." Although Blockhead was very powerful and seemed to have very strong reinforcements, there were still 2 silver professionals outside. That was a true mid-grade professional. Following this, there would definitely be a tough battle ahead. Thinking of this, she bit her lip, gripped her weapon tightly, and followed the footsteps of the lunchbox. As soon as she arrived at the door, Nightingale heard a loud dragon roar. A powerful dragon aura was released indiscriminately, causing her to involuntarily shiver. When Nightingale clearly saw the huge monster in the sky, her pupils could not help but slightly shrink. Black dragon? Damn it! Where did this black dragon come from? Could it be summoned by the members of the caravan? For a moment, Nightingale's face turned pale. As the representative of evil creatures, Nightingale had heard many legends about the Black Dragon. Every black dragon was a cruel and despicable existence. Nightingale's heart tightened. She immediately raised her vigilance and protected her brother and sister behind her. Her voice was serious as she quickly said, "There's a black dragon outside. Quickly find a place to hide." However, as soon as she finished speaking, she heard the black dragon's excited and joyful voice, "Rua! Evil and greedy humans! You plunder treasures and hurt elves. Today, the great Megalosaurus Meryl will seek justice for the kind elves. Show the justice of the world. Die. Rua!" Nightingale, wait, what did she just hear? This black dragon just said it would seek justice for the elves. Did she hear wrongly? Rua! Evil humans! Don't run. Quickly accept the justice of Lord Meryl. Nightingale, was it really a black dragon and not a silver or gold dragon? The girl widened her eyes and carefully looked outside. What she saw made her eyes widen even more. She actually saw the black dragon and the humans fighting together. Not only that, she also saw several fully armed elves beside the black dragon. What was going on? When did the black dragon stand with its own people? Could this be the reinforcements that Block had mentioned? They subdued a black dragon? Nightingale's expression was sluggish. Subconsciously, she looked at the humans again. With this look, her gaze suddenly became strange. Those fully armed mercenaries in Nightingale's memory, at this moment, they were not wearing any equipment at all. Even the two powerful silver-ranked professionals were only wearing simple linen clothes. Everyone was fleeing in all directions under the pursuit of the Megalosaurus and the elves. Where were their weapons and equipment? Nightingale was stunned. The difficult battle she had imagined did not happen. Instead, it was an exceptionally comical pursuit. She saw the black dragon chasing the two silver professionals who had taken off their equipment, while spitting dragon breath, "Rua Rua," to tease them. "Cowardly humans, why are you running? Don't run. Quickly fight with Sir Meryl." The female elf riding on its back was waving a very flashy staff and chanting non-stop. She continued to throw fireballs at the two professionals. Her rosy little face looked very excited. Following her movements, a huge fireball exploded beside the two silver-ranked professionals. The sound of the explosion was loud, and a huge pit with white smoke was blown out. However, it was a pity that none of them hit. Evil Megalosaurus! Despicable elves! Bastards! You don't keep your word. You have failed to live up to your glory. If you dare to attack us, the Sauron family will not let you go. The old mage's burnt beard was messy, while he used magic to avoid the black dragon's breath, and roared angrily. "Baruth! You idiot! If I can go back alive this time, I must report you." The other silver swordsman also cursed angrily while avoiding the dragon breath. As for the rest of the humans, they fled in panic under the pursuit of the elves. The elves chased the human mercenaries, who had no power to fight back, and laughed, "Ha ha ha ha. When did we not keep our word? You are too stupid. You still want to go back alive? Face death." They excitedly chased the mercenaries with their weapons, like hunters hunting their prey. Needless to say, this kind of effortless pursuit was simply too satisfying. Soon, the first victim appeared. A mercenary ran too slowly and was instantly killed by a player who caught up with him. His body trembled, and he let out a scream. Then, under the horrified eyes of the other mercenaries, he turned into ashes. Looking at the large amount of experience points, the player who killed him was refreshed. Damn. They are not strong, but they provide a lot of experience points. They are not worse than the orcs at all. For a moment, everyone's eyes lit up. Not worse than the orcs? And they can kill them alone. For a moment, the elves were even more excited. They were shouting and increasing the intensity of their pursuit, as if they were afraid that the target would be snatched away by others if they were a step too slow. A battle that was supposed to be heroic had completely changed. The strength of the mercenaries was not much higher than the boxed lunch team. Without weapons, they were no match for the players. The agile elves caught up with them one by one and killed them mercilessly. There was nothing they were not used to. Their stance determined their behavior. Although these mercenaries were also humans, the players did not hesitate. In their eyes, there were only two types of NPCs, friendly and hostile. Green and red names. Those who could not be killed and those who could be killed, the former would be licked, the latter would be killed, those who could not be killed, they would call for more people to kill together, no matter what race you were, no matter what identity you had. Not to mention, the boxed lunch team was participating in this mission. Each of them was a battle maniac who was eager for EXP. In a moment, more than a dozen mercenaries were killed by the players one by one, and their corpses were also turned into ashes. Looking at the increasing EXP in the game system, the players' breathing became heavier. Don't kill me. I surrender. I surrender. Looking at the group of crazy elves, the last mercenary was so scared that he peed his pants and knelt down to beg for mercy. However, the players only chased after him and asked, "Do you have a hidden mission?" Hidden mission? I don't know. The man was stunned. His mind was blank, and he subconsciously answered with a trembling voice. Then do you have any hidden information? Disappear, information? The mercenary was stunned, and his face was blank. It's useless. It's just a normal monster. Kill it, it's a few thousand EXP. The players curled their lips and killed him as if they were used to it. They even killed the person who surrendered. Looking at this scene, Nightingale's eyes gradually became dull. Seeing the mercenaries killed by the players, Meryl also shouted excitedly. He no longer played with the two silver professionals. Instead, he stepped forward and swallowed them in one gulp. Damn. He ate them? Damn. Master Meryl, that's two silver professionals. Leave it for us to finish them off. Oh my god, how much EXP is that? My heart hurts. What a waste. Seeing this scene, the players who were chasing after the mercenaries were heartbroken. Nightingale, on the other hand, was already stunned. She looked at the elves whose faces were covered in blood but were still extremely excited, and her mind was in a mess. Such a savage and crazy existence, was it really an elf? She had thought that there would be a huge battle. She didn't expect the human caravan, which she thought was very powerful, to be destroyed in such a strange way. For a moment, Nightingale was unable to recover from this sudden change. After annihilating the merchant group, the players didn't stop their actions. Nightingale saw that they were looking around for something, and she heard them talking excitedly. By the way, where are the goods of the caravan? In the ruins. Just now, they said it was in the ruins. Let's go and see if there's anything good. Open the treasure chest. Time to open the treasure chest. The players jumped and ran to the ruins that Baruth had just pointed out. However, the black dragon. Meryl ran even faster than the players. This guy flew to the side of the tower like a gust of wind, aimed at the ruins, flapped his wings, and lifted the roof of the ruins. Nightingale and the others on the side were startled and quickly hid in the darkness. Along with a cloud of dust, a total of 8 carriages neatly lined up in front of the dark dragon Meryl. Meryl's dragon eyes suddenly lit up. He first sniffed and then immediately distinguished that one of the cargo boxes had his scent. For a moment, Meryl was pleasantly surprised. This is the treasure that I lost. Ha ha ha. Meryl found you. Meryl found you. The little black dragon said joyfully as it bit through the truck. For a moment, a large pile of glittering gold coins and jewels was revealed. Meryl's eyes lit up, and he greedily grabbed the gold, silver, and jewels into his arms. He kept rubbing his dragon face happily, or opened his mouth to happily lick the gold coins. So much money. For a moment, Nightingale's eyes widened. This was enough for her and her brothers and sisters to spend for a long time. If not for the black dragon, she would not have been able to resist touching it. F***ck. So much treasure. The players' eyes also lit up. Their spirits were lifted, and they happily followed after him. However, they were soon met with Meryl's angry roar. Get lost. Get lost. Get lost. Go away, go away. These are all Meryl's. They're all Meryl's. You greedy guys. The black dragon's eyes were red as he bared his teeth and glared at the players who surrounded him. The draconic aura on his body was constantly spreading, and his mouth was growling like a husky protecting its food. The players were speechless. Salty Meow, who was riding on him, sighed and knocked the scales on his head with his magic staff. Meryl, the treasure is all yours, no one will take it from you. But, let everyone have a share of the other goods in the truck. Especially the equipment and magic materials. You don't need those things anyway, so just give them to us. Hee, I'll treat you to barbecue when we get back. It has honey. Barbecue, and it has honey. Meryl swallowed his saliva subconsciously. He looked warily at the players who were staring at him. After thinking for a moment, he bared his teeth and said, Rua. Okay. You can come and pick up the items. But you're not allowed to take any gold coins or jewels. Listen carefully, you're not allowed to take any. These are all Meryl's. They're all Meryl's. Whoever dares to move, Meryl will eat you. The black dragon threatened. It was not just saying. Knowing the players' identities, Meryl also knew that these guys could be resurrected. If there was really someone who did not have eyes, he would really eat them. Hearing Meryl's words, the players' eyes lit up. They patted their chests and promised. Don't worry. Meryl, we don't want the treasures. That's right. Are we people who care about money? That's right, we only want materials and equipment. Currently, gold, silver, and jewels were not circulating among the players at all. Magic materials, equipment, and contribution points were the hard currency. Other than their eyes lighting up subconsciously, the players really did not need anything now. Hearing the players' words, the black dragon snorted and nodded reluctantly. After getting the agreement, the players also rushed to the truck happily. Like a group of bandits who had never seen the world, they began to rummage through the cabinets. Damn. There are all good magic materials in here. Whether it's a sacrifice to the goddess or an NPC, it's great. There's also equipment. Human equipment. It's armor that we can wear directly without modification. It's all brand new. It just looks a little ugly. It doesn't have the special effects that can be exchanged with contribution points. Be content. After all, this is a drop from a mission. It's normal that it's a little ordinary. Eh? There are inscriptions on this armor. It's magic equipment. There's actually food? I've never seen food like this. There are also some seeds here. They look like grains. Is this a spice? Damn. Seasoning. It's a spice. Spice? Good stuff. I'm dying from eating the soil salt made by the Meng Meng Committee every day. Come on, it's good enough that you have something to eat. The players were very excited and discussed all at once. Nightingale and the other young elves looked at the greedy players and were stunned. Were they elves or bandits? Are these people really my people? Are they really elves? Looking at the greedy players plundering the loot, Nightingale felt that her cognition was gradually collapsing. Thinking about their bloodthirsty appearance just now, her heart was beating like a drum. Are they really the reinforcements that Block had mentioned? Why do they look like a group of elven bandits? Nightingale admitted that her character was relatively rebellious and was considered rude among the elves. Anyway, the elegance that elves should have had never matched with her. But compared to these weird elves, Nightingale felt that she was simply too cultured. Right, where is Blockhead? Where did Blockhead go? Nightingale hurriedly looked around. Finally, she saw Bento Box's figure in the tower. After killing the mercenaries with his teammates, Bento Box had returned to the tower. His body hung a bunch of captured human equipment, and he was constantly looking for the dropped items after he killed the target. Nightingale was speechless. How did he pick them up? The girl's eyes widened. Fortunately, Bento Box's expression was still calm. Even when he picked up the equipment, he did not have the crazy expression of the other players. It seemed that nothing could cause a big wave in his heart. In other words, this was a guy who could remain calm in any situation. Seeing that Bento Box was not as crazy as the other players, Nightingale felt a lot better. Bento Box seemed to have noticed the girl's gaze and stopped his actions. He stood up, looked in Nightingale's direction, and then slowly walked over. Seeing Bento Box coming over, Nightingale's brothers and sisters subconsciously retreated into the darkness. Bento Box was speechless. He noticed that Nightingale and the others were looking at the human equipment with strange eyes. After a moment of silence, he explained, "These are the loot." After that, he said again, "We won, you're safe." Hearing his words, Nightingale's expression became very complicated for a moment. She looked at the players who were still picking up the items from the boxes, laughed twice, and curiously asked, They are your companions? Are they really elves? This was a serious question, because these guys were really too strange, looking at the players who were picking up the items crazily, and the black dragon who was greedily protecting the treasure. Bento Box was silent for a moment, then nodded. Nightingale, she took a deep breath and asked in a strange tone, Why? Then you guys couldn't have been stimulated and degenerated into bandits, right? Bento Box, after a moment of silence, he said, Thieves and bandits are similar. Nightingale, this damned piece of wood. The players displayed the locust-like characteristics of the fourth scourge to the fullest. Except for the treasures that were taken by the black dragon, the rest of the things were divided equally between the Meng Meng committee and the battle team. Salty Meow had his eyes on the strange seeds that looked like grains, as well as spices and magic materials. Most of the team members chose equipment and food. In the blink of an eye, the goods were all divided up. Watching the gamer's actions from Meryl's perspective, Eve blushed with shame. How savage. If I didn't know better, I would have thought that they were a group of crazy bandits pretending to be elves. Looks like I need to think of a way to restrict the actions of the players when necessary. It's too unsightly, too unsightly. Without the constraints of morality or other rules, the eyes of the players were only focused on profit, and they would not care about their own image at all. Eve had no doubt that if players officially appeared in the world of Surgs one day, with all kinds of possible operations, they would soon be labeled as evil by all intelligent creatures. Wait, it seemed that there was nothing wrong with calling them evil. After all, the slogan of the fourth scourge was not just for show. However, although Eve did not mind raising a group of thugs and leeks who liked to kill, burn, and loot corpses, considering the native elf's perception and the image of the Yggdrasil, if necessary, sometimes it was better to let them restrain themselves. At least, the crazy looting of the players now seemed to have frightened the native elves. As an important source of divine power, Eve still wanted to continue preaching. She did not want to really become an evil god. Through Meryl's perspective, Eve looked at Nightingale, who was hiding in the shadows and protecting a few young elves. The elven girl's face was filled with mixed emotions. The young elves looked at the players with undisguised fear. The little ones huddled together, trembling. While having a long lifespan, the maturity of the elf's mind was much later than that of humans. Therefore, although the young elves were not young in actual age, to be honest, apart from having a longer memory, they were not much different from children who looked about the same age. They were really frightened. Sighing in her heart, Eve used her divine power to send a system message. In an instant, accompanied by a beautiful system sound, all the players who participated in the mission received a new message. Ding, hidden mission, save the elves completed. All players who participated in the mission received 5,000 EXP, 500 contribution points. After seeing the system message, the players were all delighted. Mission completed, 500 contribution points? Not bad, not bad. Ding, new scenario, Rivendell unlocked. The system message continued to float. Along with the system's soft sound, the new scenario music was played. It was also a song that Eve had picked from the Legacy, but it was different from the previous one. The style of this elven music had a heavy and ancient feeling, as if it was depicting a lost world, which matched the image of Rivendell perfectly. This song was called Distant Memories. It was said that an elven composer in the Silver Age composed it for the Titan civilization that had passed away in the Giant Age. Hearing the new background music, the players' eyes lit up. The new scenario music is not bad. The music in Elven Kingdom has always been good, I like it. Me too, me too. While they were in the midst of their discussion, another system notification popped up before their eyes. Ding, you have triggered a hidden mission, receive new companions. Mission description, you have successfully rescued the elves, but they have yet to accept you. As servants of the goddess, you have decided to receive them and bring them back to the embrace of Mother Goddess. Mission objective, receive the recognition of the rescued elven NPCs and bring them back to Phelan Tsue. Additional mission objective, reawaken the elven NPCs' faith in the goddess. Mission time limit, unlimited. Number of mission participants, unlimited. Mission reward, experience points, contribution points. Additional mission reward, exclusive title Nature's Preacher. A new mission? Damn. There's an exclusive title? Is it a hidden reward? The players raised their heads and looked excited. Elven NPCs? Where are they? I think they're in the dungeon. No, the captain has rescued them. Look over there. In an instant, all the players looked at Nightingale, who was talking to Boxed Lunchbox. Nightingale shuddered and subconsciously took a step back when she saw all the gazes directed at her. Then, she saw the strange elves become excited again. It's a new NPC lady. Wow. There are a few little Lolas and little Shotas. He saw a group of people stop what they were doing and rush over in a hubbub. Nightingale was startled when she saw the strange elves rushing over. What were these guys doing? She subconsciously pulled her younger siblings into her arms and looked at the players vigilantly. However, what the players did next was beyond her expectations. Their faces were full of smiles as they looked at her with sparkling eyes. Hello, little sister. Little sister, we're here to save you. You've suffered. Sigh. Really, these evil humans, look at how scared the children are. Sigh. Miserable. It's really miserable. After being locked up for so long, you must be starving, right? Come, come, come. Uncle has some fruits here. They're all from the elf forest. They taste great. Do you want candy? Big Brother has delicious honey candies here. After saying that, the players licked their faces and took out the berries and candies made with honey that they carried with them. They showed what they thought was a kind smile and stuffed it into the arms of the young elves while trying to get close to them. Nightingale was speechless, the young elves were speechless. It was just that, the blood from the battle with the mercenaries was still on the players, especially on their faces. The mottled bloodstains on their faces. In addition, they were caught off guard and even had a wretched smile, this, not to mention getting close to them. To be honest, it was a little scary. And a little disgusting. A few young elves were scared out of their wits. The youngest girl even cried out. They retreated in fear and hid behind Nightingale. The players were speechless. Hey, hey, hey. Look at you, you're scaring them. It's you, right? Who gives fruits to people as soon as they meet? Have you washed your hands? You're even covered in blood. Ha 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 ha. He just called himself uncle. Ha ha ha. I'm dying of laughter. Damn, there's so much blood on your face. Stop laughing, okay? It's scary. No wonder you scared them. Pfft. Ha 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 ha. You're the same. Pfft. Ha 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 ha. Still laughing? Still laughing? Hurry up and wipe your face. You won't be able to save the NPC's affection. Damn, this is bad. No. No. Ha ha ha. Although I know I shouldn't laugh. Ha ha ha. I still want to laugh. Ha ha ha. The players started to quarrel. Lunchbox, Nightingale, Boxed Lunch's eyes flashed slightly. He was silent for a moment, then he kicked the buttocks of his team members and said in a low voice, "Get down. Wipe your face clean." Players, seeing that their captain had spoken, they shrunk their necks and smiled awkwardly. Then, they took a few steps back and began to wipe their faces. Lunchbox wiped the blood off his face and came to Nightingale. Several young elves subconsciously shrank back again. Lunchbox, after a moment of silence, he said, "We mean no harm." Nightingale looked strangely at the laughing elves in the distance. She nodded reluctantly and forced a smile. Probably, I can roughly tell. However, the brains of these clansmen did not seem to be normal, she added in her heart. After saying that, she couldn't help but ask, "Are you really not bandits?" Lunchbox, "We are the chosen ones summoned by the goddess," he said. Goddess? Nightingale was slightly stunned. What goddess? Boxed Lunch didn't explain immediately. Instead, he asked, "What are your plans for the future?" Plans? Nightingale was stunned. Then, she understood that Boxed Lunch was asking about their future plans. She was silent for a moment and said, "We should be looking for a new place to live in seclusion." At this point, her expression was a little gloomy. "The place where we hid before has been discovered by humans. I'm afraid we can't go back. But, as long as we're alive, there's hope. Boxed Lunch nodded after hearing that. He pondered for a moment and said, then, we might as well go home. Go home? Nightingale was stunned and had a strange expression. Go back to what home? The Elven Forest. Boxed Lunch was concise. The Elven Forest? Nightingale's expression froze slightly. She looked at Boxed Lunch strangely as if she was looking at a fool. After a moment, she sneered and asked, what are we going there for? To walk right into a trap? Who doesn't know that the beastmen are watching the Elven Forest every day, waiting for lone elves to be caught by them? That place is no longer the home of the elves. She looked a little disappointed. No matter how powerful a piece of wood is, it's still a piece of wood. Doesn't he know about the Elven Forest? Clearly, he had clearly been captured near the Elven Forest. Nightingale sighed, her mood was complicated. Home, how long has it been since she heard this word? Ever since she could remember, her family had been drifting around. If the Elven Forest was home, then this home had long been gone with the fall of the true god who protected the elves. If the place where family was home, if that was the case, then her home would have long been destroyed by those humans. She had long lost her home. No, the Elven Forest is the home of the elves. Just as Nightingale was feeling melancholy, a clear voice interrupted her thoughts. She raised her head and saw a familiar figure. With rare pink hair and gorgeous mage equipment, it was Salty Meow. Nightingale recognized him at a glance. This was the elven mage who rode on the back of the black dragon. His magic was powerful, but no matter how hard she tried, she could not hit the opponent accurately. Hello. My name is Salty Meow. Looking at Nightingale, Salty Meow smiled faintly. What a strange name, Nightingale muttered softly. She nodded and introduced herself as well. I'm Nightingale. So it's Sister Nightingale. Salty Meow smiled sweetly and continued to explain, Sister Nightingale, it's different now. The half-orc forces in the Elven Forest have been eliminated by us. That place is completely safe. The Elven Forest is safe. Nightingale was slightly stunned. Impossible. There was a huge half-orc tribe nearby, how could it be eliminated? She subconsciously refuted. You mean the Grotto tribe, they have become history. Salty Meow continued. Become history? Nightingale was stunned. Impossible. I was caught by them the day before yesterday. I know some of their secrets. They have the support of a true god. Without the help of other true gods, they cannot be eliminated. Nothing is impossible. Salty Meow smiled faintly. After that, her expression became extremely sincere, because she drew a tree symbol on her chest and said solemnly, our true god has also returned. True god, she saw the somewhat familiar tree symbol. Nightingale's pupils shrank slightly. I must be out of my mind to follow them. Nightingale and her brothers and sisters were escorted by the players as they moved forward. Nightingale's heart was filled with doubt and curiosity as she recalled the symbol drawn by the elven mage. It couldn't be wrong. It couldn't be wrong. She had seen the elders of the clan draw that symbol many times before. It was the symbol of the elven mother goddess, the great world tree that controlled nature, life, and elven authority. However, if Nightingale's understanding was correct, the world tree had fallen 1,000 years ago. It was the fall of the world tree that led to the decline of the elves. In Nightingale's memory, the elders of her family were always obsessed with the past glory and were filled with longing and devotion to the mother goddess. However, as a new generation of elves, Nightingale did not feel much about the fallen world tree. Ever since she was born, she had been drifting. To her, the world tree was just a legend, a symbol in history. But now, someone was telling her that the world tree had returned. Nightingale would not have believed it if it was from another race, but it was the elves who told her. Although the elves gave her a strange feeling, they had no reason to lie to her. Could it be true? If it was true, then the elf situation would change. Although Nightingale did not have any faith, she knew how important the faith of a true god was to an intelligent race in the world of seekers. Faith brought protection, but, so what if the world tree had returned? 1,000 years ago, the silver civilization was defeated by the gods, and now the elves were in decline. Could the world tree really change everything? In Nightingale's opinion, if the elves themselves did not change, even if the true god returned, it would just be another cycle. After all, the elves were too pedantic and stubborn, to the point of being ridiculous. With a skeptical attitude, Nightingale chose to follow the players to see what was going on. Accompanied by Salty Meow and the others, Nightingale and the others came to a hidden teleportation magic circle. The magic circle looked brand new, as if it had just been built. It did not look perfect, and an unfamiliar female elf was constantly adjusting it. "Sister Gugu, how much longer?" Salty Meow asked. "Soon, the magic here is a bit chaotic, I have to add a few more stabilizing runes," the female elf said as she adjusted the magic circle. A teleportation magic circle. Nightingale was deep in thought. Salty Meow smiled as he looked at the elven girl who was deep in thought. "This magic circle is connected to the Black Dragon Meryl's castle. Once we get there, you'll know if what I'm saying is true or not." There was a limit to the distance between two teleportation magic circles. With the players' current technology and materials, they could only build a mid-range. The maximum range of a mid-range teleportation formation was no more than 100 kilometers. Therefore, Rivendell's teleportation formation could only be connected to the Black Dragon Castle near the Grotto tribe. In a sense, the teleportation magic circle of the players of the game was of the game. Of the magic circle magic, of mind. The teleportation magic circle magic. In addition, the operation of the teleportation portal also consumed a lot of mana. It relied on the mana in the air and a small amount of mana from the magic stones on the portal. When the teleportation was activated, the consumption of the teleportation array would increase. This consumption would be proportional to the mass of the item being teleported, and it would also be affected by its energy. Of course, due to the fact that the elves were highly skilled in magic formations, the teleportation arrays they created consumed very little energy. As long as the magic stone's mana was not depleted, the magic array could continue to be used. On the other hand, the Inferno tribe had plenty of magic stones. After plundering the Cavern tribe, the gamers discovered more magic stones in the orc's tent. Therefore, the consumption of the teleportation portal wasn't a problem for them. The Black Dragon's castle. Nightingale's heart skipped a beat. If she remembered correctly, that place was near the orc tribe. Wait a minute. Could it be that what they said was true? After a while, Cuckoo finally stabilized the magic power of the magic circle and activated it. "Alright, we can start now." She stood up in front of the formation. "Shall we go?" Salty Meow smiled sweetly at Nightingale and took the lead to step into the magic array. Nightingale hesitated for a moment before calling her younger siblings to follow. A light flashed in front of her and Nightingale felt as if she had passed through an invisible barrier. The surrounding air suddenly changed from the cold and damp of the ruins to a refreshing and dry one. Before she could get a clear look at her surroundings, she heard a bustling noise. "Haha! The magic array has been successfully activated. A new map has been opened. A new map has been opened. Let's go." "Wait a minute. Don't go yet, someone is teleporting over." What happened? Nightingale was slightly stunned. Soon, the light dissipated and Nightingale's vision returned to normal. "Elves? Elves? So many?" Nightingale couldn't help but exclaim. She found herself standing in an ancient castle, and the hall was filled with elves of all shapes and sizes. There seemed to be at least 100 of them. Furthermore, at the entrance of the hall, she could see a long queue that stretched as far as the eye could see. Elves, so many elves, this is at least a small tribe, right? And they have all kinds of hair colors. Nightingale opened her mouth wide in surprise, feeling as if she was dreaming. Seeing Nightingale, the players queuing in the hall to enter Rivendell's map were all excited. "It's the NPC from the live broadcast. I think she's called Nightingale. A new NPC. Wow. And a few little elves. TSK. Cute. I heard that this little miss is a thief, and her skills are very good. Damn, what a talent. There's a new skill to learn. Hello, Miss Nightingale." They began to enthusiastically greet Nightingale and the others, which startled them. "Wait a minute, how do they know my name? Wait a minute, I haven't seen them before, how do they know I'm a thief?" Nightingale was stunned. At the same time, she couldn't help but feel her face burning. To be honest, even Nightingale didn't think that thief was a praiseworthy profession. Being shouted excitedly by a group of people was tantamount to a public execution. "Miss Thief, look over here. I'm a hunter, so I should be able to become a thief too. Miss Thief." "Hello." The players were still cheerfully greeting her. Nightingale was speechless. Shameful, it was simply too shameful. She shrunk her neck, shielded her brothers and sisters, and subconsciously took a step back. "Don't be afraid, this is our companion." At this time, a low and powerful voice sounded behind her. Nightingale felt a big, warm hand on her shoulder, making her feel at ease. She turned her head and found Bento Box looking at her calmly, comforting her with his eyes. "Companion," Nightingale sucked in a breath of cold air. They had actually gathered so many clansmen. Seeing Bento Box protecting Nightingale and the other players hurriedly jeered. "Damn. Bento Box, you hooked up with her? I didn't expect you to be such a person." "Shocking. The #1 player in the server actually did this to an NPC." Bento Box was speechless. Listening to the players teasing, his face was a little dark, and he subconsciously let go of his hand. "Get lost," he said. Seeing Bento Box's power, the players who were teasing him shrunk their necks and laughed. Nightingale was speechless. "Make way. Everyone make way. We're doing a mission," Salty Meow said as he squeezed through the crowd. "The hidden mission is not over yet? I'm jealous, sigh, let's not talk about it, let's go to the new map." The other elves let out a sigh and made way for him. Most of them no longer paid attention to Nightingale and the others, but excitedly entered the magic circle. But there were still some who stayed and began to cordially surround Nightingale and the others. "Hello, Miss Nightingale. My name is Xianxia, do you need a guide?" "That. I'll show you the way, can you teach me thief skills?" "Miss Nightingale. Hello. Let's be friends." Nightingale was speechless. The elves had always been proud and elegant, even when interacting with other elves, they were often polite. And these guys, well, now Nightingale believed that they were definitely Bento Box's companions. She sighed and turned her head to look out of the castle window. Nightingale's eyes widened in shock at what she saw. She saw the former grotto tribe under the hillside. It had turned into ruins. This, Nightingale was so surprised that she couldn't close her mouth. She clearly remembered that when she left the day before yesterday, the Rock Cave tribe was still prosperous. How did it become like this now? Was this really done by Blockhead and his companions? The answer was obvious. Because in the distance, Nightingale could see some tall figures shuttling back and forth in the ruins. They were elves, and their equipment was worse than what Nightingale had seen before. Some of them only had simple hemp robes and wooden armor. These elves wandered around the ruins, picking and choosing as if they were looking for something. Occasionally, she could see some elves excitedly digging through the ruins, finding some scrap metal and bringing it to a magic array not far away. Nightingale was speechless. She vaguely recognized that it seemed to be a sacrificial magic array. These elves were sacrificing to the mysterious existence? Wait, weren't the things they sacrificed trash? Hey. That thing you put in there is a rusty half of a kitchen knife." She widened her eyes. Oh my god, weren't they afraid of attracting the wrath of the mysterious existence? However, the magic array flashed, and the thing disappeared. Nightingale was speechless. This was accepted. Her eyes were a little dull. Because she was not familiar with some of the sacrificial inscriptions of the World Tree, Nightingale did not recognize that it was Eve's sacrificial magic array. Those elves picking up scraps were actually low-level players who did not make it to the battle of the Orc tribe. Although they missed the loot, they still sneaked over to see if other players picked up the leftovers and sacrificed them to the goddess to earn some pitiful contribution points. Nightingale could not help but take a few more glances, and then she heard Salty Meow's voice. "Sister Nightingale, get ready to go. We're going to Jadeling Sue." Jadeling Sue, Nightingale's eyes narrowed. Jadeling Sue was once the holy land of the elves. However, Nightingale had left the elven forest for as long as she could remember, and she only heard that the elves' holy city had long been reduced to ruins. After hesitating for a moment, she nodded and followed Salty Meow with her brothers and sisters. She was now more and more curious about these strange elves. Vaguely, she already believed their words. To be able to destroy the grotto tribe with the support of a true god. Perhaps there really was a true god behind them, but at the same time, she had even more doubts in her heart. These clansmen, where did they come from? Furthermore, their personalities, how should he put it? Although it wasn't evil when he thought about it carefully, it was too weird. They were a bit like humans. They seemed to have the cunning of humans, but they were not as hypocritical as humans. Instead, they acted very realistically. They would subconsciously reveal all the emotions in their hearts, and would not disguise their feelings. The way they walked was also very strange. They liked to jump, climb high, and climb low. In any case, they would walk wherever it was difficult to walk. They just didn't like to walk on the path that was easy to walk on. Oh, right. Greedy, they were extremely greedy. It wasn't because he was greedy for money, but because he liked all kinds of materials and equipment. Their sense of beauty was also somewhat strange. They seemed to like shiny weapons and clothes. Anyway, Nightingale observed that most of them were dressed very luxuriously. In addition, they were very cruel and merciless when facing their enemies, but when it came to their own people, especially Nightingale and the others, they were completely different. Their fawning attitude even made Nightingale somewhat uncomfortable. But what was even more puzzling was that they looked very happy, very happy. Nightingale swore that she had never met such optimistic and positive elves. What were they happy about? They were always cheerful, they were happy when they deceived humans, they were happy when they killed humans, and they were even happier when they divided the spoils. Even when they saw the ruins of Rivendell, they were very happy, as if they had found a treasure. These strange fellows seemed to be full of curiosity about everything around them. Everything could arouse their interest. Even the elves who were far away picking up scraps in the ruins of the rock tribe were also very happy. This was completely beyond Nightingale's understanding. In any case, this was definitely not how elves should be. Where did they get so much energy? Were they not tired? Were they stimulated by something? Or were they always like this? Right, I just heard Blockhead say that they were summoned by the true god. What kind of existence were they? Nightingale's heart became more and more puzzled. With doubts, Nightingale once again passed through the transmission array and arrived at the legendary Jadeland Sue. The surrounding light dissipated, and this time, Nightingale found herself in an open square. Looking at the renovated buildings around her, she was slightly surprised. This is the Holy City Emerald? What appeared in front of her was not the ruins she had imagined, but a renovated elven city. Of course, it could not be said that it was completely renovated, because further away, she could still see traces of the ruins. But with the square as the center of a large area, it already looked like a city. And what made Nightingale's eyes light up was that she saw other elves. That's right, elves. Nightingale could guarantee that these elves were the elves she knew should be. They were red-haired elves, and their faces were brimming with hopeful smiles. One by one, they shuttled back and forth between the city, busy, still repairing this ancient holy city. Their clothes were not as gorgeous as those strange elves, but they were simple and elegant, painted with exquisite patterns unique to elves. In addition, their temperament was very unique, and Nightingale could distinguish them with a glance. This is the Raging Flame tribe? Looking at their hair color, Nightingale guessed. In addition, she also noticed that in front of almost every elderly red-haired elf, there would be a few elves with strange clothes. They were very respectful to the elderly red-haired elf, and Nightingale felt like déjà vu whenever the elderly elf asked them to do something. They would be very happy and full of enthusiasm. Strange guys, Nightingale muttered. At this time, an elderly red-haired elf surrounded by a group of people came to Nightingale. Nightingale noticed some patterns on the other party's clothes, and saw some patterns that symbolized the tribe's patriarch. This is the patriarch of the Raging Flame tribe. Nightingale's heart skipped a beat. The person who came to greet her was Phyllis Raging Flame. She looked at the vigilant and curious Nightingale and smiled. I haven't seen a child of the Dark Shadow tribe for a long time. Child, I am the patriarch of the Raging Flame tribe, Phyllis, welcome home. It really is the Raging Flame tribe. Nightingale was a little surprised. She first bowed reservedly, and then introduced herself. Hello. Hello. My name is Nightingale Shadow, and beside me are my younger brothers and sisters. Philoxel nodded. Her gaze swept over the young elf's frail body and dirty clothes. She sighed and said, Don't worry, I'm not going to let you go. You have suffered. After saying that, her expression suddenly became pious. But, everything is over, and Mother Goddess has returned. Welcome home. We will start all over again. She turned around, bowed slightly in the direction of the world tree, and solemnly drew a tree symbol on her chest. This symbol again, Nightingale was a little surprised. But at this moment, she completely believed in the fact that the elven true god had returned. If those strange elves still made her suspicious, then the appearance of the raging flame tribe was definitely not an illusion. Miss Nightingale. At this time, Nightingale heard another unfamiliar voice. She turned around and saw a smiling black-haired elf. He was wearing a set of excellent druid equipment, and his manners were decent. It was Limu. Limu bowed to Nightingale and said, "Lady Alice wants to see you." Alice? Nightingale was a little puzzled. Alice Gale. She is the great world tree, goddess Eve Yekterhere's representative on earth, the saintess of nature. She is waiting for you in the temple of nature in the city of heaven's chosen. Limu replied. End of chapter 149. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.